FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Altuve sends one to center field. Kiermaier has it lined up, and the Toronto Blue Jays have won the game 7-6. Astros couldn't move Jeremy Pena after the leadoff double, and the Astros try to come back down 7-0 and fall one run short tonight. Houston loses for just the second time in their last 12 games as they lose tonight to the Blue Jays 7-6. The series tied at one game apiece.
I won't say there is no good news today. You know, we've come in the last, feels like 15 shows saying, have you heard the good news? Because with every show, the Astros continue to dig into the lead that the Mariners had, a 10-game lead a week and a half ago. But the Mariners did lose also yesterday. So the lead is still, yeah. Yeah, you know what, Ben? I'm 3 hours and 59 minutes away from vacation, you know.
What?
Yeah, the Astros lost. Have you heard, Seth?
Where?
Have you heard the good news? I'm going on vacation.
What the hell? Not what our forefathers wanted.
Have you heard the good news?
It's a hell of a way to honor your forefathers. They're like vacation.
I know.
What?
I know.
No, you work until you die at age 33. What the hell?
We're fighting redcoats, okay?
You work until you get a scratch on your leg. It becomes gangrenous and you die.
Infected.
What?
I know. The Mariners did lose also yesterday, so the Astros remain just 3 games back, 2 in the loss column, but the Astros lose 7-6 as we welcome you in on an Independence Day Eve edition of Payne and Pendergast. I'll tell you what, Seth, you know where I felt like the Astros...
I call this Paul Revere Day.
Paul Revere Day? You know what it is?
Yeah.
I heard on the Morning Bull, I listen to what's trending on their show when I come in case there's any sports stuff that's trending with the sane people, the non-sports fans. But today is Air Conditioner Appreciation Day, according to those. They get those websites. And there's like 5 things every day where it's official this and it's official that and National whatever day. Today is National Air Conditioner Appreciation Day.
I saw B.J. Simmons on X.com yesterday say that B.J. Simmons, former Texas Tech legend, Texans quarterback, said he's lived in. He's a native Houstonian, grew up here, lived here most of his life other than college and what have you. And this is the first year he's had it. He's had it with the Heat.
It's bad, man.
He's done. He's done. He used more colorful language, but he's done with it. I think a lot of people feel that way right now.
Yeah. We have our air conditioner set at 68 all the time. And for the last week and a half, it's been like 75 in our apartment during the day, and I keep
with the AC running,
with the AC on, and because you've been in our apartment, we have a ton of windows, so we're like in a big. Amy and I are basically like 2 grasshoppers with a magnifying glass on them, And
you live in a glass house,
yeah, kind of,
which is ironic given all the stones you cast, but you do you.
Well, it'll come back to roost at some point.
That's true,
But I keep putting service calls in on it. I think they're sick of me. I'm like, there's no way that I'm the only one complaining about it. There's got to be something you can do, even if it's give me like a $300 credit to go buy one of those portable air conditioning units to put in our living room, because it's really only our living room where it's hot. The other rooms are fine. But I'm just a baby. So I say all that to say, to me, every day is Air Conditioner Appreciation Day in Houston.
Go up on the roof and take a look at the unit yourself.
You know what? That's a good idea. I think I'm going to go do that. Nothing. What could go wrong? Me on the roof of a 40-story building.
What could go wrong with you and the 20 floors of people between you and your actual unit? Yeah.
What could go wrong?
They're like, how many people's houses could you pollute with Freon? I suppose.
Yeah. So yesterday, the Astros game, I did like the fight that they showed getting back in this game. There's a few things about this game. We heard the very end right there with Callis. Jeremy Pena came within just a few feet of tying that thing in the ninth inning. Pena's swinging a nice bat in this series so far. This is where I felt doomed, Seth. And I know the Astros have been better in extra innings than they were the last beginning of the year and all of last year. They were horrible all of last year in extra innings. It was when Pena hit that double, and I'm like, okay, nobody out and a runner on second. This looks familiar. Oh, yeah. This is the situation that the Astros have largely been abysmal in the last couple of years. Moving a runner over, getting him home.
They've gotten better at small ball.
They have.
Espada's been a lot more heady about it than the Astros had been previously.
They have, but it was when Loperfido was the next guy up, and I'm like, all right, this is not really a small ball guy right here. Like, this is an all or nothing guy. Loperfido struck out nearly I'm not being cute. He struck out nearly 40% of the times he's been up as a major leaguer. I'm like, there's a good chance this guy ain't getting over to third base with old Lopey up right now.
Espada was asked why, if he thought about, bunting in that situation, sacrificing, and Espada gave the answer, which is true. He basically said it's kind of hard to bunt. It's not as simple or as easy as it might seem, especially against a 98-mile-per-hour fastball. So, and Loperfido hasn't quite been surgical at the plate, as you mentioned. That I don't know if that was an option. I think your best chance there was just to get a bat on a ball.
It is true. People act like a successful sacrifice bunt is really just a choice. It's not a
right,
skill.
It's like, why did you not cash in that ticket? You had the ticket.
Yeah.
You had it's like on Survivor. Like, why didn't you use it?
Use your idol. Why did you not use your idol with Pena on second? And then Cabbage, man, and Trey Cabbage has been hitting the ball well. Like, he's got nearly a 300 batting average, but man, that was by definition as uncompetitive and at bat as you. He swung at 3 high fastballs and missed all 3 of them.
Look, honestly, I look at this game as we thought, as we suspected, the Astros might lose a game or two in the second half of the season.
Mm-hmm.
It's baseball. Every now and then your team loses 1 or 2 out of 80, and at the very least, the fact that they had a near comeback in this game, if they could make a gentleman's sweep of this series, you look at this game as one of the bats have indeed awoken, and the biggest concern is that Arrighetti is a guy that should still be in the minors.
Yeah.
Really, he's been pushed in here by duress. And he's had some really good performances, but there are going to be times where you realize, okay, developmentally, he's still a minor league pitcher.
Yeah.
And I like him in the long term. I'm growing increasingly terrified of him being one of the main guys you got to rely on until Luis Garcia and Justin Verlander.
Yeah. I guess the good news here is Luis Garcia is throwing his second rehab start here pretty soon.
Yeah.
So
Verlander's playing catch.
Okay, good. Well, that's progress. I mean, he was doing nothing.
I don't know if it's with Knox or with another Major League Baseball player.
Right.
It might be with Knox Bregman. I feel like that would be good for Knox and good for Verlander. You recapture a little bit of the love for the game.
That's right. That's right. So the Astros lose 7-6. They did show some fight. Far as junctures in the game here, Arrighetti, the Blue Jays are not a good team this year, but they ain't the Rockies. They've got George Springer's on this team. Vlad Guerrero Jr.'s on this team. Bo Bichette's on this team. Alejandro Kirk is on this. They've got professional hitters on this baseball team.
That's what that's a little bit of what we worried about with, as awesome as Arrighetti looked versus the Rockies.
Yeah.
Come out there all amped up and throwing gas. And in the first inning, Arrighetti throws the fastest pitch he's ever had in the majors, but he just didn't have control of it. And you serve up meatballs to a team that now is expecting you to throw more heat. then the Blue Jays were just sitting and waiting, and Arrighetti gave him too many opportunities to do it.
We did get a Springer dinger off of him. You know what? Let's because I know that Brandy Payne is a listener to the show. This is for Brandy. Here's the Springer dinger as called by Callis.
And George crushes one. 3-run home run from George Springer. And the Blue Jays have jumped on Spencer Arrighetti with 4 2-out runs here in the third. Springer hitting his 9th home run of the year.
You know, it's funny, all these articles we were reading about Springer last week. Remember you and I were talking we were fantasizing about, hey, what if the Blue Jays decided to pay like 80% of his salary and we duke him a prospect and we get the band back together again and throw Springer in center field? And all the articles were like how Blue Jay fans, they want to get rid of him. His OPS is in the 600s. All the things we've been saying about Jose Abreu. That's how bad it's been for Springer up there this year. He looks fine to me these first couple games of the series.
Now this is the thing. Over the last 5 or 6 games, he's been really good. I don't think the stats had been updated as of this morning. But over the previous 5 games, he had like a 2.0 OPS, like a 2,000 OPS. Yeah. He's been batting like over 600. Yeah. But there was a point in May where he was down around a sub 600 OPS.
Oh, yeah.
Batting 188.
Yeah.
He's had a really miserable season. He's just come along as of late.
How did Brandy handle the conundrum of the Astros getting blown out, but getting blown out by a George Springer 3-run home run? I think when he hit that home run, she said, at least it was George. You know, like it's got to be somebody. At least it's kind of like if you're going to get executed. Yes.
You know, you want it to be maybe it's nice to go out looking into the eyes of somebody that you respect and admire.
Yes.
I would have you execute me. If I had to be executed, I would say, Sean, can you do this for me? This one last thing. Can you be the executioner, and can you not make a wisecrack? Oh, actually, I do want you to make a wisecrack.
You do?
Yeah, let me go down with a chuckle.
Okay.
Okay, let me go down with a smile on my face.
I think Sammy, my son, if he were to get executed, he would want you to do it, and he would want you to do a General Braddock reference right before he dies.
And then he would want me to say, go die. I could probably.
He would.
That's my cameo.
Yes.
Instead of cameo, people are going to hire, instead of like giving you a little message on social media, I will be your executioner.
Yes.
We should
Go
start doing this.
Everybody.
Yeah. Let's say, when you do that, when you do a mercy killing, euthanasia.
Yeah.
I'll be your celebrity, be local B-level celebrity executioner. Yeah. And I'll say my catchphrase, go die. Now go die.
Right.
And people will love it. They'll love it.
Yeah. Right in their face. This is edgy. I kind of like it. All right. So
I'll be your Dr. Kevorkian.
Yes. All right.
The doctor of letters.
So the Astros lose. They lose yesterday. 7-6 to the Blue Jays. Back at it tonight. Ryel Blanco, big start for Ryel Blanco. Got to bounce back from that last one over the weekend against the Mets. Hey, our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still have still save on every plan. Versus AT&T and Verizon, use their savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/switch. Up next, okay, tomorrow is the 4th of July, very patriotic holiday. In about a week or so are the ESPYs. There's a very patriotic award giving out that some people are very, very worked up about right now. Time to get worked up the day before Independence Day, I suppose. We'll have that for you. We'll have headlines a little later on in the hour. Stay there. But first, Berkeley Eye Center, $1,600 in savings.
whiskey.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast on a Wednesday. Good to be with you. The Astros lose. If you're just getting in your car, the Astros lose last night to the Blue Jays, 7-6. They're back at it today. Ryel Blanco on the hill. Astros still 3 games back in the AL West as Seattle gets shut out by Baltimore 2-0. We'll get into all that in headlines in the next segment. This ESPY thing with the Pat Tillman Award is interesting. So the Pat Tillman Award for service is given out each year at the ESPYs. One of the more prominent awards, and most of you listening know, but Pat Tillman, former safety in the NFL, who after 9/11 chose to forego millions and millions of dollars. He was one of the best safeties in the league at that time, and he and his brother chose to join the Army and go fight overseas after the 9/11 terrorist attacks. Pat Tillman killed by friendly fire, subsequently honored by the Arizona Cardinals and by Arizona State, where he went to school, retired his number, all of that. An American hero, Pat Tillman. So the ESPYs created the Pat Tillman Award for service, recognizing somebody who has done something heroic, typically in the military or defending the country realm, right? Is what the award is for.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily heroic as one of the criteria, but yeah. It's
Pat Tillman Award for service. This year, the award is going to Prince Harry. And the reason it's going to Prince Harry is he is the founder, right, Seth, of the Invictus Games.
Yeah. He was, and Prince Harry was, he served 10 years, did 2 tours in Afghanistan, and then founded the Invictus Games, which is it's a multi-sport event for wounded, injured, and sick servicemen and women. That brings a lot of attention, does some good things for those soldiers.
Right. So here, the Pat Tillman Award, here, just so we have the basis for it here, it honors, the Pat Tillman Award honors somebody who exemplifies the willingness to serve, is unselfish, is humble, helps others, does not seek recognition, and leads by example. So that's
there you go.
Yeah. So that's the Pat Tillman Award.
So I don't know how much attention this would have gotten, but Pat Tillman's mother came out very upset about this, that Prince Harry is getting this award, and says she wasn't consulted by the Pat Tillman Foundation and in choosing the award. It turns out that she typically isn't consulted by the Pat Tillman Foundation. She's not involved with that directly. So
she's not consulted by the award people.
By the award people, right?
Right.
Because it's the award, as I understand it, it's the award people that pick. It's the Pat Tillman Foundation that picks the winner, not ESPN. But ESPN's getting a lot of heat for this because why are you giving this English dude who's not even in the royal family anymore, but in the royal family nonetheless, or I guess he's not officially part of royalty, whatever. Why the hell are you doing this?
Right.
It got some. I don't know if people are genuinely angry over this or if it's slow news month in July angry about it.
Okay. Well, here was Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee, who presented the Pat Tillman Award for Service, I believe last year. He was the presenter for the award at the ESPYs. So here was Pat McAfee talking about it on his show with his crew earlier this week.
See, why does the ESPYs do this? You know what I mean?
This is asinine. This is actually the most embarrassing thing I think I've ever seen in my entire life.
For sports people.
Sounds angry.
Well, that's what the award is for, somebody who's committed their life to sport and everything like that. It's like when you do something like this, the immediate reaction from humans and from sports fans and people with just common sense and brains. It's going to be like, I think it's a part of the entire process. And I assume Prince Harry, by the way, I don't know anything about him except for the South Park episode and then what I've learned from The Crown and everything like that. Did his people know hey, you publicly put me up for this award? You're just asking basically every person that considers themselves, American, saying this is bullshit. Especially at a sports award type thing. Yes. I assume he knew that. They didn't expect that.
I don't like it.
Nobody does.
Yeah.
Okay, so McAfee, McAfee basically admits there, like, he has no idea why Prince Harry's getting the.
He said he committed his life to sports. I don't know if that was a misspeak or not. I guess that was I think that was a misspeak.
Yeah.
I don't know if Tillman, who says anybody who's angry at this or anybody who did this is an idiot, and yet I'm not sure he understands the spirit or the nature of the award.
Well, and he literally admitted there, like, Prince Harry, who the only thing I know anything about is because of the South Park episode and from watching The Crown. Like, like, okay, with me, because Seth, I'll admit, like, I'm not a royal family person at all. I think the fascination with the royal family here in the United States is at best weird. If not,
Ditto.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm not, and I watched one season of The Crown. And I was done. I realize it's very critically acclaimed. All of that. And I don't follow the royal family when it comes to the pop culture aspect of it either. Like the riff with Prince Harry and his family, I only know because I read the headlines in the People magazine newsletters that I get in my email, that kind of thing. What I did do is I went and said, okay, well, why is he getting this award? I think I'll go look and see and read why is he getting it. And when I saw, A, that he served in the Army and did 2 tours in Afghanistan, and B, what exactly he's being recognized for, which is essentially creating, like, Olympic-style games for wounded veterans, things like that, recognizing them, giving them hope. I'm like, okay, this, I don't know, like, sounds like a worthy recipient to me.
I think part of it is that a lot of the previous winners have been non-celebrities and veterans, many of them veterans who have been injured and have a lot of challenges and everything. Yeah. So I think it might be maybe because it's a departure from some of the guys that where you look at and you're okay, this is a guy that did something courageous or died. Or got severely disabled or what have you. But at the same time, it is somebody who has actually done a lot for wounded veterans, and he's a celebrity. So there's a part of it that my knee-jerk response was the same as yours. Like, oh, come on. Enough with the royal damn family. Right. But there's also the part of it that, like, at various times, lots of celebrities get awards, whereas, yes, the rank and file, the people who actually work at the children's hospital who, really just, for example, to take different types of charities, like, yeah, those people are the real heroes, et cetera, et cetera. But when it comes to fundraising or bringing eyeballs to, like, the Invictus Games or anything else like that, I feel there is a place for honoring the celebrities when you're at an event that's honoring other celebrities. There's a lot of the athletes up who are getting awards. The reason people watch is because there's professional athletes getting awards more so than the few that are sprinkled in who aren't so well known to the public eye.
Yeah. I mean, I was more inquisitive than angry when I heard it. I rolled my eyes a little bit, but I'm like, all right, well, there's got to be a reason. They're not just going to take. This isn't like giving it like best this or best that to somebody in a token. This is named after Pat Tillman. So I could understand Pat Tillman's family like going, okay, what's going on here? But like getting outraged about it. I guess maybe you draw a good contrast there, which is oftentimes this has gone to somebody who is still dealing with struggle. They're still battling every day, and it's hard to say, other than maybe battling his own family, that Prince Harry's going to war every day. It's
not like he overcame his humble upbringing and somehow, against all odds, became a famous person.
I'm fine with it. When I read about why he's getting it, I'm like, oh, yeah, that's cool.
And I think, like, last year, the Buffalo Bills, so it's not always military in nature either. Last year, the Buffalo Bills training staff won it for their efforts to save Damar Hamlin's life after he suffered cardiac arrest. Yeah. So I think it probably, in Pat Tillman's mom's mind, was more about just the nature of the recipient and that, hey, why are we doing this now? And that's the part that does rub you the wrong way a little bit, is that, man, like Prince Harry, as far as his public celebrity, has gone from being... He still gets a lot of notoriety because he's a former member of the royal family, that he's a former duke or like all of that. That's the part that rubs me the wrong way, just because I also despise America's infatuation with the royal family.
Yeah,
it's the dumbest thing in the world that Americans care about the British royal family.
I agree.
Like, they should just be happy, and every member of the royal family should just be happy that they didn't lose their heads like just about every other monarchy did back in the early part of the 20th century.
Well put.
Most other countries and empires were like, whoa, what the hell is this?
All right.
Sacre bleu, off with their heads. And the royal family coaxed it and massaged it in such a way that they turned themselves into a reality show. They were the first original reality show. We can look in on these rich folks and pay attention to their lives and everything. Okay, cool.
Here's my question for you: How much should you and I hate ourselves that we just spent the last 7 minutes getting worked up over an ESPY?
We should, I think, I don't know, we should get a royalty check from ESPN.
From ESPN?
Because, again, the Pat Tillman Foundation makes the decision, but I don't think ESPN is probably upset that people are talking about ESPN in this dead time of sports news.
It's funny. They literally do it. They literally have the ESPYs on the deadest sports day of the year. The day after the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. With all due respect to various soccer and cricket that might be going on around the world, that is I can tell you as a gambler, that is a dead day the Wednesday after the All-Star Game. There's nothing going on. Nothing.
I think I remember I was going off on Prince Harry. I basically had the same A.J. Hawk response sometime like 5, 6, 7 years ago about some news about Prince Harry. And one of our listeners admonished me and said, hey, he actually... He did serve a couple tours in Afghanistan. He's a British Army officer for 10 years. He does do a lot of work with wounded veterans and organizations like that, founded the Invictus Games, all that stuff. So I give the grudging acknowledgement that, and also I should credit him for willingly stepping away from the royal family, which is a big old scam.
He shares our view on the royal family,
He stepped away from the scam that is the British royal family.
That's right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Hey, I read that Chandler Rome article that you brought up yesterday about Hunter Brown. That was really good work by Chandler. The quotes, the stuff from Bregman and Presley in that article. And for those who missed it, Hunter Brown has replaced Ryel Blanco as the current most valuable player on the Astros. Like what Hunter Brown's been doing over the last 8 starts has kept this team in the mix. Ryel Blanco and Hunter Brown have kept this team in the race in the AL West. And the Presley part in that article where it talked about Presley sitting down next to Hunter Brown on the plane after he gave up 11 hits in less than an inning against the Royals was very interesting to me. Presley was more like a therapist kind of giving him a pep talk. The Bregman stuff was more like sensei stuff where it's like, hey, man, you got this two-seamer that you're just sitting on right now. Use that. Use your sinker. Bro, it was. You know what it reminded me of?
Especially because right-handed batters were just crushing him because Hunter was only throwing stuff to the outside of the plate versus righties, and they were just sitting and waiting on it and abusing him.
The plate.
So without even having his sinker hasn't been a great sinker. It's not like it's a great pitch for him, but it's attacking the inside of the plate, and now batters can't just sit and wait on things. And it's been really the spark of a huge turnaround for him.
Yeah. Sometimes the quality of a pitch is largely based on the quality of your other pitches. His sinker doesn't have to be great. It plays off those other pitches. The Bregman thing was really cool to me. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of when we hear about CJ going and talking to defensive players after practice, talked about talking to Aziz Al-Shire, talking to guys on other teams after games, like the DB from New England that picked him off, like, hey, what did you see there? Bregman giving Hunter Brown the perspective of an offensive player, of a batter, Hunter Brown credits this huge for his turnaround this year. It's a really good article. It's really good.
Yeah, there's a good part in there about his body language too, which is, sometimes body language is overanalyzed or overrated as something to judge guys by, but it is something that athletes themselves know that, man, it's that classic, it's that classic quirk of human anatomy and psychology that sometimes you can actually change your mindset by changing your body. Usually, well, if you're down and morose, then you're going to have bad body language. Yeah. You can actually lift your spirits by having good body language. And he had caught himself saying at various times when he was struggling, like, oh, here we go again. and he just consciously changed his body language to be more confident and be more in attack mode. And it's really cool to hear about the substantive things that happened to affect the turnaround.
Yeah.
And Bregman was a huge part of it.
Yeah.
So now the Astros need to give him a 12-year contract.
Well,
that's all I'm saying.
they
need to give Bregman a 12-year contract.
I don't know about a 12-year. They need to add 1 year to whatever their limit is.
14.
They need to add 1 year. If the limit they were going to go is 5, the Chandler Rome article should make it 6. They should be a fine. And I'm not even being cute. Like that is a big deal. Like a veteran guy like that who has that high a baseball IQ, being able to have that, sort of permeating effect on other guys on the team,
Well, and those are, yesterday when we talked about this, you had said, all right, well, but why wasn't the pitching coach? Why weren't the pitching coaches the guys that to recommend this?
I did.
I think that's where the veteran leadership comes in terms of, how I've always said usually when people think about veteran leadership, they think about rah-rah speeches and all that stuff. And that's not the stuff that really matters day in and day out. It's stuff like this where really, it's hard for a pitching coach to necessarily have these kinds of conversations with a guy in a player-coach setting, that especially with a young player. A young player might not be venting to a coach the same way he was venting to Ryan Presley and Alex Bregman. And, on an airplane in that setting, and to kind of have a heart-to-heart and to actually get some nuts and bolts advice from a guy like Bregman or from Ryan Presley, that's where that veteran leadership just kind of compounds across a team when you think about all the different interactions that guys have. And it's hard to discount. It's hard to discount. I don't know what it amounts to in terms of added WAR per player. Like how much added WAR does Bregman provide? It's impossible to say, but it's certainly something.
I would go look up Hunter Brown's WAR since that conversation with Bregman. If I were Scott Boras, that's what I would do. I would say this: he's responsible for this much. I know it's 3.2 at the end of the year, but he gets another 4.6 from Hunter Brown. All right.
Too, with Bregman, it's another one of those things, too, where it's a matter of perspective. Like in any field, sometimes when you're an expert and you're just dialed in and hyper-focused on the details, that's when a consultant from outside the organization can help a lot because they just see things from a different perspective. Likewise, some of those veteran players, they just have a different perspective than the pitching coaches.
Yep. All right, let's get to headlines. We'll get back to the Astros in headlines. The Rockets introduced Reed Sheppard yesterday. We've got some news on the quarterback front in the NFL as well. Whole bunch of stuff to get to in headlines, and we'll do that coming up next.
What should we expect from the Rockets this season?
If they get into the play-in, that's 7 through 10, if they're not hosting a game, I'll be a little disappointed. And I think the ceiling for them is they can flirt with maybe getting home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs, like a 4-seed or something.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Good morning from the traffic center. We've got 288 northbound at Orem. The right lane is blocked, and the Cordell crash cam is showing a 610 North Loop westbound after Sheppard. You've got one left lane to get through. 610.
and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Altuve sends one to center field. Kiermaier has it lined up, and the Toronto Blue Jays have won the game 7-6. Astros couldn't move Jeremy Payne after the leadoff double, and the Astros try to come back down 7-0 and fall 1 run short tonight. Houston loses for just the second time in their last 12 games as they lose tonight to the Blue Jays 7-6. The series tied at 1 game apiece.
All right, that was Todd Callis on the call. The Blue Jays beat the Astros 7-6. The Astros remain 3 games back in the Mariners, who also lost yesterday to the Baltimore Orioles. Big stories from yesterday's game. Spencer Arrighetti did not follow up his dominant performance against the Rockies with an equally dominant performance, not even close. He was not good. The Astros fought back after falling behind 7-0. You know, it was interesting, Seth, in this game. We didn't mention this in the open when we were talking about it, but Jose Barrios, who was the pitcher of the month back in April in the American League. He's had a pretty good season. He's been Toronto's probably their best pitcher this year. Certainly one of them. I'll give Callis and Blum credit. They were picking up on it in the top of the 5th. They were going, wow, this is interesting. Barrios is in a little bit of trouble, not much trouble yet, but he was at 50 pitches, and they already had people warming up in the bullpen. Yeah. And so Callis and Blum were kind of picking up on that, like something's going on here with Barrios because they've already got pitchers warming up at 50 pitches, and then the Astros proceeded to shell him for the rest of the inning, you know?
As soon as that, and I was glad that Callis had alerted us to that because that's when you start thinking, oh, okay, guys. All right, come on. Do it now.
Blood in the water.
God bless the pitch clock. These relievers, they got to get warmed up hyper at warp speed these days if you got to get a guy out of there because of the pitch clock. And they did. They did exactly what they needed to do is they pounced on him when they had the opportunity. That's what makes that loss not hurt as much. And it's just we talked about this before they had lost to the Mets last week, was that, man, it at some point, you know, okay, they're going to lose games. And when they were on that stretch, and they're still on a nice winning streak here, but when they were stringing them together back to back to back, you're in a position now where every loss just is a knife in the gut. We could have woken up today only 2 games back to the Mariners because the Mariners lost last night.
Yep.
And I'm enjoying it. I like having my July be this important.
It's great. It's fun. And so back at it tonight, Ryel Blanco on the mound trying to get his mojo back after his last start against the New York Mets. Let's flip over to the Rockets, who introduced Reed Sheppard yesterday. 3rd overall pick in the draft out of Kentucky, an elite shooter, elite athlete. And Reed Sheppard telling the story. He's got parents that both played basketball at Kentucky. His dad, Jeff, was on national championship team at Kentucky.
And we should point out before we play this audio, which I think was the highlight of this press conference, that he had previously said in this press conference that his parents never pushed him to play basketball at all. You know, they were there for him as a resource, but they were very kind of like sounded like Archie Manning. You know, they were there as a resource, but they really didn't push him at all. But it's not like they were softies.
Right.
I learned so much from my parents, more mom than dad, but no, you know, they were both really big on the whole basketball journey, and the biggest thing that they taught was just work hard, compete, don't let anyone outwork you. It doesn't matter if something hurts, you get out and you fight through it. You can't be soft. That was one of mom and dad's biggest words growing up, is you can't be soft. So just having the mindset of every time you go on the court, you're going to play as hard as you can. And with the IQ stuff, I think that's just kind of a lot of that is from mom. So I thank her for that. But you know, I'm very thankful for the both of them, and throughout the whole journey, they've had my back through it all. So I couldn't thank them enough.
Take that, Dad. Take that, Dad. That basketball IQ stuff, that's probably from my mom.
He took a couple subtle shots at his dad. I don't know, but that might be. I don't think he was taking shots at his dad, but he knows.
Oh no, they get it. No, I'm breaking balls more than anything else.
No, I don't know, but I mean, like, not even breaking balls necessarily. I think that might have been the actual dynamic. His mom might have just been more involved on that side of things. You know, that his dad might have been more laid back about it. But yeah, it was good. good parenting example, I suppose, that Reed Sheppard, who still has to prove himself in the NBA, but didn't get pressure from his parents other than that if you're going to do this, you can't be soft. You got to do it a certain way.
That's it, man. Like, you're either off the grid for basketball, or if you're out there, you're not going to embarrass us, okay? One or the other. We will not be embarrassed by you.
I don't think that's how they said it.
That's how I heard it.
Don't embarrass me.
That's how I heard it. There's two ways that you can't embarrass us. Don't play basketball at all, or if you play, don't be soft, all right?
Mom was pretty tough. Dad was drunk a lot. And, it was, other than that, pretty good upbringing.
They seemed like a nice family, man. I was watching some of the clips of the parents. They did a little media afterwards. I'm like, everybody's just so nice here. It's like, yeah, man, it's Houston.
I did like Reed Sheppard had a lot of the good cliche stuff you want to hear about. Yeah. When they asked about his goals, it was all about the team stuff, winning a championship, all of that. But that is... Like, sometimes it's just lip service. A lot of guys that are good at saying that stuff and not believing it. But I do like, at the very least, I like hearing it and waiting to see whether it's lip service or not.
Yeah.
Where we've seen chemistry be an issue with this team, going back to when they were really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
So as many guys as you can get on there that are really team-oriented and, willing to do whatever it takes to win for the team and all that, then the more the better.
Yeah, I think he's a great fit. I like seeing the Sheppard family talk about how nice everybody was. I'm like, well, the owners are in the hospitality business. Okay, this is what they do. They're nice they're nice to strangers. That's what their business is.
I've never had this much shrimp in my life.
Yeah. They told me I get triple Landry's points now. What does that mean?
What is that?
Yeah, what are Landry's points?
Is there any place in town I can see a manta ray?
Yes.
The one thing I wanted to do when I was going to Houston was collect this check and maybe see a manta ray.
And I'd like there to be a Ferris wheel within 50 feet of said manta ray.
Yes.
Well, it just so happens right over
I'd like to go get a water park enema.
Yeah.
While I'm downtown.
Exactly.
Can I do that anywhere?
Exactly. Yes, right over there. Turns out Aaron Rodgers was in Egypt when he was missing mandatory minicamp, Seth. That came out in the New York Post yesterday. So that was the place that he had to be, where apparently he couldn't get a refund on his vacation. This is some of the silliest stuff.
Well, they closed Egypt down in July, Sean. So he had to be sure he got over there quickly. He wanted to get there during the comfortable weather.
Right. Yeah. His fast passes that he had for the pyramids don't work in July. He only has them for June. I don't know how Aaron Rodgers looks his teammates in the face and says he's all in and he wants to win and he... Like, if you were a teammate of Aaron Rodgers and he's skipping minicamp, if Mark Brunell back in the day were skipping minicamp to go to Egypt, like literally on a vacation.
Yeah, I'd be like, are you feeding hungry children at least?
Would you be angry as a teammate? Would you be angry?
No, you'd give it a side eye.
Yeah.
I told you before, it's really, man, when you've got a quarterback that doesn't seem to be putting in the kind of work and time and sacrifice that other quarterbacks around the league are.
Yeah.
It's like when you got a lazy boss, you just start to wonder, like, all right, well, like, I like, how committed is this guy truly and genuinely?
Yeah.
And the one thing too, I think it can be overblown, and but I don't like when people say, well, look, missing the 2 minicamp days isn't going to be why they lose a game in September. Well, like, right, but the guys that win lots of games as quarterbacks tend to be pretty hyper-focused and do a lot. So, like, missing minicamp is just one canary in the coal mine in terms of, like, all right, well, really genuinely how committed is this guy to turning this thing around? And it's not like – and then remember when Tom Brady missed some time before his final season at Tampa, people were discounting that and saying, well, whatever, that. It ended up being a miserable season. He was obviously very distracted by the fact that he was getting divorced. It was a big deal. And it wasn't that he was being lazy or anything, but there was obviously something going on in his life that kept him from being as hyper-focused as Tom Brady typically is. And, it's not nothing. You can't just slough it off like, oh, it's no big deal, it's just minicamp. If it's no big deal, then why was everybody else there?
Right.
Why?
Why? Right. Exactly. Text message, Rodgers seems like the type who would go to Egypt because of an Ancient Aliens episode that he saw. It's true.
100. He saw something on Rogan about how the pyramids were actually built, and he wanted to go investigate for himself. He's that's 100%. I don't even need to be convinced of it. In my mind, that's exactly why he went.
Tashawn Gibson, Texans legend, 49er the last couple years, suspended 6 games for PEDs yesterday. He's a free agent right now. The only reason I bring that up, Seth, is I got to imagine, having played for D'Amico Ryans in San Francisco, that if they needed help at safety, he would have been, and having been in the building here before, that he might have been on the short list of guys that would get an emergency call?
I've gotten annoyed every time I see Tashawn Gibson pop up on my screen on a Sunday or when I'm watching a Monday night game or something like that, because he seems like one of those guys that was just caught up in that 2020, 2021 era where there were good players on that team that would have been nice to retain, but probably were like, oh, hell no. I'm gonna get myself somewhere and stay in a place like San Francisco or what have you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and these days when guys get popped for PEDs, it's because like a dumb doctor thought that they could give them estrogen blockers because it's not technically a steroid or something. There's a lot of stuff out there that will increase your testosterone levels, and doctors who don't know what the hell they're talking about will assume like, well, it's not steroids, sure, you can take this. So as long as he wasn't, mainlining Diana ball or something, I would imagine he'll still be a good football player when he gets back.
Yep. All right. Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. There's an area where the two NFL teams in Texas, the Texans and the Cowboys, are in complete opposite situations right now. And the Texans are on the good side of this. We will tell you what that is coming up next. But right now, I am talking to you homeowners out there, you business
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, you know what, Seth? Quick correction from yesterday. Yeah, quick correction from yesterday. You and I were we were playing that audio from Parker McCollum where he was backing the Texans on the Pat McAfee show. You know, Parker McCollum, one of the bigger celebs who considers himself a Texans fan. And we were going through some other celebs who may or may not be Texan fans. And the article that I had listed George Foreman and basically listed Foreman's from Houston and he was the home field advantage captain for such and such a game. And we were like, all right, well, I don't know if that puts him on a diehard fan list. I got a text from our friend John Schriever yesterday, former czar of ticketing with the Texans, who's now enjoying retirement. He was listening in and he said, George Foreman, huge Texans fan. He used to have a suite for like 15 years at NRG Stadium for him and his family. So you
know that he was, aside from being a czar of cooking meat, he was also a boxer.
Foreman?
Yeah.
Wow.
I was thinking about that. I was wondering how many. He's a classic guy, kind of like John Madden, where a lot of younger people might not even realize that John Madden was ever a football coach or even a football commentator.
Yeah.
They know him from the video games. I wonder what the age cutoff is for people who. Where the majority of people know him more by the grill than as a boxer.
Yeah. You ever own a Foreman grill?
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
I liked it. It was easy.
I would have preferred an on-off switch, but other than that, I liked it.
I don't remember that.
Or the ability to detach the plate to wash the thing. But other than that, it was very good. Yes.
I haven't had one in years. So was it as soon as you plugged it in, that thing was hot? Is that the deal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So, And almost not even exaggerating, as soon as you plugged it in, that thing was hot. Yeah.
I don't remember that part of it. I just remember all the grease seeping down into the little bin right there at the base of it.
It was really but part of it was it was genius in its simplicity.
Yeah. That
it was that you could cook meat and all the grease would drip down. You could tell yourself you're being healthy.
Yeah.
This ground beef has gone from 80% to 85% lean meat, I'd say. Yeah.
Right. I got rid of all the bad stuff.
Yeah.
It's in this bin right here. It's
I'm
grease.
basically a vegan at this point.
That's right.
I'm doing things right.
That's right. So the two teams here in Texas, I was thinking about this yesterday as I was reading a Mike Florio article about how effed the Cowboys are right now. By sitting around and doing nothing, and that's my perception of it. I don't listen in on Dallas radio a lot to hear because there's nothing going on up there right now with the Cowboys, and that's the problem. I think is, at least from the outside looking in, they've sort of just sat and stared at CeeDee Lamb for the offseason. They sat and stared at Dak Prescott for the offseason. Haven't done anything with either of their contracts. Meanwhile, the one guy who's been the best player out of the three of them, the three guys, is Micah Parsons. He's been, Defensive Player of the Year caliber, and he's in line for a new contract also. He's also making by far the least out of these three guys this coming season.
Yeah, $2.9 million.
$2.9 million.
There's no arbitration in football.
There's not. So they've done nothing, and by doing nothing, they are headed towards a training camp that is going to be very, very interesting up in Dallas.
Florio in here says... Then there's Parsons. He's due to only make $2.9 million this year. He should not set foot on a football field until he gets a new deal.
He was giving him a
Florio
pep talk.
Advocating the hold in, I suppose. So you could have your own opinions about whether or not he should set foot on a football field. But this is something the Cowboys have done in the past too, and then even handled it oddly, where they had that standoff with Ezekiel Elliott, Dak Prescott, and who was the other notable player that had to get paid?
Zach Martin.
Zach Martin. They chose to pay Zach Martin and Ezekiel Elliott, which turned out to be a really stupid contract in hindsight, and instead of Dak Prescott. And then they ended up paying out the nose for Dak Prescott the next year anyway.
Yep.
So they find themselves in a similar bind right now where they've got three guys that they could – that totally, I don't know if deserve is the right word, but a lot of teams would have these guys renegotiated and give them new deals. It's not clear that the Cowboys are going to do that.
I think they deserve it within the framework of this is what normal has become in the NFL. Like CeeDee Lamb is heading into his 5th-year option. A player of his caliber at his position, he's a top 5 or 6 wide receiver in football. A player of his caliber has a new contract by the time the 5th-year option rolls around. Micah Parsons is one of the top 10 players in the sport. Forget about his position. He's a top 10 player in the sport. Those guys get extended after 3 years. And those would already be difficult negotiations if it was just those two guys and you had to figure out how we can do this with the money. They've got a quarterback who not only is highly paid, but they've let this thing slide into a situation where Dak Prescott is about to be a $55 million cap hit. He's a $55 million cap hit next year already with, like, voidable years and stuff they've shoved into the future. Like, he has all the leverage. He's a free agent after this year, and yet there's still dead money on the cap even after this with Dak. And they can't use the franchise tag on him.
Right.
So he's got all the so you got a quarterback. Like, it would be bad enough if it was only trying to figure out Dak. You're trying to figure out Dak while trying to figure out a top 5 receiver in a market where the tippy-top receiver just altered the market by about $4 million. Like, Justin Jefferson took the receiver market through the stratosphere like 2 weeks ago, and then you got Micah Parsons as well.
Well, and I think with Dak, like, you can have some really valid arguments about just how good he is or whatever you want. You know, whether you love him, hate him, I don't know. Like, he wasn't the problem or the reason that they didn't advance further in the playoffs this year. I think that the problem, he's also not agitating or making a public display of any of this. It really is just a classic team building, salary management. You've got a quarterback right now that you should be treating as a guy that can win a Super Bowl for you.
Yes.
He's there on your roster, on your team, and he's going to be a free agent next year and make way more money than you're capable or willing to or prepared to pay him unless you take care of this right now. I mean, they can do it next year, but it's going to be that much more damaging to the rest of the team. It's this weird dynamic in Dallas where they draft really well. They hit lightning in a bottle twice in terms of getting quarterbacks on either, Tony Romo was an undrafted rookie free agent. Dak Prescott was a 4th-round pick. They've had very, very good luck at drafting quarterbacks or acquiring young quarterbacks, but it's not as simple as just going out and getting another Dak Prescott.
No.
As well as building a team around whomever else is his replacement.
So I look at something like this, and I think the one thing you brought up there, Seth, that is like it's the double-edged sword in this thing is like, yeah, when you draft really well, you're faced with a lot of tough decisions on big contracts with guys. The Cowboys have drafted incredibly well by, compared to other NFL teams, relatively speaking, over the last several years. You know who's drafted really well the last couple of years? The Houston Texans. And right now, the Texans are still in that honeymoon phase, for lack of a better term, where their young guys of import are all still at most a year away from this even being a discussion. That'd be Derek Stingley Jr. Like, if Stingley has an all-pro season this year, which if he replicates the last half of last season, if he replicates that again this year, then he'll have a case to be made for at least discussing an extension with the Texans. The Texans have no contract drama right now. Getting Nico Collins done was the closest thing. The Athletic had an article where they had the most dramatic contractual situation for each of the 32 NFL teams. And the most dramatic thing that they could come up with for the Texans was, if Stephon Diggs has a good year after this season, then what do you do with Stephon Diggs? Like, they're going into training camp with nothing. Now that they've signed Nico to his extension, there's nothing pressing contractually for the Texans right now. Zero.
Right.
Nothing.
Yeah, I think, and personally, I think that no matter what Stephon Diggs does next year, there's almost zero chance that Stephon Diggs gets a long-term or even a 3-year contract from the Texans. Stephon Diggs' contract this year is part of the plan for bringing CJ along and bringing your young wide receivers along to get to that point where you don't have to have a guy like Stephon Diggs on the roster. Yeah. You just keep developing your young guys. Well, you bring in some older guys to complement the roster, fill out the staff, help your younger guys come along, all of that. So I wouldn't put Stephon Diggs as an issue necessarily. I guess the one thing I would wonder about is, I don't know. It's not rock solid in my mind that they've drafted really well the last 2 years yet, because we still don't know if Derek Stingley can stay healthy.
Yeah.
It's a huge, all that was confirmed last year was that, Derek Stingley is a really good player. I mean, some people, just for purely football reasons, had him ranked higher than Sauce Gardner as a prospect. It wasn't just the Texans. That was probably pretty split among NFL teams. But the big question with Derek Stingley was whether or not he could stay healthy. And, Kenyon Green so far has been a disappointment. That might change. Jalen Petrie, we don't know exactly what we're going to get. I think he's going to be better this year. But I think but it still does. Whether those guys are ultimately really good picks or not, they're not going to be a contract issue for another couple of years.
They're not. Now, I guess my question would be, because when I watch the Cowboys and how they're operating, and it just feels like they've been sitting around doing nothing. Let's pretend that Stingley's really good and that C.J. Stroud is really good. You don't need to pretend there. He is really good.
Pretend that he stays healthy.
Pretend that he stays healthy. Yeah, let's pretend that all these guys are factors 2 years from now. Stingley, Stroud, Will Anderson Jr. I'll throw Tank Dell in there. Let's say Tank puts together a couple big years, big seasons like that. Do you ever see the Texans with Nick Caserio getting into a situation like the Cowboys are in right now, where they've let just this inertia set in and they're in gridlock contractually?
I don't know, because he's just so active all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think at some point, Nick's going to be at least temporarily unpopular because he trades away a really good player. I think it'll be one of those moments where, kind of like with the 49ers, where they've had to make some hard decisions. They've had to let some really good players go at times because they simply can't pay everybody. And that's a good spot. That's a good reason to be temporarily unpopular, because you have to make those hard decisions because you just simply can't pay everybody.
I hope it's not Tank. It's Ayuk right now in San Francisco, because they've already paid a receiver and paid the defensive end and paid this guy and paid that guy. Please don't let it be. I'm with you. The math catches up with you at some point, and you got to make moves that are unpopular. Just don't let it be Tank, man.
The last time the Texans were in a situation you're describing was back in 2000. Was it 2000? Going into the 2012 season, because they had to. They made some. They gave some guys some new contracts. I believe Arian Foster got a new contract that offseason.
He did,
but they had to let Mario Williams walk. I mean, it wasn't even a. They had enough good players on their roster that they had to make some tough decisions. And Mario Williams, I don't think that I don't know if they would have paid him what Buffalo paid him, even if they were able to keep him and if they had the cap space. But that was a really good player that you had to let walk.
They cut Eric Winston that offseason also. He's your starting right tackle.
Yep.
They cut Eric Winston that offseason. That Mario Williams thing is interesting, Seth. Do they make the same decision with Mario Williams if J.J. Watt didn't have the last month plus playoffs of the season that he had? J.J. Watt was a very average player during his rookie year, and then he exploded at the end of the year.
He exploded at the end, but also Connor Barwin and Brooks Reed played really well in the playoffs. Yeah. I think as good as J.J. was, I want to say statistically at least, I think Connor Barwin and Brooks Reed may have been even better in the postseason. They were all good. And down the stretch, they were all very good. Yeah, I think when you look at the committee of those edge rushers and what they what they could have pulled from the conclusions they drew from the 2011 season, they probably thought, all right, well, we have guys that can do it for us as pass rushers.
Yeah, and they were right. So I feel good about that.
They're right for 1 year.
There were a lot of things going on with the 2013 team.
Peter King had Brooks Reed as the 2012 Defensive Player of the Year in the preseason.
Going into the year, yeah. He was right about most of it. It'll be a second-year Texans player who had a handful of sacks his rookie year. So he got those two things right. It just happened to be J.J. Watt, not Brooks Reed. That's all.
Since with Will Anderson, I did some research, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I brought this up yesterday or not, but I was kind of remarking on. I had made a offhand observation to you of something that I believed but I had never fact-checked myself on, was that most really good pass rushers in the NFL don't get double-digit sacks their first year.
Yeah.
I turned out to be even way more correct on that than I thought I had been. Like, I looked up the guys who had the most sacks over the last 5 years as edge rushers.
Yeah.
And 9 of them did not have double-digit sacks in their rookie year.
Wow.
The only one that did was Max Crosby, who actually took a step back. He had 10 sacks his rookie year, then he had 7 sacks his second year. Every other one, Nick Bosa, T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett, everybody had single-digit sacks their first year and then double-digit sacks their second year.
Okay, I was going to ask you, give me some names, but you just rattled off a few of them.
And then a couple of them, like Hassan Reddick and Trey Hendrickson, had 10 sacks in their first 3 seasons combined.
Yeah.
Because they were late bloomers.
Yep.
But yeah, it just goes to speak when we listen to Will Anderson talk about all the things he's working on this offseason. That's the normal experience for NFL pass rushers. It's that they really have no idea how technical a job it is to be a defensive end. It's not just running fast around an offensive tackle. There's a lot that goes into it.
I guess my question would be, and I know I'm guessing you don't have these numbers in front of you, but having looked at it, was the leap from year 1 to year 2, did they all get to double digits in year 2?
It wasn't. Now, JJ, I didn't put JJ in the study officially because he was still more of an interior guy than an edge guy.
Yeah.
But JJ had the biggest leap out of any of them. So when I took those 10 guys, but then also added JJ Watt into the mix, JJ had 5.5 sacks his rookie year, then 20.5 his second year.
That's a big leap.
Pretty big leap.
That's a 300% or 400% leap right there. Yeah.
So TJ Watt went from 7 to 13.
Okay.
Myles Garrett had 7 his rookie year. He went up to 15.
Okay.
I mean, it's a big leap, but they weren't Mark Gastineau numbers in the second year.
No, but those are numbers that get me excited about Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah.
He had 7.5 this year. He's right in that same. Give me more. You got any more?
Nick Bosa had 9 his first year and then 15 in his third year. His third year because he was injured his entire second year.
That's right.
Danielle Hunter 6 in his first year.
Yep.
Then 12.5 in his second year.
Yeah.
Trey Hendrickson had. This is crazy. So Trey Hendrickson is in the top 10 for sacks in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
In his first 3 years in the NFL, he had 6.5 sacks.
Total.
Yeah.
Total.
Aaron Donald, not an edge rusher, but still fun name to talk about.
Yeah.
9 sacks his rookie year. He only went up to 11 in his second year.
Oh, my God. What a scrub. Whatever happened to him? He's out of football now.
Hassan Reddick had 7 sacks in his first 3 years combined.
Yeah.
So he was a late bloomer, and he's a different body type and everything. Khalil Mack went from 4 to 15.
Yeah.
So it looks like on average, a lot of those guys that ended up becoming premier edge rushers,
yeah.
take Aaron Donald and J.J. Watt out of the equation, they had anywhere typically 13 to 15 sacks in their second year.
That gets me excited about Will Anderson Jr. That's a very consistent level of production.
Yeah.
And I look at Will Anderson, just forget about the numbers. I look at Will Anderson Jr. and the style and the ferocity with which he plays. He's a lot like all those guys you just named.
Same temperament, all that. I think with JJ, again, not as much of an edge rusher in his first few years, but JJ was a guy who very much improved technically from year 1 to year 2. I went back and I watched a bunch of his first games from his rookie year, and it's funny because it is a lot like Will Anderson in that, man, you can see that it's there, and you can see, obviously, in hindsight, it's easy to see that it's there. But he was just like Will was last year at times, there were so many plays in JJ's first half of the season in his rookie year where he was really close to making a play. Could have had 6 or 7 sacks in the first half of his rookie season, but didn't make any of these plays because of just these little finer points of the game. And it's the guys that work on it and can keep tinkering that get better and better and better. And Will very much looks like a guy that's very methodically tinkering with it right now.
The ones that are really interesting that you brought up are Hendrickson and Hassan Reddick to me. The late bloomers fascinate me. What clicked in for them in year 4? Now, some would say if it's clicking in year 4, what clicked in for them was the contract year.
Yeah.
Because Trey Hendrickson got paid by the Bengals after one big season with New Orleans, right? He started out with New Orleans.
Yeah. So Reddick was it was in his 4th year with the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Where it kind of clicked. I think so with Reddick's interesting because he's not the classic physique.
Right.
He's a smaller guy, so he probably had to learn how to just get really crafty with everything to utilize his athleticism more so than strength and power. But I think also sometimes it's a matter of that, but also just it depends on scheme. Sometimes with a case like Henderson or Hassan Reddick, a lot of times it's just flat out that there can be coaching bias, like these guys, well, no, this guy's not really a pass rusher. Hendrickson looks like a lunch pail grinder to me. Dude. I don't know if I want him out there on 3rd down. I don't know. So, you got to prove it to your coaches and overcome whatever biases they might have to get the opportunities to be out there on 3rd down.
Hendrickson's always fascinated me because he doesn't look like a football player in his uniform.
His body,
he looks
like. It's not that he's white; it's that he's kind of sloppy by pass rusher.
A little sloppy, no frills, no tape on his arms, no gloves, bare hand. He looks like a bouncer that they threw a football uniform on. When
you look at his headshots, he looks like a pleasant young man that's going to go into investment banking or something.
Right.
No, investment banking might be a bit too ambitious for this kid. This is this kid,
bouncer.
This kid, I don't know. Bouncer, no, he's too too
nice.
Gentle looking.
He's too nice. Yeah. But
he went to a Popka.
That's
why
really?
that kid. That's how this kid, a Popka.
That's in the muck,
That's where
man.
Warren Sapp went to high school. That's where Brandy was She was what they called a safe coordinator. Brandy, my wife, was when I met her, she was a peer mediator or a peer mediation coordinator at Apopka High School.
Yeah.
Which is a very, 50% high school graduation rate. It's a lot of kids that get tough upbringings and everything.
It's like in the muck of Florida, right?
Yeah. So she, it's a tough school. It's a tough school.
Tough school.
So Hendrickson wasn't like some little, suburban softie. He was, he had to play with some hardcore dudes.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Popka High School. I'm looking at the list. Warren Sapp, Trey Hendrickson, Jalen Carter went to Apopka.
Yeah.
Noted drag racer Jalen Carter went to.
That's right. Yeah.
Went to Apopka. Yeah, man. Warren Sapp. Those are some of the famous ones from there.
And he was, but he was a 3rd-round pick. It wasn't like he was, had to earn his way up from the bottom or anything.
Yeah.
So it might have just clicked for him.
Nice career, man. He's had a real nice career. The new Hard Knocks is out. The off-season Hard Knocks, first year they've done this, as we continue here on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. I have not watched the first episode yet, Seth. I guess it dropped last night. I will say this. From the first 2 teaser clips that have popped out online, the little bite-sized morsels they put out there to tease you to say, hey, go watch this. I am intrigued by this format. Now, this is Hard Knocks now has really branched out. They've got the classic Hard Knocks, which is, during training camp. That'll be the Chicago Bears this year, I believe. They've been doing that for 20-plus years. I think they're going on year 25 of doing that. They've got the in-season Hard Knocks, which I think they're headed into year 4. They're going to cover the entire AFC North during the second half of the season. Mm-hmm. This off-season Hard Knocks, which started last night, they're covering the New York Giants, and they're covering free agency and the draft. It feels, at least from the first 2 clips that have leaked out, very front office intensive. Almost like the making of a team, like how an offseason unfolds, negotiations, things like that. There were 2 clips that emerged yesterday. Here were a couple clips from the first one. Now, this is at the Senior Bowl in Mobile, Alabama during Super Bowl week. Which is where all the Senior Bowl, where all the best college players congregate. They play an all-star game on Saturday, but the big thing are all the practices leading up to it during the week. And that's also kind of a quasi-GM convention there because the guys are all there. So in this clip, Joe Shane, who is the GM of the Giants, is chatting with a couple former colleagues of his. Dan Morgan, who's the GM with the Carolina Panthers, and Brandon Beane is standing there. He's the GM of the Buffalo Bills. The focus of this is on Joe Shane and Dan Morgan because if you recall, those 2 teams ended up making a deal for Brian Burns. Brian Burns got traded from the Panthers to the Giants, And this was really interesting because the case is being made that the seeds for that deal actually got planted in this just sort of chit-chat at the Senior Bowl. Here was the first part of a Burns deal coming together. The first voice you're going to hear is Shane asking Morgan, like, hey, any of you guys want to move up to 6?
You guys want to move up to 6 from 33? No.
I'm going 8.
Just checking. Never hurts to ask. Bean, you want to come up to 6? Where are you? You can't afford a top 10 pick.
You want to give us COVID ones for Burns?
Ooh.
That sounded an awful lot like the Panthers. Just let the Giants know that pass rusher extraordinaire Brian Burns is available.
Okay, so we're going to play another clip here where you hear, but you hear at the end right there, Dan Morgan just look at Joe Shane and go, you want to give us a couple ones for Brian Burns?
Yeah, that wasn't. Yeah, the audio wasn't as clear on that.
It's clear in the clear in the second one I'm about to play. Don't worry about it. Yeah. So
I'm just helping out like what you actually said there.
Yeah. So here's a follow up to that, where Dan Morgan asks Joe Shane again, do you want to give us a couple of ones for Brian Burns?
You want to give us COVID ones for Burns?
No. I mean, yes, but...
Or a 1 and something.
You're heading in the right direction.
Heading in the right direction.
Or a 1 or something. So
yeah.
Do you want to give us a couple ones for Brian Burns? Or a 1 and something else? It ended up being a 2nd and a 5th round pick.
Yeah. Yeah, so they kept going in that direction. They kept going in the direction of less and less.
Maybe if Burns had started off with 4 ones. You want 4 ones for Brian Burns?
Right.
Maybe he started off too late. He thought a 2nd and a 5th, which I think was a pretty good deal for Brian Burns.
Well, given that they had to pay him. You know, it'd be one thing if you're trading him with 2 years left. You know, it's like in baseball. Like Kyle Tucker, you're going to get more for him because he's still got a year of team control. Brian Burns is going to be a free agent. You know, I think he was franchise tagged. So he was going to be a free agent. So they got a 2nd and a 5th. And Carolina, after they maneuvered that 2nd around a little bit, it ended up being Jonathan Brooks. So that's something to keep an eye on, I guess. The running back out of Texas is who they kind of quasi ended up using that pick for. That's this stuff. I don't know how you feel about it, Seth. I'm fascinated by this stuff. The little convos that go on at the events and things like that. And that legit turned into something right there.
Yeah, I think that's the stuff that too. There's still. This is why so much stuff starts to happen at the owners' meetings or at the league meetings and at the Senior Bowl, whatever. Like being face to face with people and kind of being able to have these casual conversations. It still goes on and it still matters, I guess. As a Texans fan, where Caserio doesn't attend in person as many of the pro days as a lot of the other GMs do, and yet Caserio still is amongst the most active traders in the NFL. So I don't think you necessarily you miss out on some of this face-to-face interaction, but I think Caserio's reasoning is that yes, you do miss out on some of those things, but I still accomplish more, and I can still make more phone calls in a day than I can have face-to-face conversations. Yeah. But yeah, it was cool to see the nucleus or the seed of how that trade ended up happening.
Yeah, the genesis of it was pretty cool. Like that was clearly, to me, that clearly seemed like the first time those two GMs broached that subject of trading Brian Burns.
Sean kind of, you could just see his body language perk up when he realized that, this was actually a possibility.
Yeah. And
would you rather have traded for a 2nd and 5th round pick? Would you have rather traded a 2nd and a 5th round pick for Brian Burns and then given him a contract, and Burns being a younger player, getting him on a long-term deal, or the Danielle Hunter where you don't have to trade anything at all, but you give him a 2-year, pretty lucrative deal, but it's just a 2-year deal, and he's a much older player.
I think he's a better player, Danielle Hunter, than Brian Burns, too. I think
he's a better overall, more consistently good player.
I like what the Texans did, and I'm not just saying that because it's the Texans. I like being nimble. Especially like again, there are contract clouds forming for the Texans in 2 years from now. So if you've got a Brian Burns contract sitting there on the books, and especially if he's not living up to what you're paying him, and now all of a sudden you're trying to figure this out while trying to pay Will Anderson Jr. and C.J. Stroud and whoever else, I think the Hunter, and especially when you throw in the fact that Hunter's from here too, that's just one other little thing. It's a great question. It's a great sort of what if, or like, either or, I guess. I like the Hunter deal better.
Well, I think like Danielle Hunter, in his last 4 healthy seasons, he was banged up in one of the last 5 seasons, but he's been a double-digit sack guy in 4 of the last 5 seasons.
Yeah.
Where Brian Burns has had 1 double-digit sack for an edge rusher too. And sacks aren't the only thing, but the really good pass rushers tend to produce double-digit sacks pretty consistently. He's only had 1 double-digit sack year back in 2022.
It feels like the biggest selling point with Brian Burns the last 2 years is that the Rams wanted to trade 2 first-round picks for him, and the Panthers said no. Like that's like that. When I think of Brian Burns, like tell me something Brian Burns has done the last couple of years, I would be like, oh well, I know the Rams wanted him really bad at the trade deadline a couple of years ago. Like, and some of that's who he plays for, admittedly. Like, you're playing for a 2-15 team. He was probably really good last year and just toiling in anonymity with Carolina. But I like the Hunter deal, to answer your question. Yeah.
I wanted Derek Brown, the
tackle?
He's an interior defensive lineman. They run a 3-4 now, so he's an end. But whatever. Yeah. Like, Panthers fans thought I was the dumbest person on earth for suggesting that, and that was borne out. They retained.
I was going to say
they retained Derek Brown. The Panthers said, "Yeah, whatever, Brian Burns, we're done with you." But Derek Brown, they were like, "No, this guy's a core guy. We're going to keep him forever."
Here's the other clip that got pushed out onto social yesterday. I was saying last week when this series was the trailer came out, I hope we get some good Saquon content. And where maybe we get a little bit of Devin Singletary mixed in, because that's where Singletary ended up going to, was to the Giants. This was really interesting. This is Joe Shane, the GM of the Giants, sitting at his desk in his office, and the owner is in his office. John Mara is in his office just hanging out, and they're chatting, and it's right at the beginning of all the Saquon Barkley franchise tag drama. Do we tag him and trade him? What do we do? Here's Joe Shane laying out for the owner what the plan is for negotiating with Saquon Barkley.
Because we're not going to franchise him. Like, it doesn't make any sense to franchise him. So.
Unless you think you can trade him after doing that.
Right. And then could we get something and trade him? What are we really going to get? Unless it got down to like $7 million. I don't want to offer that because I don't want to be like we disrespected him. There's 31 teams. It only takes one to, maybe be open to doing something. If it doesn't get to that, hey, we're going to do the right thing. We're going to let you hit free agency. Find out your market, come back, and let us know if we can match it. If we can, we'll have those discussions.
I mean, in a perfect world, I'd still like to have him back. Until we can prove that we can have a decent offense without him.
Okay, so that's the owner saying, man, I want Saquon back. He didn't come back.
Until we prove that we can have a decent offense without him.
Yeah.
Well, you weren't able to prove that you can have a decent offense with him, consistently at least.
Yeah.
I mean, at times they did. The Giants annoy me. I feel like they had a good first half of the season 2 years ago, and people acted like they're just trying to get to that point from a couple years ago when they were one of the best teams in the NFL. Like, no. Okay. You had like a nice stretch of a few games. They were awful in the second half of that season in 2022.
Okay, so here's...
They had, you know what they are? They had one surprising playoff game, and people act like that one game versus the Vikings was like what they were consistently. No, they weren't.
Got Daniel Jones paid, man. Here's Joe Shane along those lines, Seth. The follow-up to this is he starts outlining, okay, well, here's what we look like. Here, John, Mr. Mara, here's what we look like on offense, and here's what's available if we let Saquon go.
Daniel's making a lot of money, and it's the fork. Like, we got to figure out is he the guy? So we got to protect him. We need to put resources there. Yeah. We have Waller, Belly, a healthy Wandell, Hyatt, Slayton. We'll have to find a running back, but upgrade the offensive line, give him a chance.
That would force us to take a running back in the high to mid.
Or we can still sign one. There's going to be guys, if we're patient, that ended up shaking out. Devin Singletary, who was in Houston, played for $275 this year. Joe Mixon may be a cap casualty, so now you got Saquon, Jacobs, Pollard, Eckler. That's 6 guys right there that are free agents. How many clubs really need running backs where they're going to invest resources in the position? Second week of free agency, I think there'll be some value guys, specifically at the running back position.
So they ended up signing Singletary to a deal that was probably more than Devin Singletary expected to get. He got 3 years, like $16 million or something like that.
Yeah.
So this whole sit back and be patient, someone will be there thing, we know that from being here. Because remember that running back class, that running back group was drying up quick, and Mixon was like the last guy in the game of musical chairs.
Right. Yeah, I think that's where they probably underestimated that there would how hot the running back market would be, because the pendulum had swung so far to the side of, well, running backs don't matter, running backs aren't anything. It swung back towards all right, well, let's not act like they're not worth anything.
Yeah.
They're not worth as much as they want to be worth, but they're still worth something.
Yeah.
And they missed out, and in doing so, they missed out on Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry would have been better for them for what they need.
Yeah.
When you're trying to just be a respectable offense, Derrick Henry at least grinds out, except for versus the Texans last year, Derrick Henry grinds out yards consistently. Saquon Barkley is very much a boomer bust running back.
Yeah.
So to just get back to respectability or something, he's not the threat as a receiver that Saquon Barkley is, but my God.
Yeah, we'll revisit this later through more of a Texans prism, but I will say this, first of all, one of the names that he rattled off was when he's listing all the guys, because if you watch the video, Hard Knocks actually puts, as he's reciting those names, puts up like a graphic where it's, like an X's and O's graphic where it starts dropping names down onto the positions as he's naming those guys.
Yeah.
And one of them was Darren Waller, who's retired now. That was one of the names he rattled off. But
he's a music artist.
But the names he's rattling off, Seth, as they're plunking the names down onto the graphic. And by the way, he starts that first clip with saying that the quarterback that I chose to pay last year, we got to figure out who he is this year. He's making a lot of money. That felt uncomfortable. That felt like a GM who's a year away from getting fired. He's like, well, we got to figure out this guy who I paid last year, if he's worth that money. But keep in mind, here's who we have on offense. And he basically rattles off a bunch of names that feel like names David Culley would have been saying back in 2021 when it's fine, Cal. We got Davis Mills at quarterback and Chris Conley at wide receiver and Pharaoh Brown at tight end. It's all good, brother.
Yeah, listen, we have to manage it this way because of a bad decision I made.
Yes.
It's like the girl who gave you gonorrhea preaching to you about safe sex. It's just, no, I don't want to hear this from you.
Same exact
You're not no.
Same exact thing. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
Sorry, Dallas. I didn't mean to throw you under the bus like that.
It happens.
City of Dallas, where they're known gonorrhea givers.
It happens. The stats are out there, man. Astros, buyers or sellers? That's going to be a conversation for the next couple of weeks, especially once the All-Star break rolls around. There is one national pundit out there that says this isn't even a conversation. What is he saying about the Astros right now? We'll tell you who it is and what he says. We'll have the audio for you. That's coming up next.
What are you saying about your financial plans for the future as we approach Independence Day? Think about
apply. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Breaking news. This would have been funny. Would have been funny if LeBron James chose to go somewhere else. LeBron James has agreed to a 2-year, $104 million max deal, Seth, with the Los Angeles Lakers.
Oh, I was waiting to. Boy, I thought he might have left.
Well,
now that they're making decisions, I thought he would have taken a stand and said, "Hey, this team seems to be more concerned with my preferences than actually winning. Then I'm taking my talents elsewhere."
I can't wait for LeBron to do a press conference because I want him to treat it like the chicken and the egg thing, where it's not really like LeBron caused the Lakers to draft Bronny. It was that the Lakers chose that Bronny was worth the 55th overall pick. And that LeBron had several choices in front of him, but in the end, he chose to go play with his son in L.A. You know that.
Yeah, well, Bronny, and we'll play this audio in the next segment, but Bronny's already got the James family playbook down pat because he says he never even thought about playing with his father.
Yeah, 825.
Even though his father has very publicly over the last several years stated that Bronny would be playing with LeBron at some point. Bronny apparently he's you know what? Because he's in zero dark 30 mode where he doesn't pay attention to social media. So apparently he never knew about his father's intentions.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that at 825. How to and how not to handle nepotism. We'll do that at 825. So Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic, Ken Rosenthal of Fox, he's a sideline reporter on the Fox broadcast. Got talking about the Astros yesterday. I believe this was on A.J. Przinsky's podcast, if I'm not mistaken. Might have been on his Foul Territory podcast. Either way, here's Ken Rosenthal talking about the Astros being back in it. Are they buyers? Are they sellers? What's happening, Ken Rosenthal?
This is a team that has come a long way, and it's really interesting how they've done it without Tucker and with Ryel Blanco and Hunter Brown as their big-time guys in the rotation. Those are not people you expected to be leading them at the start of the season. Can they catch Seattle? They absolutely can catch Seattle. And the Mariners are going to need to reinforce their offense. They know that. They're going through a little bit of a dry spell now, as all teams do. And the Astros, of course, are coming off a 17-8 June. They're hot. But they're the Astros. They have that pedigree, and we all sort of suspected this was coming. It's just hard to imagine the way it's happened without Tucker, without several of their starters. I believe 7 are still on the IL. So from that perspective alone, it's really impressive. They'll get McCullers back. They're getting Luis Garcia back. Hopefully Verlander comes back as well. It's a pretty interesting group, and they will not hold back at the deadline. They will try because they've done that repeatedly under Jim Crane in the past.
Okay. Get ready for fireworks. I'm not talking about tomorrow. I'm talking about July 30th, man.
They will not hold back. They will not hold back. I guess that could mean a million different things. When I saw some of the proposed trades yesterday, it was, with like.
What'd you see? I haven't seen any of these.
Well, one of them was like Vlad Guerrero Jr. for like 3 of the top 10 Astros prospects.
That's about what it'll cost to get Vlad Guerrero Jr.,
Well, to get Vlad Guerrero Jr., who's very, very young, that right now, given the state of the pitching right now and just coming off the heels of Spencer Arrighetti, looking like a guy who is what he is. He's a guy with, I think, a very good ceiling, but should still be in the minors. Developmentally, if the Astros weren't in the situation they are in right now, he would very much be in the minors working on all these things that would give you that glimpse of the ceiling more frequently than we are right now. Or at the very least, I don't even need to see the ceiling that much. I just don't want to see the 6 or 7 runs allowed. That's the part that's hard to manage. My appetite for giving up prospects, it gets a lot stronger if you start talking about, like, just hypothetically, Garrett Crochet from the White Sox. Mm-hmm. Who's got 2 years. He and Hunter Brown were the best 2 pitchers in the AL in the month of June.
That's right.
Crochet's got 2 years of club control left after this year.
That's an Astros type of target, too, by the way.
Yes. Yeah. To where, man, I'm greedy enough right this moment and look at this team, the way they've started to look like themselves offensively, that, all right, if I can get a bona fide pitcher from a bad team right now, I wouldn't mind giving up a couple of top prospects because Crochet, you're going to get 3 playoff runs out of.
Yep.
3 playoff runs out of.
Yep.
It's only 2.5 seasons, but it's 3 playoff runs out of. And if it ended up being for like even throwing in an Arrighetti or a Bloss with somebody else, my appetite for that is a lot higher for a pitcher right now. Vlad Guerrero Jr. right this moment, I'm not so forlorn as I was back when it was Abreu every day that I need to sacrifice the future for Vlad Guerrero Jr., who's also not actually playing all that awesome this year.
Yeah, he's been better lately, but no, he's not been what he was at his peak for sure. And I think, look, Vlad Guerrero Jr. feels more like a pickup you'd make if you had trouble putting people in the stands. Like, he's a big-name player who's got power, that kind of thing. He's definitely an upgrade over whatever your solution is at first base right now. Even Vlad Guerrero Jr., prior to this hot streak he's had, is better than whatever you were putting out there. But you can only do so much. You're not gutting your farm system to get pitching and an elite first baseman or a perceived elite first baseman. Yeah. The Crochet thing is interesting. I love the way you frame that. That's because that's how the Astros should be looking at it, is the number of playoff runs you're getting out of them. Like that's where this team's mindset needs to be. I really like that. And the other thing, too, with Crochet, Seth, is that, yeah, it's a really good pickup for 2024 because you need pitching. We don't know what Luis Garcia nor Lance McCullers are going to be. We don't know what the hell's going on with Justin Verlander. So, yeah, you got to have 2024 in mind, and Crochet has been great in 2024. But you're starting to get to the point, too, where you need some Fromber insurance because he may be gone after next year. Mm-hmm. You need some Verlander insurance because he's not going to hit his innings trigger and whatever. You've got Javier and Urquidy. 2 years, whatever. Like they're gone next season, both of them, because of Tommy John surgery. So if you're targeting starting pitching, like you're trying to win it this year. You're in the moment every year trying to win it. If you're the Astros, they've made 7 straight ALCSs. But the Crochet idea is an interesting one, just because you do need to start having an eye with pitching, with all these injuries and with the contract situations of your top guys. Like, you're in a situation now where if you ask me, like, what's the rotation look like in 2026? I go, okay, well, Hunter Brown's probably your ace. And then after that, it's a bunch of guys coming back from Tommy John surgery is all we know. Like, it's it. Maybe Luis Garcia comes back to what he used to be, and he's part of your rotation at that point.
Right.
Man.
Yeah, and so it makes sense. The White Sox are a good team to look at because they realistically have to look at it as a guy is like, okay, yeah, Crochet is young, and we've got 2 years of control on him, but when's our window really going to open? Yeah. And is it going to be right as Crochet's a free agent? Yeah. So let's actually make a really good attempt at opening that window before we worry about keeping Crochet around.
You're going to pay out the ass for him.
Yeah, I know. I know, but I'm okay.
Yeah. No. It's but for the reasons you cited, and there's 10 other teams that are looking at Garrett Crochet. That's the big mystery right now with the expanded playoffs in baseball, is there's so many teams now that look at themselves in the mirror and do the Homer Simpson thing where Homer's fat, but he looks in the mirror and he sees a guy with glistening, pulsating pecs and washboard abs. There's a lot of teams that aren't very good right now. Some may say the Astros are one of these teams that are looking at themselves in the mirror thinking they're better than they are. So the yard sale becomes just the really horrible team. Like, the White Sox are a horrible team, but they are in a catbird seat as far as maximizing the return on the few assets that they have, because there's very few other sellers out there.
The Astros, I think, if the Astros are that team, it's not as much like Homer Simpson looking at the mirror and thinking he's shredded, because it's not like Homer Simpson ever had been shredded.
Right.
I feel it's more like the aging beauty queen that still thinks like Delta Burke in Designing Women.
She's hot.
Where I had to ask my grandma, like, why does she think she's so hot, Grandma? That's a horrid wench. That's what I told her. And my grandma told me, like, oh, no, back in the day she was, and we didn't have any internet back then. I had to take my grandma's word that Delta Burke used to be hot back in the day.
Right, and she was never in Playboy, I don't think. So it's not like you go to one of your friends' dad's stacks of Playboy and go like, oh, yeah. She was hot back in 1968. Centerfold.
Let me fact check myself on this and see if fact check Grandma Ev. That was Grandma Ev, not Grandma Doris. Yeah. Boy, I had some great grandma names, didn't I? My grandmas were Doris and Evelyn.
Okay. Yeah. Doris and Evelyn. You want mine? Edith and Helen.
Oh,
That's pretty good.
They
That's
were lunch ladies?
Yeah.
Your grandma's the lunch lady,
Yep.
Sean.
A lunch lady and a nurse. There you go. Yeah. Eat it.
Wow.
and
Doris Burke was a hottie back in the day.
Okay.
Well, like back in 1956, she had like a kind of girl next door. She was not a ginger, but what's her name? The other one, the brunette in Gilligan's Island.
Marianne.
She had a Marianne quality to her.
Yeah. Marianne, hotter than ginger. This just in. That's good. You know what? I feel good for you in this segment because you learned that your grandmother was not a liar. That's
I always wondered.
Yeah. And now we got validation.
She's the one that sent me. She fed me all those lines about that character that shows up on Christmas. You know, don't say anything more.
That guy. Yeah. Thank God for the internet, man. Texans non-Stroud MVP this coming season, and the Texans rookie. This Texans rookie who Seth watched this week. Might be able to steal a starting spot on this team, in a weak spot on this team. We'll get that for you coming up next.
The countdown to training camp is...
some states.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. This question came up on the Utopia Football Podcast, which is my podcast, which you can get on the Odyssey app or anywhere you get your podcasts. Mailbag episode dropped yesterday, and we're going dark for a week and a half because I'm going on vacation. But, man, when training camp gets here, daily updates from training camp on the pod, baby. Non-C.J. Stroud MVP. If you had to make a prediction, Seth, the non-C.J. Stroud MVP of the Houston Texans in 2024 will be whom?
Okay. If I take injuries out of it,
yeah,
which is a pretty big thing to take out of it, I think the best chance right this moment would be Derek Stingley. I think that Derek Stingley's already really refined in a lot of the finer aspects of playing cornerback in the NFL, and it's just a matter of whether he can stay healthy, but he's already done it at a high level like he did when he was healthy this year. And I think that there's more of a chance, like, okay, if this was people voting on it from the national media or whatever, if they had like an awards show, if they did an ESPYs for the Texans team awards, I think that barring Will Anderson just going out of his brain and ended up getting like 20, like having a J.J. Watt second season type of thing. But we talked about this earlier. Even the really, really good pass rushers, the T.J. Watts, the Nick Bosas of the world, the Myles Garretts, it's unlikely that they improve in their second season. But they have like 13, 14, 15 sacks. Like not necessarily numbers that puts you up in that upper echelon of the NFL.
Dude.
So, like, even as Will Anderson continues to progress, he could have an awesome season. It's unlikely that he'll necessarily be at that same level where people around the league are saying Derek Stingley is one of the very best cornerbacks in the league. But he's got the ability to be that guy. And I think if it comes with the Texans actually being a contender and one of the better teams in the NFL, I think he's going to get a lot of widespread acclaim for that. I think he's got the benefit, too, of I think right now there are a lot of football people who want to be able to either say, I told you so, or to be the ones that are saying, like, yeah, remember, you heard it here first. Yeah. Derek Stingley is the guy. Boy, if he's better than Sauce Gardner,
Dude.
this, that, all the other. Especially if the Jets continue to be a train wreck, then it'll be Derek Stingley.
I am going to be one Googling MFer, man, if Stingley has a huge year and he's first-team All-Pro, like Sauce was his rookie year, and go back and find especially the people who are the ones you're talking about. They were saying, I was on the Stingley train all along. Well, let's just take a look, okay? Let's Google your name with Sauce. How's that sound?
The thing that's annoying about Sauce is just I credit him with understanding what he can and can't get away with, but, man, he is so damn grabby. And for whatever reason, they just let it slide. It's kind of like back when the Legion of Boom was really good at they were really good at defensive holding, but the officials were keeping their flags in their pocket, and eventually they cracked down on it, but they were really, really good at doing what they could get away with. That's what Sauce is really good at, and yet it's not as pure as when Derek Stingley is playing the way he's capable of playing. Like, he's not as pure like a Darrelle Revis type when he's at his best.
Yeah.
When Derek is at his best.
It's funny. This question, as I was workshopping it, it almost eliminates you from picking anybody on the offensive side of the ball. Again, the question we are going through here is, who will the non-Stroud MVP of the Texans be in 2024? And the fact of the matter is, CJ himself is so valuable to that offense that it's going to be tough for anybody, especially with 3 wide receivers like they have right now, to just distinguish themselves on that side of the football so much that you go, boy, couldn't have done it without that guy. You know what I mean?
And CJ has already established such a good level of play that there won't be a Tua Tagovailoa type of conversation.
No.
Where I don't think people are going to be saying, well, yeah, but look at the guys he has, because there's too many receipts out there from those same people saying that the Texans wide receivers sucked going into 2023.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like the success of those receivers. I mean, Stephon Diggs is a self-made man, and he's obviously already established himself. But CJ's already put himself above the level of a guy that needs a Tyreek Hill or somebody like that to get it done.
No doubt. My pick on the podcast was a little bit of a dark horse, but I picked Azeez Al-Shaair as the non-Stroud MVP. I think it's going to come from the defensive side of the ball because the dynamic you just laid out. Stingley's on my list, but I am good. Like, if I'm trying to be correct with the pick, I do need to factor in the possibility, maybe even the likelihood, that he misses a few games, and that diminishes his candidacy. Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, I think, are both great picks, but they may kind of, sort of like, for lack of a better term, split votes at defensive end. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to be racing to the – I think Azeez Al-Shaair, just in the short time he's been here so far, has clearly impacted the building. There's guys – everybody's talking about him on the offensive side of the ball, defensive side of the ball, coaching staff, Nick Caserio when he's been on this show with us. He's been – the one chance he's gotten to be a regular player in the NFL, he's been super productive with Tennessee last year. He's reunited with DeMeco Ryans, who if you're a green dot linebacker on a defense, could you pick a better head coach / defensive coordinator to have for yourself than DeMeco Ryans? So I'm picking Al-Shaair. Kind of a dark horse.
Okay, for an off-ball linebacker to be the MVP of the team, depending on who's voting – so, like, this is you just voting for your personal MVP.
Yeah.
I think it's tough if you're not a guy who's like a Fred Warner or Luke Kuechly or somebody like that who's just freakishly good and freakishly athletic.
Yeah.
And I don't think Al-Shaair's like of the new age linebackers, he's the most old school, and that it's as much about his appetite for physicality and his football IQ more so than his actual athleticism, because he's plenty athletic, don't get me wrong, but he's not like one of those guys that, Fred Warner was he was a slot, basically a slot corner in college. I mean, they invented a position for him at BYU.
Yeah.
He played corner, he played linebacker, he played safety, he did a lot of stuff. So I would as much as I like Al-Shaair and as important as I think he'll be, I think he'll be more like the blue-collar MVP, but not necessarily the MVP overall.
I'm kind of stacking a bonfire of hot takes heading into the season because, as you know, I predicted, well, inadvertently, I'm not trying to, but I predicted that Tank Dell will lead the team in receiving yards, and I feel like that's more dark horse than it is favorite right now, Like that's, but I think I came up with some decent reasons for that, but I'm kind of stepping into these hot takes that I have. That'll be what I do while I'm away for a week and a half.
Do we have a Google Doc of your preseason hot takes?
No. You know what? Good call, Seth.
We'll just start that. We'll have a Google Doc of your preseason hot takes.
Yep.
And then just like those gambling websites that basically like have 10 different, or those they'll have 10 different websites, and whichever ones where the predictions are right, those are the ones that they let the other 7, they let 7 of them die, and those 3 are like, look at what we did last year.
No, they all will have come true. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
The ones that remain on the Google Doc will have come true.
That's right.
As we slowly whittle them away.
Hey, let me ask you this: as long as we're talking about the linebacker position, you told me this yesterday. You did a little Jamal Hill film watch. The 6th-round pick out of Oregon, who I believe safety turned linebacker at Oregon, right?
Yes.
Good athletic guy. I want to hear what you have to say about him in a second here. I think as I look at this depth chart, Seth, for the Texans, and I'm not getting into starters and reserves. I know, like, hey, sometimes they start in nickel and sometimes they start in, jumbo and blah, 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 blah. This I know, that after Christian Harris and Azeez Al-Shaair, there is a big drop-off at the linebacker position. Like, the next guy on the depth chart is Henry To'oTo'o, who I just do not trust right now if you need to be out there in 3 linebacker sets. I think there's some snaps to be had for some young guys on this team.
I think there are. I think with Jamal Hill, I wouldn't expect him to be that guy this year. I think that, like, for a guy that moved from safety to linebacker, he flashes his athleticism a lot. I thought the best parts of his game when he played linebacker at Oregon, and then, there are a lot of games where he didn't play a whole bunch of snaps. It's not like at Oregon they used him really heavily, but he was still learning the linebacker position. The most intriguing part were when he was rushing into the backfield, when they used him as a blitzer. That's where his athleticism really showed up. I've had a bunch of people ask whether he could play safety or not, and I'll give you an emphatic no on that.
He's a linebacker.
I think it's rare that a guy that gets moved from an athletic position in college to a less athletic position in college can go back to the more athletic position in the NFL. And I think that's borne out on tape. He looks like a really athletic linebacker, but he's very raw and not even like in a Henry To'oTo'o raw type of way. There's parts where he just needs reps at linebacker. So I think that for him, I think they look at it like, okay, this guy's got athletic upside, and he knows like he can tackle in the open field. He can cover as a linebacker. I think he can cover pretty well. As a safety, I didn't watch any of his games as a safety, but college football these days, your linebackers half the time they're safeties anyway.
Yep.
I think he can do that, but as an overall linebacker, I think it's going to take a little bit. But that's where Azeez Al-Shire is a good role model for a guy like Jamal Hill, because Azeez Al-Shire was an undrafted rookie free agent. Jamal Hill is a sixth rounder that based a lot on athleticism. I think for Jamal Hill, he's going to have to really show up on special teams.
Yeah.
And then along the way, you get that D'Amico linebacker glow up and just get better at that. But I'll be really surprised. I'll be surprised if he gets a lot of playing time at linebacker early this season. And if he does, I think it's going to be because of injury, and then I'll be kind of nervous about it.
Yeah, as you were laying out sort of his profile there, minus the coverage part, because that's not relevant to what I'm about to ask you.
Yeah.
Does he look like a guy who, in these new kickoff rules, because Texans are going to be kicking off a lot this year, they're going to score a lot of points. Does he look like a guy who fits in what that new wave of kickoff coverage might look like?
Or
do we even know what that is yet?
Yeah, I'm not even really still sure about that. Nick had talked about how maybe just having more athletic guys that can play out on the edge.
Yeah.
No, I think he looks like a good special teams player.
Yeah,
I think at the end of the day, it ends up still being like, okay, are you a good special teams player? He can tackle in the open field. He shows a willingness to do the basics that you need at linebacker, like when it comes to button up offensive linemen and shedding them. There's examples of him doing it. It's just he doesn't do it consistently and reflexively yet because he hasn't played it a lot. But I think he's got a motor. He does all that other stuff that you want out of a linebacker. He just looks very, very raw. Some of the taking the right angles and all those kinds of things. Some of the misreads, he doesn't necessarily diagnose stuff in the backfield all that well. But again, that's his first time playing linebacker was playing big-time college football at Oregon.
Classic sixth-round pick, man. Guy with a lot of upside.
Yeah. And he was a guy that a lot of people had projected to the 49ers as a late-round pick, specifically because of that Fred Warner dynamic.
Yes.
Where Fred Warner was a safety / linebacker / nickel cornerback in college. And I don't think he's that Fred Warner. It's unfair to compare anybody to Fred Warner. He's just a different beast in a lot of ways.
Sure.
Close Fred Warner, but Fred Warner is a bigger than him. But Jamal Hill was, I believe, 225 when he was in college. He looks more like a linebacker than a defensive back. There's just he's not going to be playing safety.
Yep. Text message. How David Mulligetta advises Micah Parsons will tell us what to expect with CJ. Okay, here's what I would say to this texter. Because you may not know this texter, and forgive me if you don't. If you do know it, forgive me either way. But I would point out that David Mulligetta is also the agent for Deshaun Watson, who plays the same position as C.J. Stroud. And that if you're buying into what David Mulligetta, C.J. Stroud's agent, does for other clients, to me, and you and I talked about this last week, Seth, and talking about what to root for with some of these free agency situations or contract situations with quarterbacks. To me, the one to keep an eye on is Jordan Love. That's a current one. He's a Mulligetta client. And I said last week, the thing I'm rooting for in the Jordan Love contract dynamic, because Jordan Love is up for a big deal. Jordan Love could reset the market. He's better than Trevor Lawrence right now. If Jordan Love takes a contract that has a structure and a salary that is team-friendly, that will get me very excited about C.J. Stroud's contract 2 years from now,
Yeah.
Because it shows that Mulligetta's got that club in his bag where he'll allow one of his clients to go ahead and do something like that.
Okay, this is something I'm guilty of, too. Yes, it's valid to look at how Mulligetta got Deshaun Watson that contract in Cleveland and all of those other things. I myself, in my own mind, so I'm guessing other people forget this, too, is that David Mulligetta was also part of a renegotiation with Deshaun Watson to keep him in Houston for a long, long time. They did the third-year extension with Deshaun Watson.
They did.
It's not, if you're worried about whether or not Mulligetta will do a deal to keep CJ here, keep in mind that they already did that deal. And ultimately, it was Deshaun Watson that got himself out of Houston.
Yeah.
It was all the other nonsense going on with Easterby and Bill O'Brien and whatever their objections were to ownership or anything else like that. That all starts with Deshaun Watson. They got the deal done. That was the third-year quarterback extension.
And it was the first big deal done after the Mahomes extension, and it was for less money than Mahomes. It wasn't one of these situations where Mahomes is $45 million a year. Well, then fine. I need $45.5 million. Deshaun took $39 million. Real saint that he was at the time, took the $39 million. Took the hickey of $39 million a year and didn't get the biggest contract in football.
Yeah.
That came 2 years later after he didn't play football for a year and got sued by 25 people.
Yeah, never forget also that the agent works for the player.
Yes.
And if you think that Micah Parsons has the same personality or anything else as CJ Stroud, go ahead and just go to the internet for a little spell.
Yes.
They're different dudes in a lot of ways.
Very.
They're friends, but they're entertaining friends because they're opposites in a lot of respects. So, if I'm looking for the best example of what a David Mulligetta might do with a Texans quarterback after his promising third season, the best example is what David Mulligetta did with Deshaun Watson when Deshaun Watson signed a long-term deal with the Houston Texans.
That's a good job by you. That's a really good point. It's true. We forget that Deshaun Watson has had 2 bites at the apple so far.
What's David Mulligetta going to do with a Texans quarterback after the third season? I don't know. I guess Micah Parsons will be our best example.
I don't want to berate the texter. He may not realize Micah may be the only guy he associates with Mulligetta that he knows about as CJ pertains to, because he's only seen Micah and CJ doing all this stuff together. So
I've seen enough speculation about what David Mulligetta's being anybody's agent means. And a lot of it has been also that the Texans will never draft C.J. Stroud because David Mulligetta is his agent.
Yeah.
So, just be careful when you start trying to project David Mulligetta contract negotiations onto any other situation.
Yep, no doubt. All right, Nepo 101. Nepotism's been a big topic lately in the sports world. How to handle, how not to handle. Examples coming up next.
What should we expect from the
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so nepotism's been a big topic of late on the heels of Bronny James getting drafted by the Lakers. We'll hear from Bronny in just a little bit. He did meet with the media. Joe Buck, undoubted Nepo baby for sure. I mean, he got some opportunities that others would not have gotten because his dad, the legendary late Jack Buck, was the Cardinals' play-by-play guy for years and years, and Joe Buck grew up in the business of broadcasting. He's gone on to have a very successful career, so successful that he was inducted this week into the National Sports Media Association's Hall of Fame, along with Jason Stark and Andrea Kramer. Joe Buck went in. Here was Joe Buck in his acceptance speech of his induction, talking about just that, nepotism.
Despite all the guilt that I've felt over all these years because of all the head starts I got, and man, I got all of them. I was a Nepo baby times 10, and I make no excuses for any of that. The best thing was my dad was my best friend, and there was none of that pushing or prodding or any of that. But I know that I'm lucky to be Jack and Carol Buck's son. But tonight, on this night, when I go into this Hall of Fame in front of this crowd with the national winners, with the local winners, with the people who are in this business, I'm going to give myself 5 minutes to enjoy what I've done.
Good for you. You should, Joe Buck. You know, you were a Nepo baby that actually wound up being really good at your job. Very good at your job.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Even whether you like Joe Buck or not, I think you have to acknowledge that he's actually very good at his
very
job.
Successful, yes.
I can do that now that I've been in this business long enough. I feel like there's even people, and I've softened on my opinion of Joe Buck as a broadcaster over the years, but or as a guy that I either like or hate. But like there are a lot of broadcasters that I don't like, but that I understand that they're really good broadcasters.
Yeah.
And like Joe Buck is he's flat out very good at his job.
Very good.
I think getting to the point that he did, it wasn't like whatever his first job was. I think he was like a Cardinals minor league franchise out of college. He was doing the play-by-play for some Cardinals minor league team. Whatever his first job was, if his father helped him get that job or just by virtue of having the name Joe Buck, he got that job, I don't know. But from that point on, it's hard to fake it. You know, you can be the little Nepo baby there, but from that point on, I think he had to earn a lot of stuff along the way. And I think that as I've sat and thought about various people getting angry about LeBron James' kid going to the team or not, I think it really usually, in most people's minds, comes down to, all right, like how egregious is it? It's going to happen in every industry. It certainly happens in sports on the coaching and front office side of things and with ownership, obviously. I mean, that's not even nepotism as much. That's just transference of wealth, but on the owner side. But I think it's always just a matter of like, okay, is the guy actually qualified to do the job or not?
Yeah.
And I think that's what rubs people the wrong way with LeBron is that there's plenty of other children of professional athletes who have gone on to be good professional athletes. And especially in sports, I guess maybe why it's so glaring with Bronny is that in sports, it's hardly ever, when it comes to an athlete in professional sports, nepotism is almost never a factor.
Yeah. Because
guys are who they are. They're either prospects or they're not. They'll have a chance to go out and play and prove it on the field, and there's a subjective element to it. But it largely it's very, very rare. And that's why I guess it's so obviously a talking point and so triggering for a lot of people.
Yeah, the stuff we're talking about, nepotism-wise, usually what it gets you is a foot in the door, and then it's up to you to take that opportunity and take it as far as you can, like Joe Buck did, you know? And I think, like, with Bronny, like, okay, it's a foot in the door. How he got that, people feel one way or the other about it. We're going to talk about how he's answering the questions about it in just a second, maybe a contrast to Joe Buck, because I like the way Joe Buck kind of, in an induction speech at the Hall of Fame, it's pretty easy for him to go, yeah, I was a Nepo baby. Look how good I am at this job. But I think that's the right way to handle it. Like, if Bronny goes on to get, you know, like if he's not a good player and he's going on to get a max deal or he's going on even to get a mid-level deal or something like that, that's where you start to go, all right. Like along those lines, because you've brought up the name Austin Rivers before in this conversation about Bronny, and rightfully so. Austin Rivers was a lottery pick, so he was an established commodity in the NBA. So him getting drafted into the NBA where he did, nobody had any quibbles about that, and he didn't get drafted by his dad.
Right.
But his dad did end up giving him a contract in free agency that a lot of people rolled their eyes at. So in some ways, which, by the way, using up salary cap space on Austin Rivers at that level is a much more egregious thing than using the fifth to last pick in the draft on your son to get him in the door. Like, so in some ways, Austin Rivers did have a Nepo event or incident that to me is a bigger slap in the face maybe than Bronny's.
And it wasn't like it was never talked about. Like people talked about it a lot. It was brought up a lot.
Yep, they did.
So yeah, but it's largely a pretty rare thing.
Yep.
You don't see it all that often.
Here's Bronny. Bronny did his media availability after getting drafted by the Lakers, and I like Bronny. He's a very likable kid. But he was asked about the opportunity to play with his dad in L.A.
I never really had a thought of, me going to play with my dad, but that's always, there to, take part of, but that wasn't the main focus of mine.
Okay, well, Bronny, here's the thing. He's the reason you're sitting in this seat right now. That would have been funny if somebody said that.
Could you at least be appreciative of it? I tell you, can you give me something to work with here, Brian?
I know you never thought of playing with him, but the reason you're a Laker right now is because of your dad. Okay?
That's right. I never really thought about it. I guess he's an adult. He's not a kid. And yet there's a part of it where I look at it as like, look, I don't know anything about Bronny James, the person.
Yeah.
I can't get mad at the kid for what his father's machinations and how he may or may not have gotten him into that job or that role. I guess if I'm a Lakers fan or just if I want to be a Bronny James fan, I would love him to have a chip on his shoulder about it.
Yeah.
I would love him to just kind of be like, no, I want to prove everybody that I'm not here just because my daddy got it and I have to prove it. If anything, like maybe it becomes that much more motivating for him.
Yeah.
That if he had gotten drafted by the Rockets or if he had gotten drafted by the Kings or anywhere else, he still might have a chip on his shoulder, but it wouldn't be for the same reasons.
Yep, absolutely. I just thought somebody might have coached him up on how to handle that one a little better. Like, I've never thought of that. Really? Then it means you don't go on the internet because it's all everybody's talking about. I've never thought about it.
He's watched his father for years and years and years claim to not know or do things that he totally knew.
No, he's getting good at right. He's LeBron Jr. for a reason, I guess.
That's why like he's like his father is he's the Jack Easterby of the modern Lakers.
Yeah,
he's slowly dismantling the Lakers by doing weird things.
Fair. Yeah. Hey, let's circle back to Joe Buck because there was another good cut from this speech that he gave. Joe Buck, very cognizant that he has his critics out there, probably several listening to this show right now, seeing as Joe Buck is the voice of many a huge Astro moment throughout all these postseason runs. Here is Joe Buck on critics.
You hear all the criticism. I'm sure there are critics in this room. Oh, you hate my team. Oh, you blah, 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 blah. I don't hate any team. I hate some of the team's fans. Some of them are nasty. I don't care. I was in San Francisco. After a game, I'm packing up my stuff. McCarver's with me. And World Series, I don't know if it's 2010 or 2012. And this guy's like, hey, Joe, look down here. I'm like packing up my stuff. Then this little kid's voice, Mr. Buck, look down, Mr. Buck. I mean, the whole place is empty. And I'm like, all right, I look down. And this little kid goes,
flipping a middle finger.
I'd like to say F you to that kid right now.
Joe Buck, that was good.
Joe Buck's coming to the same issue that a lot of modern athletes have.
Yeah.
Which is you always got to remember, Joe Buck. I'll give you some advice, youngster. It's not that entire team's fan base that you hate. Right. It's the most vocal and aggressive minority of that team's fan base.
Yeah.
It's never when athletes leave their teams, and we've seen this with a lot of Texans players. I always feel bad that some of them allow themselves to basically paint the entire fan base based on like 15 psychotic people on Twitter that are coming at them, and you start in your mind, and it's a natural thing to do. You start to just you start to paint the entire fan base as those 15 guys on Twitter. So it's all right, Joe. Not everybody feels as strongly as that young future delinquent that was flipping you off.
I think you and I get one of the best windows into opposing fan bases. Certainly we did during the really bad years for the Texans because we do that pregame show out there in Bud Light. We used to be in Bud Light Plaza. And during 2021 and 2022, that's all it was opposing fans in Bud Light Plaza. And these are the fans that are the diehards, like wearing the jerseys, spending the money, flying to games. So there were a lot of fan bases that I had kind of unfavorable impressions of just based on their social media interactions. Yeah. That once I got to meet some of the ones who are the real hardcores, I'm like, all right. Like the Browns fans weren't that bad. They were all right, you know?
Oh, no. Browns fans are kind of beaten down.
Yeah.
You know, they and especially when we've seen them the last couple times.
With them, yes.
The last couple times they've got this, you know, moral dilemma or what have you about Deshaun Watson too. And this was just so, I've had a good time with Browns fans.
Yeah.
I do, sometimes, though, it's like the 2 or 3 drunkest and angriest fans that form your entire opinion about a fan base. And for whatever reason, you know, the Colts fans seem to have the most psychotically drunk and yet also easy to make fun of into my microphone.
Yes.
Of all the opposing fan bases that come to NRG.
They've lived down to the hype when they've come here, yes.
Well, I mean, that's just several fans. It's just that of their best and brightest are like the most glaringly obnoxious drunken fans. Now, as far as other reasons that I hate the entire state of Indiana, that's based on hardcore and deep research.
Yeah.
You know, that's
right.
That's more just all about inbreeding and everything else. That's more of a scientific thing than anything else.
And
he estimated that just the residents of Indianapolis ate about 2,000 pounds of cow manure every year.
That's the hardcore research Seth's been doing right there. That's
a lot of cow manure.
It is. Even spread out over a couple million people, that's a lot of cow manure.
Yeah.
Have you seen, like, Joe Buck on X? His handle is @Buck. Just Buck.
That's right.
It's badass, man. Like, that wasn't taken, Buck.
You know what? I laughed because it is badass, but I've always just thought it's so weird. It's like when a guy buys a Harley and he's not ready for a Harley. You know, he might as well. It's like a dude on a fat boy that could barely ride a bicycle as a kid, and you just know he's going to run into something or tip that thing over.
Is it fitting for him? Maybe not, I guess. But @Buck. But don't tell me you wouldn't rather have @Payne. Just @Payne for your Twitter handle?
Buck is better.
I'm not even comparing. I'm just saying it doesn't do it for you. @Payne, I want it then. I want you to adopt me and then see if @Payne is available. And then if it's not available, as your Nepo baby, I want you to buy @Payne from whoever has it for me.
I've grown tired of my name. Yeah. It's too punnable, obviously. It's just too many times in my life, like, somebody thinks they're the first person ever thought of
you're like
saying
a person,
pain in the butt or pain in the neck.
You're tired of the last name Payne. You're like someone dating a gymnast who's tired of the sex. Payne is a great name.
I want something with I want multi-syllables. I'm tired.
Take Pendergast. You can have. Let's trade. Let's trade names. It's Payne and Pendergast.
How's your credit?
Sean Payne. Never mind. It's fine. It's fine. It wasn't always fine, but it's great now. All right.
Did you? My wife has.
How's yours?
My wife has a relative. My wife's maiden name is Unverdorven, which is a pretty unique name. There's I think her branch of the Unverdorven is like the only branch of this family in America.
It's the only one I've ever heard of.
Everybody else is back in Germany. Yeah, but basically, there's 2 relatives that have the exact same name, and they're like third cousins. One is a very upstanding, awesome, salt of the earth person. The other, not so much. And it's just like, good luck meeting somebody who maybe has only heard of this other person or whatever, and having them not think that you're this other person.
Dude.
That's got the not so hot reputation, you know?
That's a nightmare. Like someone with your exact name, getting
your exact name, and it's a very unique name.
Like the guy, the Baltimore Ravens play-by-play guy whose name is Jerry Sandusky.
It's not spelled the same, but it's enough that he's in sport. He's talking about football, and his name is Jerry Sandusky.
Thank you. Yes.
That's got to get old, man.
Yeah.
And there's nothing funny about it either. It's not like he can crack jokes about that.
No. God, no.
There's none of that. I almost came up with an example of a joke that I'll crack to you during the commercial break. But it's not like you can crack jokes about that.
No.
I feel bad for. I'm not even going to say it. I almost said I feel bad for bleep.
Yeah.
But then Ben's going to take that as a drop, and it's going to be used against me someday.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you go total Ted Bundy on him. Yeah, remember that? He got you with that one. Yeah.
You go full Ted Bundy on him.
Yeah, exactly. Ben is just hoarding him back there. Ben's waiting to extort us. I just know it. All right.
The full Ted Bundy, frankly, is better than the full Al Bundy, which is what I meant to say.
The full Ted Bundy is scarier for sure. Football free agency. There's still some names out there, and there are odds out on these names. Where do the Texans sit with these names? Do you want any of them? There's one that I would entertain right here, but who are the favorites to land some of the big names that are still out there? We'll get to that coming up next.
Do you want some peace of mind if you've been in an accident and it wasn't your
Restrictions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, there's still some names out there in free agency. I would imagine Nick Caserio's keeping tabs on at least a couple of these guys, see what happens, especially because, at least one of them's favored to wind up in the division, and it's the one that I think the Texans might still be keeping in touch with, because cornerback is not a settled position, I don't think, for the Texans yet.
I think he's got at least three of these guys dog-eared in his Filofax.
Dog-eared, I love that. Yes, he's got three of these.
His Filofax.
Yes. All right, so let's go. Okay, I'm not going to guess. Let's go through. There's 5 of them that we've got here. They put out odds on 5 big-name former Pro Bowler free agents that are still out there. I'm going to guess that the first one here, Seth, Ben, have the ding and the buzz ready to see if I'm right. I'm going to guess that Michael Thomas is not one of the 3 that's on your list here.
God, no.
Okay, good. I got that one right. Thank you. Yeah.
I might want to have Michael Thomas in just in the same way that you want to dissect a frog. What is up with this dude?
We're signing you to give you some lidocaine and cut your legs open and see what exactly is going on in there.
No, his brain. I want to figure out what a saga with Michael Thomas, because man. And he is he's always been, even as a receiver, he's an atypical receiver. He excels at he's really good at getting open quick.
Yeah.
And underneath.
Yep.
That is which is a huge skill when you've got an aging quarterback like Drew Brees, to give him that option early in a down, and Drew Brees used him magnificently. But some of whatever the interpersonal stuff is in New Orleans, you never got really a full story on exactly. At times he was just gone from the team and nobody knew why. And it was excused, but it was just so weird. But no, way too much drama there.
Well,
for a team that already has way too much drama to bring onto a team that already has 3 established starting receivers. I don't need Michael Thomas feeling his way out as the 4th option. No,
100% with you. Texans are 50-1 to land him, so no fear there. The best part is the favorite to land him, the Dallas Cowboys at 3-1. Let's just drop old Michael Thomas into the middle of that. We're all in. Well, you didn't do anything. Well, we signed Michael Thomas.
Maybe you weren't paying attention.
Yeah. All right. So Michael Thomas, wide receiver, Saints still out, or former Saints still out there. I'm going to guess for sure Stephon Gilmore is one of the ones that is dog-eared for Nick Caserio. Am I accurate on that one?
Yes.
For sure. All right. I got that one right.
Now, Gilmore's still been a very productive player. It's just that he's been doing it kind of on a grand tour of America. And even for a while, he's been pretty consistently good. I don't know what his contract demands are, and I think it'll probably end up being he strikes me as a guy that I think probably wants to sign 1- and 2-year deals from here on out.
Yeah.
He enjoys just being a mercenary. But he's very good. The thing about the cornerback position, because we're going to talk about another cornerback as well, is that, man, even if you feel really good about Kamari Lassiter as a prospect, he is still a prospect.
Yeah.
And he hasn't proven anything in terms of playing in the NFL. And then with Okudah and Henderson, I think Okudah is probably the guy that's got a better shot of making the team and producing for the team. But with all of Derek Stingley's injury issues, I don't feel comfortable with the depth of cornerback, or even really honestly, I don't feel comfortable with the starting position opposite of Derek Stingley.
No.
And I'm pretty bullish on Kamari Lassiter, but he's still unknown, and we have no clue. If that was a splurge, if you got midway through training camp and you start to feel like, all right, I don't know if realistically, I don't know if we've got all the right guys here right now. Yeah, I would love if they signed Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah, I'm optimistic based on just some of the things we saw with both Lassiter and C.J. Henderson had a really good minicamp and OTA as well, but not to the point where I'm completely trusting in them. The Texans, we should mention, have about $19 million in cap space last I checked. So to do some of the things we're talking about at this level, they've got the room to do it if they want to do it pretty easily. The favorite to land Gilmore, interestingly enough, is the Jacksonville Jaguars at 4-1. Texans are 9-1, so they're 5th down the list at 9-1. So the Texans, according to the odds makers, are in this Stephon Gilmore mix.
Yeah.
You mentioned another cornerback, Xavier Howard, I'm going to guess, also on your dog-eared Rolodex.
Yeah, definitely dog-eared.
Now there was real quick with Xavier Howard, Seth. There was some stuff that came out about him like a month ago. It was not very flattering. Family stuff.
It was an allegation in a lawsuit.
Yeah.
So you always have to really. I mean, people can say anything they want in a lawsuit.
Which is why I'm not bringing it up. I'm not bringing it up specifically now. I'm just bringing up that there was something out there about him. The fact that he's still on these odds board and there's been very little follow up to it leads me to believe he's still signable to a team.
He's still signable, but maybe also, who knows exactly with that lawsuit, teams are going to do their own looking into it and what have you. So, definitely not fair to Xavier Howard based on the allegations of a lawsuit to think that that's. But he is also, look, he's a guy that also simply might be out there because he hasn't been as good these last couple years as he had been before. He just kind of had a drop-off. And I think at least part of it last year with Vic Fangio as the defensive coordinator, I just know this from having played for Vic Fangio, and I loved it. Vic Fangio was very, very good for me personally as a player. Like, I fit in his scheme perfectly. It was a perfect fit for me. And everything that he asks his players to do, it was perfect for me personally. There are a lot of players who do not like playing in a Vic Fangio defense.
And they're not afraid to say so.
Right, to the point where, and part of it is that Vic does ask a lot of his players when it comes to, being kind of, I don't want to make this sound because it's not an intelligence thing or anything. It's almost just more of a style of play that he asks his players to be very versatile in terms of what you're asked to do on any given play, and sometimes he's asking you to do uncomfortable things. So it's I think sometimes it gets framed well, guys can't pick it up mentally, and I think it's more nuanced than that. It's that some of those things he's asking you to do, he's asking you to do something for the good of the defense that you might not be good at, either dropping into coverage or taking yourself willingly out of a blitz to open up for something else. So there's a lot of things he asks guys to do that are hard to do. And some guys just flat out don't like it. Some really, really good players and good dudes just don't like doing it. So I just wonder if some of it at least was that he was one of those guys that didn't like playing in a Vic Fangio defense. And that's where Nick's evaluation of just how athletic he still is, and if being in a D'Amico defense, which doesn't ask as many difficult things, D'Amico wants to keep it as simple as possible so your guys can play fast and hard. Vic does it a little. Vic wants to scheme to an extreme degree. So that's just probably comes down to Nick's evaluation of him.
Giants are the favorite at 4-1. Texans, again, like they are with Stephon Gilmore, 9-1. So kind of in the mix there. I'm going to guess David Bakhtiari not on your dog-eared Rolodex. The offensive line. Is he
still alive?
From Green Bay. Okay, so I
think he's got the Kyle Tucker syndrome I'm not sure he'll ever walk again.
Right. So
it was nice to see Kyle Tucker in the dugout yesterday.
That was cool. Yes, that was cool. So we don't need to break down Bakhtiari. He's favored to go to the Bears at 5-1. So this means by process of elimination, I'm going to get this one right. Justin Simmons, you think that Justin Simmons is on the radar at the very least on the radar for the Texans?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, there we go. Giants 4-1 to get Justin Simmons.
I think that might be another thing too, where they're monitoring Jalen Petrie, seeing exactly how he's performing this year. If some of the mistakes that he was making last year, he's got ironed out and figured out, and they're optimistic about him. I think Jimmy Ward's age and injury, proneness to injury as he gets older is what makes me more nervous than anything. I always get uncomfortable about okay, do you bring on one old guy to help out with your other old guy there? And then you're getting pretty lopsided in terms of a roster. But I think they definitely have him on a whiteboard somewhere. They have Justin Simmons on a whiteboard somewhere.
So of the two safeties now, you're more concerned with Jimmy Ward's health than you are Jalen Petrie's performance.
Well, it's a combination of things. It's that I need to see Jalen Petrie do better.
No doubt.
Jimmy Ward, I just don't know if I can trust him to stay healthy. It's not his fault. He's at that age. And then I think a lot of that might just come down to Kalen Bullock and how much he develops and how they feel he can use, how much they can use him. Because they've talked about how he needs to put on some weight, and his legs are very skinny. They might be Kyle Tucker sized by now. But between Petrie and Bullock, they might make this decision a couple weeks into training camp.
Yep. We were talking about our last names in the previous segment. Texter says, my last name is Burt, spelled B-U-R-T-T. The thing I always get when I'm debating with somebody is, are you Burt hurt? I don't know why that tickles me.
That sounds like the debate's not going all that well for the other guy. Just know that, Burt hurt.
Yeah.
When the person you're debating is so angry that they start just lobbing Burt hurt at you, then the other one is the guy who's Burt hurt, not you.
My wife's grandmother, this might be the same guy, I think. My wife's grandmother had the maiden name Bulky and then got married and it changed to Big. That's pretty funny. He said, LOL, Payne is pretty good in that light.
Wait, so her name was Big Bulky?
Her name,
Bulky?
no.
It was Bulky and then it turned to Big.
Turned to Big. That's just kind of funny. Synonyms.
As a woman, would you rather be called Big or Bulky? Feels like Big. Big could
Big.
at least be tall.
Yeah. Well, or big up top, just big.
I told you the story about when my...
You never say she's got bulky boobs, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
yeah, that's true.
Right?
That's a good
big,
point.
Yeah.
My sister who's 6 foot tall, and not like she's not like a gargantuan.
Not an
lady.
Amazon,
She's just tall.
Yeah.
But she's not like a railway thin supermodel or anything. But when she was working in a restaurant once, one of the guys who worked in the kitchen, who was this awesome young guy who was working to bring his family over from, I think, Indonesia, just worked 18 hours a day. And my sister and her boyfriend kind of almost adopted him to help him out and everything, except he always called her big ladies. That was thank you, big ladies. Yes, thank you, big ladies.
Hey, big guy, you know how you did, you did it. Oh, boy.
It was cool. I got to check in with her on him because he was like one weekend they took him to Washington, D.C. because he wanted to, he wanted to see the Capitol and go around and see the monument and everything. It was just like, it was like every uplifting story you want to hear about a guy who's busting his ass to become an American citizen and bring his family over and everything.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Did Joe Espada mess up the ninth inning last night? And what's the appetite for buying and selling? There's one national person with the Astros thinks that buying and selling, there is one answer that is a lock, and we will hear that coming up next. But first, Daly & Black, amazing law firm Daly & Black here in Houston. Office is right here in Houston.
Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we were talking about the Astros game yesterday earlier, and got some texts from people not too happy with Joe Espada's decision-making in the ninth inning. Jeremy Pena hits a leadoff double, came so close to hitting it out, would have tied the game at 7. So you got Jeremy Pena on second with nobody out. So this basically turned into like an extra inning situation almost. Like, okay, now we got to get into the mentality to just move the runner over, and do we get him in? So Jeremy Pena gets on. He was batting 7th yesterday. Joey Loperfido up after him. Cesar Salazar up after that, and then they go back to the top of the order with Jose Altuve. So the question we've gotten from some folks, Seth, and Loperfido, we should mention, is in right field. Because you do have Mauricio Dubon available to you on the bench yesterday. Dubon did not play. So you've got Dubon, who is a really good hitter with runners in scoring position this year. At least he was early in the season. He was one of the best in the league and a very, trusted, reliable guy. Loperfido has, he's got a nice batting average. For a rookie, he's done some things. But he's a high strikeout guy. So the chances of Pena getting moved over to third with Loperfido are significantly less than they would be with someone who makes contact. You're leaving Loperfido in, I'm guessing, because he's a lefty going against a righty, and he's gotten some big hits in some big situations. Did not sacrifice bunt there, and Loperfido ends up striking out. Joe Espada was asked after the game, did you consider having Joey Loperfido sacrifice in that situation?
Oh, man. It's tough to bunt Jack Green. I do have faith in those guys just to try to, get a good pitch to hit and drive somebody. But, bunting fastballs up in the zone at 98 is a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah. Well, and Loperfido, he's a power hitter. Like, that's not a guy who's used to sacrifice bunting. It reminds me a little bit of what you were just talking about with Vic Fangio, Seth. Like, asking Joey Loperfido to bunt in that situation is probably like asking Xavier Howard or Jalen Ramsey to do whatever it is Fangio was asking them to do.
And I guess part of it, too, is, Loperfido did have a sacrifice bunt a few games ago.
Did he?
If I recall properly. And it was nice. It was a nice little display of small ball. Somebody correct me on the text line if I'm misremembering that. But I agree with Espada there. I do think that sometimes it's just people talk about bunting like it's a foregone conclusion that you're going to successfully bunt. Like it wasn't Framber out there on the mound, okay? Sure. Bunt Framber all you want. He'll throw it into the outfield after he tries to field it, or he'll bulldoze a first baseman. But I think he looked at it as the odds of okay, what are the chances he puts a bat on the ball, gets a hit, versus him actually bunting successfully. Yeah. And it was choosing the lesser of two evils in that situation.
Yep. So Loperfido doesn't move the runner over, and so Pena is still on second now with one out, and he chooses to pinch hit Trey Cabbage for Cesar Salazar, and Cabbage literally strikes out swinging at 3 fastballs in a row, I think it was.
Yeah.
It struck out on 3 pitches, and the last one was a high, hard one. So I guess the other criticism would be, Seth, that you didn't use Mauricio Dubon in either of these situations. To me, it looks like Joe Espada's playing the lefty-righty game here. Brings in Cabbage, the lefty, to pinch hit for Salazar. We're going to lose the DH because Yiner's already in the lineup as the DH, but we just got to get this thing to extra innings, and we'll figure the rest out later. And in some ways, you need to, if you do get to extra innings, you probably got to save Dubon, because he's going to be, he could hit for a pitcher at some point here because you lose the DH.
Well, yeah, and Espada explained why you wanted Cabbage in there.
Yeah.
Well, they're both lefties. So, I wanted a lefty that maybe could get a pitch, one of those fastball, and probably hit a 2-run shot.
Yeah, it didn't happen. The opposite.
When happened. It was he loves that power, Mm-hmm. And I think Cabbage as of the last, in the last 6 games, he's hitting .333 with some power. He's got a .945 OPS.
Had some big hits too.
Yeah, he's had some impressively big hits. Yeah. So I don't in terms of him. Do I like Mauricio Dubon as a total overall player and an asset to the team more than I like Cabbage? Yes, I do. But in that instance, I get it with Trey Cabbage.
Yeah, I don't like Dubon to the point where I override if I'm married to the lefty righty thing, and especially if I haven't looked at Green's splits, their closer there, who they had in, to see what he does to righties versus lefties. I'm guessing Espada has that information. But there were people angry about no sacrifice bunt, angry that we didn't see Mauricio Dubon. I had a problem with the results. Like, I thought Cabbage got up there and was completely overwhelmed. Like, but I didn't have an issue. I wasn't in the moment as Cabbage is stepping in the batter's box, saying, like, what are we doing here? That kind of thing. You know, like,
I was more, and I can't get angry at Spencer Arrighetti because Arrighetti's not where he's supposed to be already. You know, he's supposed to be in the minors right now. He's still supposed to be working on becoming a guy that you can trust to be more consistent in Major League Baseball. And by circumstances, he's had to come up. It's been nice for us to be able to see the ceiling and to see the potential, but he clearly just still needs to iron some things out.
Yep.
And look, if he wasn't pitching magnificently, but wasn't horrendous in his really bad starts, then I might say, all right, well, no big deal. Then he's just going to slowly work at it. But I think the bad outings are more telling at this point than the good ones.
Yeah.
And it speaks to all those things that keep a guy down in the minors for the appropriate amount of time.
The big takeaway on Arrighetti yesterday is it's super depressing to be a Colorado Rockies fan. Like, that's the takeaway. Like, this is the guy who just completely bumfuzzled your team last week to the tune of, like, pitching, like 90% of his pitches were strikes. Like, he was just living in the strike zone, daring you to hit stuff, and he struck out 10 of you and pitched 7 shutout innings.
Well, that was the thing that I was nervous. I was nervous about it both with Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti, except that Hunter Brown had already been pitching really well.
Yeah.
But you know, there's a natural tendency to wonder, okay, you did it versus the Rockies, but what are you going to do next? Hunter Brown had already smoothed things out, and he had looked good before he got into that Rockies game. With Spencer Arrighetti, it's almost like facing a rookie quarterback. You know, the defense doesn't quite know what he's good at and what he's going to do. So when Arrighetti comes up there and just starts throwing gas and nothing but strikes to the Rockies, A, they haven't seen that Arrighetti, and B, they weren't ready for it. Where the Blue Jays were very ready for fastballs, and that if he wasn't on point with his fastballs, they were going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, they got guys that can make you pay, for sure. Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic and of Fox has a podcast called Foul Territory and was discussing the Astros in a recent episode. He is emphatic about where the Astros are going to stand come trade deadline time.
This is a team that has come a long way, and it's really interesting how they've done it without Tucker and with Ryel Blanco and Hunter Brown as their big-time guys in the rotation. Those are not people you expected to be leading them at the start of the season. Can they catch Seattle? They absolutely can catch Seattle. And the Mariners are going to need to reinforce their offense. They know that. They're going through a little bit of a dry spell now, as all teams do, and the Astros, of course, are coming off a 17-8 June. They're hot. But they're the Astros. They have that pedigree, and we all sort of suspected this was coming. It's just hard to imagine the way it's happened without Tucker, without several of their starters. I believe 7 are still on the IL. So from that perspective alone, it's really impressive. They'll get McCullers back. They're getting Luis Garcia back. Hopefully Verlander comes back as well. It's a pretty interesting group, and they will not hold back at the deadline. They will try because they've done that repeatedly under Jim Creighton in the past.
Dude, you know what I'm here for come July 30th is whatever the Astros end up doing. When we come in the next day with all the takes on who's in charge over at Minute Maid Park. You can tell who's in charge based on these deals that they did or maybe didn't make. You know, maybe they didn't trade any prospect. It's Dana Brown's team now. These guys were available, and the Astros didn't make any big moves.
That's the conclusion to jump to that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
I guess have we gotten a sense when has Jim Creighton gotten most actively involved in player acquisition?
I would say with the pitchers at the trade deadline, he was heavily involved with Verlander. He reportedly suggested going after Greinke to Jeff Luhnow in 2019.
Yeah, like almost talked Luhnow into it.
July is his month, man. This is a month of Crane.
That's what I was thinking was, the Jose Abreu thing is a whole different dynamic, and who knows what the hell happened with all that. But Yeah, it seems like when Crane it's kind of like in the NFL, the owner's always in on the quarterback discussions.
Yes.
With Jim Crane, when it comes to pitching, Jim Crane wants pitching and isn't afraid to get involved. And I wonder if that's where, with Crane and Luno and perhaps with Click, it seemed more of like a Jim Crane almost telling those guys, well, especially with Luno, I think him saying like, no, it's okay, I'm willing to spend this. Mm-hmm. With Click, I think it turned more into, dude, will you go spend some of this?
Yes.
And with Dana Brown, though, I wonder if it might be more of either a discussion or an argument about prospects versus current needs.
Yeah.
And especially when it comes to pitching. We listened to that clip from Hard Knocks earlier where the GM was talking to the owner of the Giants.
Yeah.
And the GM's kind of laying out the situation and why we can or can't pay this guy or Saquon Barkley or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if it's that kind of a conversation with Dana Brown and Jim Crane. Like where Jim Crane wants a pitcher, wants to go after the dude from the White Sox or something. And Dana Brown's like, yeah, we could do that. But, just to keep this in mind, Jim, that this is our pipeline situation.
Keep in mind, Dana is doing this with presumably Reggie Jackson and Jeff Bagwell lobbing in grenades as well. Yeah, or
I like to think
input.
that they're just. I like to think of them as sitting on chairs in the corner, taking down notes with a pen and paper.
Right.
But every now and then looking up and just shaking their head,
or staring at Dana the whole time as they write their notes, like just looking at him, glaring at him the whole time.
Dana Brown walks in, sits down across from Jim Crane, and Dana's got Reggie Jackson sitting against the wall in his chair, staring at him directly to his left, and then Jim Crane directly to his right, to where he knows they're staring at him, but he's not looking at them. And if he does, it almost looks like he's nervous or something.
Yeah, keep him right at a 90-degree angle.
Then they shine a spotlight in his face and tell him what he's going to do.
Or a lamp over his head, and he's sweating, interrogation style.
Come in for my owner meeting / waterboarding.
Yeah. So I was mentioning my hot takes earlier. I'm excited for the SEC this year. I'm not a huge fan of all this realignment that's gone on with college football as we kind of shift gears here for a second. But I am excited about UT and Oklahoma in the SEC, especially because we get Paul Feinbaum talking about both of these teams now. This was on Feinbaum's, I believe on Feinbaum's show. This is Paul Feinbaum here, asked about the quarterback situation, which, by the way, Quinn Ewers is presumably the starter right now, and he's viewed as a possible first-round pick in the NFL draft. Yeah. Here's what Feinbaum thinks about the UT quarterback situation.
Who will be the starting quarterback for Texas at the end of this upcoming season?
That will be Arch Manning. I don't need to tiptoe around that. That is guaranteed. You heard it. And we may even see him a little bit throughout the season.
And so what? Wow.
Okay, well, I would hope if he's starting at the end of the year, we see him throughout the season. Yeah.
Well, okay, the Quinn Ewers has missed a couple games in each of the last 2 seasons.
Yeah.
I think 3 last year and 2 the year before. And it wasn't so hot when they had Malik in there. I think there's a very good chance that you see Arch Manning because of injury. Mm-hmm. But then the question is, okay, for him to be the guaranteed starter by the end of the year, Feinbaum, okay, I don't know him at all. Does he use that verbiage pretty typically? Does he say guaranteed when he actually doesn't know the word guaranteed?
Not that I'm
what
aware
it means?
of. Yeah,
Did he offer up what we were going to get if he wasn't right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
This was the bite-sized morsel that made it across my timeline. This felt hot take-ish. I'm like, yeah, I need to bring this on the show. Arch Manning guaranteed to be starting over a possible first-round pick in Quinn Ewers.
But the way I feel like he talked himself into it, though, because if it was guaranteed that Arch Manning was going to be the starter at the end of the year, then why on earth would it be just a little bit of playing time during the season?
Yeah.
Unless he's going to try to get you on a technicality, and basically if Quinn Ewers doesn't play in the bowl game because he's saving himself for the NFL draft.
Awesome. I had not thought about that.
Which means he's also predicting that they won't make the playoffs.
College football playoffs.
Sorry, Longhorns. That's what he's predicting.
Okay, that'll get – it's a totally separate topic, probably better for closer to the season. But while you bring it up, this playoff is now 12 teams.
Yeah.
I think there's a chance we see guys opting out of playoffs in college football.
Because it's a double whammy now where at least when it was the playoffs and it's a big deal and it's for the championship, it was 2 games at most
You can
that
play
you were going to play.
4 more games.
Yeah.
If you're a 5 through 12 seed, you're playing 4 more games if you make it.
That is the element of expansion that I don't think I considered enough, the playoff expansion. I like the idea of bigger playoffs, like just to determine it on the football field.
Yeah.
Except that you got to consider that third dimension in all of this, which is that you're not getting the same football team that you had during the year. And then it becomes more of a shining disgrace. And the blue blood programs tend to be deeper with more 5-star guys on their backups that can step in and play more.
Why'd you type Archie Manning is not dead in the rundown?
Okay. The Clarion Ledger.
Which I'm glad to hear, by the way, that he's not dead.
This pops up on my timeline. There's a picture of Archie Manning, and it says this. This is the post. Archie Manning, Ole Miss football legend, dad of Eli, Peyton, grandfather of Arch, is 75.
Oh, what the hell?
It was like the exact same setup they use for announcing that somebody has died.
Dude.
Bogus Clarion Ledger. This is an obituary for the American newspaper is what this is, Clarion Ledger. This is an obit on your credibility as an actual journalistic source, you pieces of crap.
Brutal.
That's when I've seen that. I saw one of those stupid aggregator accounts that I've now blocked, like the really bad NFL ones.
Yeah.
I see he had like 2 different tweets where he presented Pat Tillman, who died in combat. He was killed by friendly fire, and I never even like pointing that out because people act like it's different somehow or whatever, but he was killed by friendly fire. But like he wrote Pat Tillman, who was killed by his fellow soldiers.
Yeah.
Which sounds like somebody like when you kill your inept lieutenant or something.
That's the caption they put on Niedermeyer at the end of Animal House, where they did the
killed by his own
troops in Vietnam. Yeah. What the hell, man?
It's some disrespectful BS.
It is.
You know,
totally.
Just for clicks.
Yep.
Now then here they dangle out it makes it look like an obituary of Archie Manning.
That's awful. All right. The new Hard Knocks, the Hard Knocks offseason. I am here for it. Can you imagine getting content like this for the Houston Texans? You'll hear it coming up next.
The countdown to training camp is on.
It's the final countdown.
We're just 2 weeks.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so the new Hard Knocks is out. They're doing Hard Knocks off-season. And so Hard Knocks off-season, so they're focusing in on, from what I can tell, from what I can gather, and the Giants are they're the team that is the subject of this 5-part series on HBO or on Max. They're focusing in on March and April. This first episode appears to be pretty heavy with the Senior Bowl, which takes place in early February, the lead up to free agency, which is obviously late February and early March, because those are the clips that have come out. I wanted to actually, in this one, if we have time, we'll play the Brian Burns stuff. But
We've got time, Sean.
We got time. We got all the time
in the world before you leave the state of Texas.
All the time in the world before I leave in 34 minutes. This I wanted to focus in on because this is I want you to, if you can, put yourself in the shoes of the Texans for a second, because this is a conversation between Joe Schoen, the GM of the Giants. He's sitting at his desk, and the owner, John Mara, just pops into the office, it looks like. You know, he's kind of standing by the door the whole time. He's got his Nick Caserio down vest on. He's just, casually sitting chatting with his GM. Mind you, the GM of a team that was bad enough to get the 6th overall pick in the draft last year.
Right.
And has a quarterback that they have clearly overpaid at this juncture, it would appear, with Daniel Jones. So this is the first cut here. Saquon Barkley was the topic surrounding the Giants heading into free agency. Were they going to keep him? Were they going to franchise tag him? If they tagged him, do they trade him? Does he leave in free agency? All of those things. The Texans are sort of tangentially attached to this because we know ultimately they were in on the Barkley bidding. But here's Joe Schoen talking about what their plans could be for a Saquon Barkley negotiation.
Because we're not going to franchise him. Like, it doesn't make any sense to franchise him. So.
Unless you think you can trade him after doing that.
Right. And then could we get something and trade him? What are we really going to get? Unless it got down to like $7 million. And I don't want to offer that because I don't want to be like we disrespected him. There's 31 teams. It only takes one to, maybe be open to doing something. If it doesn't get to that, hey, we're going to do the right thing. We're going to let you hit free agency, find out your market, come back, and let us know if we can match it. If we can, we'll have those discussions.
All right. I mean, in a perfect world, I'd still like to have him back. Until we can prove that we can have a decent offense without him.
Okay, so the owner wants him back. That was John Mara's voice at the end.
In a perfect world, we'd keep him until we can prove that we can have a decent offense without him. The problem really has been, you're exactly right. The GM is in a situation where they're not sure that Daniel Jones is actually capable of having a consistently good offense. And by the way, they weren't a good offense with Saquon Barkley on the team.
Yeah.
They have to prove that they could be a good offense with Saquon Barkley on the team before they can prove anything else. But I felt like Schoen's instincts were correct in that they wanted to offer him $7 million maybe, which they were afraid might be an insult. So let him go out and explore what's out there. He ends up getting $12 million per year, more than $12 million per year. 3 years, $37.75 million.
Yep.
Saquon Barkley does. So yeah, that would have been an insult at the end of the day. No, you know what? It might have actually been better for them to throw that out there, and whether it's perceived as an insult or not by Saquon Barkley, what ended up happening is Saquon Barkley gets out there, and by the time Saquon Barkley gets his deal, all these other running backs have also gone off the board, and it wasn't so simple for them that they ended up getting Devin Singletary, he's just not the same type of running back. He's not, like, I loved what Devin Singletary did last year for the Texans, but you can't roll him out there every week as your bell cow back over the course of an entire season.
He can't be your stated solution for your running game in March. The
he's
Texans,
just not physically built for it. He's a good complementary piece.
The Texans had to go that direction because Dameon Pierce was just so overwhelmed with the new offense. That was not the plan for Devin Singletary. It was nice that he was able to shoulder the load that he could for the Texans. So you're bringing that up. So here's the follow-up to what John Mara, the owner, just said. Look, until we can – I'd like to keep him in a perfect world until we can show that we can have a good offense without him. Here was Shane kind of outlining, like, here's what it's going to look like. Here's what we've got. Here's the inventory. And here are the available running backs, kind of planning for what it would look like potentially without Saquon Barkley.
Daniel's making a lot of money, and it's the fork. We got to figure out is he the guy? So we got to protect him. We need to put resources there. We have Waller, Belly, a healthy Wandell, Hyatt, Slayton. We'll have to find a running back, but upgrade the offensive line, give them a chance.
That would force us to take a running back in the high to mid.
Or we can still sign one. There's going to be guys, if we're patient, that end up shaking out. Devin Singletary, who was in Houston, played for $275 this year. Joe Mixon may be a cap casualty, so now you got Saquon, Jacobs, Pollard, Eckler. That's 6 guys right there that are free agents. How many clubs really need running backs where they're going to invest resources in the position? Second week of free agency, I think there'll be some value guys, specifically at the running back position.
I don't think this is a bad look for Schoen so
Dude,
far in
you
terms of
took
just
the
sitting
worst
on his hands.
right out of my mouth, man.
Joe Mixon might be a cap casualty. Well, no. I mean, if you were more on the ball and if you weren't sitting around, by the time the Texans had traded for Joe Mixon, what was the timeline?
The Giants had already signed Singletary.
Had already signed Singletary.
Yeah.
The Eagles had already signed Singletary.
No, the Giants had already signed Singletary.
Devin Singletary. Yeah, sorry, Barkley.
Yeah.
Too many E's here.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon wasn't a cap casualty, but he was picked up in a trade. He was going to be a cap casualty.
Yeah.
I wonder if, but to hear the owner of the Giants, I mean, I feel like he's a little bit locked into old school NFL thinking still, which might explain a team honestly, given the way everything worked out, especially, but even at the time, they drafted a running back high in the first round. Second overall pick when you didn't have a quarterback yet.
Yeah.
That's old school NFL thinking. And even I do think that I myself have been guilty of this. I sometimes act too much like running backs don't matter at all. Right. No, they totally matter, and it's really good to have a good one on your team. Yeah. It's just a matter of how much are you willing to pay for a position that gets banged up and injured and retires very quickly. But he said, so we're gonna have to take one of the high pick then. And then it's up to the GM to explain to this old school NFL owner, we'd probably prefer not to use a first round pick on a running back, but
I would love to know what they're saying in New York today about this, because we know, Seth, from being in a city that had Hard Knocks, the conventional Hard Knocks, that once the episode drops, you're talking about it for the next 2 days because you're seeing so many things that you don't get to see by just covering the team, and they are getting spoon-fed in New York today. A GM who had the owner in his office for a team that was picking 6th overall in the draft, who in a 40-second clip, after he got done talking about Saquon Barkley, in a 40-second clip, said that we've got to find out what we've got in Daniel Jones, the quarterback who that GM gave $80 million guaranteed to the year before.
Yeah.
He listed off a bunch of guys as if, here's the positions we're set at. Wandale Robinson, Darius Slayton, Jalen Hyatt, Darren Waller, who, by the way, retired since Hard Knocks filmed back in February and March. The biggest one to me, that in listening to it a second time, is when he was laying out the running backs and he goes, Devin Singletary played in Houston last year for $2.75 for 1 year.
Right.
Okay, yeah, and you just gave him 3 years, $16 million. You know, you're kind of telling your owner, this is an option here, and this is all this is going to cost. And now and the owner gets the push notification from Adam Schefter while he's sitting there with his ivory back scratcher and his assistant dropping grapes into his mouth, and he says, did we just spend $16 million on the guy that Joe said 2.75 in Houston?
Well, and I do think that this is the benefit of having somebody like Caserio who, I think he does a very good job of removing emotion and everything else from the deal.
Yeah.
Which is, as much as he might appreciate Devin Singletary and what he did for him, he feels like I can go out and find another Devin Singletary type guy.
Yes.
Likewise with Sheldon Rankins. I think I know some people are upset about losing both Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins. Sheldon Rankins got a much bigger contract in Cincinnati this year than was out there for him when the Texans got him on a 1-year deal.
Yes.
And I feel like Nick feels that same way of okay, I don't know, maybe we get a guy as good as Sheldon Rankins, or maybe we get a guy better than Sheldon Rankins, but we're not going to pay more to keep Sheldon Rankins than we thought he was worth last year. They probably got out of him what they hoped to get out of him for that price. If you want to look at the timeline and how fast things move and how important it is to have a GM who doesn't sit on his hands these days. So March 11th was when it was reported that Saquon Barkley was going to the Eagles. That was also the same day that Joe Mixon was reported as being released.
Yeah.
but it turned out he wasn't released.
Yeah.
The Texans were on the ball and traded for Joe Mixon. Because meanwhile, as part of that Joe Mixon deal, the Bengals were signing Zach Moss, another guy that the Giants might have been considering.
Yep.
So, yeah, they ended up – and I still wouldn't be crushing them for it because I still do think, like, all right, you can hodgepodge your way to something at the running back position, but they way overspent for Devin Singletary.
Yes.
Because the GM was sitting on his hands.
Yep.
And a lot of it because he had overpaid Daniel Jones a couple years prior.
Yeah. Can you imagine, though, Seth, like getting this type of content on the I want the Texans to be on this offseason Hard Knocks now so bad. I want them to be on this one more than I want them to be on the training camp one.
Well, this is way more than I think we ever got out of, and maybe it's because it was training camp Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
Remember the conversations that Rick Smith and Bill O'Brien were having on Hard Knocks?
I do.
It was very obvious to me that Bill O'Brien and Rick Smith were like meeting at a Denny's somewhere at 4 a.m. and having the real conversations. Because the conversations they were having on...
too cordial.
Yeah, the most insight I remember getting was in debating over a couple of defensive backs. I can't remember who they were. One was a longer guy and one was a shorter guy.
Yeah, it was Charles James, and then the Roll was the last name of the
Samari Roll, and they chose to keep Samari Roll over Charles James.
Yeah.
Or was it the opposite? Did
they kept Roll, and they ended up cutting him. They brought back Charles James.
They brought back Charles James. And it was one of those moments, too, where I remember seeing Charles James after they brought him back. It was one of those plays that it was length that made the difference. Like CJ had somebody covered and just couldn't get his hand on the ball.
It was Jamal Roll.
Jamal Roll.
Roll.
Not Samari Roll, obviously.
It was Jamal
Samari Roll was the noted Mark Brunell killer back in the day.
Yes, Jamal Roll.
Kicked him off 4 times in one season. The year we went 14-2.
Did he really?
Yeah, it was either 4 or 3, but like they were all big plays.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that answer. He was on the Titans, right?
Yeah.
That answers it. When you look back and go, how did the Titans beat you guys that season? Well, Samari Roll had a bunch of picks. That's a big reason why.
Did you think about, what was Devin Singletary's deal?
I just had it pulled up. He signed a deal for 3 years, $16.5 million.
Dude, Moss went to Cincinnati for 2 years, $8 million.
2 years, 8. Yep, 2 years, 8. Yeah, Singletary got that. I'm telling you, man. Like if I'm John Mara, I look at that contract with Singletary. I'm like, bro. You said he played for $2.75 last year in Houston. I don't give a flip about Houston. We're paying this guy nearly $6 million a year. What are we doing?
Man, just honestly, between the Daniel Jones contract and the Devin Singletary guy, which again, I like Devin Singletary, but he's not an every down starter at running back. That's not his body type. I don't like the Texans were able to get away with it because they didn't really start it until the second half of the season.
Yeah.
Partly because they didn't. One of the reasons they were one of the mistakes the Texans made last year was just putting too much and expecting too much of Dameon Pierce, and then holding on to it too long. But part of it was that they knew, like, you can't expect Devin Singletary to go out there and get 20 carries a game for the entire season.
All right. The other clip from Hard Knocks we'll get into in the next segment. This is some fascinating stuff too. If you're wondering how big deals come together, sometimes I have these flowery views that there's these big meetings and this is where they actually come together in a way that you're about to hear, just chit-chat. And you're going to hear one of the huge deals coming together from this offseason next.
What should we expect from the Rockets this season?
If they get
SportsRadio.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. All right, a follow-up here to the audio we just heard from Hard Knocks Hard Knocks off-season, I should say. It's some fascinating stuff to me of the Giants GM and the owner talking about Saquon Barkley because the Texans were connected to that. They ultimately signed Devin Singletary to a much bigger salary than he was getting with the Texans. Joe Shane's like, 1 year, 2.75 for Devin Singletary in Houston last year. He's definitely on the board. Someone points out on the text page, Seth, that the Giants gave Devin Singletary $5.5 million a year, which is double 2.75, and then just gave him 3 years. They're like, hey, we'll double it and we'll give you 3 years.
We'll just give him 6 times as much as he made.
Right. And when Mara walks into Joe Shane's, I'm assuming when he walks into Joe Shane's office next episode, I'm assuming this was the tease for next week. Tune in next week when John Mara reacts to the Devin Singletary contract, and Joe Shane's like, inflation. What? Inflation.
Yeah, capflation.
Capflation, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to spend it. Don't worry. We'll earn our way out of this.
Double.
It'll be all fine.
Yep. So the other notable part that came from Hard Knocks yesterday that got thrown out onto the internet was really interesting stuff. Now, this was Joe Shane, the Giants GM, who's the first voice you're going to hear, and he's talking to Dan Morgan, the GM of the Panthers, and Brandon Beane, the GM of the Bills. Brandon Beane is just sort of a kind of standing by. It's the interaction with Morgan and Shane that you need to focus on. If you listen closely towards the end of this first cut, you're going to hear Dan Morgan basically say, how about 2 firsts for Brian Burns? Just kind of offhanded saying that. So take a listen. These are 3 GMs at the Senior Bowl just sitting watching drills, and the seeds of a big deal get planted.
You guys want to move up to 6 from 33? No?
I'm going 8.
Just checking. Never hurts to ask. Bean, you want to come up to 6? Where are you? You can't afford a top 10 pick.
You want to get us? They have COVID ones for Burns.
Ooh.
That sounded an awful lot like the Panthers. Just let the Giants know that pass rusher extraordinaire Brian Burns is available.
Okay, so that was the first cut.
What did he say? How did he say? What did he say before Burns?
Something like your COVID ones or something like that. It sounded strange.
Yeah.
But he follows up again. You hear it a little bit better in this clip where you start to see a little bit of the haggling back and forth, the first initial wave of.
And who said your ones for Burns? Who said that?
That was Dan Morgan, the GM of the Panthers, whose team Brian Burns was on at the time. So here is the follow up to that.
You want to get us? They have COVID ones for Burns.
No. I mean, yes, but.
Or 1 and something.
Okay. You're heading in the right direction.
Or a 1 and something. So he was asking about multiple ones and then a 1 and something. Ultimately, the trade got consummated, and there were no ones involved at all. The Giants had to give up a 2024 second-round pick and a 2025 fifth-round pick for Brian Burns, who I think is considered among the elite pass rushers in the NFL, right? Top 10.
Yeah, he was. He hasn't produced a lot, but he's also been on a really bad team that hasn't been. They've been playing from behind a lot, so other teams aren't passing as much. Yeah. So it's not like a slam dunk. Oh, hey, we just got Myles Garrett in his prime type of trade. But yeah, very intriguing trade.
Very intriguing trade, and I
would say okay. So Giants fans are probably kind of upset about the exchange they heard with the Saquon Barkley scenario.
Yeah.
It's not about Saquon Barkley as much as just, my God, this is the situation we're in. Like we're basically way overpaying for Devin Singletary to see it as you're trying to figure out if Daniel Jones, the guy you already paid, is actually a good quarterback or not.
$80 million guaranteed.
That's frustrating. If you're a Giants fan and you're listening to this, are you like, oh yeah, Dan Morgan wanted 2 first-rounders for Brian Burns, but we got him for a 2nd and a 5th, I believe?
Yeah. I think it all – I think it's going to sound weird to say. Like, my answer to that question is, like, however you felt about the Brian Burns trade getting made the day it got made is probably the same as how you feel looking at that? Because I would expect Carolina to be asking for the sun and the moon in this whole thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, because they'd had reportedly San Francisco was ready, or the Rams were ready to pay 2 first-round picks for Brian Burns last year.
Yeah. So
that was before Dan Morgan was the GM, so the blood's off his hands.
Yeah, I would say, but if we're just looking at this transaction in a vacuum, assuming that you're okay, assuming you think the Giants are at a stage where you think it makes sense to give up draft capital for the right to pay $30 million a year to an edge rusher who maybe hasn't been as productive as some of the other $30 million a year edge rushers.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you think the Giants are at a stage where this trade makes sense, then I feel that in that clip, I feel good about Joe Schoen. Like, yeah, this guy's asking for a couple firsts. He ends up getting the guy for a 2 and a 5, and off we go. I think there's a good chance that Daniel Jones is not the guy. I think there's a really good chance that the Giants are picking right back where they were picking this year again. And, man, the more of this Joe Schoen that I see laying out all these grand plans for the Giants, I feel like there's going to be somebody else making all these picks when it rolls around. Like, I think Joe Schoen, if you and I were doing a show on WFAN right now, I think Joe Schoen is getting killed today based on the Saquon Barkley clip that we were playing earlier.
Yeah.
I think in that clip he looks like a clown kind of talking to the owner a little bit. I mean, he looks professional. Like, he doesn't seem like a buffoon, but he's outlining a situation that he has his fingerprints on, paying Daniel Jones. Bad move. Underestimating the velocity of the running back market. Fingerprints on that. A lot of these guys, he was listing all these guys they have on offense on the depth chart, and none of them are guys where I feel like, there's a dog right there,
Well, even then, and they bolstered their offensive line this offseason, but even then, there's a conversation in Hard Knocks yesterday that wasn't on the trailers, but in the episode that I've seen floating around, is he was talking about how, Pat Mahomes wouldn't have played well behind that offensive line out there last year. Like, yeah, the one that you put together? Yeah. Like, what the hell are you... What are we doing here? Yeah. It's like he's blaming all of the problems on a previous administration when he was the actual president in that administration.
He's like the thing you were saying to me during the break where who was it that's collecting from himself on was it political? Is it going to be Was it some?
No, I said it's like a woman that gave you gonorrhea preaching to you about safe sex.
No. During the break, was it Paxton you were telling me about that's got to collect fines from himself?
I guess he's responsible. His office is responsible for collecting the fines that have been levied against Paxton.
Yeah, that feels a little like this, right? Like there's an Inception thing going on here. I'm like, wait, hang on a second. You're deriding this offensive line.
I didn't want to make anything political. I was going to keep it to gonorrhea.
Yeah.
Okay? So.
Good choice. Yeah, good choice. So this is.
But also, that's bipartisan political right there. Those dirty scoundrels.
That's true. That's true.
Lots of gonorrhea floating around Capitol Hill, I would guess.
Yeah. So, dude, I'm getting ready to get in my truck and drive, on average, like 7 hours a day. There's a few places where we're stopping for 2 or 3 days, but like each of our legs on the road trip we're about to go on is like 7 or 8 hours long.
Yeah.
I'm glad I like driving. Is all I'm
yeah,
say.
That's not. But it's all interstate driving.
Yeah, it's easy.
That's nice and relaxing. You listen to some podcasts.
Playlists.
You stream Sports Radio 610 on the
driving.
Odyssey app. Yes.
I could see me doing a driving job when I'm done doing this radio thing.
Would you Uber? Would you be one of these? I get quite a few Uber drivers that are like either retired people or people that I don't think like really, really need the money, but they like to stay busy and they like it. Like it's an easy way to. You don't have to schedule hours or anything. Like there's a lot of people that drive Uber that are doing it just for some extra change, but they also enjoy it, or they're retired and they want to work, but they don't want pressure, and it's a nice job where you get to have interactions with people.
Yeah, I'm. It's that last part there, the interactions with people. I don't need that really. Now I think I would definitely be a delivery driver. And I don't mean like DoorDash and stuff. I mean like I would get hired by
like UPS?
Yeah. Well, you have to lift heavy packages, like maybe Amazon or something like that, where I'd say, I know they've got some heavy packages.
They're basically the same thing at this point.
That's true.
But do you think people don't order heavy stuff on Amazon?
But they do. But it feels like every Amazon driver that I've seen is like I see like some fairly dainty women doing the Amazon driving, whereas there seems to be a type for UPS drivers. They're very husky and strong UPS drivers. So maybe I'm stereotyping here a little bit. The delivery driver thing, though, when I see them driving around, I'm like, man, you can turn on a little Sports Radio 610 and zip around and drop off some packages.
Maybe you know what you might like to do is be a meter reader.
Okay.
Because you talk about getting out in the outdoors, this beautiful Houston weather, and just going around. I don't know. That might be a job that's like getting phased out because things are done remotely so much now. Yeah. So it's probably not probably aren't as many of those nice meter reader jobs as there used to be.
You sound like you want to do this Uber thing in retirement.
I would remember when Uber first came to Houston. I did it for like a couple weeks just as kind of like a experiment.
Yeah, content.
Yeah. And I enjoyed it. Yeah. It was kind of new to everybody. Like, so expectations were low. I had a lot of people that had never been in an Uber before or anything. And, I felt like I might have set their expectations a little too high because I feel like my car is nicer than your average Uber car.
Mm-hmm.
Like these days, if it's not X or whatever. But I enjoyed it. I did like it. It wasn't bad. And you can always blame the app. You know, when you don't have to know exactly where you're going. You can there's a certain amount of flex you get in your expectations.
Well, there's more level. I know you know this because you use Uber a decent amount. But there's back then when it was just Uber and Uber X. There's 2 more levels now of different Uber categories. We use Uber Comfort a lot, where it's only $2 or $3 extra, but you get to pick the temperature in the car and whether you converse with the driver ahead of time.
Yeah,
they actually ask you that. They're like, "Do you like conversation and do you like cool air?" And I'm like, "Cool air all the time." Conversation depends on the day. I'm glad you asked because some days
I feel weird answering that question on whether I prefer conversation or not because I feel like I'm looking at the worst case scenario usually of okay, I don't want to get some chatterbox that's going to keep talking if I have to make a phone call or something.
Yeah.
So I decline the conversation. I used to decline the conversation and then I stopped because I felt rude. That person was sitting up there, and maybe they did want to talk, but they're like, nope, this a-hole in the back, he just thinks he's somebody, thinks he's highfalutin or something, can't talk to me.
Did that coincide with the great recession of Seth Payne's Uber score back in the day?
No.
Okay.
My Uber score, it's back up to a 4.93.
Look at you. Holy crap. That's really good, man.
Are we making this like a reality show? Former NFL player turned Uber driver?
Dude, I would. If Seth were driving an Uber, especially if I could plunk him down in certain parts of the country, if I could plunk Seth down in Indianapolis doing an Uber and get a spy cam or a webcam in there, I'm all about
just
that.
Just berating people for how awful their entire city is.
Oh, yeah, their
I can't believe
city,
you chose to live
their
here.
lineage, their dental plan, everything. Have you guys...
I do. Well, I usually try to use UberX as long as I feel physically up to it, Sean. Yeah. Just because I like having, I feel like it connects me more to a lot of people that maybe I, don't talk to in everyday conversation or anything. Because when you go to UberX, especially, a lot of times you get people that are really just busting their ass to try to make it, or they've got an interesting story about how they, it used to be an engineer, but now they have to do this or something. And I get a more of just an actual connection to actual society. I feel like.
It's I'm the opposite. I try not to use Uber because I don't like people.
Yeah.
I don't like their smelly ass cars.
I can see that.
I don't like the way that they can't corner or can't hit the brakes or accelerate either very, very slowly or we're doing, the downhill slalom and heavy. No. I don't want to deal with any of them. They can all go the hell away.
Okay, all right.
Too big of opinion to stay away from people, though.
Why have a microphone?
Exactly.
Yes. I can be loud without having to be loud, but I'm always loud anyway.
I mentioned that Patrick's part of our sales team here at Odyssey as well.
Why would I talk to you when I have a $500 microphone?
That's right.
That's great. That's great. Have you guys ever considered being on the other side of it, though? Being the actual driver in a ride share, like Seth was just talking about?
Oh, my God, no.
Yeah.
No.
Me neither.
No, I have to trust too many things to go right.
Yeah.
I don't know about the whole stranger thing. I'm not a big scaredy cat, but it's just you try your best to avoid putting yourself into sketchy situations.
Yeah, man.
You know?
Well, you don't have to do it at 2 a.m., you know? You can just do it. I feel like early morning, like 5 a.m. and onward is when you get a lot of people going to the airport and everything.
I get spoon-fed enough chicanery and daylight now on my X feed where I'm pretty much scared 24/7. If I Uber to 2 in the afternoon, I'm like, this looks just like 4 videos I saw this morning.
Hey, today in the news, this Uber driver was stabbed in the neck by someone with a large dagger.
At lunch. Yeah.
In broad daylight.
Okay, someone said on the text page, Seth, I could deliver flowers. Yes, I could totally deliver. Then there's no heavy lifting. I get to drive around. I get to listen to my music, and because I'm very task oriented. You know what I mean?
I think you might prefer to be like a long haul driver.
Okay.
Which and you don't have to necessarily be driving tractor trailers or anything.
Thank
you can
God.
just get yourself a big old 3,500 pickup and haul vehicles or RVs to deliver across the country.
Totally do that. Yeah.
Are you going to be like the flower guy, the flower delivery guy who does the special services? Like when
my initial answer is no, but I need to learn more.
Like Patrick Dempsey and Loverboy, when you order the pizza with extra anchovies, that means you were servicing the woman who ordered the pizza. So if they order like a certain flower, hey, I want the purple tulips.
No, okay. Well, clearly I'll learn the language just so I know what I'm in for. But no, I probably not as long as Amy's around. I won't do that. Someone said I should be a dog walker too. Not in Houston. Yeah, not. Yeah, not in.
Too
this
hot
weather.
for that.
Not in this.
If you could walk the dog but not have to clean up after it.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Are you supposed to clean up after it?
Go figure, right?
Sean, you have to do now for the fact that the weather is your obstacle for dog walking, and yet you want to be a package delivery guy in the same city as Houston. I feel like you need to try this for a couple days now.
I talked myself out of the package delivery. I like what this flower bouquet delivery guy. I like what he's shoveling here for me. Edible arrangements, that would be too tempting. If they'd get the edible arrangement, like 3 of the lollipops would be gone. Yeah. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Seth, happy 4th of July. Happy Independence Day antibodies to you, Mike.
Yes, and happy drive for you and Amy across America. Be careful in Indiana.
Yep.
And go razz some people up in Minnesota.
You got it,
those
man.
Twins games.
You got it. Enjoy. Appreciate you. We are done. We're out of time. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Area 45 is in the loop today.
Yeah.
Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani, in behind the glass. They got Chris Santiago. Nighttime is daytime starting now.
Invasion!
Yeah, baby. How you like that? Area 45, 10-2. Sean Bijani, that is me. He is him. Patrick Creighton. Man, I'm glad to be here, dude, with you. It's weird. Now, it's a quick turnaround. Still didn't get any sleep today.
What is sleep? We'll sleep when we're dead.
Yeah. I have no idea. I know.
We're literally standing next to the living embodiment of sleep when he's dead because Sean Pendergast does not sleep.
No, but he's cool with that. He's a freaking machine, man.
6 o'clock in the afternoon, Sean's on the X.
This is where
2 o'clock in the morning, Sean's on the X. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, Sean's here.
Patrick, as you know, the 5 hours of sleep that I do get are tremendous because of Dr. Ben Salento.
Yeah, they are.
5, I call BS. I think you get like 3.5 or 4.
You
it
know
might
what,
be
though?
good sleep.
I'll tell you what, that 5 hours feels like a full night. When you go from, 1 hour, all right, I'm awake again, roll over, sleep 1 hour, wake up, son of a... Yeah. It's misery, dude.
So you had an interesting interaction with a young lady this morning already that apparently was still half asleep.
The future of our country is friggin' doomed.
Yeah, no, what did you say?
It's got nothing to do with politics. It has to do with dumb people.
This is a girl in her 20s?
So the girl probably in her early 20s. Mm-hmm. She was a well-rounded woman.
Okay.
And I'm at the gas station. I'm going, hey, I want to go, get gas in my car. And this guy in front of me, he says, hey, the guy says, hey, I want to get 45 on 5. And he hands her $45. Okay. Now, this woman actually has someone training behind her, so someone is learning from this woman.
Yeah.
It took her, and I'm not even exaggerating because I actually timed it on my watch, 4 minutes to count $45. Sean, there were 2 20s.
Now, the guy didn't hang around, did he?
No, he handed her the money
Okay.
and went to go put gas in his car. It took her 4 minutes to count $45, and there were 2 20s. I mean, literally, she's like moving the dollar bill, oh, and then she lost count. So then she starts over. 20, 40. Oh.
Man, those ones are tricky, huh?
And then she lost count again.
Gosh.
And then she turns around and looks at the girl behind her, and she's like, just give me a minute. and then she hits something on the register, and then she starts to count again. And she gets like 42, and then, and
stop it right now.
Like, what is going on?
You were being tested this morning, my friend.
I'm looking at my watch. I'm like, how long is this going to go on?
All right, now
the girl training behind her, who's training, is looking at me, and I'm looking at her like, is this the dumbest human being in the entire city?
Were you on your best behavior? Did you? I
actually said nothing.
Wow.
Now, I cannot account for what the expressions on my face said, but I verbalized nothing at all.
Yeah.
And when 4 minutes finally elapsed and she finally opened the cash drawer again, I was like, all right, let me get $20 on 8.
You know, I think we all kind of find ourselves in those situations, and we'll tell our friends that, you know, what we were thinking as if that's what we'd said and how we confronted that situation and voiced our impatience and anger. But for me, like 10 times out of 10, I'm not saying anything unless I am in a mood and I have to be vocal about this. You know, I'm just like in one of those, I don't give a, you know what.
I got to tell you, Sean, if you can't count to 45 with 2 20s, whatever witty retort that I'm about to pop out, you're not going to understand it anyway.
Yeah, you're not going to get it. But it'll make you feel better sometimes. It'll make you feel better. I don't want to create further, situations. I don't want to create a bad situation because I'm the kind of person that'll eat at me, for the next hour or two, and I'll just walk around angry, and that's not healthy. That's not good. But good job by you for letting that roll off your chest, man.
Man, I'm telling you, I am so scared for the future of this country because so many of our young people are just
confirmed
dumb AF.
Yeah. Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani, we are Area 45. If you'd like to be a part of the show, man, that's what we do. Phone lines, bam, are wide open, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You could tweet at us as well, at P. Creighton, the #1, at Sean Bijani for myself, Twitch, YouTube. Watch us up there. The Stros last night, PC, behind Spencer Arrighetti. Boy, they found themselves in a hole early. And, boy, they clawed back. They were down 7-0. And Yordan Alvarez, there were other contributors, certainly, but he had the biggest swing of the bat last night, a 3-run shot in the 5th inning that got the Stros back in that ball game. And I don't know about you, but I felt like they were going to do this thing because this is the never say die kind of attitude that we've watched them play with now over the course of the last month. And it just felt like, you know what? Why not? There is nothing this team can't overcome, whether it be another poor start by Arrighetti, who this was the 3rd time all season that he'd given up at least 6 earned runs in a game. And Stros hadn't picked him up before. Last night it looked like they were going to do it, and they fell just short, 7-6.
Did you say a bad word?
No.
The dump button's flashing like we dumped.
No. Why? Did Chris, did you dump me?
No, I did not dump you.
Huh, what happened?
Did you dump me?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't touch that dump button. It's probably just recharging, You know how it goes.
But usually it recharges after we've hit it to dump something.
Well,
what did we dump?
I didn't touch it, so.
Jordan?
Okay, it's back. It's back to normal.
Yeah, it's back.
Did you dump us, Jordan? Jordan's like, I didn't do nothing.
I'm sitting in J-Lo's spot today, and he doesn't have a dump button. Maybe something's kind of fishy there. It's like the lights work. There you go. See, my mic is on and off. That works. Nothing happened. That's all I did. I didn't say anything. It's too early for that. It's 10:07, man. I haven't gotten riled up yet.
I don't know. I probably came out of the womb saying things like that. But
that's guaranteed, bro. Holy. Yeah. See, I almost got it. So what'd you think? I mean, what'd you think of the Stros last night? That never say die attitude. If there's 2 guys that are encompassing that right now, by the way, for me, it's Altuve and Yordan. I don't know what it is, but they're playing with a little more piss and vinegar these days.
Man, I absolutely loved the fact that they were down 7-0, and this looked like a game where it's like, all right, you know what? We need Arrighetti to get through 4 innings because our bullpen is super taxed.
Yeah.
He's just going to have to eat it. And if we lose this game, we lose this game. I've got to reset the bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
And they went to the underbelly of the pen. They got 4, not only shutout innings, but hitless innings.
Yeah, it was
which
fantastic.
allowed them to claw their way back into the game. The offense decided not to enter slumber mode, down 7-0, and they fought back. They got to 7-6, and you love the way they fought back. You love the fact they made the White Walkers. That's the Blue Jays, for those of you keeping score at home. We know you are. The Toronto White Walkers. They made the White Walkers have to burn their high-leverage relievers in a game that they led 7-0.
Yeah, that's a great point. Great point. I think there can be, small victories within the war, if you will. You can win the battle. And I just think from a usage standpoint, last night, no sooner did you say, well, this is one of those games where you're just trying to get through it now. Maybe this is a Seth Martinez night, a Luis Contreras night, a Brian King night, and you play out the fiddle, and you can still win the series with wins today and tomorrow. And no sooner did you say that this ball club, Jordan specifically, was like, come on, man, this game ain't over. I love that. I think it inspires guys. I don't think there is a situation this season, even within a game PC, that this club doesn't feel like they can't overcome. And it's kind of familiar territory for me. I always point to 2017, and that was a really good start by the Astros that year. They were off to a fantastic start. World Series year. They were great all season long. Didn't really deal with any injuries, certainly not to this degree. But there was a game against Minnesota where they'd found themselves down like 7-2 or something ridiculous like that. 7th inning, rain delay happens. Springer's at the plate, 2-strike count. 15-minute delay, he comes back and laces like a 2-run double. Long story short, Stros come back and win that ball game like 9-8 or 8-7, whatever it was. And I always point to that game because they looked dead in the water. And look, that was a really good ball club that year. They had that clutch gene, no doubt, but the clutch gene is something that has escaped this ball club for much of this season, and it feels like they're getting it back. And everybody kind of seems to be clicking on all cylinders right now between Jordan and Yiner and Altuve, and it's amazing to me still that they're doing this without Kyle Tucker, and they might have to be doing it without Kyle Tucker for another few weeks, according to Joe Espada.
Yeah, and you think about it, they just had their best month of the season, 17-8, and they did it without Christian Javier.
Yeah.
And they did it without Jose Urquidy, and they did it without JP France, and they did it without Justin Verlander for half the month, and they did it without Kyle Tucker, and they've continued to perform despite not having any of those guys. They also haven't gotten Garcia and McCullers back yet either. And, look, this is a team that you look at the pitching injuries they have had. The fact that they've crawled out of the hole, right? They've gotten out from as all of 12 games under.
Yeah,
they've crawled out from that hole despite putting a rotation and a half on the IL.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's another team in baseball that could have done that.
Yeah.
And we still had to say, all right, well, we don't know who the fifth starter is. If they had any pitchers, we wouldn't be sure who the fourth starter is because, look, and Arrighetti is supposed to be pitching at AAA right now.
Mm-hmm.
He is supposed to be, a guy who would get called up, say, mid-August after pitching, almost a full season at AAA, refining his stuff, getting his confidence, getting everything, all his repertoire down, not pitching in the major leagues ahead of schedule because, well, dang it, Bobby, we don't have anyone else. So it's kind of crazy in that regard. They brought up Jake Bloss because, well, dang it, Bobby. There's nobody else to pitch. And sure, he winds up on the IL. This has kind of been like a mark of their season, right? Every time they start to get a couple of wins together, a guy gets hurt. And then they give back everything they gained. And then they start winning it, and then a guy gets hurt, and they give back everything they gained. This is the first time they have managed to not give it back.
Yeah, still a little bit of a ways to go to the All-Star break, and that can't get here fast enough. It's just if you're the Astros right now and Dana Brown, and there's clearly a number that's been readjusted, you have to believe in his head. I mean, hell, 2 weeks ago, Dana Brown was talking about, boy, we just got to get this thing cut in half by the All-Star break. Or maybe he'd said, hell, by the end of July. I think he said by the end of the July, the trade deadline. Just get this thing cut in half.
He wanted to be cut the deficit in half. It was 10 at the time.
Yeah, it was 10.
be closer to 500. Well, they've accomplished those things entering the month.
Yes.
So it becomes at this point, all right, well, can you continue to build on that? Is there more for you there in tow? And it really kind of gets to how do they manage the pitching? Everything winds up, how do they manage the pitching? They don't have a fifth starter right now, and your fourth starter is inconsistent as hell. So I said, I noticed that Johnny Cueto he was able to get released. He basically told the team he had that 60-day clause. Hey, if I'm not on the major league roster, I have the right to request my release.
Yeah.
So he requested his release. Now he's had like 4 or 5 pretty good starts at AAA. He's had 2 brutal starts at AAA, and for a guy who is 38 years old, but has a ton of major league experience and can give you the 5 innings and will cost you the major league minimum and will not cost you any compensation anyway, why not take a flyer on that guy? He's already stretched out. He's ready to go. All you got to do is give him a minimum salary for what equates to what, 2 months? You're really asking him to take the ball for you every 5th day and just give you 5 innings for 2 months.
Yeah, it might be less than that, PC,
and if he stinks, buy.
Sure,
and if
exactly.
he's good, great, I get 2 months out of him.
Sure, but, more help might be on the way for the Astros inside of the next month. And so you might not need Cueto or a guy like that for the long haul.
No, not for the long haul, but for the immediate time. Like, you've got to get through this month.
You do, and I think you mentioned this last night. It's a great point. There's a reason why the Astros were forced to go to a guy not even on anybody's radar in Jake Bloss. I mean, you'd been talking about AJ Blueball, but he's kind of struggled with command a little bit. Bloss is a little bit better at that, and they figured, you know what? A guy that's played in 12 professional baseball games since we drafted him last year, he's more ready than anybody else that we have in the system. And we need him to come up and make a spot start or 2 or 3, I think is probably the initial thought, and the guy barely gets through 1 before he lands himself on the IL. The Astros, don't have very many other routes to take. And so if it is a guy like Johnny Cueto and insert, other guy, I mean, over the course of the next week or so, there are guys going to be starting to come available as teams are reworking their roster, whether they're going to determine if we're buyers or sellers. That's going to be much more definitive for Major League Baseball teams going in and coming out of the break. I wouldn't hate Cueto. I love the experience. I love the fact that the guy, is actually coming off a pretty good year last year. I think he pitched for the White Sox last year. It wasn't half bad. Had some starts for the Fish earlier this season. You mentioned what he's done in AAA. Innings. You need innings. Like somebody to get into what has become one of the best bullpens in all of Major League Baseball as we had it drawn up. And now the offense is starting to kind of reciprocate and complement some of those gritty pitching performances that the Astros have been getting. That, I'm not going to say it's the only option, but it's a pretty damn good option.
I just look at it as it is a extreme. There's a no risk move.
Yeah, no, 100%.
You need
great
arms.
Way to put it.
It's a no risk move. Mm-hmm. If he comes in and he stinks, you let him go. But it costs you 1 game. It costs you his salary for 1 game.
Yeah.
It's not. You need bodies.
You do.
And they don't have bodies.
Quality, veteran, proven.
And you know what? If he goes out there and he throws 5 innings and he gives up 3 runs, that's better than a bullpen day.
That's my definition of a quality start in 2020.
I mean, aren't they? They're still basically feeling the side effects of a bullpen day. Yeah. Even yesterday, when they put up the graphic of who's pitched, how many days, how many pitches, you're looking at that graphic going, holy hell, who's available?
Right. Nobody. That's what it was last night.
That's why Contreras and Seth Martinez went a combined 4 innings yesterday.
Mm-hmm. 713-572-4610. How you can join us, you can call or text. Coming up next, you can book it. Astros are definitely going to add at the trade deadline, says one MLB analyst. Who and why they're so adamant. That's next. It's Area 45, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Fellas, do you...
free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
Area 45's in the loop today, baby. Sean Bijani, that is me. He is him. Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago.
We got John Lopez locked in the basement.
Yeah. He's probably fishing somewhere. Gone fishing. Chris Santiago, producer extraordinaire, is here. He's badass. Get to know him. You can hit us up, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You can call or text. Throughout the show, hit us up on Twitter as well, at Pete Creighton, the number 1, at Sean Bijani for myself, Twitch, YouTube. And don't forget, take us wherever you go just by downloading the Odyssey app for free. Rewind feature allows you to never miss a thing on Sports Radio 610. Breaking news about 3 minutes ago from Adrian Wojnarowski. Lakers very busy today, signing LeBron James to a 2-year $104 million contract, no trade clause, and a player option. A player option.
That way they could do it all again next year.
Yeah, if they so choose. It's going to be a really interesting follow for the Lakers.
Can we just start calling them the Hollywood James? Not the LA Lakers, just the Hollywood James.
The Jimmies. They're not done. They're trying to put together an all-star cast of characters on the coaching staff to go along with their new head coach, J.J. Redick. Moments ago, Adrian Wojnarowski citing sources saying the Lakers are hiring Nate McMillan and former Rocket point guard extraordinaire Scotty Brooks as top assistant coaches on Redick's new staff. Redick gets 2 longtime head coaching vets with a combined 1,189 victories to surround him. That was always going to be the case, but you apparently heard, PC, that the Lakers have kind of struck out. Like, they're used to striking out. They've missed on some top-flight free agents earlier this offseason, Klay Thompson being one of them, reportedly backing away from an $80 million offer from the Lakers to sign for $30 million less to play for the Southern Oklahoma Mavericks. Jonas Valanciunas, who they'd missed on. James Harden was a big target that was rumored to be of interest by the Lakers. Well, they get Bronny James in the draft at 55th overall. They got a new head coach, got McMillan, got Brooks, and they locked up Bronny James, by the way, 4-year guaranteed contract worth just over $7 million.
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah.
Love you.
But he's earned it. He's earned it all by himself. All by his lonesome. He's earned every last penny. Yeah. Okay. Whatevs, man. Whatevs.
Do you earn things if you're just like a member of the Lucky Sperm Club?
Do you earn things if you're just given things for no reason at all because your dad is LeBron James? Like, have you ever been in a situation where you knew you didn't deserve like an opportunity, like to start on your baseball team or your hockey team, or you knew you didn't deserve this job, but you know what? It's for whatever reason, you don't even question it. It's just like, all right, I'm going to step in and do the best I can.
I did once start on a football team that I should not have been starting on, but the reason I was starting was because the 3 guys ahead of me on the depth chart were all hurt. So it was kind of like I started by attrition.
Yeah, you were kind of like Jake Bloss for the Astros. It's like, there's no other place to go.
I feel 100% confident that the coaches, saw another player go down. Like, who's next? Oh, crap. Fine, get a helmet. Please don't kill us.
Nobody was more excited than little old PC.
And I probably played better than I ever did that season. Like, I had like 5 picks. I had never had 5. I don't think I had 5 picks my entire life to that point.
That's awesome.
I had 5 picks. And
chip on your shoulder.
Dude, 3 of them were the kind where literally the ball hit me in the chest because it was just a terrible pass, and the ball just hit me in the chest. And all I had to do was not drop it.
And?
I did not drop it.
There you go, but you got smoked.
My issues were not I couldn't catch. My issues were I was short, and I was slow.
Yeah, not a good
Catching was fine. I could catch. Ask Brock Osweiler. I caught a pass from Brock Osweiler in training camp.
Oh, God.
Did
you catch it or it caught you?
No, I actually caught this one. They were working on red zone drills, and Brock, the ever-accurate quarterback that he was,
hit you wide open on the sideline.
Overthrew the receiver, and you know how in the bubble, all the media were all lined up on one side. I reached my hands out, and I snatched the ball right out of the air and pulled it in.
Look at that.
And everybody looked around like, oh, did you catch that? And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, yeah, like this was not a hard thrown ball. I mean, Brock didn't exactly have a cannon for an arm.
I was going to say, you probably didn't end that situation going, ow.
And this was an old, I mean, the ball, this was a practice ball. This ball been around the block.
Deflate gate ball?
Yeah. No, it was just so like crummy. And Rich Walker, who runs the weight management, weight loss program for the NFL Alumni Association.
Yeah.
Started making memes of putting my head on DeAndre Hopkins' body. It was just funny.
That's great.
And yeah, so I can actually say I've caught a pass from an NFL quarterback, even if I am using the term NFL quarterback very loosely
from
when it comes to
Osweiler. Get out of here. Get out of here. Doesn't count. What
if I caught it from Case Keenum?
Case, go Cougs. That's an all-timer right there. You go to training camp, you might have an opportunity to catch a ball or two from Case this year.
I will tell you that the difference in my health from then to now means I will spend most of my time at training camp fully covered and hopefully under a tent.
Yeah, AC tents, man. They're there.
The son and I, we are not friends.
Yeah.
We're not even like frenemies. We are just like mortal enemies.
You're mortal enemies, yes, as it's turning into that for me as well.
I mean, I got the whole fishing shirt on with the hood and everything.
The long sleeve.
The long sleeve fishing shirt with the hood when I'm out of training camp.
I need to get one of those hats, like the big floppy hat, like the fishing hats.
Like a bucket hat?
Yeah, bucket hat.
There
Like
you
a
go.
big one.
Yeah.
I need a big one.
Just ask Lopez. He's got to have 30 of them.
Yeah, I believe so. He should.
Yeah.
I have one, but I didn't bring it, so.
I mean, those come in handy. I don't care what I look like if I got to be out at it, man, which I am pretty regular. Need that thing. I've been putting it off. Ken Rosenthal.
Bring a bat. You know what? We all have access to the gym down here. Showers are clean.
I know, and I've
pack
never
a bag,
been.
come into work, clean. Oh, thank God.
I need to go.
When you come out of camp and it'll be like 100 degrees, but because you're just standing out there, it feels like it's 120.
I know.
And it doesn't matter. Like, you are just going to sweat through everything.
Well, sure, and you're just standing there. It's
then
the
you
worst.
leave there and you come here and you literally feel like you've been slimed. It's like, all right, there is a shower. Thank you, baby Jesus.
Yeah, I just I never think to do that, but I will. I will definitely hit that up this training camp. Ken Rosenthal spoke on the MLB trade deadline, specifically how it's going to apply to the Astros. I thought it was pretty interesting that he was so adamant about this ball club doing something at the deadline. Take a listen.
This is a team that has come a long way, and it's really interesting how they've done it without Tucker and with Ryel Blanco and Hunter Brown as their big-time guys in the rotation. Those are not people you expected to be leading them at the start of the season. Can they catch Seattle? They absolutely can catch Seattle. And the Mariners are going to need to reinforce their offense. They know that. They're going through a little bit of a dry spell now, as all teams do. And the Astros, of course, are coming off a 17-8 June. They're hot. But they're the Astros. They have that pedigree, and we all sort of suspected this was coming. It's just hard to imagine the way it's happened without Tucker, without several of their starters. I believe 7 are still on the IL. So from that perspective alone, it's really impressive. They'll get McCullers back. They're getting Luis Garcia back. Hopefully Verlander comes back as well. It's a pretty interesting group, and they will not hold back at the deadline. They will try because they've done that repeatedly under Jim Crane in the past.
Adamant. Because they've done it in the past, though, is that enough for you to trust that Dana Brown, Jim Crane are going to ultimately be responsibly aggressive ahead or at the trade deadline coming up July 31st.
Well, you know what, Sean? We talked to Scott Miller from MLB Network Radio, and he says the Astros are going to buy. We've talked to Bob Nightingale from USA Today, and he says the Astros are going to buy. Now Ken Rosenthal from The Athletic says the Astros are going to buy. Maybe we should listen.
Well, Rosenthal, amongst all of them, was far more adamant about it because we talked to Nightingale multiple times on our show. And both times, at two very different portions of the season where the Astros were struggling. At one point in time, they were 7 games back. Another, they were like 8.5 games back of the Mariners within the West at the time. And he even said, like, hey, right now, even at the trade deadline, if they're sitting in a similar spot where they're that far back, he would deem them as moderate buyers, even at that point in time. And here you are with an opportunity, if you're the Astros, beginning play today. You're 3 games behind the Mariners within the AL West. You're 3 games behind the Kansas City Royals for the 3rd and final wild card spot in the American League. And you've got an opportunity between now and just the All-Star break to take hold of one of, if not both of those positions.
I think they are, right now, moderate buyers. I don't see Dana Brown as a guy who is going to dump out his farm system for a rental. The wild card in this is Jim Crane.
Yes.
Because Jim Crane was the impetus behind acquiring Justin Verlander. Jim Crane was the impetus behind acquiring Zach Greinke. So is Jim Crane going to assert himself and say, we're getting this guy, and I don't give a damn, and this is how it's going to go?
Yeah, well, we can't forget everything that has transpired over the course of the last month, which begged me to ask the question about, do you have restored faith in Jim Crane swallowing that pill, which was a tough one to swallow, pay a guy $30 million in Jose Abreu to not play baseball for you? Has he reinstilled, like, the faith in you, in Dana Brown, that's going to allow him to do his job? We know about him as a talent evaluator. We don't really know about the Dana Brown as that aggressive general manager that is going to make some shrewd moves or some crafty moves, some savvy moves, a la, James Click. It doesn't have to be a big splash, but is it going to be, for the betterment of this squad, even if it's under the radar? We can talk about that. 713-572-4610. Also, saw this yesterday. I am so glad the Astros did not overpay for both of these guys. We'll tell you next at Sports Radio 610.
In the loop.
I think the most important rookies to watch this year are a 4th rounder and a 6th rounder. Cade Stover, tight end. If he can be anything like what we made.
and visit skyrizzy.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Try to make people happy on the show. I mean, that's why we like to interact with our listeners. You can hit us up, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. If we can meet your request, damn it, we're going to do it.
We are men of the people.
Somebody asked you, PC, from the 713, could you please take the red hat off of the beautiful woman behind you? I'd like to see the blonde and the brunette. And we've obliged. We had that silly, I don't know what you call this thing. Like, remember we were talking about a few weeks ago, the massive shoes and pants and jacket that apparently for whatever reason Kanye he's made so popular.
Yeah.
This would look fantastic on him, this massive silly hat. What do you call this?
I don't know, but I like that hat.
It's the Great Gazoo hat.
Yeah, I need something like this to work outside in. To hell with the fishing hat. This is good shade.
All right, we're going to have a moment of truth here. Do you know who the Great Gazoo is?
I know the Great Gazoo.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. I've heard of the Great Gazoo.
You've heard of him.
No, I know. Gazoo was on the Flintstones.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, thank God. Thank you, baby Jesus.
Yeah.
He finally got a reference. I'm so proud of you. I'm
starting to get my boy into the Flintstones. He's like, my boy's 4, and I am so sick and tired of Cars and Bluey and Daniel Tiger that I'm like, man, we need to get him like on Looney Tunes and Flintstones, and so we started that process.
Lion King.
Yeah, Lion King for sure. I need to do that. Shrek. Is Minions appropriate for a 4?
Oh yeah, Minions is awesome.
Okay. Yeah, I need to do all that. I was honestly
I think
watching.
that's out now. Just hit the movie theater. Like you could go to the movies and see the new Minions movie.
Oh, I didn't know there was a new one. How many have they had? Is this like Star Wars where there's a billion of them? We were at the beach house this past weekend, and what were we watching? Finding Nemo.
Oh, Nemo's a good one.
He was fascinated with Finding Nemo.
First, I was like, "Whoa!" and then I was like, "Whoa!" and then I was like, "Whoa!"
Yeah. That was great, and I was into it too. That's the first cartoon movie that I've sat down and watched, not named Cars, in 20 years. It's pretty amazing.
Hey, I went through the same thing. My son, when he was, your son's age, would just he knew how to reset it.
Yeah.
So because you had to use DVDs back then. You couldn't just stream. There was no streaming. He knew. He put the DVD player in. It would autoplay, and then when the movie was over, it would say, "Play again."
Yeah.
It would light up, and he would just hit the triangle, and boom, there it goes.
Oh, genius! Yeah, I've started the rewind feature for him and pause because fast forward. That's what it is. Because we pull all this stuff up on YouTube and they play the damn ads and there's commercials, and so I've taught him like, all right, when you see skip ad, it looks like this. Just press the enter button. And he's pretty good at that. Like, my boy's sharp. So that way I don't have to do it all the time. Because I'll be off in the kitchen making him lunch or whatever, doing something. And he'd be like, Dad, can you make this go faster? And I'm like, man.
So apparently
every 5 minutes. I'm like, you do it.
Apparently it's a Despicable Me movie, not a Minions movie. But since the Minions are in Despicable Me.
Yeah, you could have fooled me. I thought it was the same thing, to be honest with you. But I'm getting there, man. Like, in a few years, I will have upped my movie game that's suitable to you and Chris Santiago.
Good, man. You need to.
I know I need to.
You need to.
So you got to get to that second episode of The Sopranos here, or what?
Yeah, for real.
It's too much. I don't know how you have the time to watch all this stuff.
You make time.
Well, we had 7 years.
Yeah, 7 years. I didn't have HBO, man. I didn't have cable. I wasn't a big baller then. Now I got the box set. So
now you have the box set. So now
shout out Irwin.
No excuse, man.
Yeah.
No excuse.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. We got a texter asking a question a little bit ago. Do the Astros make a move with Toronto before they leave? As there's been some rumors swirling around Vlad Guerrero Jr. I don't know how real that is. Now there's, some reports that the Blue Jays are interested in, talking extension with Vlad, but they've got a lot of future moves that they're going to have to decide on, whether it be Bo Bichette or George Springer or Vlad Guerrero Jr. I mean, you name it. They're in a tough spot, the Blue Jays are. They're just mired in an incredibly difficult division.
So the Jays are 7 out of the wild card, because let's not even bother with the division. They're double digits.
Yeah.
But they are behind the Court Jesters, the Blow Sox, the Astros, and the Poors.
Mm-hmm.
And they're tied with the Junk Grabbers, with the Meows 1 game behind them. Meow. Now, did you guys understand all of that? Court Jesters are the Royals.
Yes.
The Blow Sox, the Red Sox.
Yes, that's my new favorite.
The Poors are the Rays. The White Walkers are the Jays. The Junk Grabbers are the Rangers. And the Meows are the Tigers.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't know that, shame on you. Write it down and learn it.
It makes perfect sense. I'm actually more proud of the San Francisco Giants, which are not pertinent to this conversation, but I just love the little rainbows that we anointed them. That's my new favorite nickname for a Major League Baseball team. I can't wait to figure out the NFL teams this upcoming season. We got about a month or so before we need to start seriously thinking about that. I saw this yesterday. Did you see your boy, Jordan Montgomery, placed on the 15-day IL? He's got a knee issue, knee inflammation, I believe. He is now the second to land himself on the IL. I feel like Blake Snell's been there for about a month. I don't know how much longer he's going to be on there. Two guys that the Astros, we wanted them, you wanted them to be heavily in on this offseason as they were dangling out there and you knew you needed pitching. Astros did not reach and overpay for those guys. In hindsight, sometimes it is a beautiful 2020, man. I'm glad the Astros didn't pull the trigger.
I don't think that, listen, if you're signing a guy for 1 year and $20 million, I don't consider that an overpay. But what we've learned is that these pitchers who are, had been rejected all offseason long for their massive contract demands and then ultimately wind up taking bridge deals. Mm-hmm. That these guys thought, hey, I don't need spring training. Let me just, get my arm stretched out and I'm good to go. And what both Blake Snell and Jordan Montgomery learned was, oh, damn, we need spring training.
Yeah.
I mean, who would have thunk?
There's been countless examples of these types of situations over the years that we've seen, and this is the end result. Guys just aren't in shape. They can't sustain. I don't understand the business practice that it is, and listening to your agent, just wait. You're going to get a deal. You're going to get paid. We're going to make this happen for you. Great, you might, but you're going to be ass. And it's been that way for Jordan Montgomery and Blake Snell, two guys. I mean, you're talking about a two-time Cy Young Award winner in Blake Snell, right? And then Jordan,
he's the reigning Cy Young
Award winner. And then Jordan Montgomery, who was awesome.
He literally led the junk grabbers to a World Series last year.
Yeah, over your Astros along the way.
Dominated the Astros.
That hurt. That stung. And it's a beautiful thing when you can go get a guy that has done that to you and use them as now your weapon. But I'm glad the Astros did not do that because that's always been, some trepidation for me is that, okay, you're going to go get these guys because you're desperate. You're desperate. You need arms. You knew you were going to be shorthanded already with no Garcia, no McCullers coming into the season. And then you find out about JV, you find out about Urquidy, and then France is behind, and the Astros very easily could have made one of those moves. And
this is why when you need to address these things in the actual offseason. Remember a couple of years ago, the Astros were short on pitching, and they signed Jake Odorizzi, who, look, his career basically is 5-inning guy who takes the ball every fifth day and would be competitive for those 5 innings. And for whatever, they signed him really late in spring training. They rush him through. They bring him up when he's nowhere near ready. He gets bombed twice, and then he's on the IL. Now, when he came off the IL for the rest of that season, he actually pitched pretty well. But you saw what happens when you take a pitcher and you rush them through getting them ready, and then you put them out in the major league games before they're really ready to go. They get beat up. Their command's not right. They're not in the shape they need to be in. And then they get hurt because they're trying to overcompensate for the fact they're not really ready by overdoing it.
Yeah, 100%. Patrick Creighton.
We saw that with Snell, with Monk. Both of those guys literally suffered injuries because they weren't ready to pitch in major league games, and they've been pushing it.
Yes, 100%. Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani. It's Area 45 in the Loop today. Coming up next, I want to talk about Reed Sheppard. He was officially introduced yesterday at Toyota Center. Got a chance to see him, many of you, for the first time and hear him. I was taken back watching the press conference yesterday, just how young this guy looks. I mean, you've seen him on a basketball court, but in a suit, my God, he looks like he's 12. I thought he had some really interesting things to say yesterday, along with his dad, Jeff. And we'll let you hear from both of those guys, and I think you could easily hear exactly why Ime Udoka and the Rockets love the fit. We'll do that next at Sports Radio 610.
Prom night.
The countdown to training camp is access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Alongside Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani, PC, Chris Santiago, producing. We got you till 2 o'clock today. Area 45 in for In the Loop. I did not know, I was not familiar with the lineage of Reed Sheppard. I didn't know his dad was a baller at Kentucky. Didn't know his mom was as well. Mom is still in the top 10 in many statistical categories for Kentucky women's basketball. And his dad, Jeff, good job by Chris. I don't know if you've seen this or heard this, but was once upon a time ago in a dunk contest. I don't think this was like a college basketball dunk contest, but it was some sort of offshoot. It was pretty cool. It looked like it was in the Garden. We can have some fun with that here a little bit later. But
white men can't jump.
Oh, he could jump, baby.
Wesley Snipes taught me this.
No. You just talk mad-ish. Woody Harrelson proved to you that white men can, in fact,
that
jump.
was a 9-foot rim, let's be real.
Come on. Never give up, baby. Never give up. I don't know if Reed Sheppard... Can Reed Sheppard dunk? Have we seen this?
Yeah, he can
Reed
dunk.
Sheppard can dunk.
He can dunk?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You heard Spo told you he's got a 42-inch vert.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, I haven't seen this in action. I haven't seen a
He
highlight.
probably won't yam it down on somebody, but he could definitely, if it's just him.
You're
to the rim.
6'3". You're 6'3", and you get a 42-inch vert. You could freaking yam it.
Dude, I'm not sure if I have
Is he 6'1"?
I'm not sure if I have a 42-centimeter vert.
Maybe.
I can touch a rim.
Man, humble brag, huh? Not so
Hey,
much.
Hey.
I could touch rim at 20. That's 31 years and 60 pounds ago.
I'm looking forward to seeing this dude play
Also,
basketball.
2 Achilles ago.
Yeah. I had a really tough time. We've all seen him play, but after seeing him in a suit yesterday answer questions for the Rockets, I'm trying to put him in a Rocket uniform and watch him on a basketball court in my mind. That is going to be the funniest thing ever. This really young white guy.
He looks 12. I love it.
That looks like he's 12. Just draining threes from 25, 27 feet. Ridiculous. I can't wait to see it. I'm here for it. And then maybe he does have that one yam this season.
Yeah, and Chris is totally right. The him being listed at 6'3", that's like when Barkley was listed at 6'6".
I was right. He is listed at 6'3".
He's listed as 6'3".
But he's really 6'1"?
He's 6'1 3/4".
Yeah, that sounds about right.
He's not quite 6'2".
Is that barefoot, though? Is he 6'3" in sneakers?
Probably.
Yeah.
If he's got the
you don't play basketball barefoot.
Maybe if he's got the max talls.
When you tell somebody, when they ask, how tall are you? Do you give them your barefoot
You always
height?
add an extra inch, man.
Every guy does.
You give your height in shoes. How often do you walk around barefoot? When it
Never.
matters? Never.
Only at home, I guess. But even then, I still wear socks.
Sure.
I mean, hell, I wish I could still give my height while wearing skates because,
People ask me, how tall are you? I say 5'8", and I say it with supreme confidence.
I say 6'1" on a good day.
Here is something that I learned because, listen, as somebody who moved down here from, north of the wall, there were certain things about culture in Texas that took me a while to adopt. So, for example, it took me 2 years to incorporate y'all into my lexicon. I will never incorporate fixin' into the lexicon because that's just stupid. I'm not fixing to go to the store. I'm going to the store. What's this fixing to? You're not fixing anything.
You're about to.
No, I'm going. I'm going. What I'm not about to do, I'm going. It's just it's idiocy.
It makes sense.
But so when my first year down here, living by myself, my family hadn't come down yet. And, Odyssey, well, back then, CBS Radio, being a part of the Houston rodeo, I went to the rodeo 3 times a week because I had nothing to do. And I found that I love the actual rodeo sports. And they're dangerous. They're awesome. They're hard as hell. I also like mutton busting because that's just fun. Not a fan of country music, but love the actual rodeo itself. But I didn't have a hat. I didn't have boots. I didn't have a belt buckle that's the size of a football. I didn't have a fringe game. I wasn't into any of that.
But now,
fast forward 11 years. I got to go to this charity event held by Chuck Norris. I got to meet Chuck freaking Norris.
Oh, that's awesome.
It was so badass. But it was called. It was like one of these events where everybody wears boots. So I finally broke down and bought my first pair of boots.
There we go, PC.
And I realized something really cool about these boots. I'm a lot taller in them.
Mm-hmm.
So I put the boots on. I'm like, oh, wait. I'm almost 6 foot tall. This is amazing. I have to wear these more often.
Yeah.
I wear boots. I'm almost, not quite. I'm almost 6 foot tall, like 5'11" and a half.
That's good enough. That's what I need.
You know, maybe I could wear some thick socks. Push my way up.
You could attach something to the bottom heel, maybe, and make yourself a little bit taller.
You know, they used to make these things called Max Tall. They were these little, like, gel inserts that you put inside your shoe.
Yeah.
And it could stack your heel up as high as 3 inches.
What?
So, like, you could literally be 3 inches taller by wearing these things. It was almost like the way women wear heels.
Yeah.
So you were just stacking it inside your shoe so that you sat higher. It was like making a heel in your shoe.
Yeah, none of that sounds comfortable to me. Like, I have to be comfortable. This is why I've never owned a pair of cowboy boots.
I definitely looked at it as, I'm going to break my ankles if I ever tried to do that.
Yeah.
You know what? For like 1 inch in height, just 1 inch, you know, hey, I'm going to go, if I could, like, you know, put them in the boot and then go from 5'11" and a half to 6 foot and a quarter. Oh, I got to do that.
See, have y'all seen the inserts in your shoes that make you allegedly jump higher? You know, there would be the infomercials where they're bending the inserts, and it's just like a rubber band. It'll just, like, pop.
That doesn't sound like it comes from Dr. Scholl's.
I mean, I don't know where it comes from. Some independent company, created this. It's like flubber. It's like flubber. It's supposed to make you jump higher, but it's an insole. I would rather be able to jump higher than I would to, I think, stand like just a couple inches taller.
What are you jumping for? Who are you jumping to? Just make me taller.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think I'd rather be taller.
I'd rather jump higher. Because I want to dunk.
Well, I mean, you can work on that.
I'm 41.
And it makes it easier
I need some help.
when you're tall. Oh, yeah, but
I need some help, bro. I need a little bit of help.
You know how, like, I always say I'm 10 years older than Bijani?
Yeah.
Well, now I just learned I am exactly 10 years older than Bijani.
Why now did you just learn this?
Because, like, you just officially confirmed your age.
I've done this before.
And now I feel like after the show, somebody's going to take me out back and blow my brains out with a shotgun. Like,
you're like, damn, I'm old.
Time to put this one here to rest.
Yeah. Goodness. You know, from a personality standpoint, like, I am far older than you. Like, I am a much more older soul than you are.
Let's just call him Grampy from now on.
Yeah.
Grampy?
Grampy.
Grampy Bijani.
Unfortunately, that has a ring to it.
So when we get outside.
Don't appreciate that.
If we go outside, if you ever come out with us and you see Bijani waving his fist at the clouds, you understand.
Get off my lawn. That's probably going to be me. Let's be honest at some point. You too, buddy. You too.
Hey, I've already done.
You've got that element about you.
I've already done the get off my lawn. So I live on a corner property on a cul-de-sac.
Mm-hmm.
And the neighborhood kids think that sidewalks aren't important, and they just walk straight across my front lawn like it's no big deal. When I grew up, if I walked across somebody's front lawn, that person would have come out, whooped my ass, dragged my whooped ass to my house, where my mom would have whooped my ass, and then my dad would have whooped my ass.
You don't want to mess up the beautiful St. Augustine. Do you have St. Augustine or Bermuda?
I have green.
You have green.
Okay, which is better than brown right now, okay?
You fertilize?
So I have a company that does that. Come on. I think I'm out there doing all that stuff. You guys, you're freaking high, man. Come on. So I had a kid come, you know, he comes and he's just walking, I catch him. And I said, do you think that's appropriate? I don't know what language that is. I'm sorry. And he gets, I said, do you know, if you come across the yard like that, what are you going to do if my dog gets out? And like, dog? I said, yeah, you ever walk past the house, you hear that really loud bark? He goes, uh-huh. I said, how big do you think that dog is? So do you think she's going to like you being on her property when she doesn't know who you are?
PC has a multi-poo.
Yeah, no, I have a lab, and she's 70 pounds. So this is like the smallest dog that I've owned.
See, the smart-ass kid in me would have said, well, if the dog could get me in your lawn, the dog could get me on the sidewalk like 5 feet further away.
Yeah, well,
So,
the kid's not that smart.
kind sir.
Hence why he's walking across my freaking lawn. And then so he stopped walking across the lawn. Then I had 2 girls who used to walk across the lawn. They did it at holiday time. And I said to them, do you know how many wires and how many stakes and how many things are in the lawn that you could get caught up in and get hurt? Sorry.
Wires and stakes. What do you got going on?
I got all the holiday lights and the inflatables and all kinds of stuff tracing through my lawn.
Do you know how many landmines I have in my yard? You stay the hell out of here, ladies.
No, that's the people behind me. They got 2 dogs.
Yeah, those landmines. Those kind of landmines.
Do you also, look out the window and, see people walking their dog, and you're like, if that dog handles its business on my lawn and that person doesn't pick it up in 3 seconds, I'm going to be out there and it is on.
I could upset a lot of people here. Now, I currently don't have a dog.
Bad job by you.
Yeah. But
soulless.
People on my neighborhood page on the Facebook thing, they are insane. I know everybody can relate to this, but they are on you for not picking up dog poop. If you go out of the house underprepared, and you don't have the bag, you don't have the little poop bag, I mean, they will call you out. They will call the HOA and, get on you.
It's unacceptable.
People have taken pictures and posted to the neighborhood Facebook page, this is unacceptable.
Yeah,
this is
it
the
is.
5th time in this location, where this person is not, and I've observed this. What are you doing? It's not that big a deal.
It is that big
It's
a deal.
not.
I don't want your dog's turds on my lawn. Why am I cleaning up after your dog?
I'm not even saying
you
your
know
lawn.
damn well if you have a dog, you don't have 1 bag, you have 3 bags.
Your lawn is
just in case.
It's a different story if it's your lawn. But if it's the neighborhood, common areas.
Oh, I don't care about that.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. These people are taking it way too far, man. Just calm down. They're going to cut the grass.
If you're
in
on
2
my
days.
lawn, that you better clean up after your dog, or I'm literally coming out there and it is on.
I mean, I don't have a problem scooping it up myself. It's, whatever.
I will say the apartment complex, where I'm at, there's poop everywhere, man.
Dude, people are nasty.
Yeah, no, and I get it. Okay, you don't want to pick it up, whatever, but it's gotten to a point where there's so much where I feel like the front office has to say something. It's just everywhere you go, it's there's poop here, there's poop. I'm just man, just pick it up.
Well, you know what they need to do? If you're living in an apartment and they have a common area where those things take place, right? Just have a dispensary where you can grab a bag.
Oh, we do. We have 3.
Okay, well, then just people suck.
people are just lazy.
Yeah,
It's
they're
just
lazy.
Yeah.
You got if you've got the dispensaries where you can get the bag, you forget, but it's there, and then there's a trash can. That's what I'm. HOA people, get one of those, get a trash can, get a dispensary.
Do you know what I mean, you get a bunch of dogs handling their business. It's 100 freaking degrees outside. It smells to high hell. It brings every damn insect in the world right there. No, if you're someone who doesn't clean up after your dog, DIAF.
Ooh, man. People got to learn that acronym from PC. You're new to the program. Figure it out. It's not that hard. DIAF, baby. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Let's hear from Reed Sheppard, who spoke yesterday, and this was my favorite, response to a question from him. He was talking about how his parents, who both played at a high level, Kentucky basketball, mentioned this, mom owns multiple, top 10 records. Dad's really good ball player, even played in the NBA for a little bit for the Hawks. This is him being raised by 2 parents that played the game and what it was like for him.
I learned so much from my parents, more mom than dad, but no, they were both really big on the whole basketball journey, and the biggest thing that they taught was just work hard, compete, don't let anyone outwork you. It doesn't matter if something hurts you. You get out and you fight through it. You can't be soft. That was one of mom and dad's biggest words growing up, is you can't be soft. So just having the mindset of every time you go on the court, you're going to play as hard as you can. And with the IQ stuff, I think that's just kind of, a lot of that is from mom. So I thank her for that. But I'm very thankful for the both of them, and throughout the whole journey, they've had my back through it all. So I'm can't thank them enough.
I love that because I feel like it was at least twice last year where Ime Udoka called his team out for being soft, especially late. I think it was in and around the time where both Jabari Smith and Jalen Green found themselves benched after a pretty poor performance in the final month of the season. And just hearing that kind of mentality that was instilled by his parents, I mean, no surprise. I mean, they're competitors. They're basketball players. That's pretty cool. And what I thought was equally as impressive is Ime Udoka talked about Reed Sheppard shortly after he responded there and was talking about his intensity that he plays with on the court, particularly on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, what team in the NBA doesn't need a more tenacious on-the-ball defender that's going to play the passing lane, that's going to create a problem for the opposition? Reed Sheppard, in that regard, I'm excited to watch him this year.
Tenacious and on the ball.
Yeah.
I have a word for that.
Which is?
Syphilis.
Well done. Well done.
Listen, I'm going to hell for worse, so what the hell?
There's nothing wrong with that. I love it, man.
By the way, did you see on the text line from Joe Nasora?
Oh, what's up, Joe?
I think that cashier in training failing to count ones isn't going to be doing dancing for dollars in any local establishments for a living. Her counting to 45 is like Bijani guessing movie quotes.
Yeah, it is. That's bad. That is really bad. Well done, Joe. I don't know how you guys do that, though. That's incredible to me. You guys are just machines with the movie quotes. Drive me crazy.
It's called life. I don't have one.
Well, I don't know. I
mean, what did you do in college at 3 o'clock in the morning when you were too drunk to stay out?
I did all the same stuff as you. Like, I've watched many of the same movies, I would say, for the most part, and I just
can't remember them because you were that hammered.
I watch them, and then they leave me, like, as soon as the movie's over. And I could watch Super Troopers, Dumb and Dumber, Ace Ventura 30 times in a row. Like, you and my wife are the same. I could say the first line of Dumb and Dumber, and she'll recite the whole movie. It's ridiculous. No lie. It is ridiculous. That in any Friends episode.
In college, I literally learned how to play Magic the Gathering for nights when we were too poor to go out.
Magic the Gathering?
It's a card game.
Okay.
And there were guys in my fraternity who played, and I'm like, what the hell are you guys doing? And they tell me what's going on. I'm like, why are we doing this? Like, I have no money. I have no money. I was like, well, crap, I have no money either. Kick over. Let me learn.
Yeah, that's how it starts. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Coming up next, we'll get you caught up on the day's top stories. It's Hot Leads, Area 45, next.
What should we expect from the Rock?
the new leads.
Now, look, I need the leads.
These are the Glengarry leads.
2 lead cards for tonight, 2 lead cards for tomorrow.
Why give him the good leads? He's got the leads. He's got the leads. He's got the good leads. The whole thing is the leads.
They stole the Glengarry leads.
Let's talk about something important. Put that coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
All right, first up on Hot Leads as we give you the day's top stories. Area 45 today in for In the Loop. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton with you. Astros and Jays tonight, otherwise known as the Toronto White Walkers. If you have not caught on yet, that's what it is. 6:07 first pitch tonight. Ryel Blanco on the mound for your Stros. Yusei Kikuchi is pitching for Toronto. He's not a bad guy. Not a bad guy. He's had a little up and down type of year for the Jays, but the Astro Bats seemingly coming alive in spurts last night. A 5-run fifth inning, thanks to the bat of Yordan Alvarez. Made it a game after a 3-run homer. See if that can get him and everybody else going into the night. PC Stros enter play 3 games behind the M's in the West, 3 games behind the Court Jesters in the AL wildcard tonight. So opportunity to eke a little bit closer. I can't believe, by the way, they found a way to get that game in Kansas City last night. They were in a rain delay in the 6th inning for like 2.5, 3 hours, I feel like, and they ended up finishing that game.
Well, it was kind of like the Astros and the Mets. They had to get that game in because Astros aren't going back to Flushing. So they sat there and they played that. That was a late inning. Was that 9th inning that they had the rain delay for hours?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I believe so.
And then they came back and they won that game.
They did. They did. Stros almost did that last night. Hopefully they got a little mojo left from last night and get a dub tonight. Opportunity to win the series. If you could take this series against the Jays, PC, that sets yourself up for good revenge series against the Twins, who took 2 or 3 from the Stros about a month ago.
Yeah, they owe a little back to the Twinkies when they go up to Minnesota. And Yusei Kikuchi, a guy who has kind of worked on the walk total this year, right? He's a guy who's always had pretty good stuff, but he also has issues with just the walks. Like the walks just never end. Well, this year he's cut the walks down quite a bit, and he's been a little more consistent as a result. And this is a guy who, if the White Walkers, also known as the Blue Jays, decide that they are going to sell, it's a left-handed pitcher who is probably going to be on the market. And to me, this is the kind of pitcher that the Astros should be going to. They don't need a front of the line. They don't need an ace. They need a guy who can consistently give you 5-6 innings and just keep you in the game. He's cut the walk total down to about 2 walks per 9, but the strikeout totals are still about 9.5 per 9. So he strikes out more than a batter inning. He's cut down hard on the walks. This is a guy that, at 33, left-handed pitcher, this is the kind of pitcher the Astros should be looking at. A guy like Eric Fady from
you've been all over him.
Eric Fedde from the White Sox. Garrett Crochet is going to be the prize.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a guy who, if you're getting Garrett Crochet right now and you're in the pennant race, you're going to have to make him a reliever for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Because he's already past his career high in innings.
Mm-hmm.
And if you keep him as a starter, you'll blow his arm out.
Yeah, it's not attractive for me. If you're a team that needs starting pitching, you're going to go out and get a guy like that, and he can't be a starting pitcher for you this season.
Yeah, and that's why a guy like Fedde, and you look at what Fedde's career, right? He's not a guy that's had a lot of success in Major League Baseball before this year. He's 31 years old. He's got a career ERA over 5. But last year, he pitched in Korea and learned a little bit, refined his stuff. And this year, biggest notes, right? Strikeouts are up, walks are down, homers are down, hits allowed are down. He's become a pitcher.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that guy who's got a 3.23 ERA and a 1.13 WHIP, both of which are way better than anything close to his career.
Yeah.
Since he came back from Korea.
Yeah.
That's a guy who's got a 2-year contract. He's not making a ton of money. 2 years, $15 million total.
Right.
You put that guy at the back of the rotation, and that's a solid pitcher. And nobody's talking about him because they're all talking about Crochet.
Sure. Well, I mean, maybe we should learn something. We were talking about the big guns in the offseason, and, the Astros didn't go that route either. As you have kind of alluded to multiple times now in regards to Dana Brown being that aggressive GM, maybe it doesn't come by way of the big splash with a name, but maybe it's more kind of a la James Click, and it's more of a savvy
working the margins.
Yeah.
Is what I mean. Look, unless you want to strip everything out of your farm system for a big move, working the margins is how they're going to win. And to me, that's a move. Getting a guy like Fetty is a better move than going for a guy like Crochet, who's going to cost you everybody in your farm system.
Yeah.
And you can't start him the rest of the year.
Right, exactly. Well, we'll see. It'll be a good follow. Trade deadline coming up July 31st, so you got a few weeks there. We'll turn our attention to the NBA. The Los Angeles Lakers kind of dominating the headlines, at least for today.
By the way, just real quick, do you know what Fetty's nickname is?
What?
Fettuccine.
Why? Fettuccine. Yeah, if he's an Astro, we have to think of something better than that, man. LeBron James and the Lakers reached a deal today to stay together for the next couple of years.
LeBron James.
At most, the deal does include a player option and has a no-trade clause. Shocker. It's a 2-year, $104 million deal. So check this note out. LeBron James will make more money in his age 40 and 41 seasons than Michael Jordan made his entire NBA career combined. That's crazy.
Well, they're like 30 years apart.
Still, that is crazy. $104 million over 2 years. NBA money in 2024. It is what it is.
This shows you how sports has exploded, right?
Yeah.
You think about what a team was bought for in, say, 1996 and what they're selling for now.
Yeah.
You look at the TV rights deals, what the RSNs pay in rights fees.
Sure.
How much money leagues bring in, how the explosion of salaries. I mean, it's...
Look at the Boston Celtics. They're going to try to sell the team, and that ownership group back in 2002 bought them for like $368 million, $370, something like that. And all the NBA franchises that recently sold, I mean, the Clippers were a story. Was it a decade ago that Ballmer bought them already? Has it been that long?
2014?
Yeah, I mean, that was for $2 billion. He broke the 2B mark, and then it was like, whoa. And now, I mean, there are franchises that have been sold for, 3.8, 4,
the Celtics
4.2.
are going to get like over 4B, and they're only going to give up the majority, not the whole team. They're just going to give up majority stake.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Sticking with the Lakers and Bronny James also agreed to a contract, 4 years, $7 million, guaranteed contract. They've also began to assemble their coaching staff. Adrian Wojnarowski, about an hour and change ago, with this report. Joining J.J. Redick on his staff is going to be former Rocket player, longtime NBA head coach Scotty Brooks, along with Nate McMillan. Who knows where they go from here? Trying to assemble an all-star staff, a lot of experience via, head coaching, the minds, joining Redick on his staff. We'll see. I mean, this is a good move, I think, ultimately for a team that just made a hire in Redick with literally no experience outside of, I don't know if this is true or not, but outside of him being a fourth grade volunteer basketball coach.
What, being a podcaster isn't experience?
No.
What? No. They had to get coaches done quickly because they'd already been rejected by Terry Stotts. And they'd already been rejected by Dwayne Casey. They had to get coaches under contract because
you could do worse than McMillan and Brooks.
When you start getting multiple guys are rejecting you, the question starts to become why. Like, why does nobody want that job? And look, I got to be honest. If I was an assistant coach, I don't know I'd want that job. I'm gonna work for a guy who's become a head coach by being a podcaster and buddies with LeBron.
Yeah,
we know who runs the team. What is my job?
Yeah.
My job is to go, hey, LeBron, what do you think about this? Hey, LeBron, what do you think about that?
And everybody knows it.
Everybody knows it.
You're not a
It
coach.
is no secret.
You're a dummy.
Not only that, but who knows? You might not even have a job. I mean, after the next 2 years, because LeBron's still there
After the All-Star game.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, no, it's not going to be that quick. People are going to naturally be down on Redick.
It's
I
not
know
even
people
a
are gonna-
referendum on him. It's a referendum on the process.
Yes,
How
I
do you
get that.
hire a guy who has zero friggin' qualifications?
But-
You're the Lakers.
But the result doesn't have to be, equivalent to just the process. You might not agree with the process, but it could be a really good end result for Redick. I think Redick has, the potential to be a really good coach. And it's based off of literally nothing other than the type of player that he was in his collegiate career. It's based on the type of player that he was in a 15-year NBA career.
Man, it's not even based on any of that. It's based
It
on
is
he's
for-
LeBron's boy.
No, I'm saying for me, this is why I think Redick, maybe can surprise everybody. Not just most, not just some, everybody. And for that reason, I'm going to be interested. Now, I hope he does it. It's going to be despite LeBron. It's going to be a battle. I told you yesterday, it's going to be a headache, man, with Bronny in the mix, LeBron. Everybody knows it's the biggest open secret in basketball. Everybody knows who's running the show over there. It's LeBron.
I wonder what happens with J.J. Redick the first time he goes against LeBron in a game. The first time, they're in a tight game, fourth quarter, timeout. Redick identifies, all right, you know what? They're leaving this dude open every time. Let's get the ball to him. He's got an open shot. And LeBron's like, no, give me the ball.
Yeah.
It's like, LeBron, they're triple teaming you. Get the open shot. No, give me the ball.
gonna
What happens the first time that happens?
I don't know. There's going to be drama.
question.
Yeah, it is a good question. It's going to happen. It's bound to happen.
yeah, for sure it is.
It'll be something to watch for sure.
First time he decides he's going to David Blatt on J.J.
David
Redick.
Blatt. Yeah, that's right. Forgot
Remember,
about
David
that, dude.
Blatt was the head coach, and they'd go to the huddle, and LeBron would walk past him. He wouldn't even be in the huddle. And then Blatt would design a play. They'd get out onto the court, and LeBron would just give me the ball.
Yeah, Blatt was just like, whatever, man. All right, that's going to do it for Hot Leads. Coming up next, I'm just shocked by these numbers. It is definitely the Caitlin Clark effect. And to what extent? How about plus 600%? It's next. We'll discuss. It's Area 45.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. 9. Live from the Twin Peaks studio, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Area 45 in for In the Loop today. He's Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani, Chris Santiago here as well, producing. You want to be a part of the show, hit us up, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Texter, how the hell does Redick have potential to be a good coach? Based on what? Shooting threes? Redick never even had to go play. What does this guy say? Redick never even had a go-to play made for him. He literally was just a spot shooter. Okay, we're going to talk about, the X's and O's in terms of when he was a player. He's obviously a really good player, really smart player. He's got a lot of experience playing. That's it. That doesn't mean he's going to be a good coach, but I've just told you, from my perspective, and it's probably the same thing that he would have said in the interview and even in any media session that he's been asked about countless times at this point. Why do you think you would be a good head coach? Well, he's very recently removed from the game, understands this era of players, understands team chemistry, understands a locker room from having been, in the NBA for 15 years. I mean, he has zero coaching experience. I get that, and that's inarguable. But it's an almost impossible situation on the surface thinking that this guy's going to go in and have great success in the way that we've built up this narrative that LeBron James is this cancerous being and is hindering the Los Angeles Lakers for, 4, 5, 6 years now, whatever it's been since he's been there. I mean, by the same token, you could step into far worse situations than one of the best players in NBA history in your first job. And so for that reason, and he's assembling a pretty good staff, you could do worse than Nate McMillan. You could do worse than Scotty Brooks. It's just a matter of, is he going to have the opportunity to really grow into the job? Will LeBron hinder him? Will this circus that has become the Los Angeles Lakers hinder his growth? And we're all going to be there to watch it. And most of you are going to be watching hoping that he's going to fail. Because I think most people want to see, at this stage at least, LeBron James fail. I don't think that's crazy at all.
Not me.
Not you. Would you agree you're in the minority?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to see J.J. Redick fail. I just want to see what, how it's going to work out, that relationship with LeBron and him.
Yeah, I mean,
that's my only, how's that going to work out?
It is very much, you driving on the freeway and you are doing a little rubbernecking oh my gosh, that looks bad.
Mm-hmm.
That looks bad.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it from LeBron. He's a villain. He's been a villain for a little while now. Why is he a villain? Because, there's countless. But he's won a lot. He's gone and had the opportunity to win a lot. And people like me don't appreciate the way that he's always done that. And the humble brag that he has become over everything in the last 4 or 5 years, to me, has been heightened. And it's gotten old. It's gotten tired. And so for that reason, I think most people want to see him fail, and by association, Redick fail. Patrick, you actually brought these numbers to my attention last night in regards to the Caitlin Clark effect. And I didn't really believe you, admittedly, last night.
You thought I just pulled it out of my booty.
I did. I believed this year's numbers. I did not believe last year's numbers.
So you thought I was deliberately downplaying
I
numbers?
I thought you had to be misinformed.
My own partner doesn't even trust me.
Wow.
You believe this?
Well, that's how drastic the numbers are.
Hey, what's this in my back? Oh, look, it's a knife. I think this is yours.
I love it. It's a little extreme, I would say. The WNBA released its All-Star fan votes. And would you be surprised if I told you that Caitlin Clark is leading all fan votes for the All-Star game? Now, you've seen this, Chris, right? And
yes.
Okay, you've seen. Yeah, it's on the damn show doc. My bad. Sometimes Patrick doesn't look at the show doc, so it's I know I can be spontaneous with him.
Whoa, it's different for me.
It's different for you.
It's different for me, too, when Sean says, hey, don't look at this.
Have you looked at this? to see. You told me this year's numbers last night. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it. I mean, I looked at it yesterday, but I didn't look at it today.
I doubt
Does that matter?
The majority of our audience has actually looked at this, and most of them probably don't care. It's just amazing to me. 700,000 votes for Caitlin Clark. So last year's vote tallies for the All-Star game didn't even reach 100,000 for one single player. And the best player in the NBA last year, and I would assume that she's that this year, Asia Wilson, garnered 95,000 votes. 95,000 votes. What did she have this year?
600,000.
I mean, this is a plus 600% increase in voting.
And she's third.
Third. Caitlin Clark, Aaliyah Boston, Asia Wilson, Brianna Stewart, Angel Reese. Vote tallies range anywhere from 700K to 381K.
Even Angel Reese, who's got 340,000 votes, has the equivalent of like the top 3 vote getters from a year ago.
It's incredible. Like, should this surprise people? Should this prove to those doubters, the people that said, boy, like this whole Caitlin Clark thing, and never mind all the drama that she began her WNBA career with, which she had not a damn thing to do with. But the sustainability, like, she's going to go to the WNBA. She'll never be as popular as she was in college. The WNBA is just it's just a sport that people in large don't care about. I feel like that is, at least at this point in time, proven wrong. It says the numbers are there, and I would suspect that if you look at the game that they had the other night in Vegas, which was the largest crowd ever for that venue, like 23,000.
Yeah, they moved to the T-Mobile Arena.
Yes, and they've drawn like the highest ratings multiple times already in games that featured Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese. Just attention, the radar is up for the WNBA. Obviously, the vote tallies are up. People care. That is up. Is it sustainable? I would say the answer is yes.
Here are some things if you haven't noticed them, right? Early in the WNBA season, how many times Caitlin Clark was just getting absolutely mugged. Mm-hmm. Dirty, cheap shots, clothesline to the basket, just getting banged around all over the place, stuff that's not even basketball plays. But you look back over the last couple of weeks, we haven't seen any of those. Caitlin Clark has actually earned the respect of the league en masse because as they beat the crap out of her, and despite fans being ticked, media being ticked, who never said anything? Caitlin Clark. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All she ever said, you know what? It's a physical game. I just got to be tougher. I got to play through it. When they're losing a game because she doesn't get the ball for the last 3 minutes of the game, and she's like, well, I trust my teammates. I believe in my teammates. The whole world, even her coach, like 2 days later, said, yeah, we got to get Caitlin to shoot the ball. We got to get her the ball in that situation. Caitlin's like, nope, got it. My teammates are good. I got to trust them. They're going to make shots. She always says the right thing.
Yeah.
And she has played through everything. She's played better as the season goes on. She never opens her mouth to praise herself, only to praise her teammates or to praise her opponent. And the dirty stuff has kind of moved aside. The cheap shots have moved aside. They still play her physical. They still play her tough. But the dirty stuff, the really dirty stuff, has kind of been eliminated. And you saw them play against Phoenix earlier in the week. That team has Diana Taurasi and Brittany Griner. Mm-hmm. And you saw before the game, Diana Taurasi comes up, hugs her, tells her, how much she enjoys her, what she's doing,
yeah,
and
sure,
how great she is, and all the attention. Like, this is a woman who, before the season started, said, hey, when she gets to the WNBA, she's going to see what it's like.
Yeah.
And now she's played through a half a season, and that same person has basically been like the mother hen, right? Tough love to start.
Exactly.
And now, you know what? We respect the way you handled it.
But they put the challenge out there for her, like as if it didn't already exist anyway. I mean, making the leap from college to the WNBA, just, college to the NBA, whatever. There's a challenge that lies. And, for the greatest of the greats, when you're talking about like a Rebecca Lobo or whoever it is, Diana Taurasi, they're going to pose those challenges to somebody that, not necessarily that they feel like is not ready or not deserving of all of this attention and hoopla surrounding this with Caitlin Clark, but you're going to put that out there for them because you want them and you know in the back like they're going to meet this challenge.
The fact that it was Taurasi is so important because of how heavily respected she is in the league. She's 41 years old.
Yeah.
And she's a future Hall of Famer. She was a future Hall of Famer 10 years ago. Like, she carries such immense respect around the league that when you see Taurasi embrace her, now it's like, all right, you can't go against Diana Taurasi.
Yeah. It's kind of like the head of the mob bosses, right? Like when they've been accepted, when they've been made. Like
she's the godmother.
Yeah,
right?
she's
like,
the godmother.
You can't go against Diana Taurasi.
Exactly. I just these numbers are insane. I don't know how they handle WNBA voting. Like if you can vote multiple times, like or up to 25 times.
Well, you know,
it doesn't matter. Like really,
in Bangladesh, there's a voting farm, and they just have people online voting all day long.
Yeah, for sure. I know that's got to be a thing. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You can call or text, be a part of the show. Hit us up on Twitter, at Pete Creighton, the number 1, at Sean Bijani for myself. Twitch and YouTube. Watch us. Chat with us there as well. David Culley had more coaching experience than J.J. Redick. Yeah. I'm rooting for LeBron to fail, says the 713, his coach and team, and I enjoyed doing it. Caitlin Clark is better than Bronny. LMAO.
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
How many can argue against that?
I don't know, man. I think Bronny would clamp her up.
What?
With what?
What do you mean with what? Bro, trust me. Y'all, I get it, Caitlin Clark, but like, come on, man.
Caitlin Clark's going to hit him with a double move and he's going to have a heart attack. All right? That's what's going to happen.
Dude, come on.
Man, no. Caitlin Clark, she's a beast and all that, but don't, man.
She didn't even have to move. She can stand at mid-court and drop threes on his head.
And he'll be right there covering her. So, man, I get the whole Bronny stuff, but don't do that to him, man.
PC didn't go for the jugular. He didn't go for the kick in the nuts. He just reached right through the chest and just tore, literally, the heart out.
Molaram, Isaram.
Yeah. Indiana Jones.
Yes.
Temple of Doom.
Finally, two in a row.
That's 2 in a row. Let's go, Sean.
Woo! Hold on. Where are we at? There you go. Bro, don't come at me with...
This is a day that will go down in infamy.
Don't come at me with Indiana Jones movie lines and trivia. I'm all about that, man. You miss me trying to get me
John's
on
like, we walk from here.
Oh, my goodness. All right, hey, coming up next.
I'm very little. You cheat very big.
A texter actually asked me this question during a break, and so I'm going to ask all of you. We can discuss. Which Houston pro sports team brings the most passion and emotion out of you? There's obviously no wrong answer here, but I'll give you mine, and I think it might surprise some of you. That's next. It's Area 45.
Sabercats.
In the loop.
I think the most important rookies to watch.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Area 45 in for In the Loop today. Sean Bijani, that is me, along with Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago producing. Jordan Smith, shout out to him. Been with us for about a week now, doing a kick butt job. Appreciate you, Jordan. 713-572-4610. If you'd like to be a part of the show, you can hit us up via text or call 572-4610. Tweet at us at Pete Creighton, the number 1, at Sean Bijani for myself on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube. You can watch us. Download the Odyssey app, free. Take us wherever you go, and with the rewind feature, you'll never miss a thing. It's the Odyssey app. You can listen to Sports Radio 610 24/7. This was from a texter earlier in the show, probably a couple of segments ago, and just kind of a rando question, but it kind of got me thinking. It's a good one. It's a fun one, I think, conversation to have. And he asked me, which Houston pro sports team brings the most passion and emotion out of you? And I think this is probably an unconventional one. I feel like most people would say, fill in the blank, PC, who? Among all Houston pro sports teams, who would elicit the most passion and emotion out of you?
I think most people would say the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
But for you, we know it's not.
No, it's not. And it's not even the Astros.
Nope.
It's the Rockets.
No, it isn't.
It is.
It's not.
It's not the SaberCats.
It is the Houston Cougars.
Go
Cougs.
Yeah.
They get paid now, so they might as well be pros.
Right. No, it's not even the Cougs, to be honest with you. And I love my Cougs, man. Yeah, go Cougs. It's the Rockets. And I don't know if it's more than just because I was a basketball nut whenever I was a little kid. And, I was old enough to enjoy the championship years. I was 11, 12 years old. And that just, like, everybody around that time that was a kid, you had a jersey, you watched them on TV. You can memorize and recall the roster, and you love the uniforms. And, the parades. The city was on fire, man. It was so cool. And they were running stuff. They were the most consistent professional sports franchise in this city during that time. The Oilers were up and down, and the Astros were like, meh. It was a Rockets town. And since then, it's just grown for me, but the passion especially. Like the last 5 years, PC, with everything that has gone on with this organization, the Daryl Morey exit, James Harden, all that drama, to tanking not once, not twice, 3 years in a row, the accumulation of talent and almost an alienation. And that's what teams do to their fan base whenever they tank. It's really hard to keep people around that can watch these young, yes, really uber talented players develop and grow. Problem is, they were really talented and they weren't doing a whole lot of growing and they weren't doing a whole lot of winning. That was a problem for me. They didn't keep me around.
Better tank job. Astros.
Yes.
Rockets. Texans. Because all three have tanked in the last decade.
Yeah.
Gotta be the Astros, right?
It's led to a championship.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
led to multiple championships. Whereas the Texans, they're very much TBD in terms of grading the tank job in its finality. The Rockets are very much TBD in terms of overall grading their tank, cumulatively. Like, what is it going to result in? You're playing in a very difficult conference, and don't look now, but the Eastern Conference, at least for the top 3-4 teams, they look like they are going to be tough. Again, this
Which
year.
are the three teams?
Well, when healthy, the Milwaukee Bucks with Giannis. And the New York Knicks, the pieces that they've added, Boston Celtics, they're not going anywhere.
So no respect for the Philadelphia 76ers.
I was just about to say the 76ers.
The Phillies were going to be like the last team that I mentioned because it's new. They brought in Paul George. He just signed a 4-year deal. The Philadelphia 76ers basically admitting to everybody themselves that Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey are not going to be able to do this by themselves. So they brought in George, good veteran guy, to see what he has left in the tank. That's huge. That's huge. That is another opportunity in a very short amount of time that Daryl Morey and the Philadelphia 76ers have had to go out and flip some pretty serious cash.
It also doesn't help that they decided to keep Tobias Harris over Jimmy Butler, but hey. That's a whole different conversation.
Yeah, those are 4 really good teams in the Eastern Conference right now.
I'd even throw in the Cavs just in there just because. But I don't see them being up there with.
Dude, how crazy was that? Donovan Mitchell re-ups with the Cavs so that it could be him and 4 Jags to get eliminated in the second round again. Why would you do that?
Payday.
The city.
Payday, I guess.
But you could sign and trade.
Yeah.
Why would you? All right. I feel like this has this is going to wind up being one of those like Carmelo type deals. All right, I signed the big deal, and then like 3 months later, all right, you trade me.
Maybe, and maybe that's the plan. Effectively a sign and trade, right? I mean, in the Western Conference, what was the stat this year? Like the Rockets finishing, what did they finish? Like 11? Did they finish 11th in the West this year, just outside of the 9-10 play-in? They weren't far behind. It was just that horrid stretch that they had to overcome. I mean, they played some really good basketball later in the season. It was just almost too little too late.
11th, yes.
And this is a ball club that gets, this 19-win improvement. And I think this was the first time in NBA history in which that many teams went that deep in the Western Conference, or maybe it was either conference, East or West. First time in NBA history you'd seen that many teams at 500 or better. I mean, that is the
You had to be 10 over.
Yeah.
In the Western Conference, you had to be 10 over to make the postseason. And in recent history, you haven't had to be near that.
Right.
To get in at like 9-10. You game over.
Eke in. Yeah, sometimes in the Eastern Conference, you were a few games under 500.
In the Eastern Conference, there were routinely teams under who were, hell, last year, the Atlanta Hawks got in. They were 10 under.
That's incredible. Yeah. That's incredible. It's just the Rockets are that team for me because I have not felt as stripped of my fandom by any organization like I have the Rockets. I don't necessarily know why that is. As bad as it was for the Texans for 3+ years, and you could see it. We talked about it ad nauseum daily. We knew the problems that existed over there, and they did nothing to fix it. And it could result in nothing but that was simply just the plan at some point in time to get to where they were last year, where they are right now. I don't care. Call it what you want.
So the Rockets most disenfranchised you.
Yes.
And that ticked you off.
Yes, it did. I crave basketball more than a good basketball team, almost more than I do a really good football team. And it's because I've been through those championship years before. I know how sweet it can be. I know how it can make a city feel. And look, if the Texans win a Super Bowl, are you kidding me? It's going to take it to a completely different level. What did you say months ago? If the Texans win a Super Bowl, it is going to easily trump all of the Astros World Series titles.
The city would melt down.
The city would melt down. I mean, that was a great illustration by you. I think it's 110% correct for the masses, and I would be right there with you. I'd be at the front. We'd have a hell of a time at the parade. It's just, I want and I need my basketball team to be likable, to be watchable, to be competitive perennially. And maybe it's just because it took way longer than I had anticipated after the initial teardown. Because I'm sitting here now and I'm looking at the Philadelphia 76ers. They're spending all this money, right? All this money on Embiid, on Maxey, on George. And how many years removed are we from the Harden experiment in Philadelphia? It was like 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
2 years. And they were able to quickly pivot. And I know the Rockets have done something different. They built through the draft. And they're going to have to pay these dudes starting next year. Alperen Şengün, Jalen Green. They've got a lot of decisions to make, and they're not all going to be here. It's not all going to be roses and rainbows for these young guys. It's going to sting.
Little rainbows.
Definitely not little rainbows. Shout out Giants.
No surprise which team in Houston elicits the most from me. If you've ever listened to me for 20 minutes, you know the answer. However, I will say, like you, I have had basketball disenfranchisement.
Mm-hmm.
You know, obviously baseball is my love, and it's always going to be the Astros here because baseball is always going to be number one for me. But between my disenfranchisement with the Knicks, with their jackwagon owner, who
still exists,
had one of the greatest players in team history arrested literally for no reason other than to try to show off, his power.
Yeah, it was a flex.
Who had and this is how petty Jim Dolan is. There's a story from last year. A woman was with a Girl Scout troop. They had all these Girl Scout troops and a handful of women. They were chaperones.
Oh, I know this story.
Going to Radio City Music Hall to watch the Christmas Spectacular. The Rockettes.
So low.
They use facial recognition technology for everybody who walks in the door at everything owned by Jim Dolan. So at MSG, at Radio City, when you go to the Sphere, okay?
Yeah.
And it turned out this woman who's there with all these Girl Scouts, she works for a law firm that is involved in litigation against MSG. She's not a lawyer, and she's not personally involved in it, but she works for that company. Jim Dolan had security escort her from the building 5 minutes into the show, and she was there to chaperone all the Girl Scouts.
Yeah.
They forcibly removed her from the building because she worked for a company that's involved in a legal proceeding against MSG.
That's low, man.
I mean, he is the epitome of POS.
Yeah.
Rich a-hole.
Yeah.
And I can't root for a team that's owned by a guy like that.
Yeah. You're craving the same thing. And it's the owner that's been the big detractor for you. You want to like your team. You want to appreciate it. You want to respect it. And the Rockets have become everything but, for me, over the course of the last few years, since the Harden exodus.
Right. So I adopted the Rockets.
Yeah.
Right. I adopted the Rockets, a team that broke my heart in 1994. I adopted the Rockets. And I adopted James Harden as our superstar, right? And this is the guy who is finally going to get the Rockets back over the hump, right? And every year in the postseason, Harden would have this spectacular meltdown at the most inopportune time. And it was, okay, well, this is the year he's finally going to do it. Nope. This is the year nope. Nope. Nope.
Yeah.
And then the way he forced his way out of town. F that guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't care how many Chippendale Rescue Rangers were filmed in that beard. F that guy.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't work in Brooklyn. He shrunk again in Philadelphia. He shrunk again in L.A. with the Clippers. I mean, that is who he was, but he was so damn great for the Rockets until you got to the big game, the big moment when you needed him the most.
And I will tell you that seeing the Rockets go through the rebuild, go through the tank, get the young players, develop the young players, man, I'm excited for the Rockets' future. I'm really excited for the Rockets' future. But the Astros are always going to be the team that I live and die with because I'm a baseball guy first.
Yeah. Yeah, look, it's probably really surprising to you for me not to say the Astros. It's just maybe I've fallen kind of victim to their successes, and I'm a little spoiled too. It's expected now.
Bougie Bijani.
I take it for granted. I think a lot of us do. But it's been so damn long that, and with the way that the Rockets handled things, it was just a disastrous time period from Morey to Harden to now that I crave a really good, competitive, likable basketball team, specifically the Rockets in my city, like no other. And I've asked this question before, at what point in time are we going to get back to and actually experience, for multiple years, a golden age of Houston sports? All three of these franchises still appear very capable of getting to the next phase. We're watching the Astros do that right now as we speak after a horrible start to a season. The Texans taking the next step. The Rockets, have they made the right decisions? Is this the right move to continue to go with this youth movement at some point in time? And it might very well come here in the next, 6-7 months ahead of the deadline where they make a decision on trading away a piece or two of their youth to get a dude. And that's probably going to light a fire under this fan base's ass. And it's going to be a beautiful thing because as soon as this Rockets team is looked upon as a contender within the West again, people are coming back in a big way.
There's probably only one possible way to make the Astros not be like the number one team for me in the city.
Texans win the Super Bowl.
Put NHL in Houston.
That too, yeah. That would be fantastic for UPC. I know that. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. The Texans is the only right answer, says the 832. People were watching them with a damn priest running the show. I don't know about that, bro.
I was going to say, I remember the, when the fake priest was running the show, the number of people chanting, "Sell the team."
Yeah.
I remember the stands being quite empty and then filled with opponents' fans because Texans fans didn't want to go. I remember how the Texans once upon a time had a waiting list over 80,000 people deep, and they burned it in one off season and didn't sell out.
That
the first time ever.
That priority season ticket wait list turned into a priority picket line. People were so freaking mad, and you should have been. People were so cheated, and you should have felt that way. People were so disenfranchised with that organization. It was unfair. And now, man, it's in the rearview mirror. It's no looking back. If you had to go through that all over again, knowing that this was going to be the outcome, I think you would do it again, twice on Sunday.
Here, movie for you to watch with your son. Aladdin.
Oh, yeah.
Watch Aladdin, because Jack was Jafar. And Cal McNair was the Sultan, and he had the Sultan under the whammy, and, could get him to do anything he wanted because he had the whammy, until finally the spell was broken. And then that's it. When the spell got broken on Cal McNair, Jafar was finally kicked out, banished from the land.
all the time.
Banished. And then everything was wonderful, and everything has gotten great since then. It's the Houston Texans. They are Aladdin.
I like that. Yeah, Aladdin.
And now you can watch that with your son, and he'll like it because there's all the songs. He'll like it because of the flying carpet and the flying around. He'll like that kind of stuff.
Oh, he'll like it. Yeah, for sure.
And those are the things. And then you and the missus can finally go. Wait. Little kids don't understand that joke.
Yeah.
You get Robin Williams as the genie. What's better than that?
He's our kid. He might. 713-572-4610, 572-4610.
You want to know what my daughter taught me many years ago? My daughter was 2.
Mm-hmm.
And because of everything that was going on in the business back then, I would have to take her for the meetings that I would hold. So I would have meetings at different restaurants so that she could just sit there and eat. She's 2 years old. Here, eat, play on my iPad. I'm going to go talk to my team. And she's watching these Dora the Explorer videos. And I said to her, "How did you get that up? You don't know how to type." She looks at me. She's 2 years old. Dad. Presses the microphone button. Dora.
That's awesome.
And all these Dora videos. It has a microphone? Dad. I had no idea.
Yeah, that's awesome.
My daughter's just like, Dad. Why don't you know? She's 2. She's 2.
Yeah, my boy's kind of doing something similar to that, with our remote. We have Schmick-Schmittity. And
he knows how to hit he knows how to talk to it.
But he doesn't say it clear enough all the time for it to actually, be accurate and pull up what he wants. And so sometimes there's some pretty sketch things that pop up. It's kind of he's into racing, obviously, stemming from cars and stuff. So he'll try to say Formula One crashes. He likes to watch the crashes and stuff like that. And I got to be careful. That I have to do for him sometimes because internet.
Does it say formula? He says formula, and it comes up with fornicate.
It hasn't been that, but it's been. Definitely not safe for 4-year-olds to come up. So
no Playboy channel for you. Not till next year.
Coming up next, trade deadline questions. Biggest Astro rumors. That's next. It's Sports Radio 610's Area 45.
Guys, John Lopez here for Ability Trees, and you know it by now. It's all around us. Mother Nature.
Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Area 45 back with you, in for In the Loop today. He's Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani. Jim Bowden, former MLB GM and writer for The Athletic, baseball analyst, had his latest piece out this morning via The Athletic, titled 30 Trade Deadline Questions. And I was scrolling, PC, to try and find out what he was saying about the Houston Astros, and I thought, like, boy, you're just going to overlook them. There's nothing there. I even had to get to like 15 before he got to, I think it was 15, before he got to the Mariners and anything having to do with the American League West or even the American League wildcard teams that might be in the hunt to improve their roster. But he had to get to 24 before he addressed the Houston Astros in their situation. And when he did, here you go again. We've talked about this guy before. They're playing his team right now, Vlad Guerrero Jr. So the question was, it's rumored the Astros might be interested in Vlad Guerrero Jr. or another first baseman, but as poor as that position has been this season, starting pitching has to be the top priority, right? And Bowden answered the question, quote, as long as Dana Brown's the GM of the Astros, starting pitching and pitching in general will be the top priority, but would they have interest in adding Guerrero to their lineup, especially knowing that Alex Bregman will likely leave in free agency this offseason? You better believe it. However, the Blue Jays are publicly saying they're not trading Guerrero and instead are trying to extend his contract. End quote from Bowden.
So here's where this really lies, right? Because obviously, Bowden's giving you a blurb and not giving you the full behind-the-curtains look. The Jays have been trying to extend Bo Bichette and Vlad Guerrero for a while. They're not anywhere close. There is the GM and the team president are on scorching hot seats right now because this Jays team has the highest payroll it's ever had in its existence, and they're not very good.
Yeah,
what
definitely.
Are they now? Are they 10 under?
They're 8 or 9, I think.
They are 7 under.
Yeah, there you go.
They're 7 under. They're 7 out in the wild card. They are 15 out in the division. And even though they're 7 out in the wild card, they're behind KC, Boston, Houston, Tampa, and they're tied with Arlington and a game ahead of Detroit in the wild card race. So there's a lot of teams still ahead of them.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of getting to the point of either they have to do a reset here or they need to go on. Remember, this team tried to go all in on Shohei Ohtani in the offseason.
Yeah, that's right.
Didn't get him.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to go all in on Yamamoto, the Japanese pitcher.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
All right, and they didn't get on him either. So this team, they had this plan of we're going to go bees to the wall to try to get Shohei Ohtani and then another really, really big superstar. And when they didn't get it, they didn't have a plan B. They did nothing else the offseason. What happened? How did you go from, we're going to spend $700 million to, we're not going to spend anything? And they've regressed. Bo Bichette's having a terrible season. The team hasn't pitched as well as it hoped to. They lost Jordan Romano for the season, their closer, very early on. So that is a brutal division, and they're nowhere near. Now, if they can't get the thought process has been if they can't get Bichette and or Guerrero to agree to a long-term extension by the deadline, they would be available.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's been scuttle about them trading Bo Bichette now for a couple of weeks. And Bichette has been struggling. I think he's since kind of turned it up a little bit here recently before the Astros series. But it's just kind of interesting that team, as you said, they've got their highest payroll in franchise history, which is just over $225 million this season. I think it's just the second time ever they've broken the $200 million mark in terms of what they broke opening day in with their payroll, and they're in this much limbo. It's a tough spot for them. I know you're talking about the wild card as maybe the most attainable this year for them, but that's a beast of a division, and it takes some stones to invest in guys like Bo Bichette, Vlad Guerrero, when you're already tied to George Springer. Those would be your three biggest contracts, I think, if in fact they were to lock those other two guys up going into the next 2, 3, 4 years easily. When you're playing with the Yankees and the Orioles, that it doesn't feel like they're going to relinquish control of that division anytime soon, especially the Orioles. They're coming, man.
Now, Georgie's 4 years into his deal.
Mm-hmm.
Right, he's 34 this year.
It was a 6-year deal or a 5-year deal?
It's a 6-year deal.
Yeah.
He's 4 years in. That's his 4th year. He's 34 years old. He's having the worst season of his career.
Mm-hmm.
He's shown life the last week or 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But all season long, he's really struggled. And you look at Vlad Guerrero. Vlad Guerrero still has 1 more year of arbitration, of which he's probably going to be north of $25 million in arbitration.
Mm-hmm.
But if you are anybody going after Vlad, you've got to go after him with the idea of we're going to sign him long term.
Absolutely.
And understand what that is cost-wise. And this is where it's hard to think of the Astros as legitimate suitors for Vlad Guerrero, even though there's a lot of smoke about the Astros and Vlad Guerrero. And that is the Astros, as a franchise, owner down, do not hand out big deals. They don't hand out 7-year, 8-year deals, and that's what he's going to want. Probably going to want a 10-year deal because Vlad Guerrero is going to hit free agency at 27 years old. And they don't have the farm system to give up a bunch of guys to get someone who they're not going to maintain under team control.
Yeah.
Dana Brown has said they're not going to give up a bunch of minor leaguers for a rental. This doesn't make sense.
Nor should they, yeah.
So when you try to piece together, how does a deal for Vlad Guerrero make sense if they're not going to entertain a 7, 8, 9, 10-year deal anywhere in that range for a guy who's going to be a free agent at 27?
Yeah.
And you know what it's going to cost to get him. How does this match up? How does this meet any organizational philosophy that the Astros have?
Well, it doesn't. Their philosophy doesn't equate to any deals beyond 5 or 6 years. And if you were going to break protocol, so to speak, for anybody, I would do it for the guy that you know better than anybody. He plays right field, usually for your team when he's not on the IL. And Kyle Tucker, who is well on the right side of the age of 30, 27 years old. If you were going to give an 8 to 10-year deal to anybody, and it's not going to cost you anything in terms of prospects to get him or keep him, I'm paying Kyle Tucker. And there's a kind of a balancing act, like the Astros. Not that. You're just going to have to determine where are we going to really be getting this elite level of offensive production that Vlad Guerrero is very capable of producing, but has fallen off precipitously over the course of the last 4 seasons that he had that 48-homer season and was tremendous. He hadn't been the same guy really since. But Kyle Tucker is almost a perennial 30-30 guy, thereabouts anyway. And you know the defense that you're going to get with him more times than not. I think maybe the Astros are going to determine, okay, well, we get this at right field, and we're going to get maybe a productive, better hitting first baseman than we've had in years since Yuli Gurriel a handful of years ago. We can make do at third base if, in fact, we lose Alex Bregman. We can make do in left field if, in fact, we do have to trade Chas McCormick and or Jake Myers. They've got backup options in center field with Pedro Leon, with Joey Loperfido, if in fact he himself is not a part of a trade. It's going to be really interesting to see how the Astros execute this deadline, because in large part it's going to have ramifications in the future as soon as next year versus with guys they're going to not retain anymore. And I think the writing's on the wall for guys, especially like Alex Bregman. Not there yet on Kyle Tucker. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. It is that time. We do it every night on Area 45. We'll do it here with you next. It's Bandwagon. Stay there.
What should we expect from the Rocket?
Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
Bandwagon.
I'm on a board. Yeah, he's been off the wagon 2 years. Off the wagon? I think it's off the wagon. I think it's on the wagon. You're back on the wagon.
Right off the wagon.
What the hell do you know about wagons? I know enough not to get on them. Told you.
There's lots of room. It's time to get on or get off. Oh, it's time to play a little bit of bandwagon.
Bandwagon, baby. Let's go.
Bandwagon. Jesus says I'm exempt. So, our very good friend and close neighbor, Joel Osteen.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
He is getting roasted on the social and the media over tweeting to his followers about the simple things in life. So, Mr. Megachurch, who is worth over $50 million, has two homes here in the area, a $10.5 million mansion, and then another house worth nearly $3 million.
Oh.
Because, Jesus led a very opulent life. Insisted to people they need to enjoy the simple things in life, even if they don't have a lot of resources. On Wednesday, Osteen declared, "It's the simple things in life that bring us the most joy, and that those who may not have a lot of resources are blessed as long as they have their health. If you're able to look at the stars at night, you're blessed." As he says this through his Botox face. and does this with a picture of himself and his wife where you can see every drop of Botox in his face.
Yes, I can. He's got so much. Boy, he squints.
No, that's the Botox.
I know, but it looks like he's squinting all of the time.
So, Joel Osteen, who doesn't pay taxes.
God, is that his house?
This is his $10.5 million complex, which is basically
that is a really large
4 houses and a pool and an outdoor cabana.
Baptismal font, if you will.
I mean, like, you could have, like, an entire cult there. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. And then apparently he hid all the replies.
What?
So it says the hidden replies tell you everything you need to know about Joel Osteen. Remember, this is the man who, during Harvey, locked the doors and left Houstonians outside to drown.
Yeah, everybody went to Mattress Max.
Hey, if you can look at the stars right before you drown, you're blessed.
Blessed.
It's the simple things. The good Lord should strike his house with lightning and burn it to the ground so he can look at the stars and be blessed. Are you on or off the bandwagon?
Oh, man. You know what? I'll be all over that bandwagon. Yeah, why the hell not? Like, Osteen, get it together, bro. And I don't think he ever will. But, certain people have to understand that words of advice, while sound, while accurate, just sound like ass coming from you. And he is a guy that is never going to be able to overcome the Harvey situation. Ever. Ever. So, for that reason, I am all over that bandwagon.
You see, I was thinking about this, and I was just like, man, do I really want this guy's house to burn down? And then and then you guys mentioned the whole Harvey thing, and I was like, you know what? Yeah. Let his house burn down. You know why? Because of that situation. Like, you talk about how being you're so holy, blah, 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 all that stuff, and you don't open up the doors for the people in need.
Yeah.
And then you tweet this ridiculous stuff.
Blocked.
Get out of here, man. Get out of here.
A true man of Jesus is not out there selling Jesus, nor is he operating as a tax shelter for the rich people in the name of Jesus. So if I could go full Seth Rollins, burn it down! All of it. In fact, strike him with lightning too.
Damn!
And let's see if he's insulated with all the rubber in his face.
He's gonna melt.
All right? Melt him to the ground, that charlatan.
Mattress Mac, man of the Lord.
See, Mattress Mac, man of the people.
Appreciate you, T-Mill.
Took everybody in at every single gallery furniture. Didn't care about all the furniture he could not sell. Mattress Mac, man of the people. Joel Osteen, man of sticking his hand in your pocket. Burn.
Accurate.
Now they say
full bandwagon.
A very full bandwagon. They say a fool and their money are soon parted. Sean, right now, more people have bet on Bronny James to win Rookie of the Year than any other player at a particular major sports book.
Wow.
Now, you would
What are the odds?
The guy who was taken 55th overall in the draft probably would not get any votes to be Rookie of the Year. However, none of those people were ever the son of LeBron James. And while Rich Paul was telling other teams, don't draft Bronny or he'll go to Australia, if his dad wasn't in the league, that's where he'd be anyway, presuming Australia wants him. But at BetMGM, he was listed as a 200-1 odds to win Rookie of the Year.
Saw 250-1.
And
it's the worst.
People are betting on him like crazy, despite the you say plus 25,000 odds, so 25 to 1.
Yeah.
No, I get long shots, but like he doesn't even belong in the NBA. So, with all the hype on betting on Bronny James, people think, oh, he's going to be Rookie of the Year. You want to keep receipts of all the media personalities who buy this bet so we can mock them mercilessly. Are you on or off the bandwagon?
On the bandwagon. Brian Windhorst, probably president and chairman of that fan club and betting movement. According to BetMGM, by the way, as this information escapes me now, 33% of the early bets are currently on Bronny, who has the worst odds of winning Rookie of the Year at 250 to 1. I mean, didn't we talk about something like this last night where you're putting kind of just a flyer out there?
CJ Stroud stuff and all
that.
that.
CJ Stroud stuff with his MVP odds. Like, that's a good value bet. And there's better value bets according to the books right now with some of the odds in relation to Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. Not so much. He's got ridiculous odds. Not favorable odds, but I mean, I get it, like wanting to throw like $50 on 250 to 1. Like, it's probably not going to happen, but if it does, hey, it's a good win for you. But it's just ridiculous on the surface. There's no doubt about that. I will be looking forward to everybody eating crow that does take this bet, though.
I'd throw in $1 on that bet. Just cause.
Can join them?
Yeah, just so I can join them and y'all can mock me. So I am off this bandwagon.
$1.
Listen, if you want to throw a few bucks down on this, tell you what, just send it to me in a Cash App and I'll buy you a burger. You'll get a better ROI.
Yeah. Not Cash App. Hit me with Zelle, man.
Zelle.
You got to pay the fee on Cash App.
That Cash App fee, man.
You got to pay the fee on Zelle now, too, if you haven't looked.
What?
Wait, what?
Yeah, Zelle's got Zelle's got itself a nice takedown fee now, too.
That has to be new.
Like,
I didn't know.
For an immediate transfer on Zelle?
It's gotten a lot higher. Zelle. Sorry, I think I meant Venmo.
Yeah.
I don't want to give people my Zelle. It's attached to my actual bank account. No, I don't want people to know my account.
That's through your phone number or email.
I don't want them to know where I bank.
That's fair.
I don't want them to know anything about my finances.
That's fair.
Just give me the money.
It's a risk reward. It's worth the $2 fee.
It is.
To not pay it.
All right. Is this, as we had another, we did not have a full bandwagon. Our bandwagon was only 2/3 full.
Yeah. For $1.
For $1. Is this a social media side effect? A doctor claims that selfies are to blame for lice outbreaks in teenagers.
Stop it right now.
So,
you got to hear this one.
Kind of weird that teenagers would have lice, but a Wisconsin physician named Sharon Rink told WBA why teenagers don't usually get lice because they're not sharing hats and things like that. We shared hats as teenagers. I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
And lice can't jump. So the only way they can transmit lice is touching their heads together. And that's what's happening with all these selfies. Group selfies.
Okay, so you're taking a selfie, but still, like, you have to put your phone up to your ear.
Well, no, the selfies, they're taking the picture. They all got, like, their heads slammed together.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So a lot of other doctors are saying not so fast, including the founder and CEO of the Sheppard Institute for Lice Solutions, Katie Sheppard, which is a nonprofit dedicated to research on head lice. She said more and more schools are less proactive, and more of the treatments out there aren't just working. She's not buying the selfie excuse for why teenagers are getting more lice. If you're a teenager and you guys have lice and you're all taking selfies, everybody in the group should have to shave their heads as punishment for being nasty, dirty asses. Are you on or off the bandwagon?
Definitely on the bandwagon. Is this slowly prevalent in like Wisconsin, you were saying, or is this like a study where it's found to be an issue everywhere, like in North America? Like that, lice, like little kids get that, right?
Yeah, it's usually in like grade school kids because.
And why?
Well, because
little kids are dirty or what?
Well, little kids are dirty.
Yeah.
I mean, they love to roll around in dirt. They're often, in areas where they're in close quarters. I
just don't understand where you get lice.
You know how my daughter got lice? At a trampoline park.
There you go. Yeah.
Because she had very long, thick hair, still does, and one of the other kids had lice. You're bouncing around the trampoline.
Yeah.
The lice get on the trampoline, and then you land on it. You don't see it, and next thing you know, they're in your head.
Man, I've gone to those trampoline parks with my boy, and I never thought about stuff like that.
I had a friend of mine, neighbor where I used to live. Their kid got head lice playing in a ball pit.
Oh yeah. I
all these places where you don't think about things like that.
Do they still have those?
Yeah, they have ball pits. They're just, they're never clean.
Yeah, no, there ain't no doubt about that. I remember those at Chuck E. Cheese back in the day. Yeah, shave your heads, man, and stop being gross. Wash your hair. Like, you can go to these ball pit areas, right, and trampoline parks, but if you wash your hair, you shouldn't have to worry about this.
Once it's in, washing your hair doesn't help.
It doesn't help. Nope.
You have to use a special lice treatment to kill them.
Ugh.
They survive shampoo.
Oh, okay, all right. Still, shave it all.
Shave it all. And come on, teenagers.
Be clean.
Yes. Be clean. Take care of yourself more. You're a teenager. Once you get older, those habits start to,
Teens are gross. Teens are gross. Like
they are.
We went through, like, my age group. I'm 41 now. Whenever I was in high school, we went through the whole Axe deodorant thing.
Oh man, that
does nothing.
No.
That just masks the problem. Okay. Hair gel, all that stuff. People not washing their hair afterwards, just dabbing it with water and. No. Teens are gross. Like, you'll do anything to just kind of get in and get out, and now it takes a little bit of extra time, which is another reason why I don't have to worry about that now.
Would you have showered at high school more if it wasn't a communal shower?
Yes. I didn't give a damn. I really didn't.
Yes.
Bijani walk around, look at my ass. What about it?
I didn't give a damn. Like, we had no choice, man. I wasn't willing to go home. Like, I played all sports all year round, and we had one of those old school shower rooms. It was my high school was built in like the 50s, so it was just nope. If you want to be clean, man, you're just gonna have to let it all hang out there. Ain't no curtain, ain't nothing.
We had the same thing. It was like a 30-foot room and just shower head like every 3 feet. And
now, the amazing thing, the school that I worked at for a very long time, at a fairly large area school district. In middle school, now mind you, these did not quote unquote work, but because for code you had to keep the showers in there. It's like those long cylindrical shower hubs. On the shower hub, there was not 4, not 5, but 6 nozzles where a group of 6 people could shower in one thing. And you talk about being in very close proximity. Obviously, that never happened because, kids nowadays, I don't want to shower in front of anybody. The water didn't even work. But at some point in time, they put those things in, they worked, and they expected 6 middle school boys to shower that close to each other.
Yeah, because there's nothing creepy about that at all.
Ridiculous. Ugh.
I will say, though, at my high school, the girls, they had stalls.
Yeah, the girls
closable doors.
Yeah, doors.
But the guys, it was just, look at all this ass out here.
Ass.
And there were a handful of guys who, wanted to show you more than just their ass. And it's like, okay, this is not uncomfortable at all.
Awkward.
Yeah, not a fan of that. And also, if you're a teenager and you have lice, shave your damn head, you nasty, rotten, filthy person. And make sure you punish your parents for not teaching you the right way to take care of yourself.
Full bandwagon.
Full bandwagon.
Is that the bandwagon?
That is your bandwagon for today.
All right. Rolling into the 1 o'clock hour. Area 45 in for In the Loop today. Coming up next, C.J. Stroud. We mentioned this a little bit ago. Has the second best odds to do what? That's next.
But I'm here.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Fellas, do you?
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
What's up with the music, man? It's kind of setting a different mood in here. What's going on with that? Final hour, Area 45, in for In the Loop.
Maybe he thinks that we're doing the giant communal shower thing.
Hey. I'm going to get my Barry White voice going. From the 713, did Sean shower at Penn State? Bro, come on.
I was wondering when that was coming.
What are we doing? What is that? Did you not listen? I just told you what I witnessed. What once upon a time ago middle school boys had to endure at said school. The 6-man shower station. What are we doing, man? Something tells me that never was fully used. Nor should it have been. My gosh, what a bad design. Bad job. This was a really bad job by Mike Florio. Again, ProFootballTalk.com. I saw this article because it had MVP odds 2025 NFL, and I'm like, okay, cool. See what's cooking here. And in the article, it highlighted the top 4 favorites to win the MVP, and I thought it was pretty interesting. No shocker, the favorite in 2025 to win the NFL's MVP award is Pat Mahomes.
Stunner!
You wouldn't have been shocked if I would have said Lamar Jackson, though.
I would not, considering he's a 2-time MVP.
Right. If I would have said Lamar Jackson, you would have been like, okay, yeah, cool,
And the reigning MVP.
Yes. Not so, though. It is Pat Mahomes. He's got the best odds to win the MVP this upcoming season at plus 450. If he wins it, he'll enjoy some rarefied company. Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Brett Favre, Johnny Unitas, and Jim Brown. Those are the only guys that won the MVP 3 times in their career. So Mahomes could very well do that. Now, if I told you the guys with the next best odds are facing 2 entirely different scenarios this upcoming season, had 2 very different off seasons just a month or 2 ago, but they have equally the best chance to win the MVP at second best odds. If I told you one of those guys was CJ Stroud, would you be buying that? CJ Stroud, second best to win the MVP?
Buying it. You think about how that offense worked last year. They were primarily a passing offense. They couldn't run the ball very well. Everything rested on CJ Stroud's right arm. He had essentially one receiver for half the season after Tank Dell got hurt, and he still led the league in yards per game, led the league in turnover ratio as a rookie.
Who was that one receiver?
Nico Collins.
Come on, man. You going to do Dalton Schultz like that?
Yeah. And now you've got Stephon Diggs, a guy who's been one of the top 3 most productive receivers over the last 5 years in the NFL, coming off a season of over 100 catches, nearly 1,200 yards, and 8 touchdowns. And you're adding him to Nico Collins. You're adding him to Tank Dell and Dalton Schultz. And you have Joe Mixon. The opportunity for the Texans to just wreak havoc in the passing game. Yes, I would absolutely say C.J. Stroud, a number 2 MVP. Yeah, okay, I'm good with that. I figured, you know what? Top 3, because if you had said to me who would be the top 3, it'd be Pat Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, C.J. Stroud. You're looking at me like not so fast on Lamar Jackson.
You're going to have to go a little ways down to find Lamar Jackson's name on the odds board.
How?
It's pretty crazy.
He's a 2-time MVP. He's the reigning MVP.
I know.
Throwing to Zay Flowers?
Yeah, I know.
And he's not in the top 3?
No, he's not in the top 3 right now. Pat Mahomes, number 1. C.J. Stroud tied for second with your boy,
Joe Burrow?
Josh Allen.
Stop it.
Plus 850 odds.
Stop it.
Both of them. So how do you like those apples?
Those apples are spoiled. I mean, those are the apples that drop off a tree in the neighbor's yard and you pick them up and you throw them at other kids.
PC, notable Josh Allen hater. But for all of the reasons that you validated Stroud in how high he is to win MVP, at least in terms of the odds this season, It's the opposite for Josh Allen. I mean, they don't have Gabe Davis anymore. They don't have Stephon Diggs anymore. He's got Curtis Samuel and a bunch of dudes that are not proven at the NFL level.
So here's what the Bills have at their depth chart, right? Curtis Samuel, Keon Coleman, who's I think their first-round pick, Khalil Shakir, Mac Collins, Andy Isabella, KJ Hamler, Chase Claypool, and Mr. Butterfingers himself, Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Ass.
No, you got to put a little more into it than that.
Ass.
A little bit more. You're almost there.
That's a huge ass.
That's better. There you go. We're comparing that to Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, and Tank Dell.
Right.
One of the best. What universe?
One of the best receiving cores in the entire league. Somehow Josh Allen is second best odds to win MVP. Now, number 4 is Joe Burrow at plus 900. So you got Mahomes, Stroud, Allen, and then Burrow.
Yeah, Burrow should be ahead of Allen.
Okay. If I told you the next closest odds to win MVP, there's a trio there, and they're all plus 1,400. And they include Brock Purdy, Jordan Love. You would think the third person is
Lamar Jackson?
I don't think you would think that, but it is, oddly enough. Jackson, Purdy, and Love all
so
at the same
Lamar
odds.
Jackson is now in the same rank as Brock Purdy and Jordan Love.
Right.
Kids, drugs are bad. You shouldn't do drugs.
It's just insane. Lamar Jackson, plus 1,400. Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers and Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts have the next best odds, plus 1,600.
Drugs are bad, okay?
The non-quarterback with the best odds to win the MVP this season, the non-quarterback with the best odds to win MVP, not Justin Jefferson.
Tyreek Hill?
Not Tyreek Hill.
Not Tyreek Hill.
Who else would you throw out there?
Jamar Chase?
Not Jamar Chase. But rather one Christian Aloysius McCaffrey.
So running back.
Running back. It's not great odds.
Not CeeDee Lamb.
Not CeeDee Lamb. No, CeeDee's way down there. Plus 4,000 for Christian McCaffrey to win MVP odds. This is early. I mean, we're talking about July 2nd, July 3rd, but still.
It's still insane.
It is insane, man. This is all via DraftKings. Now, you can get better and slightly worse values at other sport books, but Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Stroud, and Love. There's your top 5 quarterbacks with the best odds.
So here, let's have a little fun with this, right? Patrick Mahomes, best receiver he's going to throw to is Travis Kelce. CJ Stroud, best receiver he's going to throw to is
I mean, I would say Diggs.
Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
Then you had who was the next? Joe Burrow, best receiver he's going to throw to is
Higgy or Chase.
Jamar Chase.
Chase for sure.
Okay. Who else you have? Lamar Jackson.
Lamar, yeah.
Is going to throw to
Zay.
And Mark Andrews.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pick one.
Yeah, whichever one, yeah.
Go Zay.
Then who else was on there?
Brock
Purdy.
Yeah, Purdy.
Debo, Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
Well, who knows about Ayuk, but
Ayuk's going to play this year.
Ayuk, yeah, but I don't know. Do you think he could still be moved?
I don't think anybody right now that he would want to play for has the cap space to bring him in at what he wants.
I mean, he's making 14 and change final year of a rookie deal. And what was the report? He wants like 30?
Yeah, he wants big cash.
30 annually.
Dude, he is a baller receiver.
All right, so
Frisco,
Frisco,
he's so good.
Frisco, you got Debo, you got Brandon Ayuk,
George Kittle.
Kittle. Kittle, he's TBD right now for me, man. Like, he had surgery this offseason, dropped 30 pounds. That's a lot. I mean, that's a big transformation, but
Josh Allen's best receiver is Dalton Kincaid?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
and then I guess Keon Coleman, but we don't know what Keon Coleman is yet.
Fair.
So,
it's
TBD.
Does it say his number 2 Dawson Knox?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
His best receivers and tight ends.
I mean, and then Josh Allen, the best receiver he's going to have to throw the ball to right now that we know of. say Curtis Samuel, right?
No, it's Dalton Kincaid.
Oh, you said Dalton Kincaid.
He's definitely
Is it Dalton Kincaid? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
He was a rookie last year, too, so second year, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah. So there you go. I mean, nobody can make a better case for as deep a receiver core as C.J. Stroud at this point in time. Maybe
Josh Allen
Francisco
is 4,600 yards and 37 touchdowns this year. With that receiving core, I will take back every bad word I've ever said.
Well, I mean, is there a possibility that we're, and specifically you, are being way too hard on Josh Allen? And that, I mean, we always say, like, follow the money, right? In every aspect. And if Vegas, for multiple books for Josh Allen, who ranges anywhere from plus 800 to 850 to 900 odds to win the MVP, like, are we severely underestimating what Buffalo is capable of with their offense this season? As dramatic as it was last year, and unstable, if you will, that's a much better word. Are we underestimating him? I mean, it is Josh Allen. Josh Allen is a really freaking good quarterback, man. And I know you think Diggs made him, but, you know, to me, it's got to go both ways, too.
If Tua and Q-Rod manage to stay healthy for the season, the Bills are in third place in the AFC East.
Yeah. I mean, I have Miami winning that division.
I mean, if Q-Rod can just be 80% of what he was 2 years ago, the Jets might win double-digit games because their defense is phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
Their offensive line is very good. They have a couple of really good receivers that, you know, I think all that gets slept on because, you know, they're the Jets, and last year their quarterback position was such a hot mess. But Garrett Wilson is a beast.
Stud, man.
Mike Williams, he's got to stay on the field, but when he's on the field, he's a terrific receiver. Breece Hall is a really damn good running back. Like, and with that defense, you know, Rodgers is what puts it all together. Because if he goes down, they got to go to Tyrod Taylor and wah, wah. But that's a team that could be really good if Rodgers stays healthy. In Miami, with, you know, you got Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, and I would expect this year, hopefully he'll stay a little healthier. But Devin A-Chain, dude, that dude was a game breaker. Like, at one point, he was averaging like 10 yards a carry.
Yeah, it's crazy. Didn't he wind up with something like that?
So fast. You know, Mostert's solid, but A-Chain is just pure lightning. Oh, and OBJ is going to be their third receiver.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see.
I think OBJ is kind of washed.
I don't know how much of a difference maker he's going to end up being, but
no, I think he's kind of washed. But as a third receiver, probably getting a lot of one-on-one. He could probably move the chains for you in some key spots.
Mm-hmm. He stays healthy. How far down the list? Are you guys not curious at all? Like, how far down the list you got to go to get to Dak Prescott? Forget about him. I mean, the regular season numbers that this guy routinely puts up.
It's true. You know, we're not counting the playoffs. So,
I mean, it's
plus
regular...
1,400 was Lamar Jackson. Where is Dak Prescott? Because if he's more than 1,600, he's actually a really good buy.
He's more than 1,600. In fact, plus 1,700 is the best you can get. Sorry, check that. Plus 1,500 is the best you can get for Prescott. 15, 17, 18, a couple of sports books, including FanDuel. You can get plus 2,000.
He's
outside of the top 10.
At plus 2,000, that's worth a couple of bucks.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good value for sure. Maybe the best value amongst all of these guys. And I don't know who else you would consider. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is far too high for me. At plus 25, plus 16 if you look at DraftKings. But I think Dak is a really good value bet at plus. If you can get him for plus 2,000.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Plus 2,000, that's worth a few bucks.
I would recommend Chris Santiago spend that dollar on a bet like that versus
dollar.
Bronny James Rookie of the Year candidacy in 2025. I don't care how good the odds are. Oh, it's a good value. 250 to 1.
Hey, man. Just $1 won't hurt. It's $1.
Dollar and a dream.
$1, I guess.
That's all I got.
Buy you a bag of them flaming hot Funyuns, though. Maybe.
Hey, those were good.
They are.
Hey,
good.
those were good.
That's what I'm saying. You know what you got in that. This fool might even wind up in the G League for all whole season. You never know,
man. He might.
I mean, you might literally have just burnt money already, and it's not even mid-July.
Is there a G League Rookie of the Year?
I don't know.
Well, I would imagine.
Because, maybe Bronny plays enough games in the G League.
I don't know. Is that a caveat that would be acceptable to Vegas? Like, we didn't say in what league. We just said Rookie of the Year. Okay. Yeah. Give me my $1. Give me my $250, man.
Dollar.
All right, coming up next, you want to throw it back a little bit since Ryel Blanco's on the mound tonight for the Astros.
You said throw it back, and the first thing I thought was tequila.
Beer?
Yes.
You tequila, me beer.
I thought something else, but
where them margaritas at? Let's throw them back.
Okay. Very subjective.
It's hot outside. We need a blender.
We'll throw it back in terms of where they were a year ago. Next, it's Area 45.
In the Loop.
I think the most important rookie.
on Texans Training Camp Live. Mark Vandermeer and Sean Harris have you covered from 8 to 10 a.m. every weekday, every practice, starting July 18th.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
The stopper is on the mound tonight for your Astros. Ryel Blanco. Game 3 of a 4-game set against the Toronto Blue Jays.
White Walkers.
Otherwise known as the White Walkers. Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani, Area 45 invading In the Loop today. Hope you've enjoyed it. If you're new to our program, thanks for checking us out, giving us a listen. Chris Santiago, Jordan Smith doing a great job co-producing today. Appreciate you guys. Coming up in about 30 minutes, we'll talk with the fellas on the drive. Ron Hughley.
You're insane.
And Clint Stoerner. See what those guys have coming up on their show. I saw this earlier today, man, and you talk a lot about Ryel Blanco and the journey that he's had. 30 years old and finally getting an opportunity and making the best of it, pitching for a team with the aspirations to keep this dynastic run still rolling. You saw him a little bit last year, right? But he was nowhere near the guy that he has been for the Astros this season. 8-3, 2.49 ERA. Has a no-hitter on the books, a 7-inning no-hitter on the books this season for the Stros. And see if he can play stopper tonight, PC. But Dana Brown, I feel like people have started to pay attention to Dana Brown and him identifying, discovering the potential in Ryel Blanco. He actually did it just about a year ago. In fact, a year and change. This is right around the time spring training's wrapping up. Dana Brown did an interview and was asked about Ryel Blanco and what he has seen in him. Pretty interesting stuff. Take a listen.
I'm really focused in on starter depth. I think those are, things like starter depth is where you get on a roll of winning. And so I really like to have a lot of starter depth. In fact, when I saw Blanco throw the other day, I said, hey, man, this guy might have a chance to start. I mean, his actions were clean. He had 3 pitches. He threw strikes. And so my vision was maybe now to stretch him out. Maybe we could make him into a starter in AAA, and maybe he could potentially be depth. So I'm evaluating the team as we watch these games and try to put my scouting hat on and combine that with my analytic department that we have here and maybe talk some strategies. But Blanco would be like one of the first things that that really stood out. And so I have a vision of him maybe potentially becoming a starter.
And that he has become a very, very good one for the Astros this season.
I'm not going to lie. When he popped that off, I thought he was crazy.
Yeah?
How do you take a guy who walks as many people as Blanco, right? When Blanco was walking 5 batters per 9 back then.
Mm-hmm.
How do you take a guy that walks that many dudes and say, oh, yeah, he'd be a good starter for us? It's like the guy can't even pitch in relief without walking the ballpark, and now you want to make him a starter. Last year, it was, let's say, mixed results. Started 7 of his 17 games last year. He had a 4.50 ERA, but he also had a 1.48 whip, walking practically 5 guys per 9, which is hideous.
That was the worst of his career, though, by the way.
No, when he was up the year before, and he only threw 6 innings.
Oh, no, it was 5-7, just about 6 in 22.
Yeah,
right.
That's obviously very short, sample size.
Yeah.
But for him at age 23, pitching in A and high A, he walked 4.8. Then he walked 4.6, 4.6 again, 4.5 at AAA in 2023. It's a guy who walks a ton of dudes.
Mm-hmm.
And this year, he's actually gotten his walks down to 3.7. That's still a lot of walks, but he's gotten it down. But here is where the biggest difference is in Ryel Blanco. Hits allowed. Last year in 52 innings, he allowed 49 hits. This year in 90 1/3 innings, which leads the team, by the way,
mm-hmm.
54 hits.
Yeah.
He's only allowed 5 more hits in 38 more innings. That has been the biggest difference. He's getting soft contact. He's getting guys to turn it over. He's getting guys to hit weak pop-ups. He continues to miss bats. The strikeouts are down a little bit. But he continues to get swings and misses. He gets guys swinging off balance. The changeup has been a huge weapon for him this year.
Yeah.
And Ryel Blanco has been brilliant. And this is a dude, 6'3", 265 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
He's a horse.
Yeah, he is.
And this is a guy, he doesn't get tired. He goes out there, he battles his ass off. And it was one of the things we talked about him coming into the season, that the one thing we know about Ryel Blanco, regardless of what his command looks like that day, of how much he's struggling or how well he's pitching, Ryel Blanco is there to fight. That dude gets on the mound, he is going to battle you every single pitch. And this year, he hasn't had to do that so much because he's winning these battles far easier than he used to.
The thing is with Ryel Blanco, you mentioned team high 90 and a third innings pitched this season. At his age, having a career year at any level, there has to be the question, similarly to that of even what we're seeing from Hunter Brown and his resurgent here over the course of the last month and a half, is, the workload as it continues, as both of these guys continue to get you deeper into ball games every fifth day. How sustainable is that going to be? Especially for a guy like Blanco, who I don't think has thrown over 125 innings at any point in his professional career.
No, that's his high from last year, 125 and a third.
So how effective is he going to continue to be as he and the Astros move along this season? And look, you need him, to the utmost degree until you don't. Because you can't hang your hat. I'd like to, but you can't hang your hat on anything that Luis Garcia could potentially offer you in the second half. Same thing, obviously, more so with Lance McCullers. And Justin Verlander, outside of Framber Valdez, dude, and Hunter Brown, which, again, he's in the same conversation as Ryel Blanco in having the concerns of sustainability and effectiveness as they reach, career highs in innings pitched again this season. It is a real question. Is this going to be good enough? Is this sustainable for the Astros? Is the faith that Dana Brown has passionately and adamantly had all season long in the guys that he has assembled and identified to bear the load for this staff going to be good enough? And I think he would even tell you that no, they would like to make a move or moves to bolster the staff. It's just at what cost? And it's kind of that vicious cycle. Every good trade, right? It's going to sting a little bit. Thing is for the Astros and what they have in their stock, it's probably going to sting a lot if, in fact, they go out and make a move.
And this is why I'm a proponent of them working the margins. All right, the reality of the situation is I don't think they're going to make a move for a big bat because I don't think they have the ability to make a move for a big bat and get the pitching help that they need without seriously compromising the upper level depth of their minor league system. So, you know what? If they don't have a first baseman, I don't know why Joe Loperfido's not playing first base. I still don't know why Joe Loperfido's not playing first base. He should be first, period, the end. It should be Joe Loperfido playing first base.
Yeah, agreed.
And I do think it's very possible that Chas McCormick is moved for a reliever. I think to a lesser degree, it's possible that Jake Myers is moved for a starting pitcher. I think that's to a much lesser degree. I think it is far more likely Chas kind of looks like he might be the odd man out right now, that he gets moved for a reliever. Chas can still play center field. There are a lot of teams that need a center fielder.
Yeah.
Especially one who's got some pop.
He's got to continue to show more, though, to get, optimal value in a deal, right? I mean,
I think we're past the idea of optimal value for him. It is, hey, you're selling a guy with, who's shown you some upside as a center fielder, and you're giving me a reliever. I think that's kind of where it is right now. It's unfortunate, but I think it's kind of where it is right now.
Yeah.
Pedro Leon is certainly a guy who has shown you he's accomplished everything he can accomplish at AAA.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's time to find out what he does at the major leagues. And if you move on from Chas, Pedro Leon might be getting called up, especially if you move Joe Lopefito at first base, as you should. Pedro Leon may play in left field. And then you've got Leon and Myers and Tucker, and that defensive outfield is holy cow.
Sure, but would Leon get you more value, even if it is another reliever? Would he get you a guy on a higher tier? That if the Astros deemed that, we need a dude to come out of the pen and be nails, versus what a guy like Chas McCormick could command. But there's untapped potential. There's the unknown.
I think with Leon, you're talking about dealing him, there potentially be a starter deal.
Yeah.
Okay. His value's going to be a lot higher. Outfield is where they have their prospects, the highest levels, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You look at Jacob Melton. Jacob Melton is, his timeline, he is going to be the heir apparent to Kyle Tucker. So they've got some guys. You can't just give all those guys away to get Vlad Guerrero for a year.
Yeah.
Or to get some pitcher for a year. Like, that doesn't make sense. So when you're trying to put all that together, it's okay. Well, how am I gonna set this up? How am I gonna build this team? I think the best way for them to do is to work the margins, and a guy like an Eric Fetty. You pick up a guy like Johnny Cueto, who just got himself released by exercising a clause in his contract. You see what they can give you. If they give you something, well, Cueto didn't cost you anything to get. You're gonna give him a minimum deal. You're going to have him around here for a couple of starts, and either he's going to pitch or he's not. Right? He's going to give you something, or you're going to let him go.
Yeah, I don't hate that idea.
But when you talk about, Ryel Blanco, who has never thrown more than 125 innings in a season, is probably going to hit 175 this year. Hunter Brown, who threw 162 and 2/3 last year and was seriously gassed in the second half of the season, well, he's on pace to throw 165, 170 innings before you get to the postseason. You're hoping that doesn't repeat itself.
That would be incredible if Ryel Blanco hit 175 plus this year. I mean, that's an increase of more than double the workload. It also, in terms of their stages, they usually go up with like 20 innings, per season with these guys.
It also puts them in the danger zone.
Yes,
because when you're going more than 50 innings above your career high,
yes,
you are at increased risk for diminished performance. You are at a greater increased risk for injury, and all you have to do is look at JP France last year and see what happens when a guy pitches more than he's ever pitched before. And you're pushing him through a postseason, down the stretch through the postseason.
Rushing him
he
back
was totally gassed down the stretch.
Yeah.
He had nothing left. And then he shows up with a bum shoulder. You push him, and now he's having capsule surgery, which is one of the most difficult injuries for a pitcher to come back from.
He's Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani. Coming up next, final segment with the crosstalk with the fellas, Ron Hughley, Clint Stoerner, and for some reason, I think you guys are just going to try to pick on me in this last segment. I see what you put in the rundown. Celebrating America here in a next, few hours. July 4th, right around the corner. Just 25 movies that celebrate America. How many has Bijani seen? This ought to be really fun.
What's the over-under on this?
7.
Hey, 10.
10? You going to give me 10?
Yeah, I'll give you 10.
Jordan says 5. Ass. You ass.
Not ass.
All right, that's next.
The countdown to training camp is on. It's the fire!
Corporation. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Area 45 in the loop today. Sean Bijani and Patrick Creighton. A few minutes, we'll talk with Ron Hughley, Clint Stoerner, T-Mill doing his thing. Appreciate Chris Tantiago and Jordan Smith for holding it down today. Great job, fellas.
So we got to have a real conversation here.
Oh, boy.
All right. There's this list on the Chive of 25 movies celebrating America that'll have you ready to run through a wall. And I'm concerned that Bijani has seen less than 50% of these. At the end of last segment, Sean set an over-under of 7. C-Sex gave you 10.
Yeah, he gave me 10.
Let's see how many of these movies do you believe Sean Bijani has seen? We're going to find out. Have you seen The Patriot?
Yes.
Mel Gibson?
Mel Gibson, yeah.
And The Departed.
Have I seen The Departed?
No, the Heath Ledger.
Yeah. I'm terrible with like actors in movies too, unless it's like the big guy. Like I know Mel Gibson.
Have you seen National Treasure?
Yes, multiple times. All of them.
So he's a Nick Cage fan.
Yeah. What was the prison one that he made too? It wasn't called Prison Break, but it was the one Con Air. Con Air.
Con Air. Yeah, that's where they're on the plane.
Yeah.
Have you seen Glory?
Glory. Is that Morgan Freeman?
Couldn't tell you because I actually haven't seen this one.
No idea.
I'm gonna say no, but possibly. If you tell me who the main character, who the big actor is in that.
I don't even recognize the guy who's in the picture.
Okay.
So we're all 2-1.
All right.
The next one, Miracle.
As in Miracle on Ice?
Yeah, Kurt Russell.
Yeah. That was really good. Kurt Russell. Mm-hmm.
The Sandlot.
Of course.
Okay.
Dude, that's 4 out of 5. Let's go.
Captain America.
No. That's one of those Marvel kind of DC movies, whatever.
Marvel movie.
No.
Captain America, the First Avenger.
I'm actually impressed that I got the comic book right.
So he's got 2 X's.
Thanks.
Have you seen Navy SEALs?
Navy SEALs. I would like to think I did, but
Charlie Sheen.
No.
That's an X. 3 X's.
Should I see that though? Because I love military movies.
This one you have to have seen. A League of Their Own.
Of course.
Okay.
It's one of my favorite baseball movies ever.
Lincoln.
Lincoln. Yes, I saw that in the movie theater, and honestly, it is the only movie in my life that I ever fell asleep during. That was so freaking boring. But I have not given it a second chance, but I have seen it.
I will tell you, I have not seen Lincoln, but I have seen Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter.
Okay.
Which was a way better movie than Lincoln.
I would imagine. It sounds way more exciting.
Saving Private Ryan.
Yes. Oh, these are easy, dude. Come on. You should know me. I'm a big history buff.
That's why I said, how many of these did you get?
That's 7. I hit my over-under.
Sean said his own over-under. Can he get to 10?
Can you get to mine? Come on,
Air Force One.
Air Force One. Yes. That's, is that Bill Pullman? No, it's not Bill Pullman. Who is...
It's Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford, yeah.
Let's see.
8.
Forrest Gump.
Yes, 9. Easy.
Independence Day.
Yes, Will Smith. Easy.
Remember the Titans.
Yes.
Look at this. He's got 11.
Oh, God, I was losing count. 11.
American Sniper.
Oh, yes, 100%.
12. Days of Thunder.
Hold on. American Sniper. That was the guy that made the longest shot in military history. His last name started with a K, I think.
Yeah,
right?
he was helping other veterans of PTSD, and one of the guys was helping kill him.
He shot him, yeah. Yeah.
Days of Thunder.
Tom Cruise, yes.
See, I'm surprised he saw that one because it's auto racing.
It's fair. It was Tom Cruise back in the day. It didn't matter.
Gettysburg.
I think so, but it might be kind of like Lincoln. I might have started it and not finished it.
I've not seen this.
Don't count that for me. What is it? What am I at, 12? I'm going
Days
beast
of Thunder,
mode.
I think it's 13.
Is it? All right.
Yeah.
I'm going beast mode right now. Let's go.
Pearl Harbor.
Yes.
Dazed and Confused.
Yeah, I've seen
I
it.
have no idea how that celebrates America, by the way, but it's funny as hell.
All right. Is that
Zero
one,
Dark 30.
Yes, that's the movie about how they shot and killed Bin Laden.
All the military movies. Sean's all over the military
Seen them all.
movies.
Yep.
Top Gun.
Yes, of course. And 2.
Inglorious Bastards.
That's Brad Pitt.
Yes.
I think it's kind of like Gettysburg, where I started it and didn't finish it.
See, that was awesome. That movie is awesome. It's like historical fiction.
But it's kind of comedic, isn't it?
As I said, it's historical fiction.
Oh, okay.
But it's funny.
Hold on, historical fiction. That's
means it's based on it takes a historical event and fictionalizes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think I know I haven't seen that, because that's one of those movies, kind of like the one we were talking about last night, Semi-Pro, where I was just like, that's not going to be a good movie.
No, see, that is a great movie. You'll like that movie.
Inglourious Bastards?
Yes, you will like that.
All right.
Black Hawk Down.
Yes. Was that 15?
Jaws.
Yes.
So we're gonna have
1, 2, 3,
Talladega
4.
Nights.
Will Ferrell, right? Yeah. Saw that in the theaters.
If you ain't first, you're last. Wow. So what is that for Sean? 16?
16 or 17.
Yeah.
Dude, that
was it?
I am impressed.
What's my batting average on that,
16.
man? Let's go.
Look at you. Look at you, Sean, man.
However, it's movies about America. Somehow Dazed and Confused. That's the one that
I
didn't
have
belong.
no idea how that would
weird.
fit in there. But
All right. So if there was one movie out of that bunch that I had not seen that you would absolutely skewer me over, what would it be?
Probably Top Gun. I mean, everybody had to see Top Gun.
There's probably a few of those, yeah.
If you hadn't seen Remember the Titans, you'd have taken it. If you hadn't seen Independence Day, you'd have gotten it. If you hadn't seen A League of Their Own, you would have gotten murdered.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I'm a baseball guy, but any one of the highest grossing films of all time, which is basically everyone you just named.
Top Gun, Jaws. Like, you had to see that.
Yeah, for sure. No, I've definitely got my favorites. There is something about war movies and any era. It doesn't matter. Like what it could be, Civil War, it could be American Revolution, World War II, like present day, like Zero Dark 30 kind of stuff. I'm all in.
Anything that's like military or historical. Or,
Isn't Chris Kyle, by the way?
Yes, Chris Kyle.
American Sniper. I always get him and the Lone Survivor guy mixed up. That's Marcus Luttrell. Another really good movie. How did you not have Lone Survivor on that list?
I didn't make the list.
Man, Lone Survivor was fantastic.
I love the fact they got the clip of Roy Schneider, and he's throwing the chum into the water, and then the shark just comes out of nowhere and he jumps back. Hoopa! Hoopa! We're going to need a bigger boat.
Oh, there's so many good moments from that movie, Jaws. That it's funny. The action shots like in that movie, even still to this day, like I think they're really good. I mean, you could tell like the shark is like a robot kind of a thing, but you've seen far worse in movies now. That stood the test of time, in my opinion. Jaws is one of the best ever. And I don't think they got much sillier after that. I mean, 2, 3, and 4 was really good. The one where they, like little Brody, Sean, I think was working at like the swim park or amusement park, and he gets eaten by the shark. Like that was kind of hokey, but they were all pretty good.
So somebody had texted in a line from Inglourious Bastards, and he's like, "We are in the killing Nazis business, and cousin business is a booming."
I guess I'll watch that. Brad Pitt and who else?
Anybody
else?
Yeah,
Like,
there's a lot of good people.
Is it like probably an all-star cast of characters in that one? I mean, if Brad Pitt's in it, I just don't know why. I thought it was going to be kind of silly when it first came out, and it's got to grab me.
It's Brad Pitt, Quentin Tarantino, Christopher Waltz.
He probably produced the damn thing, right?
Eli Roth, Melanie Laurent, and Diane Kruger.
Okay. You lost me after Tarantino, I think.
You'll know Christoph Waltz when you see him.
Okay.
Not a name, but like when you see his face, like I know that.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. All right, PC.
He's a bad guy.
Stros tonight. There will be no H-Town post-game show. Ryel Blanco on the mound for them. We'll see if he can play stopper for those guys. And we got to keep an eye on Boston Kansas City, and the M's all should be in act. Did I not say the Royals too? The Royals are that team that is ahead of you, occupying the third and final spot.
The court jesters.
The court jesters. Yeah. I got to get used to that. That does not roll off the tongue. But we'll definitely keep an eye on that. They should be tired. Maybe they get smoked tonight after waiting around like 3 hours before they played and lost that game last night, I believe, to the Tampa Bay Rays.
Astros are plus 150 on the run line tonight.
Plus 150.
So they'd have to win by 2. But it's plus 150 they win by 2.
Yeah, we'll see. Ronell's got to bounce back. He had a rough one against the Mets the other day. And he's had, a couple of hiccups like that along the way this season. But one thing that he's done, we just got done talking about him. Like, he's got that bulldog, and I'd call him a stopper for a reason. He's kind of been that guy for the Stros this season. So, Kikuchi's pretty good for the Jays, but I worry about, like, being as that his walks are down. We've seen the Astros at times be overly aggressive at the plate. I mean, make the guy throw strikes, man. Make him throw strikes.
Oh, by the way, since we're about to hand off to Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley.
Ron Hughley.
Brian McTaggart today on Jake Myers. Defensively, he's probably in the Gold Glove race.
Haven't we been talking about that for a few weeks?
For like a week now with since Friday with Ron.
No,
when Ron said that he was a lousy center fielder and Mauricio Dubon should replace him as the starting everyday center fielder, and that Myers only makes the routine plays.
I'm saying, somebody asked him recently within the last 2 weeks, like, what would you think if you won a Gold Glove this year? I mean, because he's been making great plays like that. I mean, it's obviously been a thing. I mean, you're not talking about Gold Gloves with a guy that is a marginal at best or a lousy center fielder, as Ron Hughley thinks.
I said everybody knows that except Ron.
It's crazy.
Everybody knows that except Ron, where numbers don't matter.
I want you to find the tape where I said he's lousy. I want you to find the tape.
And he's
I want you to find the tape.
You wanted Mauricio Dubon over him, all right? You're telling me he's lousy.
No, I'm not telling you he's lousy.
Ron's going to tell you, I don't need numbers. Numbers don't mean anything.
He is fine. No, numbers don't mean anything when I'm talking about Jake. We talk about Jake.
It's all
we
his
talk about
eye
Jake.
test.
Numbers don't mean
here's
nothing.
The thing. I learned my eye test, right, from a former MVP, from a 2-time World Series champion, from a man who won 11 Gold Gloves. I learned what to look for from Keith Hernandez. Ron also learned what to look for from a Hernandez, but Angel.
Damn. Burn, Ron. Come on, bro. You going to take that? He's going to take that.
Hey, man.
Like it.
Hey, you want to live and die with Jake Myers? That's
you
want
to live and die with Mauricio Dubon?
Yes.
You died. You died 3 years ago.
I'm living and dying with the guy that's played in the playoffs. All right, I'm living in the guy living and dying with the guy that's made the playoff rosters
today.
That's made the roster, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. He's still getting
the guy that 2 general managers have said should be in center field.
Do you realize? Like this Jake crusade, man? I'm really worried about you, Pat. I really am.
You're worried that I like to win games? Is that what you're worried about?
No, I don't.
You're worried that I like my center fielder to make catches.
You got other people. Why don't you try Jordan? Why don't you hook onto that? Why don't you try people who are like good, not people who hit 256 and you're like,
I like my outfielders to catch balls. I like my outfielders to. But
not people who can't get it to the cutoff man.
You said he only makes routine plays, yet he leads the league in. What was it? Success rate added. Success rate added. He leads the league.
Jake is fine.
See, you can't say you want Mauricio Dubon in center field every day and then say, no, I said he's fine. I didn't say he's lousy. You can't murder the man in cold blood.
You don't have any.
And then try to resurrect a Ronnie Oakley.
You don't have any tape that says he's lousy. He's fine.
I have you saying he should be benched for Mauricio Dubon.
And he should.
That's called he's lousy.
No, it doesn't. It means he's fine. It means that Mauricio Dubon
let me intervene.
Hang on. Big Papa got something to say.
Let me just ask y'all something.
He is better.
Let me just ask y'all something. Just a serious question. I got 2 questions, right? This great outfielder defensively didn't just happen overnight. I'm assuming he's been that guy. I think I heard you say last year as well.
In fact, before he came in, he was considered the number one defensive prospect.
I'm with you. I'm just asking questions. I'm not taking sides. I'm just asking questions.
I'm just filling in the answers here.
Now all of a sudden, he wasn't playing then. It was a rotational deal. It was again somebody else playing in the outfield. It was so, and I'm just questioning the significance of that particular stat, given it wasn't enough then, but all of a sudden it is enough now.
He's hitting more now.
Oh, he's hitting better. So it's a combination of all.
Hitting more now.
That's it, 250.
And here's my other one, and it's a serious question. On the stats y'all are talking about, where do the best center fielders in baseball? Not. I'm talking about the best, highest paid. I mean, the best center fielders in baseball. Where are they at on those lists?
A lot of those adjusted stats behind Jake Myers, actually.
As far as defensively,
yeah.
Jake Myers is number 4.
I'm not here to argue who the best defensive center fielder is on advanced stats. I'm just best center fielders in baseball. The best center fielders in baseball in the stats you're talking about, y'all are talking about. Like, where do the best center fielders in baseball rank on those lists?
On the defensive list?
On the defensive list. Because the question here is...
Oh, they were down in 11 and 12, Pat. You saw them. Michael Harris.
I'm asking.
Michael
I don't even know where to find the list.
On your
I'm
little
just
list.
asking.
Julio Rodriguez down at 11 in your little list. Stop it.
Julio Rodriguez was worth -7 runs saved last year. Let's stop pretending he's some sort of defensive wizard.
Has he ever been a finalist for the Gold Glove?
Has he been a finalist for the last 2 years, or has he not?
Has he been a finalist?
Tell me now. Tell me what he is now. I don't care what a guy did 3-4 years ago.
I'm sorry.
What is he now?
I'm asking you. Has he been a finalist for the Gold Glove?
You don't know.
Has he?
You just made the list.
Because you also told me, I saw you in your little messages with your little stats, that you also said that, the last year and a half he hasn't been swinging the bat well, except for last year when he was 4th in the damn MVP race. Shut up.
What's he doing this year?
With this Jake.
What's he doing this year?
No.
OBP under 300? Tell me how great he is. Tell me.
Patrick, Jake will never have an MVP number next to his name.
Don't need him to.
Stop
Just
comparing
need him to have a better than 300 on base.
What is your deal with Jake? He's not that good. You got
better
guys
than
over
you
here.
give him credit for. You on him bench.
Wow, I gave him credit. I have said Jake looks like a professional baseball player
Except
now.
you want him bench. So you can't have it both ways, big boy.
He's a professional. He's not better than Dubon. Sit him down on the bench.
The only person in the world who thinks that is you.
Okay. All right. Except for the people who didn't have him on the field during the most important games the last 2 years.
Just had Brian McTaggart saying he's in the Gold Glove conversation.
Will you stop talking for a second so we can do the damn thing?
I love you, brother. Have a great holiday, man. I do love you.
Say it, please.
Damn it. You're
That's my
listening.
boy Ron.
You are listening to KILT HD2. An Odyssey Sports Station right here. Whoa, looking lively, baby. Looking lively, baby. I'm telling you, I don't care what anybody on the text line says, anybody on YouTube and Twitch. Boy, I'm telling you what, I will be okay not to fight on the side of Jake. Whoa, I'm going to sell you on Jake Myers. I'm good. I am good on that. A guy swimming to hit 255. Swimming to hit 255 that cannot throw it back to the pitcher on a line from center field. I'm good. And congratulations to Jake. Jake has had a great comeback season. His great comeback season is him hitting 250 and 8 homers.
Hey, serious question. Can you win a Gold Glove with a below average center field arm?
I've never seen it.
It is a glove. He's talking about his glove.
I feel like it's hard to win a Gold Glove when there are serious, like to be a great defensive player and a Gold Glove player, where there are serious moments where you should be replaced for defensive purposes. I just find that hard. Find that one hard. That one hard to believe.
Well,
that was fun.
Look, I don't know. I just got questions. That's all. I just got questions. I've got the conversation. Is it about Jake Myers being a good defensive center fielder? Sure. Okay. Within that conversation, we've got to talk about the lack of arm strength. I would, if I were. I'm not interested in having the debate, but if I were, I think the arm strength is clearly a part of playing defense in Major League Baseball. And then if we're talking about the starting center fielder for the Astros, this is a very convenient time to make that argument because Jake, I'm not going to turn my nose up at 250, Ron. Clearly, you're okay with that. I'm good. I'll take 250 out of Jake, given what we've seen. But,
no, but when you're comparing him to guys like Julio Rodriguez, Clint,
fair.
250 is like you're saying like, oh yes, we feel great about 250, right?
Right.
That's what there are guys that are hitting that are struggling.
Well, I'm not even talking like I'm just going to who should be starting in center field for the Astros, right? I mean, I'm good with either one of them. I'm good with Jake playing, but it's not crazy to think that Dubon should start in center field. You do have a stronger arm. I don't believe the gap in range is if it is significant. I mean, if it is there, I don't think it's significant. And we're talking about a guy that's hit 300.
Clint,
I mean, we're talking about one of the most clutch guys at the plate in a great lineup over the last year and a half. I mean,
Clint,
it's
Jake
hard to.
Jake has been on this team the last 2 years. They've won the World Series 2 years ago, and they made it to the ALCS.
Correct.
He can't get on the field over Chaz in 1 year, and he can't get on the field over Dubon. Like, those are the most important games that this team has played. And they don't even have him on the roster in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. Like, listen, as I said, Jake has improved. Now, we have done this. Tyler, you know it. We have done multiple segments where I've said, hey, I gotta tip my hat to Jake.
It's true.
Jake, I thought was a 4A player.
Well, now, look, if you want to have this, I think you're a little tough on Jake.
Okay, if you think
I think you're a little tough on Jake.
I think I'm a little tough. I mean, we got cats like this rolling through here.
I'm sorry. Like you got to be, huh?
Like, I don't think it's tough. I'm just looking at like Jake. He's fine. He's a fine player. He's fine. Like, he's fine. Like, if you're talking about Jake and you're saying great, and you're not just talking about his jawline, then like we got to step out.
What about hair? What about his hair?
I think Jake has a good canvas there, but
what about his lawyer mom?
I think he could do something. Did we find out? Is she a lawyer? Is that what
she is? A lawyer.
I did find that out. I still have yet to find a picture of her. Though.
$1.2 million crib.
Okay, stop. You did not find out the price of that.
Yes, I did.
And I know what you paid on her taxes last year.
This is Patrick-like.
I'm telling you, man. It's there. That info is there, but a picture? Hell no.
Yeah, she's hired somebody or something to hide all these pictures.
I'll be honest with you. It's got me to thinking. I mean, I mean, if she were attractive and banking, she'd probably have some photos online somewhere.
I don't know, man. I mean, maybe she's modest.
Yeah, she could be modest.
A modest Southern belle. Like, I can't imagine she looks too bad. I mean, Jake's a handsome fella.
I mean,
all I know is she's hardworking.
I wasn't saying she was a
troll.
I mean, she was what part of a Midwest troll? I'm just saying. I mean, there's something.
You didn't say she looked like she came from Indiana.
Yeah,
or she was an ogre.
Where are they at? They're Nebraska, right? I mean, they're
Nebraska.
I'm just simply saying. I mean, she could be a wonderful lady. I'm just saying there's not very many attractive, well-groomed ladies that don't have some kind of presence on the web.
Some kind of presence.
I mean, she has a Tinder.
I can't even find a picture.
No, yeah, man. She's keeping it down. Jake and them like to keep it private. That's what they.
Well, I mean, she got a Gold Glove son. She got to protect her family, man.
She got a bronze glove son. Like, I'll give you that.
I just want to know if she's got a Gold Glove face.
He was copper last year. Now I'll give him. He's raised up. He's a bronze.
He's moving on up, huh?
That's kind of like you
got to take it. You got to take it easy on Jake. Man.
I'm not. But no,
I mean, Jake was up there knocking on 300 for a bit, man, for about 3 weeks.
Well, yeah, he knocked it on down. I just listen. He is having he's fine. All right. Like, but don't do this to me. Like, Clint, when is the last time you ever thought, damn, man, Jake's out there. We got a great defensive center fielder. When have you ever thought that with Jake out there?
I'm being honest, and I'm not trying to enter y'all's debate, by the way. You know,
I'm just asking you the question. You watch him every night.
I had no idea. Like, I watch more Astros baseball than I want to admit, and I would have never thought that anybody would be talking about Jake Myers being a Gold Glove center fielder. I thought he was, like, when I look at it, like, the best play that I've seen made in center field is still White Boy Chaz off the wall. You add the fact that it was in a huge moment. I mean, that's still big time. And so I don't know. I would not have thought Gold Glove. No, I wouldn't. I wasn't aware of all the stats that Pat was throwing.
Tyler, you watch them too. When you watch the Astros every night, like, did you feel like Like when Carlos Correa was at shortstop, you thought we got a great shortstop. When you watch Alex Bregman play third base defensively, you're like, we got a great defensive third baseman. When Hughley was here and you watch Hughley, you got a great defensive first baseman. Is that what you felt when you watch Jake every night?
I've not gotten there.
Not to that level. No, I'm with you. I haven't gotten there, but I think he's improving almost every game I see him, and his ability to track the ball, I think, is above average. But the arm's coming along.
But I like where you're going with that, Ron.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like
Tyler,
you all
can't
have
tell
seen. You've seen great defensive players here in Houston.
There's never been, Tyler, you can't tell. There's never been a moment as an Astros fan where you were like, man, I'm stoked. I'm so glad we got Jake Myers in center field to roam center field.
He's made a couple of plays this year that at the warning track. One was recently. I'm trying to remember who was against.
No, he's made some great. Look, I want to speak for you, Tyler. for me, it's like everybody. I'll throw Maldonado in there behind the plate. From a defensive perspective, you were like, man, we're lucky to have them catch right there defensively.
He's not at that level yet.
Like I've never, and I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying I've never thought of it. Like that. Now, to be fair, I don't think that way when Dubon and White Boy Chaz are out there either. But they're not the top of the conversation here. Jake is. I don't.
I don't need a stack of numbers to tell me that Carlos Correa and Jeremy Pena, especially his first year as a starter. Like I don't need a stack of numbers to show me. I can go out there and see and like, damn, that man just gets to plays, right? Like there are plays that Carlos Correa and all those other guys we talked about got to that don't even look like great plays because they're so good at getting to the ball so quickly. There are, you're right. I'm not gonna beat up on Jake. Now we just spent 10 damn minutes. I'm not trying to.
Can I finish? Can I finish with where I was going? I mean, you guys were. Didn't want to interrupt y'all earlier too soon, but like my biggest question is with all these stats, the text line's throwing stats out there too. With all those stats, how relevant are they if all of the starting center fielders that are the top guys in the league making the most money are buried on that list?
Not just that guys who have finished as Gold Glove finalists like Julio Rodriguez the last several years are far down on that list.
Right. But so I question like how I mean we can talk about the stats specifically, but how relevant, how important is that to who your center fielder is? If everybody in the league is like, to hell with it, we'll let that fall. Some of that stuff fall by the wayside. Maybe he doesn't track as good. Maybe he doesn't do this as good, because we need our center fielder ultimately to do other things.
Yeah. Listen. If someone texts and say, "I'm gonna leave it," I'm trying. Ron, you're saying he's fine comes off as very condescending, and your take on him hitting 250 is sophomoric.
Condescending and sophomoric, Ron. That's pretty good. I mean, you can check those boxes, Chief.
got him in twice. I don't. He's fine. Like he's not the only fine player on the team. Right?
Hey, we need to do that. Our top boxes, right? I mean, my tone is awful. I know that, but there's got to be like some. Tyler's a bit emotional. I think his box, one of his top 3 boxes would be emotional.
Guilty.
Maybe because they got to be more negative. I don't want to be so soft.
I didn't say he negative. Sucks.
Sensitive. Tyler, check. Condescending, Ron, check.
He's fine.
Disrespectful, Clint, check.
He's fine. Seth Martinez, he's fine. Right?
Oh man,
bless his heart.
Oh,
he's fine, right?
He's doing the best he can.
Hey,
I didn't even say that. Now you added that in. He's fine.
This first segment is sponsored by Area 45, Patrick Creighton, and the Gold Glove center fielder Jake Myers.
Like someone said, 250. Like I'm just when you're comparing him to a guy who finished 4th in the MVP race, and now you've come and stepped out of defense and just stepped out as center fielder. When you're comparing him to him, and I'm like, hey man, bruh's hitting 250.
The legend continues to grow.
And that's the best he's done. So let's all right, I'll do it. Somebody text line said, leave Jake alone. I'm trying.
I think you should, man.
I'm trying. You want me to? Here, I'll find a better sounding word than fine. I'll find a better sounding word than fine because we've got some sensitive ass people.
First class.
But Patrick Creighton, he's got to chill out, man. Like
first rate.
Man, you got Jordan over there, man. You got Kyle Tucker. There are so many hills to die on.
Admirable.
Because I'm gonna tell you, if you're using great with Jake, I'm gonna win.
Splendid.
I'm gonna win every time. He's splendid. No, that's a little more.
Choice.
That's a little bit more. It's a little bit more. All right, let's look at last night's last night in Toronto. Your thoughts, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, Clint, Tyler, your thoughts on the L last night. By the way, Seattle helped you by losing to the Orioles, so you didn't lose any ground on that. But your thoughts right now, you come off it, have a little while. Your thoughts on the L last night.
Look, I think I'm gonna get to the most important part, and that's that ninth inning. There's some good to be said, I think, but the reality is I think when we're talking about this team either succeeding or failing, they're good enough to get there. They're good enough to create the opportunity, but in the moment, I don't like what Joe Espada did in the ninth inning. I don't like what Joey Loperfido did in the ninth inning. I don't like what's Cabbage's first name?
Trey
Cabbage. I don't like what Trey Cabbage did in the ninth inning. I mean, you get a leadoff double from Jeremy Pena, and
it's a panty dropper.
You've got Dubon on the bench. You've got the moment to put anybody in the game that can play a little small ball, whether that's pushing the ball to the right side of the field or that's bunting him over. However you want to get it there. You've got every reason under the sun with who's coming up in the lineup to make an adjustment. But you let the guy that has struck out more than anybody on the damn team at this point in time, damn near, definitely had a rate of more than anybody on the team. You let him go up there and swing wildly. And then he goes up there and swings wildly. So it's not just on Joe Espada, but it's also on Joey Loperfido. And then just a terrible at bat by Cabbage. That's I mean, you can't go bang bang like that and end up leaving Pena on second base. I did not like the way either player handled the at bat, and I did not like the fact that Loperfido ever got a shot. To be completely honest with you.
Oh, you thought he should have been pinch hit for?
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
You feel like Dubon sitting over that bench. You want to get one of them at bat.
Dubon sitting over on that bench, being a right-hander, the ability to either lay one down or push the ball to the right side of the infield at the very least. If not, looking at his clutch gene and how clutch he's been, I think there were better. More.
The thought is that Joey would pull it. And either just pull it and maybe get a hit. Or
the thought would be, if it were me, the thought would be Joey is striking out at a rate. He's striking out more times than he's getting hits,
which is a very fair one.
That would have been first, and it would have been.
And I bet you Joey's not laid down a lot of bunts in his time.
Even though I think he should. Like if I'm Joey Loperfido and I can't bunt, man, I'm really kicking myself in the ass. Like I'm really limiting my opportunities. I'm gonna tell you what. If I ever have a son that gets to the minor leagues, I'm gonna say you're gonna be a bunting son of a gun, because apparently there ain't nobody in this league that can bunt, and your ass is gonna be able to bunt. There's gonna be some staying power for you.
No, Clint, it is interesting because, I mean, when he got that leadoff double, I thought the Astros about to win this thing. At the very least, get this thing tied, right? And the thought that it is really tough is my 7-hole hitter leads off an inning with the double. Somebody's got to get him to third.
Got to. And he's got wheels?
Like with the game, like we got to hit and run. We got to do, like somebody's got to get, we got to bunt. He has got to get to third. When you're down one and you know what's lurking behind, he's got to get to third. Yeah, that part was tough.
Well, and look, I'm hesitant, Ron, to bring up the negative part of it immediately, simply because of how good the Astros have been. But let's be fair here. I mean, we expect the Astros to be good. So, I mean, these kind of critical moments to me are what's going to determine whether you can ultimately make a run to a World Series. We're not talking about a team that just needs to play good baseball. I mean, you've got to, in order to make a run to the World Series, you've got to be better in those moments. And I'm talking about from a manager's perspective. And then if Joey Loperfido and Cabbage are going to be true players down the stretch and in tougher matchups or even into the playoffs, I mean, they got to be better. I mean, that looked like Joey Loperfido's ass. He's swinging at pitches in his eyes, man. I mean, you're not even thinking about trying to get the ball on the ground to the right side of the field. You're not even. I mean, you're up there swinging for the big one, and it just that's piss poor, man. And it's not just, hey, he's young, and that is a mindset, right? Situational baseball, that is a mindset. You don't go up there wildly swinging at pitches from the jump. You know,
it might have been the first time it felt like Joey was a little over the top in that moment.
I think that's probably fair. That's probably fair.
Initially, I don't mind him giving him a shot, but boy, Dubon's got to get one of those at bats. All right, wait till you hear. And it is not anything that I said or Patrick said in the first segment of this show, but Clint said something he has heard is one of the dumbest things that he has heard ever. We'll discuss that coming.
Episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. I'm not going to lie to you, man. Hey, it took me. You may hear it come in and out. We did the lineups for the first time in a while yesterday, and whew, I've been fighting to get my voice to sound just like this. We was in a rough spot late last night. I had to go hot water and honey and lemon just to get us back here, and Patrick Creighton tried to get me off the line right off the bat. But if I go in and out, apologies. The lineups took a lot out of me. It took a lot out of me.
You gonna blame that late night singing in the club all loud, trying to keep up with the DJ at 40 years old. You gonna blame it on the lineups, huh?
Yeah, not on a Tuesday.
Hey, KC, baby, KC got a Tuesday night spot. That's off day for the fellas.
That's not the. Hey, when I was running hard here, Tuesday was the only night. That was the only off night. All the other days.
That was literally the only off.
The only off night. Had about a 3-year run. That was the only off night. Tuesdays was a rest and recoup night. But no, in and out, man. Had to give it all to the people yesterday. All right. So, Clint, I could feel this typed and in your voice how annoyed you are with the even thought that anybody would say, hey, maybe Dak Prescott should do what CeeDee Lamb is planning on doing and holding out until he gets a new contract.
He's a cowboy.
Yeah, that's a tough one for me to and look, I know people are volleying this Dak Prescott, no contract, no extension around, but the thought that Dak Prescott's in a spot at this point in his career with 2 playoff wins, 1 year left on a contract. I think he's due to make $50-some-odd million this year. He's got a great team around him, and to think that he should sit out or hold out and force Jerry's hand, while whether people think it's a good idea or not, Trey Lance is sitting behind him, and I don't know that Jerry would love anything more than a guy to work out that he traded very little for. And he'd like to get a peek at him. So, I look at this thing, and I'm like, boy, the conversations have really gotten out of hand. Dak Prescott has got a chance and needs to make a run to, I'd say, an NFC championship in order to get that next deal in Dallas, and in order to for his head coach not to get fired, and in order for them to keep this team together. The thought of him holding out at this point in time, in my opinion, is completely off the rack. I mean, it is. He would be nuts to do that.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't think he's going to do it, and I'm with you, Clint. I don't think he should do it. I mean, if you're going to do it, Clint, you sit out everything else leading up to this, right? Like he's been in everything. Yeah. Like you sit out everything, and for a couple of things. One, Clint, if you know that you're not going to, pull the Le'Veon Bell, like if you, or even the Chris Jones, like I to threaten to even miss any games. Like you're not going to sit anything out, especially Clint, as you know that position, the quarterback. And if you're trying to have this season to be the best that it can be, if you know you're not going to be willing to sit out games, then you don't as a quarterback skip anything. Now,
I'm sorry. Well, I mean, it's Ron. Like, how did Dak get his job? Right? It wasn't anybody holding out, but it was damn sure getting an opportunity when he really should have never gotten the opportunity. So I mean. I just don't know that like it would be one thing if he had, Trey Lance is sitting there going, please let me get a shot to quarterback with this roster, assuming CeeDee Lamb gets his money. Please let me have a shot with a team that's a 12-13 win team with that supporting cast. Please let me get my first legitimate run, and hope I can stay healthy. It's just a situation where, boy, I if I'm Dak, it is crazy to sit out. Play, make you $55 million. If the Cowboys don't want to, if they don't want to pay up, if they don't see you play early on and you convince them and they don't want to pay up, then if you want to hit free agency and move the hell on. But that I mean, not playing to me is where Dak's at right now is silly.
Yeah, I don't think he would. Now I could see and sit back and Dak sit there and say, "Damn, man. Trevor Lawrence got paid. They went ahead and stuck out and paid Trevor Lawrence. And people talk about me and what I've done. And, I mean, he ain't done nothing. They paid a guy that you talk about that you question a lot, Clint, Justin Herbert. He didn't got paid. Like, he's watched three guys right now here of late get paid that – he could probably argue, not even argue, I think it's the case that he is more impactful or just been flat better to his team than they have. Like, and I even think that includes Jared Goff with the Lions, that he has been I think there's more on his plate than there is for Jared Goff. I think he has, like, he can look at that, say that, and say, man, all of these guys are getting taken care of, and all are getting paid more than I am, and my time is up, and I'm second in the MVP race last year. I've done this. I'm second team All-Pro. Y'all paying all of them, but Jerry, you ain't gonna pay me. Hell, what playoff games has Trevor won? What playoff games has Justin Herbert won?
It isn't on my schedule.
I could potentially see the real annoyance and the thought I want to do this, but I think the way he handles it, Clint, is all right, cool. Just let me get to free agency.
Well, Ron, that's the rock and the hard place that he and his representation are in between, right? It's because you're absolutely right. There's guys on the top 5 highest paid list right now that have not done as much or damn sure ain't done more than Dak has done, and you got guys on that top 5 highest paid that have stayed injured. You got guys that haven't done as much. You got guys that ain't pissed a drop in the playoffs, much less 2 games, and so. I think that is in today's
haven't approached 12 wins.
Yes,
he's done like 3 years in a row. Yeah.
And today's game, and I understand it. Look, I just don't think Jerry is willing to play that. There's a lot of organizations, and I'm not saying that Jerry wouldn't be if this was a rookie quarterback that played really well that's coming out to get that second contract. I don't know that Jerry wouldn't pay up, but in this situation right here, I don't believe that Dak wants to test Jerry in a situation of, hey, I'm next up. All these other guys are getting paid. Why ain't I getting paid? I don't think Jerry's in a role, in a position right now where he gives a rip what the rest of the league is doing. Like the trend is, you got a guy, you think you can win a guy, set the market. I just don't think Jerry feels that way about Dak in year, what is it, 8 or 9? This is year 8 for Dak, I think?
I think 8, yeah.
So, I mean, I just don't think that – I don't think – right, wrong, or indifferent, love or hate it, I just don't think that's the mindset that Jerry's under right now.
But I think in the same vein, I think Dak is in the thought of, okay, you don't I haven't proven enough to you, fine. Just let me get to free agency. Let me make this money this year. Let me have another great year, bet on myself again. Because let's just be honest, Clint. Like, it's hard to predict the type of season Dak could have, Clint, in which he's a free agent next year and he don't get paid big money. Like it is hard to envision how, like, what would happen that he wouldn't get paid big. You know what I mean? So he's just he's like, let me get there. That's fine. You don't want me? Don't worry. Let me get there, and and if I do play well enough where you got to keep me, I'm gonna put your ass to the fire and get big money. I think that's how Dak is playing it in his mind.
Well, that's how Dak has to play. But here's what Dak don't want to do is end up testing free agency, going somewhere else where it's half the team that he has in Dallas, and half the attention and the opportunity and the future that you have with being the guy in Dallas. Like there's just. For Dak, I mean, it's, yes, give me my money, I'm going to get the hell out of here. That sounds great, but, boy, getting the hell out of here could mean you go play somewhere where, man, you ain't got no CD Lamb. You don't have an offensive line that's one of the better offensive lines in the league, man. You know, I mean, the defense last year, they weren't worth a damn, I think, versus a run, but they were a top 10 defense. I mean, you may not have a top 10 defense on the other side of the ball, so the grass isn't always greener. I just think it's a much more complicated situation than Dak sitting there going, yeah, man, everybody else is getting paid. Why the hell ain't I getting paid?
No, I think he's just getting a place. Let me get to a position where I hold cards, where I have leverage and an advantage. And it happens with him having another Dak-like year and then being an absolute free agent, and we know the prices of quarterbacks. Like we see what Kirk Cousins did. Kirk Cousins got what he got off of a torn Achilles, and was a free agent. Let's see what Dak probably do if he holds the cards. All right, coming up, the fellas have basically just laughed me off the table about something that I don't think is that funny. All right, I don't really like how, especially you, Tyler. I don't really like how you reacted to me when I threw this out. I think it's a fair statement. We'll see if you all think. I get the feeling that I know exactly how people are going to react to this. Probably agree with Tyler. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, fellas out there.
Dell.com/deals. You'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics, plus free shipping on everything. Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Sent out a text to the fellas earlier today. As we know, have we heard anything? Is Kyle Tucker running yet? Is he running on the field yet? Do we know that yet? Have we been able to see him hit a jog? Has he hit a jog yet out in Toronto on the field? I know earlier this week they said they were hoping
some light jogging.
That they were hoping to get him out there. He has done some on the treadmill. And I said to the fellas, I said, y'all think I could get Kyle Tucker in a 40-yard dash right now? I mean, we know his legs to a point where they're not comfortable having him out running in front of people or running on the ground. He's just been on a treadmill. I said, you think I can get him? I mean, Tyler, you didn't even budge to even think about it.
There's no chance, bro. Zero chance in the world.
Zero chance. He has got a, according to Clint, a hairline fracture of some sort in his shin. He's
according to Clint.
Because Clint don't believe.
I'm telling you.
You don't think I can get him 40 yards right now?
No way in hell, bro.
Yeah, no, ain't no chance.
No chance?
No chance.
Zero.
No chance. No chance.
So you think he's moving well enough to get me?
Which is not saying a whole hell of a lot. Here's the deal.
Both of y'all kiss all of my ass.
I mean, let me set this thing up.
Hold on, real quick. Let me ask you this real quick before you set this thing up. Do you think there was a chance ever at all during the injury process that he has had since June 3rd that I could have gotten him in a 40-yard?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. A month
Maybe
later,
that first night.
Kiss my ass.
Whenever the swelling was at its worst, and he was off pain pills for 2 weeks.
Y'all don't. Yeah, that's all right, man. Y'all don't be seeing what Red be having me do, man.
No,
y'all don't be seeing these sprints that he has me on. I believe I just want to see his walk. I definitely could have got him that night that he was walking with Julia Morales. I definitely could have. I could have got him that day. I know it.
Yeah, but if he were going to race you, he probably would have got loose. He got a little massage on it. He wouldn't have been that was fresh off the bench. That was cold turkey. Here's the thing. In all honesty, we've all growing up, the big man with the small ankles that had really quick feet. We all. I bet you can name 5 of them that you grew up with. Ron's one of them. Right, had I grown up in KC, Ron, there ain't no doubt Ron got some sweet feet. And I've never seen Ron's game film. I believe Ron Hughley has got some unbelievable. I bet he could
game film.
Hey, I bet he could. I bet he could tear up a ladder.
Hey, that 10, man. That 10, I was a winner.
Hey, that speed ladder, I bet you could destroy that.
Oh, the cone drill? One of my strongest.
Hey,
always the top.
How were you at the shuttle run?
Not bad. Just sometimes on the turn. That would.
I mean, here's the deal. Here's the deal with all the big man, small ankles, sweet feet. When it really gets down to it, y'all ain't covering any ground, Ron. I mean, them feet are getting it, boy, and it looks clean. They're quick, but you ain't covering much ground. I think so. You stride a 6'4", Tuck, you have his stride. You'd have to take 4 steps to his 1.
Yeah, but he's not taking his steps. It's like he's got a hell of a limp on this thing.
Yeah, but he's still okay. So instead of 4 to 1, let's go 3 to 1 on the stride length.
Now I would go 2 to 1, and I think I got a chance at the end. I'm telling you. Now listen, my takeoff has always been good. My 10 was always good in my heyday. My 10 was always good, and I think he's really hurting. I'm gonna look now. Listen, I know he's been on this treadmill a little bit, so that means he is probably getting a little stronger there. But
the day we heard he was on a treadmill, you were cooked.
I think it's close. I think I'm with this.
This guy's gone from Jack Easterby to starting right fielder for the Astros.
That's what I was going to say, man. I had all the faith in the world in you when it came to Easterby.
Starting right fielder who has potentially kiss my ass, Clint. potentially with a fracture in his shin. The guy that has been off for a month. A guy that they won't let us see run. Now, I'm not just talking about the regular Kyle Tucker.
Like top of the line athlete. You have zero chance, bro.
Do you think you could get him right now?
With my knee? Hell no.
You could get him with the bionic knee. Who the hell you talking about?
No, now you talking.
We all know. I got no man knee.
The way he said it. Hold on. If you had your healthy knee, the knee before you blew it out in College Station, you think you got him?
If I didn't have an old man's ACL in me and I had my own original ACL, I probably could.
Tyler, get out of here. Stop it, Tyler.
I was quick, bro. I was quick. Presidential award every year in PE for the shuttle run.
So now what you're saying is just that I'm just slow. You up here talking about with my knee. No, get out of here.
I was. You ain't got enough ass cheek or hamstring to get a 40-yard dash without pulling something.
Bro, I'm light as a feather. The wind carries me to the end of the 40.
I was quick. You ain't done nothing but pull on that damn vape machine and drank that dirty water since then.
I led my baseball team every year in steals.
Tyler, that was 20 years ago. Actually, it's 25 years ago. That was got to be Little League.
You don't even know that. You don't even.
I do know that. I kept all my own stats.
You were not keeping
on graph paper in my dining room. Yes, I did.
You weren't keeping up your stats and everybody else's stats. I swear to you, I did. 6th grade.
No, I only kept my own. I didn't keep my teammates' stats. I didn't need to know their numbers. I needed to know mine.
Did you play high school baseball?
No.
So this is
it's Little League.
Great.
It's East League Park.
Everybody stole in Little League.
High school was golf time for me.
Even our fat catcher Sean Horton, he stole.
I was a speedster, dude. I'm being serious. And then I blew my knee all apart.
I was heavy. I was still in first and second every single time I got on the base pass. In that time, what are you talking about? That fool, Clint, as a God is my witness, just said, I led my team in steals in baseball every year.
9 through 12-year-old.
Every year, man.
He didn't play in the 9th grade. Clint,
I said 9 through 12-year-old. It's Little League, Chief. East Little League. Beast
from the East.
Oh, my God, man. You got to be kidding me, man. From the text line, Tucker would beat Ron on crutches. Okay, kiss my ass. I would take Ron at plus $1 million.
Plus $1 million.
The showman.
Oh my God! Yeah, no, man.
You could for sure beat Cal, though, bro.
It would be. It would.
Yeah. You could. You could beat Cal.
Clint, you're starting to really border on disrespect.
I know. I mean, all joking aside.
Oh my God! Do you?
Hey, I'm just saying, Cal is a muscle-bound dude. Cal walks on. He got big calves. I mean, he's got an athletic gait in his walk. I mean, I'm just telling you.
Hold on, show.
I mean, I'm just don't let Cal fool you now.
Text line coming in. Tyler's a real sneaky athlete, a real gym rat.
Yeah, I'm sneaky fast.
Hey,
I can't believe that fool sat there and paused on that. If I didn't have this ACL torn knee,
I mean,
if I had the other one, I'd be able to get.
Who do you think is the slowest at the station?
Oh, it's got to be Lopez.
You think Lopez? You don't think he can get Creighton?
No, I think Creighton's got him.
Where are you gonna rank on that team?
Man, I tell you,
I ain't at the bottom.
Creighton's got that Jake in him. So yeah, I'd probably. Yeah, he's a Jake Myers. Yeah, I'd probably give him that. I'd probably give him that.
Y'all don't think Lopez can roll still? Lopez, I mean, he said he jogs from time to time now.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you know what? Lopez still always has that athlete in him. Because you're right, Lopez played football. He played some. We always see that he's got some in there. Like You know what? I think I probably get Lopez that. I just don't like how fast you came out the gates with Lopez. I mean, you didn't think about it.
I mean, it just feels like the right answer.
I mean, you think Ben would surprise folks? Like you think he would?
Yeah, he's light.
The light doesn't mean anything, man. I'm just telling you. Like, I feel like, and this is just judging a book by its cover. I feel like Ben doesn't have a good running etiquette. Like I think Ben.
It's probably hard not to stare at. Yeah.
No, I think Ben, his style will slow him down because I think Ben. I don't like. I think everybody will take off like at least start like an athlete. I think Ben will will run straight up, run straight up.
Like Phoebe on Friends.
I think he's in there.
I don't know, man. Ben looks like a guy that could roll out of bed and run a mile.
Oh man, you're right. He does got a little long distance run. He does got like a Steve Prefontaine.
He looks like he put a beanie on dead of winter and go run a mile.
No, he doesn't. Okay, what are we talking about? No, he don't. That don't look like
probably did cross country in high school.
No, he didn't. I bet you he didn't. I bet you. We got a few people. Any smokers out here? Some people lose wind out here real fast out there. I know one, but I think he'd still be fine.
Skeezy?
I think he'd still be fine. But
how come Skeezy don't smell like most people that smoke?
Hey man,
he's self-aware.
He's got that spray. He's spraying ready.
I mean, I get in that elevator down there sometimes. The people coming out there around that picnic table where he smokes at.
Spraying ready.
Man, it's borderline disrespectful. There's been multiple times where I want to be like, do you realize I literally lost my breath when you walked in here?
I told you.
Forget the secondhand stuff, like the health aspect. Like I almost choked when you walked in. I'd feel terrible if that was me. Somehow B. Scott's always out there with him. But when his ass walks in this door, all I smell is either cologne or some kind of lotion, and it is fresh. Smells good too.
You make a combination of that good cocoa butter, lotion, and whatever. He does got a sneaky spray that just kills it.
I mean, I wouldn't guess he's a smoker unless I saw him out there around that table. I ain't never smelled it.
I told you about that one young lady. Good, solid young lady. Good, solid young lady. Just broke my heart when she opened up her mouth.
Goo.
And the inside of that mouth just looked like been smoking for 28 years. And the breath just matched it. Just broke my heart. Had to walk away. Deal breaker right there for me, fellas.
Absolutely.
All right.
Natalie from Crosby.
God. Yeah, this is got out of control. Coming up, Big 3 at 3. The Astros took an L last night. We'll talk about that. And we got to hear from the Rockets' first-round pick, Reed Sheppard. We'll let you hear from that and the latest big news out of the NBA, a new big contract given out. We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here.
just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
Altuve sends one to center field. Kiermaier has it lined up, and the Toronto Blue Jays have won the game 7-6. Astros couldn't move Jeremy Payne after the leadoff double, and the Astros try to come back down 7-0 and fall 1 run short tonight. Houston loses for just the second time in their last 12 games as they lose tonight to the Blue Jays 7-6. The series tied at 1 game apiece.
All right, you heard it there. There it is, TK and Blum, who had the call last night. On Space City Home Network. That's a courtesy from them. They lose 7-6 last night after trailing 7-0. I know the end of the game and that final inning in which there was such belief as it started off as well, almost as well as it could be, getting a runner in scoring position immediately at second base with speed, but unable to move Pena. Clint, I think the first part of this, and we talked about it yesterday, and we said they have been doing this, handing off good starts after good starts after good starts, and in most cases what we've seen from all 4 of these guys that have been in this rotation rolling is they have been giving the team a chance right off the bat. If not quality starts, dominant efforts like we've seen from Hunter Brown and Blanco at times. Well, Clint, you have had some concerns. You said the one that you would be concerned with is Spencer Arrighetti. And yesterday, Clint, if we're just honest, man, he, in the first 3 innings, boy, you give up 7 runs at 7-0 before you really get settled in. That's one of the first times here, and one of the few times, I'd say, here in the last month or so that starting pitching has almost made it impossible for the Astros to have a chance in a game right off the bat.
Yeah, look, it was a rough outing. It was a rough outing for Spencer Arrighetti, even though he did get Tyler's strikeouts, I believe. So Tyler did win. He did win Tyler a little bit of money.
How the hell did that happen?
I mean, it's when you're hot, you're hot. That's why you double in bets now.
His worst inning was 3 strikeouts for the 3 outs to get out of it.
You know what, the hell with it. I'm going to the boat tonight. I'm going.
Hey, go on over there, man. Give it to fellas, man. Give it to fellas and ease that direction.
You're
see
right,
if you can't
man.
win a little
the
something.
hell with it, man. I'm going.
I mean, I think you should. I think you absolutely should. But, yeah, look, I mean, Spencer Arrighetti's the one. I mean, he's the one for 2 reasons. I think we can, as fans, we can casually watch. I think he's a guy that's going to have to eat some innings during the season at the very least. And if he if he turns into a guy where we see more of the good Spencer and less of the bad Spencer as we roll through the second half of this season, then great. I think it's a plus. If the Astros can get into the playoffs, I don't think that Spencer Arrighetti is going to factor into their starting rotation. Ultimately, if this guy can eat some innings and, again, be more of the good Spencer than the bad Spencer down the stretch here, he's going to be he'll be a hell of a pitcher for us. I mean, this season. But last night was rough. And I even heard TK and Blum were talking about like the second half of the season, the wear and tear and the weight of getting all the work as a true starter in the big leagues in a rotation, and how you got to keep an eye on him. So we're not the only ones that are a tad bit concerned about Spencer Arrighetti.
No, and we'll see how it goes. Like you said, you're going to expect some ups and downs from him, and he's been pretty up thus far. But as we heard yesterday, we know tomorrow that Luis Garcia is going to make his second start, and you wonder, is this a case where, hey man, Spencer Arrighetti's moments and time in this rotation is going to depend a lot on what he does moving forward. And the hope maybe is knowing that he is going to hit innings that he's never hit before. Hey, man, can you hand this thing off to Luis Garcia or potentially somebody else they bring in so that this thing can work itself out. And the hope, you're right. I think the hope is if they can get to a place where they're battling in the postseason, which it looks like they will, or in the postseason, that he doesn't have to be used the way Hunter Brown was, and that they can find a way to get maybe, and now you get a fresh Luis Garcia who hasn't pitched for a while. You don't have to overuse Spencer Getty, because I think that is a very real and true concern. Now, to a point that I know you were frustrated in, and it was, boy, it is a tough pill to swallow, I think, with everybody involved, that you fight all the way back, and we'll get onto that here in a little bit later, but you fight all the way back from 7-0 to 7-6 in the ninth, and you get a leadoff double with speed with Jeremy Pena on second base with nobody out, and you know that Altuve is lurking, and that he has never ever moved from second base, and he's literally staying at second base as the game ends with Altuve flying out. That was frustrating, and I think a lot of people have a part to take of blame of this, that they didn't force the issue, get aggressive with moving him and trying to get him in scoring position.
Yeah, look, I hate not having a plan. And the Astros last night, Joe Espada, didn't seem to have a plan when Jeremy Pena doubles to lead off the ninth and you're down by one. Literally, these guys went up there, and they're either uncoachable and don't take the coaching and the advice and the instruction that they're given, or they're not giving it. They don't have a plan at all. But I'm gonna tell you, Loperfido went up there with what should have been one thing in mind: find a pitch that I can pull, preferably on the ground, and move this runner, worst case scenario, second to third. And Loperfido went up there and swung as if he was Jose Altuve, trying to hit the ball out of the park, and as it was just a normal at bat. And I don't like the fact that Loperfido ever got up there, but I wanted to start with the players. I thought it was a piss poor attempt, given the situation for Loperfido. Terrible at bat. Trey Cabbage comes up next. Terrible at bat. Again, just it doesn't appear to me that either of those guys were in the mindset of let me move the runner. And now obviously Trey Cabbage, not as much on him with one out. It's a little bit of a different animal, but still, they were two piss poor at bats. Then you get to Joe Espada, and for me, that is a ideal situation, guys, where anybody on your bench is available. White Boy Chaz was available. More importantly, Dubon was available. Anybody, whoever on this team that can bunt, they were obviously available. And Joe Espada decided to send a kid up there that strikes out at an unbelievably high clip at this point in time.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
And look, I'm a Joey Loperfido guy. I like for youngsters to get the opportunity, but that right there, you've got other bats on your bench that have a much better chance of at the very least moving the runner, and you send the strikeout king Joey Loperfido up there to throw him to the wolves. And then I'll say the same thing with Cabbage. I like Cabbage. I like the way he swung the bat lately. But you got a couple of guys that are more veteran that have been there, done that, that give you a better chance. And I didn't like the decision by the manager, either one of the decisions by the manager, and I didn't like the at bat by either one of the players, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, I'll say this with that to that point of it. And that was something that jumped me. That's why I said I think a lot of people have a part of blame to take into this, Clint. One, it's just hard for me. Dubon's got to get one of those at bats, right? There's because the turn coming up. There's not a lot of people you're going to pinch hit for. That felt like the perfect one to get the best bat on your bench off right there. That made sense. Just like back in the day when it was Diaz coming off the bench, and it didn't matter. Like it was a right or lefty up. He was your best gun on the bench, and you were going to bring him in to try to make hay when you needed a big time at bat and a hit. All right, I can understand. All right, I want to try to give this young kid Joey Loperfido a shot. I want to give him a shot to see if he can, at least, as you said, pull the ball, see what he can do. I like what he has done. I want to give him a chance. This is somebody I feel like we're going to have to depend on. All right, he doesn't get it done, fine, but that has to be Dubon coming up. I mean, you're pitch hitting anyway. It has to be Dubon because and this is sometimes we joking around a little bit with Creighton and stuff. This sometimes when you start looking at the numbers and stuff too much. Right, I don't give a damn that he's left-handed against a righty. Like right now, you it's not even no longer you need to get the runner over. It's one out at second. Unless he's going to steal, you need a hit. Like you got to get a hit, and I got to get the best guy that I feel most comfortable that's going to drive a run in. And that has to be Mauricio Dubon over, and not to mention he's clutch, but that has to be him over Cabbage.
Yeah.
So I just that one I didn't agree with.
Overall, Ron, look, I'm my biggest concern again is it's when the Astros are winning 10 of 11, 10 of 12, whatever it's been. I mean, when they're winning like that, I think it's human nature to just kind of accept whatever the hell happens. But in reality, let's say this team is going to be good enough to get into the playoffs, and they get into the playoffs. What's going to matter, what's going to make a difference, we just heard D'Amico Ryans talk about close games and being at your best and making the right decisions and all that kind of stuff and how close games are. When you get into the games that matter in baseball, it's the same way. And in this particular instance, it appeared to me that you get a leadoff double, a guy's got some wheels, and the plan was we just going to go up there with whoever's up next in the lineup, and we just going to hack away. We're just going to hack away.
Not 3, 4, and 5 coming up.
Right.
You had 8 and 9 coming
up.
Yeah,
it wasn't Bregman, Alvarez, and Tucker. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, it's guys that you should, on top of your mind in the ninth inning, before the game ever starts, there should be a conversation had of, hey, we get into the ninth inning and we got a runner in scoring position, or we get into extra innings and we start with a runner on second. What's our pinch hit situation look like? We got Dubon's out tonight. Are we going to use him, or what's that look like? White boy Chaz, are we going to use him or what? I mean, it can't just be we're going to roll with the lineup and just and deal with the results. I didn't like that at all.
Yeah, I didn't. We'll see what happens moving forward. The series is tied. They are still a game over 500. The good news / frustrating news, Clint, is the Mariners, they did lose, so you don't lose any ground on them. Still 3 back, but they lose 2-0. This means you could have gotten within 2 games of the Mariners if you were able to pull this game out. But they've got the game 2 tonight, and we'll see if they can jump ahead in this 4-game series against the Blue Jays.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, Clint, yesterday, for the first time here in Houston, Reed Sheppard spoke to the media. Our guy Adam Spillane was down there to get a lot of that audio. This is actually him speaking about the connection and I'd say the advantage for him of growing up with parents that were one in the game and one very active with him while he was playing basketball growing up.
I learned so much from my parents, more mom than dad, but no, they were both really big on the whole basketball journey, and the biggest thing that they taught was just work hard, compete, don't let anyone outwork you. It doesn't matter if something hurts, you get out and you fight through it. You can't be soft. That was one of mom and dad's biggest words growing up, is you can't be soft. So just having the mindset of every time you go on the court, you're going to play as hard as you can. And with the IQ stuff, I think that's just kind of, a lot of that is from mom. So I thank her for that. But, I'm very thankful for the both of them. And throughout the whole journey, they've had my back through it all. So I couldn't thank them enough.
All right, that's Reed Sheppard. His dad played and was a national champion at Kentucky. His mom played at Kentucky as well, and his dad also played a short time in the NBA, including his time with the Atlanta Hawks. And Clint, you probably know this because you've been around guys like this, and you've seen it. There is an advantage, Clint, to whatever sport it is, guys or ladies whose parents played in that sport and played professionally, and they've grown up around that. there is just an advantage that those players have just growing up in that game and seeing it. That is just such second nature to them, and I think is going to be an advantage for Reed Sheppard.
Absolutely. I mean, first of all, tip the cap to Dad. Don't be soft. Whatever you do, don't be a soft ass.
I knew that.
I mean,
no, it sounded like it was Mom. Mom was on it as much as.
I'm just telling you, man. When we can talk about kid gloves and handling all. It's lower level. But man, you get to them big leagues, man, your ass better not be softer. It's going to be. I mean, talent can only carry you so far, and so. Yeah, man, I absolutely loved it. But you're right. Here's the deal. I mean, when you've got parents that understand that, like he walks in and he says, "Hey, I want to play in the NBA." Okay, well, you want to play in the NBA? Your ass better toughen up. I don't care if you're hurt. The approach is different. He talked about the IQ with his mom. Obviously, being raised up around folks that watch the game through a different lens, the lens that they've been there is different. And then when you have a kid that obviously. You don't have to force those things on them. The kid naturally gravitates to it and instinctually, plays the game at a high level. And then, boy, you talk about a hell of a formula to have a kid that can play in the big leagues. And here we are. But I'm a Reed Sheppard fan now simply because his daddy. That's it. Mama and daddy, I guess. I like both of them.
Yeah, it's just. It's just hard not to to pick up and understand what life is like when you grow up around it, even at a young age, what life is like. Like we talked about it, and I'm sure we'll talk about it here. Like it's an advantage for Bronny James to have just grown up.
Absolutely.
In this. It's all he's seen, especially him. Like his years growing up, it's been nothing but watching how to be a professional and seeing what it's like to run in those circles the whole time, and even to another example with Reed Sheppard. So I
Ron,
think that's a big advantage for him.
I mean, obviously I didn't grow up with that, but I tell you, Joe Ferguson was my quarterback coach at Arkansas, and he had played 18, 19 years in the league. And it just when whoever it is, whether it's your dad or a coach or whoever, or your mom, when it's coming from somebody that's been where you're trying to get, there's just you don't even think about, well, I'm taking a little break and do this video game, or I'm going to take a little break and go on this vacation instead of going to you don't even, when they say, hey, if you want to get there, here's how you do it. And I've been there. I was there for 18, 19 years. Here's how you do it. You got to work this, and that, and you can't do these things. And there's no argue, there's no debate. You just, if you truly want to do it, if you mean what you say, then there's just a list of things that you got to do, and there's a list of things you can't do. And when it's coming from somebody, I can only imagine living with one parent, much less two parents that have that level of experience. But no surprise that Reed Sheppard has those beliefs.
Clint, especially just watching it. There's especially when you put together the talent to go along with that. Sometimes you don't have guys that always, and maybe Bronny falls into this camp, guys that doesn't have the ultimate, the talent to do it. But there is no way, it's almost a cheat code for guys like Peyton and Eli to walk in and just sit there and watch an NFL quarterback and sit in a locker room and watch that every single day to match with the talent they have.
Think about it, Ron. Like you talk about Peyton and Eli. Like think about Arch right now at Texas. You're normal. Like somebody that's never been through it.
Probably want to dip.
That's it. I mean, and I'm not saying that's not the right thing. I don't know if he needs to do that or not, but to have somebody of that ilk with those pelts on the wall that are your uncles say, hey, man, it ain't that serious. You got 5 years of eligibility in college. There's no reason to rush this thing, right? I mean, do you want to start as an 18-year-old, 19-year-old, and 20-year-old? Or do you want to bounce around between multiple organizations? Or do you want to chill out as 18, 19, be a starter at 20 and 21, and then be a man when you get in the league? And I'm not saying it's the right way for everybody, but to have that voice as strong as a Peyton or an Eli or Archie to be able to say those things, boy, that just changes the game for a young dude.
All right, coming up, the lineup is out. We'll give that to you, and I'll take a little blame for this. I guess this is my fault. I spoke this up. And secondly, I also want to kind of get into last night. There was something telling to me about last night's game for the Astros moving forward and the way that thing came together. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, what makes advanced hair restoration different? Well, let's start here.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yordan Alvarez, do it again in Toronto. He owns this place. A 3-0 pitch, smokes it for a 3-run home run. The Astros right back in this game at 7-5.
Hey, Ofofo heating up now. Look like the big fella has been listening to us, and he is heating up, hitting homers and looking back at the bench. And I mean, he tried to single-handedly win that game yesterday. I'm gonna tell you what, I was just thinking, boy, if they could just get him to the plate. But I'm thinking to myself, boy, I bet they wish he was batting second. They get him to the plate, they might have a chance. But that was a blast right there, boy, and got him right back into the game. 7-5 right there on the big homer. He's homered back-to-back days. Was on base again. Hell, did you see with his speed and athleticism, he forced a Yordan run. Got himself to second on a wild throw. Then they tried to pick him off, threw it into the outfield, got himself to third, and then Big Jake, the great one, hit a ground out.
He pushed one to the right side of the field, didn't he? Right side
hit a ground out in the middle of the field and got him in. Made that 0 for 4 look a little bit better yesterday, but yeah, Yordan is coming. I do want to get to that real quick, but Clint, I do want to let you know, and I'll take the blame for this. I will. I'm a man of mine. I'll stand up and take the blame when things happen. The lineup is out for today's game 3, as they try to avoid getting down to 500 and jumping back ahead in this series. Altuve leading off with Bregman behind him. Alvarez is the DH tonight with Yainer Diaz catching. Jake Myers in center, batting 5th. Pena batting 6th. Dubon is in left field tonight, Clint. And McCormick's in right field. And Gray Kessinger is at first base, batting 9th today. I mean, I was only kidding yesterday when I said that maybe he should. When are we going to see him get some at-bats and get some play? I was kidding. I didn't think they were seriously going to put him in the lineup, especially the day after they lost the game. I just said that one caught me off guard there. But Gray Kessinger playing first base, getting some action tonight, Clint.
Yeah, that's an interesting move. I mean, you got multiple options at first base there, guys that have impacted the game. Whether you're talking about Loperfido, Dubon, or Singleton, all those guys have swung it well and impacted the game, and for some reason we got to go Kessinger. I don't know. Again, this is where, to me,
that caught me off guard. I didn't expect to see that.
This is just the silliness, right? You have a little bit of success, you get back within 3.5 games. Clearly, the Mariners aren't on the tear that they were on earlier. You feel a little bit more comfortable, and then all of a sudden we feel like throwing Gray Kessinger out there. What the hell, man? Why not? Like, I mean, he wasn't even good enough to keep in the big leagues. You had some guy named Hummel up here, and all these. It's like it's just. I don't know, man. I don't. Maybe this is the only team I cover, so maybe everybody in Major League Baseball does it these days, and maybe I'm overblowing it, but it makes absolutely zero sense to me.
Not when you're still 3 back, and you're trying to get these. And you just lost yesterday. You're trying to get these games back and get closer.
Let me guess. It's a righty-lefty thing.
I mean, that don't even make sense.
I agree. I'm right there. Now you're talking my language.
There are other places you could have gone there if it was a righty thing.
Yeah. Now you're speaking my language now. So I mean, Cabbage. I didn't like the at bat last night, but I like what Cabbage has done in the outfield. I mean, if you're going to have Dubon and McCormick both in the game, if they're not going to rest again, then why would Dubon not play first and Cabbage play in the outfield?
Well, I'm certain there is a lefty on the mound, but I mean,
what world do we live in where righty Kessinger gives us more of a chance than some of the options we've talked about? I mean, it's the damnedest thing I've ever seen, man.
Line, I'd rather have Salazar in the 9-hole than Kessinger.
It's just. I mean, but the thing you've got Kessinger.
I'd rather have Hunter Brown in the 9-hole. I think.
I mean, you've got Kessinger level players that have been here and have swung it well, and they're swinging it well at the moment. Why?
I guess they said, "Oh, we got Hummel to start here, so we got to get Kessin. Maybe he goes deep tonight."
Well, I'm sure my baseball purists. I'm sure they've got me a good reason.
No, they don't. I don't think they agree with you on this one. Listen, I will say this though, Clint. Last night though, I think last night to me, I know it sucked the way it ended, but I think it was a good telling night for the Astros. And I think even added more credence to this comeback and this run that they're on, Clint. And they were down 7-0. I thought, boy, okay, early night. All right, man, I can move on and do something else. But, I mean, they're down 7-0, and it didn't seem like anybody out there panicked, and everybody thought they were still in the game. You could kind of just see the body language. Everybody was rolling. All right, we're going to hold it here. The bullpen said, and let's get back in this thing. And damn it, why don't we know, Clint? Here we go. They're rolling through, and then Jordan tries to win the game himself. They get this thing to 7-5 real quick, and they're right back in this thing. And I'll be honest with you, the way things are going, Clint, I thought they were going to win the game. And now the ninth inning was frustrating, as we have highlighted, but I think there's something to this team, Clint, that they never panicked. They felt like they were in this game. I'm telling you, a month ago, Clint, this would have been move on to something else. This would have been an early night. This thing may have gotten to 9-1 or 10-2 or something like that. But you can tell this team doesn't think they're out of anything, and they almost came all the way back in this game. So for me, I think this was the ninth inning was frustrating, but even in the ninth inning, bam, here come the Astros. Here they go right off the bat. They couldn't make it all the way to the end. But I think yesterday was a positive thing, being down 7-0 and fighting back and coming back and believing every single second that they were going to win that game. I think that they're in a different mindset than they were earlier this year. So mark it down, some of you. You hear that? I thought last night was a positive night to kind of give more proof to, like, this thing is for real. This run is for real that they're on.
Well, look, I think you look at last night, like you said, in the last couple of nights, Jordan seems to be seeing it well.
And that's a big one. Yep.
And as I said before, I just don't believe that all of the others, the 6, 7, 8 guys that have been producing in a big way, they're not all going to go cold. And so when you look up and all of a sudden Jordan's starting to turn it on, and at some point in time over the next 2-3 weeks, Tucker's going to be back. This lineup is getting a huge shot in the arm, man, and it's already they scored. What did I read earlier?
2-3 weeks.
They've scored 5.5 runs a game since Tucker's been out.
Yeah,
and that is again without a super productive Jordan Alvarez as it pertains to RBIs, and obviously it's entirely without Kyle Tucker. That's impressive, man.
It feels huge.
Like I said, man, we talked about it during the Big Three. Is at times you know, you're down 5-0, 7-0. I mean, you don't give a chance. You don't have a chance right off the bat. That's not how this team was thinking yesterday. And to look at the bullpen, came out nails, nothing. They didn't give up anything. Held it at 7 at where Arrighetti had it when he left. And then they were pounding away, and bam, it's 7-5, and here we go. But I give them credit on that one. See, a person just texted in, Tyler. They heard a positive thing. I'm sure it was some. They said they probably thought it was somewhere I was being condescending in that. But they said, hey, now that was not a sophomoric take. How about that? When growth. You agree,
condescending and sophomoric.
When you have growth, or when you agree. Hey, I like it.
Funny how that works.
Funny how that works.
You got to be coachable, man.
But okay. Maybe somebody's ears needs to be coachable. But to be honest with you, we were asking for it, Clint. 4-4 looks like he's in carry mode. He looks like he's ready to carry a lineup. I like it. It is. I can't wait to see what the hell he's going to do tonight. And if I'm Toronto, he ain't gonna keep doing this to me. I'm gonna check out Diaz here for a second. These important at bats. I'm not letting him swing with 2 people on base.
Well, look, Ron, I'm gonna be honest with you. I said it last night and the night before. There's a guy on first. I don't give a damn who is on first base or second base, man. I'm not. If I got a 5-run lead, 2 outs in the inning, yeah, I don't believe I'm gonna let Yordan Alvarez tighten that thing up.
Well, it ain't gonna be nothing in the strike zone. He gonna
hell
be
they did. Did you see how that at bat went? It was 3-0.
Yeah, 3-0, and he thought he could just sneak one in.
Yeah, they were being real smart, and then he thought he could sneak one in. Well, yeah, not today. Not
you
today,
ain't lying. 2 on, 3-0. Hey, man, won't you just walk your happy ass on down there? I'm not even throwing a pitch.
That 5-run lead,
throw the
2 outs, 2 on, 3-0 count.
Throw the 4s up. You going down to first base.
It's a fireable offense.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw 6 sliders to Diaz to see if he chases 3 of them.
I'm gonna meet you on the chalk. I'm gonna meet you on the chalk, big fella. We ain't gonna wait for the bullpen. I'm gonna wait for the bullpen. Bring your ass. The infield don't need to huddle around you. Come on, meet me at the chalk.
All right, hey, more respect for your quarterback, Houston, C.J. Stroud. We'll discuss, is it too much or is it right in line on what it should be? We'll discuss that coming up next right here on The Drive.
All right, you want to know the C.J. Stroud of cold beer? It's easy. The Silver Bullet, the Coors Light.
gift card rebate. Shop these deals before they're gone because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Annuals offer in-store only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Paint. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details while supplies last.
Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue rolling in on Independence Day Eve. Happy 4th of July to everybody as that is coming up tomorrow. Should be a fun day for everybody out there celebrating America's independence. Clint, I think people would love this around here, will love this around here. I wonder if everyone agrees with it. I wonder if you agree with it. I wonder if the people do. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this as well. They did the Vegas MVP odds. Number one on the list, Patrick Mahomes at plus 450. And tied for number two, fellas, Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills and C.J. Stroud of the Houston Texans.
God bless, brother.
I throw this out first, I guess, as Clint would say, thank God for C.J. Stroud. As I'm sure many of you are thinking that as Clint so eloquently put that together not too long ago. But I would throw, is this fair? Is this fair or is this too high for C.J. Stroud, in your opinion, to be second in odds, tied with Josh Allen, right behind Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, and right before you get to reigning MVP Lamar Jackson, and ahead of him, Joe Burrow?
It is super aggressive. It is super aggressive.
Really?
I did. Yeah, hell, I mean, look. I mean, first off, there ain't nobody more important to their team. It's a regular season award now. There ain't nobody more important to their team than Lamar Jackson. They're just, I mean, and he is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th on the list, and he's tied really. So he's in the
tied
top
with
6.
Jordan Love.
Yeah, like no, I mean, look, the Lamar Jackson and the way he impacts the game, whether they call run plays or not with him. I don't know why they didn't call run plays in the damn playoff game last year, but that's nor here nor there.
I was fine with it.
Yeah, I bet you were. But the way in which he impacts a game in both facets, I just don't know how he's sitting 5th or 6th, however you want to look at that. So that one right there jumps out. But yeah, C.J. Stroud is too high for me. I'm high on C.J. Stroud. I love the way that he's played the game. He had a hell of a year. But for me, again, CJ's walked into the club with Mahomes and Allen and Burrow and Lamar Jackson all staring back at him. For him to jump the line and be second, I think is a little bit aggressive.
Second, tied with Josh Allen. And listen, I'll say this. First off, Tyler, I'll get your thoughts. Do you think it's aggressive? You think it's fair, or you think it's too high right now?
It feels fair, just given what we've seen off 1 year, and hopefully the game slows down for him and he builds off that. But it seems fair. I'm not saying it's likely, but it seems fair to me.
Drew in Baytown tied second is absolutely fair. I only disagree with Josh Allen being a candidate. Drew from Baytown.
Damn it, Drew! I'll meet you at Cactus Jack's for the next 6 beers you drink, bub.
Well, hold on. Let's do it Monday. Let me get there. I'd like to run into that salad bar. But no, right? God, boy, I piled that one on. But no, listen, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think in terms of MVP odds, I think it is fair. I think it's fair when you look at story, when you look at how people listen, Clint. I think people want this to be the case. I think people want the C.J. Stroud story to continue. I think a lot of times with the MVP, you got to have the story, which I think C.J. Stroud does. I think the Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, that one's hard to win back-to-back MVPs because you have to just do better than you did last year. And I think Lamar is starting to kind of enter the Dak kind of area where I think people are probably going to downplay his regular season stuff since we've seen it so much before, and he hasn't had I think the success that they would think he should have. So I think people are going to kind of look at his regular season numbers a little differently. But I think C.J. Stroud has the story people want to push, and your team has to win enough games. Now, I don't know how many they win, but I can see how Vegas could think that they'll be in the mix near around the top 2 or 3 seeds in the NFL, and he'll win enough games. I think it is fair. Now, I wouldn't pick him if you told me right now. I wouldn't pick him. If you told me right now who I would put money on, I would pull the Tyler Milner, who I'd put money on, I would most definitely, number one, put it on Josh Allen. I completely disagree with you, Drew from Baytown. I think Josh Allen would be my favorite. And I know we haven't done that yet. We'll do that at some point. I'm giving away who I think is going to win the MVP later. It would be Josh Allen because I think he has the big story with all the guys leaving him and people questioning and wondering. I think he'll put together a good year. But I think for MVP odds, it is fair that CJ is that high.
I would flip it. If you on this list, all the banter here, to me, if you flip CJ and Lamar, I could get down with it. Mm-hmm. And now I don't think I would. It does
feel like CJ should be closer to where Jordan Love is.
Well, look, I mean, if you think about it though, like I wouldn't knock CJ from a odds perspective. Like let's say I'd go CJ if he was plus 950. Like you got Joe Burrow at 9, Josh Allen at 850, Mahomes at 450, Lamar Jackson. I hear you, Ron. Like in terms of like how
it's just, it's just hard when you've just won it. You got to try to replicate. Or do better than your previous year.
But you just look. I mean, they showed improvement in the past game with the new offensive coordinator with Derrick Henry. Man, they're going to be. And when it comes to Lamar Jackson's impact on the team from a tangible stat perspective, he's liable to just go absolute ham on this year, like we've never seen it. So anyway. I think if Lamar Jackson was up in that between 450, 850 range, and then C.J. Stroud dropped back to 9 plus 950, so you're really not moving like that, C.J. much in terms of the odds, but you're just putting him. I would put him below Joe Burrow right there. I think that would be fair. I think that'd be reasonable. I'm with you. I wouldn't bet on it, but that from an odds perspective, I'd feel comfortable with it.
Who would you two pick if you had to? For me, like I said, I would go. I think Josh Allen. I think Josh Allen is primed to have. Everything that they want to look in. He's been knocking at the door, and now he's going to get to prove, all right, I can make others. I wasn't made by Stephon Diggs or the coordinators. I would pick Josh Allen. Who would you pick right now if you had to say this would be my MVP selection?
I would ride Josh Allen with you. I think the deal with Josh Allen is they proved last year they're going to be very intentional about using his legs in the run game. And again, so I just got through talking about Lamar Jackson and like his ability to impact the game. We all have known that Josh has that ability. They've chosen to let him stand back there and make risky decisions with the football. It seemed like in the second half of the season last year, they were going to make the game simpler and slower for him and then use his legs in the run game. If they do that and he eliminates the turnovers and all of a sudden is impacting the game in with his arm and his legs in a big way, week in, week out, I would ride with him.
Who you got, Tyler? Who, if you had to pick, who's your front runner? Is it CJ?
No, I go Mahomes, man. Just simply because this thing has become a quarterback award almost, the MVP award each and every year, and until proven otherwise, Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the National Football League.
He does. He did get some new weapons. Did he get some new toys?
He got some new toys. But
if he can get Kelsey off that damn stage with Swifty.
He'll be there in a couple of weeks. I just think Mahomes is in a category where he's got to put up just like his numbers have to be
they got to
crazy.
Be ungodly.
His numbers, something has to be out of the ordinary, or it has to be like Lamar was last year, where his team was just trending so much higher than anybody else. I mean, they had the best record probably about 2 games by anybody else and destroyed all the other teams. He has to separate himself because I don't think he's as much judged against the other players. I think he's almost judged against his other MVP years. Like, it made sense. All right, you lost Tyreek Hill. What do you do now? Now there's a big story. You lost Tyreek Hill, and you still have the number one offense without Tyreek Hill. He gets it. I feel like he got to throw 50 touchdowns again. I mean, he's got to do something that is off the chain. That's why I just think it's real hard for him and Lamar to win it. All right, Clint, what you got coming up at the 4?
Yeah, let's dip our toe off into the college football game a little bit. I think you mentioned Pat Mahomes. I think Texas Tech has got this thing figured out. I'll explain what I'm talking about. They made a little switch up there in Lubbock, and they did a tremendous job unveiling this switch, which includes Pat Mahomes as well as that little that the NCAA legalizing that Mary Jane. As I said yesterday, I've been in the huddle with a couple potheads before. It's a tough go at it. We'll discuss all that next right here on Sports Radio.
The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party. I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Happy July 4th out there to everybody. Let me be the first one to put that out there. I tell you, man, July 4th is one of my favorite holidays, one of my favorite celebrations.
Did you hear Lopez's ass earlier?
No, I didn't. What'd he say?
He might make the turd list for this. He said that July 4th is the most overrated holiday out there.
Well, I'm sure he had some deep, probably very, like, with big words.
Yeah.
That hayseeds like myself don't really understand, but I'm sure he had some kind of.
I know I can't get away with that one.
I do want to clarify, though. Lopez did say,
I say surprised he can.
He loves his country, he loves our freedom, and he loves what July 4th is celebrating, but he thinks July 4th is an overrated holiday.
I hear people say that, like, when I hear overrated holiday, I hear that is in the Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
That I hear that. I didn't know people were saying that out loud.
I mean, look, I don't even
if they believed it.
I mean, I got to go back and listen to that, Tyler. I'll be honest with you. I think less of J-Lo if that timestamped that thing. Let me hear it because I think less of it. And I'm not even getting into the patriotic side of this thing.
Right?
I mean, that's to each their own. I'm not the guy that's going to tell somebody how patriotic they should or shouldn't be.
I feel like a few people got there.
Well, it's a badass holiday. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you kidding me?
Yes, sir.
I mean, damn. This right here, this one, Memorial Day. And again, I'm not getting into all the patriotic side of things and what you're legitimately celebrating. Just the way it is celebrated. If you can't get down with that, Lopez, you surprising the hell out of me.
I got to hear that. What's overhyped?
I'll get it for y'all for later in the show.
I mean, are you kidding me?
But what's over? Like the firework? Like what's overhyped?
He said it's overrated. The holiday is overrated.
I mean, how?
That's what I said, man.
Because you can't get some kind of food theme going on with the family and cook. Hell, you can do that on July 4th too, man.
You can. We're just grilling out.
Red meat, cold beer, bathing suits. America,
keep it coming. You kidding me?
Come on.
I mean, good gosh. And one reason too. R.I.P. about Big Brother Hank. He was a July 4th. Let me be honest, he did never miss celebration, but that was July 4th was his deal as well. So happy July 4th out there to everybody.
Does he think we shouldn't have it off? Like, I'm just trying to figure out what's overrated.
We got to get J-Lo on. I mean that is just. I mean, not only is it un-American, but it's
my jaw dropped.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
it's a top 5.
Oh, easy. I love July 4th,
top 5 holiday.
Yeah. I mean, you can be in the pool. You can get you a good barn party going.
I feel like Clint's thinking. I'm
disappointed. I think less of J-Lo for that.
I'm not going to lie to you. I did too.
It's simply about the celebration.
Clint always takes it just a tad deep.
I mean,
I agree with you, Ron, but I actually agree with Clint on this one.
I look at him differently now.
I think we all should. I think the drive should.
I'm not sure I could get a beer with him now.
I can't go out with him.
No, I'll have one. I'll have a beer with you, but you're gonna have to explain yourself over that beer
to get the second.
Get the second one, we're gonna have to talk about this. I got a couple of text messages in the break there, boys. One from Mom. She wants to know if I grab her a bottle of Sagamore rye whiskey on the way home. I literally, bro, less than a week ago gave her a bottle.
That girl Linda.
I mean, what is she doing? She's 75, and she babysits my kids. Last week, she babysat the kids every day. What is she doing?
She needs a
been with your kids so long.
Get off the bottle, woman. Damn.
She needs a release.
I mean, you got to be kidding me. I hate to tell you. Damn, Ron. If I gave you one a week ago and you came to me, Ron, and say, man, you got one more for me, I'd be like, gosh, dang, you need some help? You need a phone number, Chief?
She feels like, of all people, she can go and say that to you.
Yeah.
You owe her.
And she don't give two. There ain't no doubt.
Wash your mouth out with a little bit Coors Light.
Hey, the other text message came from old Tricky Dick, Dick Olin. Ron, he wanted me to let you know, man. Your Bayou Bowl championship ring, it's in the mail, bub.
Oh, look at God.
It's officially in the mail.
I tell you, I need that sucker.
Yeah, man. Hey, Tyler,
Rock
we didn't get to
that
talk
bad
much
boy.
about it on air, but boy, that East side, we whooped that ass now.
I mean,
Love to hear it.
Me and Ron was peacocking around that track, around that football field, like we was Bill Belichick, Chief.
I love it, man. You are just preparing old Sean Pendergast for what's to come with his Golden Domers at Kyle Field, you know? You're just preparing him.
I guess it was Bill Belichick and Mike Tomlin. That's what we looked like walking
I'm about
around.
to say we were letting Sean know about it.
Oh yeah, we let him off easy. Hey, did y'all see what Texas Tech has done? How about college football here?
No, I hadn't.
Well, you're gonna like
the
this.
Mahomes stuff.
Yes, yeah. You're gonna like this. So what I love about it is, and when we deal with it here with the Texans, right? Is everything when they announce something's got some kind of video. It's a production, right? They're creating content, right? It's the way of the world right now. Well, Ron, I don't know if you remember this, but apparently Pat Mahomes went back to a game. I think it was last year. He went back to a game, and Texas Tech, they were an Under Armour school. And Texas Tech, apparently, as most schools do, when you show up as a former player, they give you a baggie, and it had a shirt in it. So Pat put it on. Well, he is an Adidas guy, right? So he took the Texas Tech shirt. It had the big Texas Tech logo on the chest of it. Underneath it, apparently, it had a Under Armour logo.
That's who they're. Yeah.
Well, he took and put a piece of tape over it and wrote Adidas in some like sloppy ass, as you know about my penmanship, like some sloppy ass writing, and wore it. And somebody took a picture, I think, of him and the athletic director. And anyway, so fast forward to this year, and remember, we talked about this on the show. Now in college football, colleges can sell the rights to place logos on midfield. Like it doesn't have to be there. It doesn't, like the Razorback doesn't have to be in the middle of Donald W. Reynolds Razorback Stadium anymore. You can put whatever the hell you want on there if somebody wants to pay for it, right? So that's a new rule. So what Texas Tech has announced is a new logo in the middle of the field, and the way in which they did it, Ron, they took an image of that Adidas tape that Pat Mahomes had on that shirt, and they took it, they put it over
in the middle of the field.
In the middle of the field, right? Wow. And it says Adidas, so everybody knew, okay, Texas Tech is going Adidas. Well, today was the unveiling, and so that video is them ripping off that tape ultimately. And underneath there is the new logo. And this is where, like, it even goes a step further with Pat Mahomes. You got the Texas Tech, the double T in the middle, right in the middle of the field. You got Adidas logo to the left of Texas Tech. And then you've got Pat Mahomes' freaking logo on midfield in Lubbock to the right of the Texas Tech logo.
This nut here, man. Like, I mean, how involved? How did he? I mean, he has pulled this off.
Well, but Texas Tech, they figured it out, right? Look, I'm sure when you're getting paid damn near $1 billion, I'm sure he's spent some money with the university, especially in these NIL days. I would be shocked if he hadn't spent several million. But even if he hadn't, I mean, you've got one of the best quarterbacks to ever play the game. That's playing he is the best quarterback in the game in the era where there's more eyes, there's more access to these players than ever before. There's more.
Maybe the second most known football player in the world.
Who's first?
His teammate.
Travis?
Yes.
Swift Army, bro.
Yeah,
Swift.
Taylor Swift.
Well, yeah, Swift may have done that.
I like that one right there.
That is interesting. I was like, what the hell? Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
He's the most known. Yeah,
but they
Taylor
take,
Swift.
I mean, in the college football world, when every game that's on TV is, you got Adidas on one side who's on every jersey and every cleat you're wearing anyway. And then you got Pat Mahomes on the other who everybody knows. I mean, they get it, man. They're riding the wave. You Texas Tech, that brand is synonymous with Pat Mahomes, and you've got
and he slid him over there. I think he had to be highly involved with Texas Tech bouncing from Under Armour and going to Adidas.
Yeah, I mean, but how? I mean, his logo, which is a clean ass logo.
Yeah,
if y'all hadn't seen this, if you hadn't seen this, Google it. I mean, I'm sure it'll pop up. But his logo is super clean. But just think of like your brand, like you've created this logo off the field to brand yourself. And I mean, most guys I know that create logos, I've created some logos for different training purposes. I mean, you either love them or you hate them. I got to believe that Pat Mahomes really loves his. To then see that damn thing on midfield of the place where you learned the game and took your game to the next level at Texas Tech. I mean, that just it was nasty. And then on top of that, like Texas Tech, in a day when we just said it, the schedule release in the NFL. I mean, I watched more of those than I'd like to admit. They were awful. They were awful. What Texas Tech just did was a masterclass on how you do a hype video of unveiling something. It was absolutely beautiful, man.
It's crazy, man. It is wow. And they all going to be wearing his signature shoe.
That's right. That's right.
You know, I'd imagine. Yeah, like they're all going to be wearing. This dude, man, the power that this dude has wielded. Clinton Tyler, I swear before God, when I moved here, when I moved to Houston, there was no Whataburger anywhere near Kansas City. I can't move. Like every 5 minutes, I swear there's a Whataburger. There's like 30 of them here, and he pushed and got them all here in Kansas City.
I'm gonna guess he's got a little piece of every one of them jokers too.
I would imagine
he's got to be in the ownership.
They won't stop building them. It's like 30 or 40 Whataburgers that are here in the Kansas City metro area. There were none here.
Ron, people outside of Texas, I don't think they understand because
I had only had it when I came to Texas.
Ron, I got a similar story right there, and it wasn't when I was in school up there, but it's the same thing as you're talking about with Kansas City. Like there was no Whataburger in Arkansas. There was a Whataburger, like old school, a family owned, and I think it was Russellville or Dardanelle, one of the small towns in Arkansas, but it wasn't anything to do with the Texas Whataburger, right? When they finally put one in up in the town Fayetteville where the university is, I mean, it was you would have thought that. I mean, it was crazy the way people acted towards this thing. And for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, you couldn't go there without spending 30, 45 minutes in line. I mean, people freeze. So I'm sure it was the same way when the original ones opened in Kansas City.
When he first got to Kansas City, he openly spoke about wanting to bring them here, and they're everywhere.
He loves their ketchup.
He does.
The spicy?
Yeah, he puts them on steak.
Yeah.
I don't know about putting ketchup on my steak, but
he's weird.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, it's Whataburger's a real deal now. I ain't mad at it. The other thing we got to talk about here, the NCAA has, and this is a couple of days old, so bear with me here. The NCAA has voted to remove marijuana from its banned substance list for D1 players effective immediately. Now, this has something to do with like championship games, college football playoffs. Like you're going to 12 games, so it's going to impact more players. And I think that's when they really tightened the screws down on drug testing and all of that. Was once you got into that caliber game. Apparently, they're not even going to. They're done with testing and holding these guys accountable in the college football playoffs, which obviously is going to be more players, more games this year. But I'm going to tell you, just the thought, Ron, of not drug testing. Let's say just making marijuana legal like alcohol, right? The problem is, and I'm just talking about in athletics. I'm not getting into the back and forth the debate about whether it should or shouldn't be legal and treated like alcohol to the public. That's fine, whatever. But I've been in the huddle. I tell people about the Arena League a lot. Like the Arena League there was no drug testing, there was no nothing. It was a hell of a league, fun league to play in. But one thing that was very, very noticeable was that I was in the huddle with some guys that thought a lot like my man Cat Williams did when that electric bill didn't get paid.
The weed.
Y'all remember what Cat Williams said? He said, "I don't need them lights anyway. I got 16 candles I've been waiting to burn."
F them lights.
Yeah, F them lights, right? Yeah. I mean, that is legitimately going to be because I mean, let's be honest, guys, like weed is more of a daily use. Like I didn't go to school and we didn't have too many guys that drank in the morning before they went to class or drank before. Now there were several guys that did, but I'm just saying we didn't have a ton of them that it was accepted at practice kind of deal. Like when weed is legal, like you can smoke a joint walking from class to the from the dorm room to the damn facility, right? And I just, if you ain't ever been in a huddle, if you ain't ever been in a huddle with a guy that's high, you probably don't understand it. But this is going to be a major problem for coaches and teams in college football. I guess.
So how often did you run into it? Like I've never.
For me, Ron, it was in the league. I mean, in the league and in college, they got drug tested, so they didn't do it. So I mean, every now and then you'd find somebody that would do it, and you could tell, you could smell it or whatever.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
But it wasn't a problem because it was illegal, right? I mean, they got, for the most part, they got drug tested. But I'm gonna tell you, in the Arena League, it was a daily occurrence, and it was just one of those.
And you think, and it affected? You could clearly see it affecting people's play.
You think, oh boy, Ron? You think, oh boy, that don't care about that electric bill and he's gonna burn some candles? You think he cares if that route he runs is at 6 yards or 8 yards? It ain't nothing but 2 yards, Clint. Yeah, but hell, I'm focus. I mean, it's going to be interesting because you can deal with it on the field a lot of the times. I mean, I just would deal with it the best I can. But now the concern, like real talk, like the concern to me is going to be coaches dealing with it throughout the week. Like I think players for the most part are going to be responsible, probably going to be responsible enough, like in a game on a Saturday morning, not to be smoking weed, probably. But boy, throughout the week, getting guys to show up on time and getting guys to hold each other accountable and pay attention to the details and stay awake in meetings and all that. Boy, that's gonna be magnified times 10, man.
Hey, they're gonna have to do it. It's here to stay.
Because while I love it, I look. I don't want to get too far off into the conversation, but I love the I don't give a rip feel and vibe of that particular.
Oh, when you said you love it, I thought you were saying you love token up.
Well, I don't know that I have enough experience with it, to be honest with you, at this time to know whether I love it or I don't. I've enjoyed it a time or two. But the thing is, boy, if I was a quarterback and I was trying to win games and all week long I've got one receiver and an offensive lineman that are just in that I don't give a rip mode, boy, that would be tough. That would be tough. And I wonder how coaches are going to deal with it. Because if it's legal, there ain't nothing you can do.
No, yeah, I mean, it's like alcohol. Alcohol is legal, too. I mean, and I guess we haven't seen that much of a guys getting trashed and playing. I understand your thought of saying you could just kind of smoke it just walking.
Well, I think the guys that are going to smoke it.
I feel like most people are going to not allow it to affect them, like not do it to a space where it affects them, like the ones that are worth the damn.
I hope you're right.
That just like I think there's people who want to drink and they drink after. Hardcore. All right, coming up, some news and notes with the Houston Astros as something on the injury front. Good news coming out on the injury front with the Astros, and we'll let you know the lineup today as well, and a report from one of the top baseball reporters out there discussing where the Astros may be and their mindset during the trade deadline. We'll discuss that coming up next.
leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
People on the text line, Clint, are accusing you of talking about Quincy Carter when you were talking about that last statement.
No, I was never in a huddle with Quincy. So if it were Quincy Carter, I'd have just simply told you. I'll be honest with you. I don't believe that. I don't believe that Mary Jane was Quincy's downfall. And I don't believe the drug they're legalizing in college football is one that Quincy would have tested positive for. If you're picking up what I'm putting down,
he would have been in the clear for that one, huh?
Well, no. Now he may have smoked a little something. I don't know, but I mean that wasn't that. I don't think that was what was Quincy's downfall. Was not that natural stuff.
Yep. Well,
I see on that text line too. I see a number on there I recognize.
Oh yeah.
Tell Clint to shut the hell up and get me what I want when I want it. Who you think that came from?
Oh boy. Calm down, Linda. God, dog, she's out here coming after you on the text.
Hey, I looked at it and I said, that's a 501 number. Somebody from Arkansas was texting. I said, well, hell, I mean that one's on my bill, my phone bill.
I'm gonna come over there and whoop that ass.
Linda's out here feeling it. She needs what she wants, damn it.
Yeah, I mean that's about right.
We teased her with it. Real quick, some Astros news. Victor Caratini, who has been on the IL, will join the Astros in Minnesota, where he will continue on-field baseball activities. Joe Espada said Caratini will probably need a rehab assignment, and that could happen around the All-Star break. So Vic getting close, and he is one they've had to adjust some things for. I'll give it to Salazar. He's been pretty good in his place. And because you know it, Vic was starting at times. Hell, they were playing him and Diaz at times. To be honest with you, it seemed like him and Diaz were almost down the middle when it came to play there for a second. So he is a key person to get back for them. Hopefully he is back. It seems like by the All-Star break, or at least after the All-Star break, he'll be back and be able to get back on the field. So that's the latest with Victor Caratini as he's getting closer. So big for them. The lineup today, Clint, for those of you who haven't heard it here, the Astros will get started here in a couple of hours. But Altuve leading off, Bregman, Alvarez, Diaz is catching tonight. Alvarez is the DH. Myers in center. Shortstop is Pena. Dubon back in the lineup today in left field. McCormick back in the lineup today in right field. And the surprise, how surprised are you by this? First base. Not Dubon, not Singleton, not Luperfido, but Gray Kessinger, who just got called up. And I'll be honest, there were moments that Gray Kessinger had been on this roster that, hell, I didn't even know he was there.
Forgot about him, didn't you?
I didn't even know he was there until I would see sometimes at the bottom available, it would say Kessinger. I was like, oh, I forgot he's there. How surprised are you that Gray Kessinger has found himself in this lineup? At first base, that's
the only reason I'm not surprised is because I don't think Joe Espada is going to change his stripes. At the end of the day, this is silly. I mean, it's not a big ordeal because we're talking about the 9-hole hitter, and but I mean you've got multiple options between left field where Dubon is playing and first base. You literally have 5 or 6 options before you get to Gray Kessinger. And somehow, some way, Kessinger's been up one damn day and gets in the ballgame. It just doesn't – it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense over any of the 3 first basemen that we've seen play first, which is Dubon, Singleton, and Loperfido. It doesn't make sense over any of the outfielders in Trey Cabbage, Loperfido, White Boy Chaz. It just doesn't make any sense to all of a sudden shift gears and go this direction. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I think it's silly.
Yeah, interesting decision there. But Kessinger will get the start. Oh, hopefully he can come through, and everybody else has been swinging the bat pretty well when they've gotten opportunities from the text line. Righty on lefty matchup. Yeah, I understand that, but come on. So at some point, we getting a little too further down, and to a point you made earlier.
Man, look, can we be honest, Ron?
No, the point you made earlier, like, yeah, I get the righty-lefty matchup, but I mean, are you really serious that you have more confidence in Greg Kessinger as a righty than Joey as a lefty, than Cabbage as a lefty, than Salazar as a righty? Like, do you really have more confidence in that? Like, come on, man.
Like that's silly, man. That is. I mean, we don't have a large enough sample size of Gray Kessinger at bats in Major League Baseball to know who he's better than, right, left. It don't matter. Like, there's not. I mean, this is, again, I don't know if you call them baseball purists, call them what. Like, now we're just regurgitating what people do, what people did 80 years ago in the game of baseball, man. Like, I understand the righty versus lefty thing, and when we're talking about, good sample sizes of, hey, this guy just doesn't hit lefties, or this guy doesn't hit off speed, or this guy doesn't hit that. Okay, I can get with it. You cannot tell me. I mean, you know what? You cannot tell me that Gray Kessinger, whatever you think of him, you cannot tell me that he is a better option right now than having Dubon at first base and Dubon in that spot in the lineup. You just can't. I mean, you can't tell me that.
No, I mean, hell, you told me that y'all haven't played him ever. I just why would you? Why is it the field to do it now? Interesting enough to see, but he is in the lineup, and we'll see what he does. Maybe he has a big night. Hopefully for Joe and the team, he has a big night, or at least everybody around him, and rolls. Hell, man, when's the last time he's played first base? I mean, maybe he played in Sugar Land, so I'm not sure. I didn't follow exactly what he did every single night when he was back in Sugar Land in AAA. All right,
I'll bet you the only left-hander in this lineup has the best night against that damn lefty than any of these right-handers.
Well, that's unfair. Yordan Alvarez. That's unfair, Clint. All right, Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic, Fox Sports as well. This is what he is reporting, what he is hearing. One of the top baseball reporters, writers in the business, newsbreakers in the business. This is what he's hearing about the Astros and the potential as the deadline nears in the next 3 weeks.
This is a team that has come a long way, and it's really interesting how they've done it without Tucker and with Ryel Blanco and Hunter Brown as their big-time guys in the rotation. Those are not people you expected to be leading them at the start of the season. Can they catch Seattle? They absolutely can catch Seattle. And the Mariners are going to need to reinforce their offense. They know that. They're going through a little bit of a dry spell now, as all teams do. And the Astros, of course, are coming off a 17-8 June. They're hot. But they're the Astros. They have that pedigree, and we all sort of suspected this was coming. It's just hard to imagine the way it's happened without Tucker, without several of their starters. I believe 7 are still on the IL. So from that perspective alone, it's really impressive. They'll get McCullers back. They're getting Luis Garcia back. Hopefully Verlander comes back as well. It's a pretty interesting group, and they will not hold back at the deadline. They will try, because they've done that repeatedly under Jim Crane in the past.
They will not hold back. They will try. They will push. I mean, listen, that's not surprising. Dana Brown has spoken about that a lot, Clint. My wonder is, I feel like if he's talking like they won't hold back, they're going to get some. I think, Clint, to be honest, it's going to have to be somebody that is a part of what they do now that's at the big league club. I don't necessarily know that they have enough in the farm system to just be able to make the moves, these don't hold back moves that they're talking about. And I just wonder, Clint, who is it? Who is it up here that is the potential trade piece that they may use to try to get something that they need back? We know they need pitching, hell, maybe a bat down the line, but pitching seems to be front and center. I wonder who it is. Is it White Boy Chaz? Is it Jake? Is it Dubon? Who is it that is not going to be a part of this because they got to make a move?
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's interesting. It's boy, if you move your center fielder or a bat the caliber of Dubon, then I don't. I mean, I just think with this lineup as it is, those two guys, definitely Dubon, but I think even Jake at this point in time, they're going to have to be as good as they've been to date this season, the rest of the way. Like, they're a big part of what you got going on. So I don't know how you move one of those guys, get an extra arm when you have Luis Garcia and hopefully Lance at some point coming back. I don't know how you move those guys, go get another arm, add to that arsenal, and then you're stuck. You're going, hey, man, well, what are we going to do? We need another bat. I mean, some people, I don't think this, but I know some do, that as we sit right now with Jake and with Dubon, who would be in your top 9 hitters, a lot of folks think the Astros are a bat away. So, I mean, I don't know how they make sense of all that, Ron. I really don't. To me, you're gambling on in a big way. Like, if you're going to go get a pitcher, it better be a frontline starter that's right there with JV and Fromber ultimately. Like that have been either an ace.
If you're going to give up something like that, yes.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can't go get an innings eater that is your 5th or 6th starter and just adds a little bit of depth. I mean, if you can get them for the cheap, cool. But to me, your season is going to ride on Luis Garcia getting healthy, Lance McCullers ultimately getting healthy, obviously JV getting healthy, and that's where we're at. I mean, that's the gamble you're taking. And then if you're going to make a move to go get somebody, I guess the big move would be more of a bat than a pitcher.
Maybe, yeah. Right now it feels pitcher, but no, I hear you. That's our baseball talk, which is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Coming up, our guy, B. Scott, he joins us. We'll get his thoughts on the Rockets' new pick. We haven't talked to him since the Rockets have selected Reed Sheppard. Get his thoughts there, and why they're so quiet, if they will get something done. All of that coming up next with Brandon Scott right here live on The Drive.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
The countdown to training camp is on.
It's the final countdown.
We're just 2 weeks away from the Texans getting back on the field. Are you ready? Catch all the latest from the practice field every weekday during camp, right here on Houston Sports Leader and the free Odyssey app. Your home for the Texans is Sports Radio 610.
From the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams on 69 Southwest Freeway southbound at Elgin, it's an accident that has a left lane blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
The HHS Independent Living Services Program helps people with disabilities live independently in their homes and communities. People who qualify may receive free services such as independent living skills training and help with purchasing items like hearing aids, wheelchairs, and home modifications. To learn more, contact your local Center for Independent Living by visiting hhs.texas.gov and searching for Independent Living Services.
Sponsored by Texas HHS.
Hey, it's Steve. Sorry I couldn't get to the phone. Leave a message at the beep.
Hey, it's Jason from Chase. Congrats on closing day. Hope you're
We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
All right, it's 4:40 right here on The Drive on a Wednesday. That means Brandon Scott joins us, and we're going to do a little Rockets report today because we haven't talked to Brandon Scott since the Rockets made their draft selection and drafted Reed Sheppard 3rd overall when a lot of people thought that could go a lot of ways. Last we talked, that was the day of the draft. And they've at least made another trade, a move to get out of the second round to bring in A.J. Griffin from the Hawks. As we get started here, we haven't heard your thoughts right here on The Drive, Brandon. What's your thoughts by the move to go after Reed Sheppard? Were you surprised that's the route they went? How you feel now that you've had about a week to look at the direction that the Rockets went?
Well, I got to say I am a little bit surprised. And if you remember last week, my thought and my prediction was that they would draft Klingon. And that was just as much about, to me, perhaps where they stood on Alperen Sengun in the moment. That was what I was – so I was surprised because I told you at the time I thought that they were going to draft the big guy. But I will say that for me, I have not been so glad to be wrong or incorrect because if you're asking me what I would have done and who I would have preferred out of the guys that were going to be available to them in the draft, and we know that this was not a super heralded draft, it would have been Reed Sheppard. Like, Reed Sheppard has been the one ever since I started digging into the draft that I thought was the best and most sensible fit with the Rockets. So I'm glad that they went with the thing that I thought that they should do and not the thing that I thought that they would do.
B. Scott, well, you talk about the fit and how well he or at least how much you liked him. Like, what go into detail there a little bit. What is it about him? What does he bring to this team? How quickly does he impact the team?
So it's pretty simple, Clint, when you think about in terms of him being a 52% three-point shooter last year as a young guy at Kentucky, and the fact that the Rockets were in the bottom 7 or 8. We talked about this last week as well. Them being in the bottom 7 or 8 in three-point percentage, despite the fact that they took plenty. Like, they were in the top third of attempts and the bottom third of percentage. So it wasn't for a lack of trying. They just flat out weren't good at it. And then Reed Sheppard, the real intriguing part about it is, at least for me, is that they've brought back most of the guys that played a lot of minutes for them. But Reed Sheppard immediately, and Ron has mentioned this as well on the show, like, Reed Sheppard immediately is their best shooter, immediately. So he feels a void, he feels a need, he does something at a high level that most of the guys on the team do not do. And so the most interesting thing to watch, to me, won't be whether he'll be a part of the rotation, because I think it'll be undeniable. I think it'll be hard to keep him off the floor. It'll be whose minutes does he take, and how does Ime Udoka deal with that? How does he manage that, knowing that he's got to get that young guy on the floor one way or another because he makes them a better shooting team. He raises their floor as a shooting team.
No, yeah, and Udoka talked about it. It opens up a lot for that offense and opens up a lot of things that they can do, driving lanes, more space all around for their other top players. The draft was good. I'm with you on that. If they weren't going to do something that signaled a greater move than Reed Sheppard, the shooter that they desperately needed, as you just spoke on, was the route to go. But Clint over here, he's getting impatient. Now, I need you to help Clint out. He's going through envy and jealousy of other teams when we're seeing a lot of movement from Paul George to Klay Thompson to old ass Chris Paul moved into San Antonio in the state. Seeing a lot of moves. Donovan Mitchell getting a new deal, staying with Cleveland. It seems like all the reports of people are saying that they think the Rockets are primed to making a big move, and we understand all the things they did to get all of those former Suns picks to kind of put them in a place to do business with. Do you sense that a big move is coming? Do you sense that the Rockets are going to do something that adds significantly to this team?
The fact that they went with Reed Sheppard, number 3 overall, makes me feel like not yet. And that's not a complete and outright no. But in terms of just between now and the time we talk again next week, or between now and the time they start playing in the fall, I don't think so. I thought that the trade for the Suns picks showed you that they were at least serious about making a move. But those picks are so far down the line, they're able to just kind of hold on to those. It's almost like they're in a safety deposit box, or just like in a piggy bank or something like that, and they can just go to it whenever the moment calls for it. So I don't think that moment is coming, because based off of what they did last week, and I don't think that signals that it's coming. But I would agree with Clint, to the point and to your question, I would agree with Clint's impatience and just this feeling, kind of this FOMO energy of, hey, everybody else is getting better, everybody else is adding stars, and how much longer do Rockets fans just sit up and say, hey, you're waiting on Jalen Green to become a 1A, or you're waiting on Alperen Sengun to become a 1A. That is the answer. I can't do anything about what the actual answer is. That's their strategy, and I thought that was their strategy before they traded for those picks. But that's not exactly satisfactory. It is going to be exciting once they get on the floor to see how that all comes together. But in the immediacy, right now, yeah, I would love to be hearing about them using those picks to trade for Devin Booker. I would love to put a pin in the Donovan Mitchell conversation, and I think we can do that, by the way. I don't think that just because Donovan Mitchell signed that extension with the Cavs, that it for any second means that he's going to end that deal with the Cavs. So could the Rockets at some point use those Suns picks to entice Cleveland to trade Donovan Mitchell a year from now, or when things in Cleveland don't look like they're going to be any better than they have been, like they're going to be a 4 or 5 seed more than likely? Absolutely, I can see that happening. So really, as far as the big move goes, you just got to kind of put a pin in it and try to be as excited about these young players as you possibly can.
Well, Rafael Stone took a lot of the wind out of the sails of that Phoenix Brooklyn draft capital trade when he said that, look, we got an extremely young team. We needed some picks that were further down the line. The picks right now really don't serve us well. So I think that kind of, for me, it took the wind out of the sails of thinking, boy, they must be primed and ready to make a move. But B. Scott, I do wonder, and all that, do you think that this is a Green and Sengun and all these youngsters, let's see them develop, or do you think that, hey, there's just the right move hasn't presented itself, or they weren't able to get it done, and so this is where we landed? Do you think that surely they're not still in a mode of now, I mean, obviously by default they have to be okay with it right now, but surely they're just not still in the mode with all these guys of well, let's keep developing them and see kind of how everything unfolds?
Yeah, my sense is that it's the latter. It's the last part of, hey, if there was a deal out there, say, just name your superstar, Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, make it Donovan Mitchell even. Just name your Paul George, whoever it is. If there was a deal to go out there and get a bona fide frontline guy, I feel like they would have done it. I think another tea leaf to read, or another thing to read into, is the fact that they are not in a rush to sign these extensions. They could have signed either one of those guys to an extension, Jalen Green or Alperen Sengun, the moment after the NBA Finals ended a few weeks ago, and they have yet to do it. And then when they talked about it with the press yesterday, when they introduced Reed Sheppard, of course they were asked about the urgency or lack thereof to sign either one of those guys to an extension. It was very much a cavalier, hey, we're not in a rush to do that. The way the CBA is set up, blase, we can wait until later and revisit it next summer. So I think the fact that they have not rushed to lock in one of those guys tells you all you need to know about their wait-and-see approach and their willingness to dangle, whether it's those picks or one of these players, to another team that's maybe more interested in them, and then the Rockets end up with a with a frontline star if that opportunity presents itself. So that's a long-winded way of saying, Clint, I think it's the latter. And that, hey, if there was a deal out there to get done, if they could have made happen, I think they would have done it.
Can they make the playoffs in the West, Brandon, with this group?
So it depends on what – if playoffs include play-in, then I'm one that does not include the play-in and the playoffs. And so if you're asking me could they be a top 6 seed, absolutely not. Could they squeeze in as the 9 or the 10 and be competitive in the play-in? I think that's absolutely possible. I think that's going to be a goal for them. But do I see this being one of the top six teams in the West? No, not as currently constructed, unless, obviously, we see a large jump from one of those guys.
It just makes me nervous because they've just kind of put themselves in the same space. And me and Clint talked about it, you got a team like San Antonio who was clearly behind the Rockets last year, who I think they feel like they probably are on par with them or trying to be on par with them. And if they are in the space of not yet, I just wonder, are those expectations for them or are our expectations just higher if we're thinking the next step should be getting in the playoffs? I'm with you. Play in, whatever. Playoffs, play in, that they're playing games after 82.
Yeah, no, it is hard to see them being much better than they were last. I mean, think about it already, Ron. They made a 19-game jump. I mean, they already made the jump, and I think the issue is just that wasn't good enough. Like it was the best jump in the league easily, and it wasn't good enough to get them out of a very competitive West. And the thing is, I'm not expecting the West to be any less competitive. So something is going to have to give. Like I'm with you on the thought process of it feels like they're treading water or just kind of running in place, like they're just on a treadmill. It seems like, but again, it's gonna be either one or two things. Either one of those guys or both of those guys are going to develop into frontline stars, and they make that jump from within that way, or they turn that guy and the combination of these picks into that guy, right? Into moving for that guy. That's the only way you make the jump. Like just saying, hey, we're going to run this thing back and we're going to win 50 games instead of the 41 or whatever it is, that to me is not realistic. You're going to need like a sizable jump and things coming together between Alfred Sengun and Jalen Green, or you're going to have to move on.
Yeah. All right, B. Scott, we appreciate it. I don't know. I'll have to listen to this. I don't know why you took out Independence Day, the 4th of July, as being overrated, but I'll have to. Man, look, I don't know if life and tragedy or what has hit me, but I almost feel like most of the holidays are overrated. That might just be me personally anyway. But as far as 4th of July, man, like outside of the whole proud to be American thing, again, shout out to America. I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. Shout out to America.
We barbecue all the time. I can go to your house almost any weekend and have a 4th of July. You know, like it's nothing that we really do on 4th of July that we don't really do throughout the year. The only difference is we bring the flags out and say Happy 4th.
No, there's not a fireworks show behind me every time you come.
Yeah, you bring the flags out, man. You pop fireworks, man. You're thankful for your country, man. What the hell you talking about?
Shout out to America. Hey, that's a drop, dog. Yeah, that fool said shout out to America, by the way.
Yeah, shout out. Hey, America, I love you. I love 4th of July.
I just think your holiday's overrated.
I love Juneteenth. I love being an American. Well, all I'm saying is everything that we do on 4th of July, save for the fireworks, which are definitely overrated, and I only do it because I got kids, but everything except for the fireworks is pretty ordinary. It's like this how we kick it as Americans on the day-to-day. Yeah. It's pretty much the same.
All right, B. Scott, I can't get with you on that, but all right, B. Scott, man, we'll talk to you next week.
All right, later.
All right, that's Brandon Scott. He's been he's been on it.
Shout out to America.
Shout out, that was amazing. From the text line, Ron, B. Scott, and John are bozos. That's why. First off, listen, you can call me a bozo for something else, but I'm not a bozo for the 4th of July thing. I'm good with. I love 4th of July. I don't think it's overrated.
Now,
you call me now. I've done bozo things for other things, but don't you wrap me into that. That's them. That's them too. I ain't
never heard the likes anything like that.
Shout out to
Always
America.
do.
Coming up a little 5 o'clock fire. That's next on the drive.
All right, sleep better, live better. I firmly believe in it, y'all. I tell you about it every day, man. If you need a new mattress, flat out, you know.
Auto Parts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dilf.
The Big Dilf.
And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags. And let us know, Moneybags, is it still money in? Was it still money in last night? The Astros lost, but I know Eric Getty got shelled early. Maybe that was an issue, but they did score runs. How did you do last night?
360 more green bills to the pile, my good friend.
That's a little low, to be honest with you, for what.
Yeah,
no.
It's a little disappointing, but it's still green, baby.
Yeah, you said. Yeah, I know you said you didn't have very many bets last night, but you had big money on them.
I went ahead and guessed wrong again on mine as well, boys.
Did you?
Yeah, I needed a Bregman double there. I needed more than 1.5 bases. I took the over on Bregman, and he didn't hit it. It was a little parlay action that I had, and it was going to win me a good chunk. And
that was the only thing that held you.
That was it, man. When Jordan hit that bomb, that was one of them. The overall over in the game was one of them, and then Breggy, man, when he hit that ball that was caught deep, I thought, boy, that was it. I thought he was going to hit one out of the park, but he didn't. So.
That's the one for you. Damn.
Loser again for Old Dirty.
Maybe just I don't know. I was going to say bet again with Tyler, but God, it's got to come to an end at some point, right? You got big stuff out there today?
A little bit, yeah, of course. I'm on Jordan over total bases at 1.5.
That feels safe.
Yeah, I'm on the Astros again over 4.5 runs as a team. Those are the two that stick out right now. I'm on a few more. I'd have to look them up.
Yeah. The Blue Jays are playing high-scoring ball games, so that was a good one because that was their best pitcher yesterday, and he gave up 5 pretty quick. Couldn't even make it through there, giving a 7-0 lead. So. I liked it. This is some good action for you tonight. See if the Astros can roll through in that. Speaking of the Astros, some news, Clint, on the injury front. Nothing different, as we know right now, with Kyle Tucker and Justin Verlander. But another less heralded player that has been out is Victor Caratini. He has been the backup catcher at times, more than the backup catcher. He's been out on the IL, but he will join the Astros as they travel to Minneapolis after this series against the Blue Jays, where he will continue on-field baseball activities. And Joe Espada said that Victor Caratini will probably need a rehab assignment, and that could happen around the All-Star break. So it doesn't seem like they expect him to be back prior to the break, but after the All-Star break. And I do think this gives them some pretty good flexibility in how they like to use him, because Victor was playing – pretty good baseball and swinging the bat pretty well, and gave them an option to DH Diaz and do other things with him. So this would be big getting him back, even though Salazar's played pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beautiful thing is that, whether you look at Tucker's injury in the outfield or you look at Caratini's injury behind the plate, or you look at Abreu's release at first base, I mean, all of your fill-ins. Hell, you can talk about the pitchers, too, that have been injured, and with the exception of Eric Getty last night. And you talk about the fill-ins for the Astros at all those positions, man, they've been really, really good. Salazar was good behind the plate and swinging the bat. Caratini was more than good. Hell, he was clutching a couple of times with a couple of game winners before he got injured. It gives you the ability to DH Diaz and not put so much of a load on his legs first year catching. It gives you a chance to put a veteran back there behind the plate and give Diaz a break mentally in terms of managing the game as well. So, yeah, man, I mean, Caratini's just one of several guys that has provided a lot of pop in terms of, man, you ideally would want him to just be a backup, but he's probably played more than a backup before he got hurt, and he was producing in a big way. So he's one of several guys, so it'll definitely be good to have him back.
No, yeah, you're right. He's he's had more of an impact than I think we thought. We all thought that this was going to be Diaz taking off, and finally we started to see a little bit more of Diaz here of late. But really, there have been times where Victor Caratini was playing better, and Joe and Dana, whoever's putting it together, they were running him out there, and he was playing more. So it will be big, though. Good flexibility with him and a little bit more pop and power as well for the Astros. So that's the latest there, injury front on their backup catcher, Victor Caratini.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, big one tonight here as they try to bounce back and win this game and at the very least, grab a tie, a split in this series, this 4-game set against the Blue Jays. They've got their guy, their most consistent pitcher on this team this year, Mr. Ryel Blanco, and Blanco gets the ball tonight. And Clint, this has kind of been his role this year, right? And this isn't as dire as it has been at times, but he has been this team's stopper. He has been this team, all right, we're in a streak, we're losing here, bam, let's stop it and turn around with a big-time effort and a big-time start. And they need that out of him tonight as Ryel Blanco comes out. He has been lights out this year, and they desperately need him to have another one of those big-time performances against the Blue Jays to stop this from turning into a losing streak.
Yeah, look, you'd like to win the series. You'd like to take advantage of the Mariners when they're down and when they're not winning as much as they're not as hot as they were. A couple weeks back, 3 weeks back. So, yeah, you'd like to take advantage of it. And there's no reason to think right now that Blanco's not going to go out there and give you a quality start and give you a real chance to win this ball game. Look, I mean, these bats have come around again. Last night got away from Spencer Arrighetti early on, and there was a 7-0 lead, and the Astros did everything they could to come back and get in that ball game and tie that thing up in the ninth. And so the bats were still really active last night. I would expect a good outing from Blanco, bats to stay hot. The Astros will have a good chance to get this one tonight.
Yeah, and speaking of the lineup tonight, here is the lineup behind Ryel Blanco. Altuve leading off, Bregman batting second and third base with Alvarez the DH tonight, and that means Diaz will be catching behind the plate. Jake Myers in center, shortstop Pena, left field Dubon, right field McCormick, first base Greg Kessinger. And I think, to me right now, the story has been is this just 2 hot days for Yordan Alvarez, Clint, or is Yordan Alvarez moving towards start to take off and be the guy that we talked about it earlier this week, wanting to see Yordan Alvarez do more, be more in the category of the guys that we think he is in. And these last 2 games, he's gone deep both times. He's got on multiple times. He's come up with big hits. It feels like he is starting to get hot. At that to me is the watch. Like, listen, we've talked about it. I'm with you. I don't understand why Greg Kessinger is in the lineup today. I do not understand that at all.
Why do you keep calling that guy Greg?
When I look at it,
that's about 4 times already.
It just says it to me.
It can't be on accident anymore.
It is. I'm not doing it on purpose. When I look at it, I just want to say gay. I don't know why. But Greg Kessinger, this I don't get it, and I don't think it is the best chance for them to win. But the way that Yordan is swinging the bat, Clint, it may not matter. It may not matter who is in the 9th spot. Hell, it may not matter who is in the 8th spot. The way he is swinging the bat, and that's what I'm intrigued to watch is to see is he stay hot. Is he just hot for the 2 days, or are we about to see him carry this line?
Yeah, the interesting thing about Yordan for me is there is a. First of all, we talk about him struggling. His OPS is 800, right? So we got to define struggle. The struggle for him, obviously, is not 1,000 OPS and making it look effortless and being one of the absolute top 3 hitters in baseball, right? At the end of the day, it's hard statistically to really tell the difference of when he's in a funk and when he's not. I do think there is, like, as I watch the Astros, he shows his frustration from time to time. Like, when he's struggling, you can see it's just not right. I'm the last one who's going to try to pinpoint what is or isn't wrong with him, but you can just tell by his body language, like, something's just not right. He's not seeing it clear. He doesn't feel good in his swing. His timing's off. Something's just not right. And I say all that to say these last 2 games, there are zero signs of something not being right. It looks like he is back in that mode of, if you throw me a pitch that I can get my bat to, I'm going to try to hit it out of the park. I mean, that ultimately is where we're at with Yordan Alvarez, which is a beautiful place to be in. So, Ron, I'm buying that he is just in a groove now. I think he's seeing it. He's seeing it better than he was early in the season, and so I don't think it was just a coincidence. Yeah. I think he's seeing it. And I think he's fixing to take off.
Well, and Clint, and we've watched it. We've sat here and watched it over the last several years. It can change in a day. It can change in an at bat. I mean, it can change just like that, and it looks like it has. He has the ability to just absolutely wreck shop. I mean, we've watched it in the postseason where it seemed like everybody around him at times last year was struggling, and then he come up, bam, he gets hit. He's always in the middle of doing something. So that's the big thing, because that changes everything if he is out there in the dominant space that he can be, and we'll see what he does. He seems to love hitting air. I'll tell you that.
Well, look, Ron, I mean, here's the thing too, is like, I mean, if these idiots are going to keep pitching to him, I'm in a bad way. He's one time for me testing him where I'm like, all right, I'm done. Hey, Diaz, come on, man. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
definitely not like the situation yesterday. 3-0. Oh no.
Hey, bro, up 5 runs, 2 outs, men on first and second. So yeah, you would have loaded the bases. 3-0. You gonna groove him? No, I'm out.
No, yeah, I'm certainly not getting that get me over strike to get to 3-1. Nah, no chance. I knew he was swinging. The whole way. I knew if it was something he could get. I mean, and he teed off, and damn, now we go. We got a game. Now,
Ron,
it's 7-5.
I'm gonna tell you, I'd be egregious with it. If I were a manager, like I would just have to, like I would.
Well, I would have just sent him to first.
I would dare. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would be egregious. I don't care what the score is. Go on to first. Like if it ain't early in the game, 0-0, and nobody on, hey, you going to first, partner? I mean, and if somebody wants to ask me about it in the post game presser, I mean, there's plenty of evidence to point back to and go, is that what you wanted to happen? Did you want him to cut our 5-run lead to 2 with one swing of a bat on a 3-0 count? Well, that's why I walked him.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, 7-0 with him up there by himself, 3-0. Yeah, maybe we try not to give any free passes. Not 7-2 with 2 on. No, I ain't. As you said, grooving one in for him to go and do that thing. But hopefully he can get a big one in and continue this run that he's on to carry this offense and have some others join the party. Big one tonight as the Astros try to get back in their winning ways in Toronto.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, one of the big stories here in the sports world from a national perspective, and no surprise here, free agent LeBron James has agreed to a 2-year, $104 million max deal to return to the L.A. Lakers, sources tell ESPN. And this does include a player option and no trade clause. One of only 2 players in the NBA that have a no trade clause. So he signs for a 2-year deal for 104. My thought to you guys is, you think we are looking at the last 2 years of LeBron? You think this 2-year deal signifies he's done after this?
I hope so. Personally, I hope so, because I don't look. I think he's still playing. I don't want to see.
You don't want to see a down LeBron.
Well, I don't want to see a down LeBron. I don't want to hear about a down LeBron. You know it's going to be awful. And it may not be, but just a rough month of basketball. And it's going to be all hell. It's going to be like Tom Brady. All hell, he lost it. And it's going to be the top. I mean, I just don't want to experience it, man. I mean, right. What I hope this is the last hoorah for him. And I'm going to tell you, I heard the guys, one of the TV shows talking about this morning. I think we're fixing to get a better LeBron than we've seen in years.
In years?
Yep.
Hell, he's been all NBA.
Yeah, well, I mean, hell, I mean, he's been all NBA damn near every year of his career. I think we.
I'm interested. Why do you think that?
Because his son's dependent on it. Like, I think there's a motivation for him in a way with his son. I think there's a motivation in a way with J.J. Redick. I think there's just a different level of motivation to win ball games. Now, I don't know statistically what that's like. You said, he's been all NBA, so I don't know what award he can win or what honor he can receive. But at the end of the day, I just think there's a new level of motivation for this dude to play at an unbelievably high level and win at a ridiculous clip.
Yeah, it's interesting to see where he'll be. Like you said, you hope so. Yeah, like if there's any drop off to where, because right now Clint he's still a top 10, 12 player in the league.
Yeah.
You know, at this point, and now I don't want to see much slippage past that. You know what I mean? Like if we start getting to where, you know, Karl Anthony Towns is better than him, you know, something like that, or you know, he's starting to slip into the 20s. I think, hey, let's hang it up after this, right? Because you're not going to win a title. Let's hang it up after this. But boy, it's hard. Like if he's still a top 10 player in the game, and in 2 years, I wonder. He's got a player option. I do wonder. But yeah, he'll be 42 years old, Clinton, and it definitely feels like we're getting close to shut it down. But I'll be honest, I thought it's the craziest thing with him is his game. And when you think about his game, you think of guys like Russ, you think about guys like Derrick Rose, you think about the athletic part. How his game has aged the way it has is insane. He's not. This isn't Steph, like a pure shooter. This isn't that. Like his age, and he is still a driver. He is still like you know that, which is crazy how his game has aged to where he is still a top 10 player, and he really hasn't changed a ton of how he plays. But 2-year deal, $104 million. There was talk that he may take lesser money to get certain guys there. They weren't able to get some of those guys there, so he takes the max deal, $104 over the next 2 years. Coming up, as we continue rolling on here on The Drive, C.J. Stroud, man, he's gotten electric, and I mean electric. Props, support, belief. But wait till you hear the latest. Is this too far? Is this a little too much? One of us here on The Drive thinks it is. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, the deadliest days of summer. It's Memorial Day to Labor Day, those 100 days.
July 18th.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. This hype on C.J. Stroud is getting strong. We've seen examples of it many times and discussed them. Here is the latest I want to get to in just a second. But, Clint, you know how disgusted Tyler was. The way he read this to me, his disgust. Adam Schefter reports this, Clint. The Bears are granting Jonathan Owens special permission to leave training camp to support his wife at the Olympics. That pissed Tyler Milner off so bad. The way he said it. What do they call me? Condescending? Oh, guess what, Ron? The Bears are granting him special permission to go see his wife in Paris.
Yeah, no need for him to prep for the upcoming football season. It's not like he's not a marginal player that needs every rep he can get.
That is wild, man. That is wild.
Mr. Simone Biles.
You got to have it, baby.
I know.
How long? I wonder how long he's able to go.
Well, where's it at?
Paris.
Hell, you ain't going to Paris for a night.
Oui.
That's got to be several days, doesn't it?
Several.
What
they give him a weekend? A week? That's it.
I got to believe it's 4+ days.
I will say this: I'm surprised that he even went to it. Is he? To went to him to say it. I think Tyler is a little hard on him, but I wouldn't think he's in the position to just bang out with the type of job security to just miss a week. Just miss a week in training camp.
He's not the level of player that misses a day at training camp.
No, yeah, you're not unless he's really injured.
He's a fringe. He's a depth player. He's a fringe guy. He's especially when you get beyond, that third year, man. You become, if they can find a young guy in year 1 or 2 that can replace you, they can save $1 million. Hell, they can save a lot of money. And so, that's wild. Training camp? Yeah, no, I can't get there. And to go,
hey, Doug, you didn't seen a couple of them already, boss. We out here just trying to put this thing together. You didn't seen a couple of them. You didn't seen a couple of them already, baby.
I got to go watch my wife in the Olympics. That's cool and all.
Support, man. You got to go support her. You pull it off, yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Go ahead, man. Do your thing, Jonathan. Do your thing, baby. All right, Clint, this C.J. Stroud thing, they got him behind Patrick Mahomes, tied with Josh Allen, ahead of Joe Burrow, ahead of Lamar Jackson, ahead of Jordan Love, and ahead of Brock Purdy, also ahead of Christian McCaffrey. He is second, tied for second in Vegas's MVP odds right now at plus 850. Him and Josh Allen are tied. And Joe Burrow plus 900 behind him. Lamar Jackson, the reigning defending MVP, and Jordan Love and Brock Purdy are tied at plus 1,400. You good with that? You good with him being there? Do you think this is a little too much hype? Is this one of those deals of, all right, guys, this hype is too high right now for C.J. Stroud?
The hype is too high.
Yeah.
The hype is too high right now for me. It was one good year. I don't want to minimize it at all. I damn sure don't want to minimize it from C.J. Stroud. Everybody knows how I feel about C.J. Stroud's play, but this is nuts. Lamar Jackson's odds being plus 1,400 and not being at least a triple-digit number is absolutely nuts. Here's the way I see it. I would switch C.J. Stroud and Lamar Jackson in terms of the place of where they're at. I think it would make more sense for Lamar Jackson to be in the 6, 7, 800 range, right there behind Mahomes at 450. And then I think it would make sense for C.J. Stroud to be in that 950, 1,000 range, right behind Joe Burrow at 900. To me, that would I could just look at it. Yep, boom, keep moving on. C.J. Stroud at number 2, equal with Josh Allen. That's a little bit rich for my blood.
Yeah, I mean, I get where you're coming from. I just think overall, in terms of chances of winning, I think there's going to be a big push for his story. And I think there's going to be a big push for Josh Allen's story. And I can see where it's a fair thing for him. Now, I'm not saying, Clint, I think he's this – because all these are quarterbacks. I'm not saying he's the second best quarterback in the league. I'm not saying that right now I think he's on par with Josh Allen as a quarterback in this league, because I don't think he is there yet. And I don't think he's obviously above Lamar Jackson or Joe Burrow for me. But I do think in terms of MVP and story and how that thing is voted, I think it's going to take a whole lot for Lamar Jackson to win it back-to-back years. I think like a guy like Dak, Dak can top his season last year and he won't win it, because I think people are kind of just over his regular season stuff, right? And I think for me, the two guys that don't have to just put up insane numbers to win the award, to me, are Josh Allen and C.J. Stroud. I think even Patrick Mahomes probably has to outplay his previous MVP type seasons, because they feel like his road is easier with the talent they've added in Hollywood Brown and Xavier Worthy and things like that. So I can understand and get why C.J. Stroud would be there, because I think they're going to really push his story and believe he is the one that's kind of driving this thing. It's odd, Clint, because they have clearly added talent to this team with Joe Mixon and Stephon Diggs, but I don't think, Clint, that it seems like the way people are talking, I don't think C.J. Stroud gets a penalty almost for having better talent around him like I think others do. I think Brock Purdy gets penalized because of who's around him. I think like his talent is where it is, and I think Brock Purdy gets penalized for who's around him. I think maybe it used to be that way with Joe too. I don't think people view C.J. Stroud as, look at all this talent he has around him, he should be doing this. I think people look at Dak like that sometimes. I don't think he has that issue. It gets penalized for that.
Well, we'll see how they feel when they see this crew go to work. Nico Collins has arrived, right? Obviously, Stephon Diggs has arrived. If Tank Dell has a big year, I mean, you're gonna look at those three guys and assuming they can stay healthy and assuming that Diggs still has some tread on the tire, you're going to look at those three guys and dare anybody to put three better on one team. I mean, that's ultimately where you're at. For me, I think it is going to be very, very difficult for C.J. Stroud to duplicate what he did last year. Now, if he does, then we got to start talking about one of the best starts to a career we've ever seen in pro football. Last year was already a year, as I've seen. I've never seen a rookie quarterback come in. Now, I've already prefaced that with saying, look, I didn't see Dan Marino. I know a lot of people throw around Dan Marino's rookie year. I didn't see Dan Marino his rookie year. But when you talk about rookies literally stepping off the college field and within less than a calendar year stepping on the NFL field and absolutely shredding, both statistically and the film, watch the film. I mean, what he's doing and what he did last year was there's just no other way to slice it than it was elite. Hell, it would have been elite for a 10-year vet to be doing it. He was doing it immediately. So now the schedule gets significantly better. Now people have film on him. Hopefully his team around him gets better and they can run it as well, Ron, and he doesn't have to carry the entire load of winning ball games with the Houston Texans. So it's going to be difficult for him to duplicate last year, man. Them numbers were absolutely ridiculous.
Absolutely. Real quick, as I said, they got Mahomes top, then it's Stroud and Allen tied, then it's Burrow, then it's Lamar, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy. You got anybody that's not on this list that would be a dark horse that you would throw money at?
Yeah, a dark horse for me is definitely Jalen Hurts.
That's a good one.
I think Jalen Hurts is a good one, and I think Tua is a good one.
Mine is Aaron.
Aaron Rodgers, that's a good one.
There's a story there, his age, the story, the injury. There's a deal with the Jets. If you take the Jets there, if they win that division and they got, 11 wins or something, I think that could be a huge.
Well, and Ron, we've seen him throw 40-plus touchdowns and single-digit interceptions. I mean, it's not like with that defense, he shouldn't have to take a whole hell of a lot of risk in the regular season. So that's a good, and he's got weapons.
Yeah, and he's got the story. He's got the age, the injury.
Yeah,
and,
good one.
So Aaron would be the one I would throw money at that's not on this list.
Yeah,
but
that's a good one.
Jalen's pretty good.
I like Hurts and Tua. I'm surprised with Tua, considering he was kind of in the conversation by mid-year last year, and the weapons that he's got. I'm surprised that he's not.
I think he's starting to slide into that. What are you doing in the playoffs type thing?
Right.
I think people are like, you put up numbers all the time, but Jalen has the story. Jalen, they struggled like hell last year. He's fallen off the map, and can he get back? Fired all coaches, and he's definitely got the talent around there. I like the Jalen one. Jalen's pretty good too. All right, coming up, we'll get you ready for the game tonight. What did yesterday's game potentially say about the Astros moving forward? We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Our Vision Homes. Look, it's pretty simple. If you guys, anybody out there, if you
can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Drive sending you out here. Happy early 4th of July. Enjoy yourself with your family and friends. Do you have this audio? I got to hear this. We talked to Brandon Scott earlier. I guess Lopez said that he thought that 4th of July, the Independence Day, was overrated, and then I saw.
Are y'all really fixing to do this?
Oh, I want to hear it. I saw the great Brandon Scott then start tweeting in, and you know Brandon Scott puts his names on his tweets.
Yeah, Scott agreed
or
with
his
him.
text. Excuse me. He started sending his text in and agreeing with him. Then we had him on. If you missed it. He gave some, obviously, as he always does, great nuggets with the Rockets. Go check out H-Town Hoops podcast as him and Adam Spolane knocked that out. And you can catch all his work at SportsRadio610.com. Now I got that out the way. He also talked about, in his own words, how he thinks it's overrated. Again, shout out to America. He tried to preference it by, but then went ahead and talked about how it was overrated. So let me hear this. You cut this, Tyler.
I got it for you.
This is why he nails it. This is why he's the best. Not in New York, in L.A., but this is why he's the best. Let's hear Lopez and Brandon Scott saying the 4th of July is overrated.
This is not anti-American. We all understand what 4th of July is and what it means for. It's the most overrated holiday of all of them.
It is.
No, it's overrated.
It is probably overrated.
And let me explain it.
Probably overrated.
It's not a big food holiday. It's hamburgers and hot dogs. We're going to have hamburgers, hot dogs, and brats, which is good.
Which we do all the time.
We do it all the time.
Any weekend, we do not need a good excuse to do that.
It's not a great sports holiday. I mean, there's baseball.
It's
maybe Wimbledon.
It's a bad time in the sports calendar.
Thing. Yeah. It's not a big, it's not a top family holiday. I mean, people tend to do their own thing, sometimes with the family, sometimes. It's not a big shopping holiday like Thanksgiving and Christmas. It's not it can be, but it's not a big drinking holiday like New Year's and Thanksgiving and Christmas.
What? I mean, all those things that he said, it's not a big thing.
That last one, it's a pretty big drinking holiday.
I do all of them. It becomes a big shopping for fireworks.
Yes.
It becomes a big, I'm doing ribs. By the way, I'm doing ribs. Shout out, Clint and Tyler. I had that moment. I don't know if you've had that moment with your father-in-laws, but my father-in-law had to finally admit that there was something that men do that I. So-called what men do, he had to hand it over to me. He said, "Yeah, I'm supposed to make the ribs for this for our family friend get together." He was like, "But you do it much better than I do." He said, "You want to take these ribs, do them like you do when I taste them at your house." Now I don't know if he did that, Clint, to take it off his plate. But in my mind, I continue to believe he finally had to admit, yeah, man, Ron does this better than I do. So he handed that off to me. I penciled that down.
Well, he doesn't. When I met him, I think I met him twice. But I recall one for sure. And he spent some time at a show when we were out on location. I mean, he seems like a reasonable guy that can hang his ego at the door and say, "Hey,
he hung it." That's the first time he's hung it. But he hung it.
Old son-in-law, he can't do much, but he can talk on that damn radio and he can work that grill now. So I'm gonna leave them things to him. When it comes to talking and cooking, that's on him. You know,
he can't do much. That's exactly how I say it.
Hey, that's it, man. I mean, look, and he seems like an old boy that'd be the first one to say, "Hey, you do it better than me, man. Go ahead and get it."
Yeah, but no, man. It's a eating. I'm doing ribs. I think somebody's doing a brisket. It's a eating holiday.
I'm doing a pork shoulder.
I'm offended. I'm offended.
Are you?
I'm offended.
What
B. Scott, John Lopez, both of y'all can kiss every bit of my ass.
By the way, and Lopez,
it's Independence Day, for crying out loud. Are you kidding me? Overrated? We're talking about our country.
Shout out to America.
Are you kidding me?
What you doing,
You put on a bathing suit that's got the stars and stripes. You bring your damn flags out, man. You gather your kids around, and I watch other people pop fireworks, man, in celebration.
We read the Declaration.
The hell, yes.
We don't do that.
Yes.
But go ahead.
It's where John Hancock became a thing, right? I mean, are you kidding me? Don't drink. Who in the hell doesn't drink on July 4th?
I can't wait. I'm about to get laced.
Absolutely. I mean, I'll be honest with you. It's the one time in my 46 years on Earth, it's the one time every single year that my entire family, my dad's side of my entire family, it's the one time a year that you could bank on us all getting together. Everybody.
It's the weather.
And the extended family, people that didn't come to Christmas, people that didn't come to Thanksgiving celebrations. They were at July 4th celebration. Are you kidding me? You two disgust me. I think less.
The weather is great. It's one of the holidays where you can be outside. You can be outside. You can hit the pool. My family, we come together at my aunt's house and we would play like this backyard volleyball. We'd have like some serious ass games of backyard volleyball. By the third or fourth game, Uncle Al is drunk. And yes. It's a good ass time. All of those things. We eat, we drink, and then we all go out to the front and hit them fireworks, baby. And we hit the things, you get that pumping. Oh man, I can't get with that. I can't get with that.
These colors don't run, Lopez.
That was, and I ain't gonna lie. I agree with the texture from Lou. OG talked him into it. I do. I think he's convincing because he will hit you. No, I will not have any of it. It is overrated. No, it is. It's overrated.
No, it's not. Here's what Lopez needs to do. Lopez needs to get his family over at the house. And how many colonies was there before? How was that all work out?
13 original colonies.
Yeah, 1-3, baby.
Where different parts of the country. Like, get you a colony theme and cook whatever food they cooked up in the northeasternmost colony of the United States, whatever.
I believe Clint's referencing Lopez's Christmas tradition.
Yeah, his little thing. That's fun for him, so do it. Do it on July 4th. I mean, have a little July 4th twist on it and figure out what kind of foods you want to cook. Are you kidding me with him?
But another thing, I'm shocked, Tyler and Clint. That's on him. We're just doing hot dogs and brats and hamburgers. No, you are a grill master.
Yeah, step your game up.
No, you're just doing it because you don't want to. Like, what are you talking about? You are a grill master. Let this thing run it out. Get some briskets on there. Get you some pork shoulders like Tyler's doing. Get you some ribs on there. I'm shocked that's all you making.
I'm ashamed.
I ain't gonna lie though. I bet you them burgers gonna be good though.
I mean, the colors of our Sports Radio 610 logo are red, white, and blue, man. What are you doing, Lopez?
I can't believe that those two of all people don't celebrate the hell out of it.
It's a little strong.
I would have included them in my river trip on July 4th. Those two would have been included.
That's what I'm saying, man. I know people are out at the pool with the family. Somebody's got it. That's what used to be. Aunt Decimay used to have the pool. We used to go over there. Whoa, man, it was
Aunt Decimay, huh?
Yeah, Aunt Decimay, man. Yeah, man. That was it, baby. She had the pool. My grandpa was a pastor who I'd never seen outside of a suit would show up in his entire suit and just take his jacket off. That was as far as he was gonna go. Looking just hot as hell.
But I got an American flag Speedo.
Do you really?
I'm dead serious too.
You just keep chiming in with just stop traffic comments.
That's a little bitty flag.
I'm sorry, I just remembered it's in my drawer. I bought it for a river trip, like as a joke, but I've worn it a couple times.
Someone text in. They're forgetting about the hot dog eating contest.
Yeah, man.
We'll move over to Netflix.
Kobayashi.
Lost Joey Chestnut. They're on Netflix. But no, man, that's I'm shocked by that. I am. I'm really surprised by that. I can understand maybe it's not in your top three, but damn, overrated. Wow.
He said the most overrated holiday out there.
No, it is. It is. Because Brandon said, you know what? It might be. No, it is. It is what he said. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. They'll look at top 10 offensive line. for the Texans. Are they a top 10 offensive line? Discussing that coming up behind us. And I'm certain that there's no Area 45 tonight, right? After they
that would be correct.
After they knocked it out today on In the Loop. In the Loop and was invaded by Area 45. So none of that tonight, but you got Texans All Access coming up right behind us. By the way, Clint, I just want to make sure you have you been able to shake off last night's ninth inning? Ever shake that off yet? Have you turned the page on that?
I don't think we should.
Yeah, turn the page on that yet?
No, I don't think you should. I mean, as an Astros
Game
fan,
starts in 10 minutes.
No, absolutely not. As an Astros fan, I think we should take note of that because that's if this team isn't able to make a run ultimately. Now they've positioned themselves to where there's no reason why they don't catch the Mariners. There's no reason why they don't win the division. There's no reason why this team right here should not be in the playoffs and have a chance to make that run. Hell, the organization is telling you so by talking about being aggressive at the damn trade deadline.